In a dimension devoid of light, empty and timeless, Wang Yu finds himself in solitude for what could be a century or perhaps a millennium. He strives to escape, yet remains oblivious to the means of departure. In a realm where time is an illusion, he contemplates self-termination, but finds himself incapable of such an act. After an indeterminate passage of years, an indescribable entity liberates Wang Yu from this dimensional prison. Once again aware of his corporeal form, he yearns to struggle and to open his eyes, yet finds these seemingly simple actions beyond his reach. Before long, fatigue overwhelms him, sending him into a slumber. When he awakens, he discovers himself in a dark, damp place, enclosed by steel bars, clearly a dungeon designed for the confinement of prisoners. At this moment, Wang Yu is one of those captives. In the adjacent cell resides another individual, a boy with white hair clad in exaggerated traditional attire, his eyes adorned with two crimson dots, a quintessentially adorable figure. However, Wang Yu feels an uncanny familiarity with this child, as though he has encountered him before in some distant time or place. As Wang Yu ponders this connection, a sharp pain pierces his mind. Binding random lottery system. Binding successful, repairing host bodily functions. In a haze, he hears these system notifications and initially perceives them as a dream, succumbing to sleep once more. Upon awakening again, he recognizes the boy as Junmaru. Am I in the world of Naruto, a realm rife with extraordinary individuals? Wang Yu's thunderous exclamation in Chinese draws the ire of the guards, who respond with reprimands. Silence, brat. Though he cannot comprehend Japanese, he discerns the general meaning and obediently quiets down. As he endeavors to access the memories of this body, another system notification resonates within his consciousness. Host consciousness detected. Memory transfer in progress. Transfer complete. A refreshing stream of knowledge floods Wang Yu's mind, akin to the affection a daughter might have for her father, forever comforting and intimate. Under the influence of this newfound clarity, he learns the language of this land and comprehends his current predicament. He has traversed into the world of Naruto, becoming a distant cousin of Junmaru. Is this some kind of joke? No, no. As long as I've crossed over, it is a fortuitous event, and with the assistance of this system, even in a world brimming with powerhouses, I can carve my own path. Wang Yu accepts his fate with equanimity. After all, in his previous life, he was the second of three brothers. His elder brother Wang Yu had become a celebrated star, while the youngest, Wang Yu, was a company owner, leaving no concern for their parents' future care. Moreover, having spent an indeterminate time in that dark, cold void, he remains unaware of his earthly parents' well-being. Now, with the system granting him a second chance at life, he resolves not to wallow in self-pity. Thanks to the memories transmitted through the system, Wang Yu quickly acclimates to his new existence. However, he refrains from hastily inspecting the system, and instead observes the guards. Once they depart, he opens the system interface in his mind. Random lottery system. Host, Wang Yu. Attempts. 4-3 from a newbie gift pack, 1 every 7 days. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Beyond this, the system interface is remarkably simplistic, lacking any superfluous elements, and appears to possess minimal intelligence, merely a basic auxiliary system. This simplicity aligns with Wang Yu's disposition. He has little affinity for complex systems that wield the power to eliminate hosts at a whim. In his previous life, he had encountered a novel titled Heavens and the Path to Godhood, featuring a protagonist sharing his name, whose system was notably considerate, affectionately referring to the host as Papa. After a while, Wang Yu begins to recall memories from his past life. In his previous existence, a precocious child from a mountain village, Wang Yu, seeing his family's struggles, shamelessly lingered in a small temple, performing menial tasks to sustain himself. Due to his tender age and relentless work ethic, he was taken in by a similarly audacious janitor, who became his master. Thus, at the age of 10, Wang Yu embarked on a journey of martial arts training. The martial arts he learned were not the comedic displays often seen on television, but rather a discipline forged in the chaos of the warlord era, focused solely on combat efficacy. His master, the audacious janitor, was a third-generation disciple of the armed saint, Zhang Su, having achieved an extraordinary mastery of the Tongbi Tai Chi, transcending into an art form of unparalleled finesse. Under the diligent and rigorous tutelage of his master, Wang Yu dedicated over a decade to mastering this martial art. By the age of 22, having attained a level of proficiency, Wang Yu, under his master's guidance, began challenging martial arts experts across the land, establishing the reputation of Tongbi Tai Chi throughout China. At 32, faced with threats, Wang Yu had to confront 5 formidable masters from Japan in a grueling battle. After vanquishing 3 foes, he found himself exhausted and ultimately perished. Wang Yu had long reconciled with death, aware that martial arts duels often led to fatal outcomes. Furthermore, he had prudently divided his earnings over the past decade, entrusting half to his master and the other half to his parents, achieving a sense of honor despite his demise. Fortunately, having attained success, he had ample time to indulge in novels, anime, and films, becoming a fervent admirer of Naruto, a true devotee. He understood that Naruto was a world where bloodline limits were abundant, and later, power-ups were rampant. Even witnessing a character nearly defeat the ultimate antagonist with sheer physical prowess. Based on his memories, Wang Yu categorizes the hierarchy of the Naruto world into 5 tiers. The first tier comprises ordinary civilians and ninjas lacking extraordinary abilities. The second tier includes clans with inherited secret techniques, such as the Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and others. The third tier consists of bloodline limits, like the Sharingan, Byakugan, Ice Release, and others. The fourth tier embodies hosts of tailed beasts, Wood Release, and other exceptional bloodline limits. The fifth tier is the realm of true powerhouses. Although Wang Yu, a master of martial arts capable of exerting tenfold his weight, appears weak in the Naruto universe, with the system's enhancement, he too becomes a contender among the elite. Moreover, the body he is reincarnated into belongs to the Kaguya clan, known for its rare and potent bloodline limits. It is well understood that the formidable physique of the Kaguya clan evokes fear throughout the ninja world, regardless of their lack of exceptional ninjutsu talent. The most terrifying aspect lies with those possessing the Shikotsumyaku bloodline limit within the Kaguya clan, and it is evident that Wang Yu has inherited this formidable ability. Having meticulously organized all the information in his memory, Wang Yu decided to uncrate and test his luck. Patriarch Bodhi, the 3 pure ones, Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the God of Wealth, great deities of my motherland Earth, please bless me with good fortune. Wang Yu silently prayed in his heart, then focused his attention, thinking of the system, and began the lottery draw. Soon, a slot machine with trillions of options appeared in Wang Yu's mind. Many of the prizes radiated various alluring colors, stirring Wang Yu's eternally restless heart. The lottery system began to emit brilliant light, and with the system's voice, Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Congratulations, host. You have won 10 cell control, a reward with unlimited growth potential. Hearing the system and Oppo's prompt, Wang Yu thanked the Eastern deities, as the prize he had won was truly the luckiest of the lucky. Having read all heavens, becoming a god through cells, Wang Yu was very clear about the awesomeness of 10 cell control, deciding that he shouldn't always trouble the Eastern deities of his motherland. Wang Yu changed the object of his prayers to the Western god Jehovah, also known as Jesus Christ. God, you said, let there be light, and there was light. Now, let me be lucky. Bless me. After praying, Wang Yu touched his brow and both sides of his chest in turn and began the lottery draw again. A dazzling light like a running horse lamp flashed, and congratulations, host. You have won a single-person return scroll. Wang Yu glanced at the item's description and muttered to himself, the Western gods aren't very effective. I won't burn paper money for you anymore. After the second draw, Wang Yu silently recited Amaterasu Amakami of Japan. The opportunity to prove you are more powerful than the Western gods has come. Fearing that this wouldn't be enough, Wang Yu recalled a line from a variety show and added, Amaterasu Amakami, let the show begin. The system sensed the host's desire to draw, and the lottery system's running horse lamp flashed through all the prizes at faster than the speed of light, then stopped. Congratulations, host. You have won a package of enhanced sanitary napkins. What the heck is this? Enhanced. Wang Yu glanced at the system page. Host, Wang Yu chances, 1 skills, 10 cell control, control 10 of the body's cells, unlimited target, will not work if the target resists. Equipment, single person return scroll. You can go to any corner of the world you can imagine. Uses, 1 enhanced sanitary napkins, an item made by Amaterasu Amakami for Yui Hitano. It has 10,000 water-absorbing pillows that can instantly absorb half the blood of a female creature. Amaterasu Amakami is indeed a great god. Living, she is a god of Japan. Dead, she is a spirit of Japan. Wang Yu exclaimed, then directly began his last lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have won the golden-colored, copper-headed, iron-armed, steel-boned, invulnerable 3-Wa ability from the animated series Calabash Brothers. After exclaiming, I'm not unlucky, I've always been lucky, Wang Yu glanced at the ability's description. 3-Wa ability, derived from the Calabash Brothers, can be turned on or off at will. When using, please prevent internal injuries and mental attacks. Friendly reminder. Be careful of how 3-Wa was defeated in 10,000 cold jokes. Wang Yu didn't want this ability too much, because there was a popular saying in his motherland. If you stack the thickest armor, you are destined to take the most poisonous beatings. 3-Wa's ability was undoubtedly the thickest armor, the tankiest of tanks. If Orochimaru were to learn of this ability and perform an impure world reincarnation, Wang Yu would not be able to withstand it. Wang Yu felt that he was more attractive than the future Sasuke and Kimimaro, and too beloved by Orochimaru. I will be a coward to the end, survive to victory, and stay steady and don't be reckless. Wang Yu was determined to stay away from Kimimaro before he had the ability to defeat Orochimaru, to avoid Orochimaru noticing his ability. Back on Earth, Wang Yu's motto was, I will be a coward to the end, survive to victory, and stay steady and don't be reckless. But in reality, it was, I'm going. This Yasuo kid is a bit reckless. No, I have to be even happier than him. In the world of Naruto, normal ninjas or civilians called those who were different from themselves monsters. Some people were called monsters by ignorant people in their childhood, such as Naruto Uzumaki, Karen Uzumaki, and Kimimaro. Both Kimimaro and Kimimaro Yu were undoubtedly outstanding monsters. Kimimaro Yu was taken over by Wang Yu, so let's not discuss him. Because Kimimaro possessed the essence of an outstanding monster, he was abandoned, isolated, and even imprisoned by his family. Darkness nourished Kimimaro, and he huddled in the shadows, solitarily drawing on the power of darkness. He never understood the meaning of life, nor did he understand why he was called a monster, or why being a monster was a reason for imprisonment. The bones under his bloodline limit were his only weapon and his only toy. The cold walls were covered with scars, which were traces of his existence in this world and cracks in his heart. He began to pray for light and ask for the appearance of a god, but he also questioned the gods. He worried that there were no true gods in this world. He worried that the so-called god could not save him. He used the sharp carving knife formed by his bones to carve cold stone faces on the stone walls, but no matter what, he could not carve the appearance of the ideal god in his heart. He touched the cold stone wall and muttered the secret words hidden deep in his heart. If there is a god in this world, please grant me a friend. The sage of 6 paths in the ninja world did not hear his request, but a will that was countless times stronger than a god unintentionally fulfilled his wish. This will, by chance, sent his cousin Kimimaro Yu to his next cell 3 days ago. Since then, Kimimaro had his only relative and only companion. This companion had been in a coma because his body was too weak and he had awakened his bloodline limit. Even though his companion was unconscious, Kimimaro was very happy. A few days later, he, who had been huddling alone in the corner of the cell, kept staring at Wang Yu after hearing Wang Yu's Chinese shout. He didn't dare to talk to Wang Yu, fearing that he would be rejected by his only relative, but he longed for a companion. When Wang Yu was determined to be a coward, to be steady, and not to be reckless, he felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the lifeless Kimimaro with eyes longing for a companion. Wang Yu spoke, Kimimaro, can you stop staring at me? Wang Yu habitually added in Chinese, I am male, I like females, and I am only responsible for attacking. After being playful, Wang Yu knew that this cousin was even more miserable than he was. In his childhood, Kimimaro was alone in the dark and cold dimensional space, just like himself. Later, Kimimaro was used by Orochimaru until his death, and he did not get any true feelings. Kimimaro's life was very tragic. Understanding the encounters Kimimaro was about to face, Wang Yu also felt a sense of pity. Wang Yu still felt a little close to Kimimaro in his heart. After all, Kimimaro was the first person he had seen after coming to this world, and he was also of the same race as his current body. So there was a sense of closeness between them. Hearing Wang Yu's meaningful modern Chinese, Kimimaro was confused. Kimimaro didn't know how to respond. This was the first time a companion had taken the initiative to talk to him. In surprise, Kimimaro subconsciously looked back at the stone statue of the god. But after a while, he turned back and continued to stare at Wang Yu. In the present moment, Junmaru is as innocent as a blank slate. and Wang Yu harbors no desire for him to become a loyal yet foolish pawn of Orochimaru. Wang Yu reflects on the manipulative tactics of his life mentor, Orochimaru, who ensnares young minds and formulates a series of inquiries directed at Junmaru. Do you feel as though the world has no need for you? Are you uncertain of the meaning of your existence? Do you feel lost, lonely, even tormented? Upon hearing these questions, Junmaru merely responded with a soft acknowledgement and fell silent. Yet his ears perked up attentively. Observing Junmaru's demeanor, Wang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction, although he masked his delight outwardly. I, like you, am a creature shunned and feared by my kin, and thus, I too am lonely. The existence of a monster holds little significance. However, surviving guarantees the discovery of meaningful pursuits. This world is inherently devoid of meaning. All significance is unearthed and bestowed by us. Just as we share the lineage of the Kaguya clan, we are both regarded as monsters. This connection is what gives our lives purpose. We must live for ourselves, for our comrades, for our loved ones. After expressing his heartfelt thoughts, Wang Yu clenched his right fist and reached through the steel bars separating them. Junmaru understood this gesture as a fist bump shared between companions, and with eagerness, he reciprocated, gently tapping his fist against Wang Yu's. In that moment, the warmth of genuine connection brought a smile to Junmaru's face, a smile filled with joy. He was no longer alone. Once labeled a monster, he now found faith and camaraderie. Before encountering Wang Yu, Junmaru's heart was a void, but now Wang Yu infused him with the strength, hope, and direction to live. Eager to repay Wang Yu's expectations and recognition, Junmaru willingly pledged to contribute all his power. At this moment, the lost Junmaru found a sanctuary for his spirit, as well as a sense of value in his existence. Wang Yu then divulged his intelligence. The Kekkei clan is destined to be annihilated amidst the blood mist of the Mist Village. It is sheer folly for a clan without a shadow-level fighter to attempt to defy one of the 5 great ninja villages. A self-deprecating smile graced Wang Yu's face, a flicker of disdain glinting in his eyes. The Kekkei clan, one of the 3 major bloodline limits of the Mist Village, boasts formidable strength even among ordinary ninjas lacking bloodline limits. Regrettably, their leadership is somewhat misguided, reveling in warfare, and they foolishly aim to confront the entire Mist Village without the backing of a shadow-level powerhouse. Having mocked my own lineage, Wang Yu continued, I do not wish to perish, and I believe you share this sentiment. The outside world is perilous yet wondrous. I yearn to explore every corner of it. Will you join me in becoming stronger, to witness the beauty of this world until we ascend to the pinnacle of power? As he spoke, the aura emanating from Wang Yu's youthful form burst forth with the might of a seasoned master. Even Junmaru found himself momentarily awestruck. With Wang Yu's plea, the light in Junmaru's eyes intensified, and a fervent declaration escaped his lips. I am willing. I wish to accompany you and explore the world, to become the strongest. Excellent. We share the same bloodline limit, and that is our bond. Wang Yu paused, feeling a thrill of excitement. It was his first time harnessing this bloodline. Gradually, a bone knife extended from his left arm. He drew it forth, presenting it to Junmaru. Do you possess the confidence? Do you believe you can achieve this? Wang Yu's eyes bore into Junmaru's, each word resonating with conviction. I can. Junmaru echoed, mirroring Wang Yu's motion as he extracted his own bone knife, meeting Wang Yu's with a serious expression. At that moment, a glimmer of joy illuminated Junmaru's eyes, a radiance born from recognition. His desire to become powerful was secondary to his wish to accompany his soul companion, alleviating his solitude. Witnessing how easily he had persuaded Junmaru, Wang Yu felt as though he had reached the zenith of existence. How exhilarating! It feels as though I have achieved the pinnacle of life, Wang Yu mused, reveling in his triumph. It seemed he was not inferior to Orochimaru, the so-called foremost mentor, and perhaps the system's capabilities would allow for a touch of persuasion. As he delighted in this self-satisfaction, Wang Yu noticed Junmaru's intention to retract the bone knife back into his body. He swiftly interjected, No, from now on, any bone used must be discarded rather than returned to the body. Observing Junmaru's puzzled expression, Wang Yu elaborated, the air is laden with invisible bacteria and viruses. Once bones are removed from the body, they can become contaminated with harmful pathogens. Retracting them would endanger our internal cells. Even though our bodies are far stronger than those of the Kekkei clan, over time, we would inevitably suffer. Wang Yu's knowledge of cellular science stemmed from his fondness for the book All Heavens, Cells Becoming Divine, and he was grateful to its author for imparting such wisdom. He no longer feared the hereditary ailments associated with the Kaguya clan's bloodline limits, Possessing control over 10% of his cells was no trivial matter. "Oh," Junmaru exclaimed, comprehending the situation, and nodded with a hint of unease. With agile hands, he hastily discarded the bone knife, prompting Wang Yu to chuckle, while Junmaru, clearly embarrassed, turned his head away, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. This sight only made Wang Yu laugh all the harder. Due to the brutal oppression of bloodline users during the era of the Blood Mist, the arrogant Kekkei clan launched an attack against the Mizukichi. It was indeed fortuitous for Junmaru to survive the war against the Mist Ninjas without knowing the specifics of time. Wang Yu, however, did not wish to entrust his life to luck, nor did he want to squander his single-use teleportation scroll prematurely. He believed that his life should be defended by his own strength. Thus, after consuming the meal provided by the Kekkei clan, Wang Yu eagerly commenced his training, familiarizing himself with his new body. In the adjacent cell, Junmaru, enlightened by Wang Yu's explanations, realized they faced a monumental challenge ahead. They must seize every moment to grow stronger to avoid dire consequences. Wang Yu's conviction was clear. Although we may not achieve significant power in a short time, we must at least be able to wield that strength in actual combat. Having endured years of arduous training in martial arts since childhood, Wang Yu possessed an abundance of combat experience, and in the dark void of death, he had only been able to pass the time by envisioning battles. All these experiences had rendered him remarkably adept in close-quarters combat. Consequently, he was far superior to Junmaru in this regard. As he began to attune himself to his body's capabilities and experiment with controlling his bloodline, exploring which bones he could manifest and which positions were restricted, he yearned to ascertain the rate of osseous development, specifically, the duration required for bone regeneration following its extraction from a particular site. Furthermore, he sought to quantify the acceleration afforded by a 10 enhancement in cellular control. The fortitude of the skeletal structure post-activation of the third brother's iron body remained untested due to circumstantial constraints. Following a thorough inquiry, Wang Yu was elated, nearly overcome with joy, as the physique proved to be exceptionally formidable. He posited that the physical attributes of a Kekkei clan member upon awakening the Kekkei Genkai of Shikotsumyaku were comparable to those of a Captain America at parity. Despite the current state of malnourishment, the potential for future growth was substantial, considering the subject's age of approximately 6 years. The composite qualities of this physique surpassed even the robust body Wang Yu had cultivated over 3 decades in his previous existence, particularly excelling in suppleness. Were Stan Lee to witness Wang Yu and Kimimaro's diverse training regimen, he would undoubtedly be astounded, potentially offering exorbitant remuneration for their participation in Marvel Cinematic productions as heroic protagonists. The necessity for costly special effects would be obviated, and their charismatic and endearing appearances would assuredly establish them as the next generation's Tony Stark. Under the moon's lofty gaze, within a dank and tenebrous dungeon, the resonant clang of metallic collision reverberated intermittently. 2 diminutive figures were engaged in mortal combat, a far cry from childish scuffles, characterized by authentic weaponry and lethal intent. Wang Yu and Kimimaro were locked in combat, a means for Wang Yu to augment Kimimaro's combat acumen and optimize his physical prowess. Wang Yu, after several hours of practice, had attained proficiency in manipulating the Shikotsumyaku Kekkei Genkai. In contrast to Wang Yu's prodigious advancement, Kimimaro's aptitude was not inferior to Wang Yu's former self. Rather, he lacked Wang Yu's ruthlessness. Kimimaro exhibited undue leniency, evidently apprehensive of harming his soul companion. Alas, Wang Yu, observing Kimimaro's inability to inflict harm, felt a blend of helplessness and tenderness. "Kimimaro, you must envision me as your adversary, as the one who extinguished your comrades. Our current aptitude is that of genin. The Kirigakure ninjas dispatched by the Mizukichi will show no mercy. To survive, we must be unsparing not only to our foes, but also to ourselves. Remember this adage: one must be ruthless to stand firm, and one must be mad to succeed." Following Wang Yu's earnest admonition, he gestured with his unarmored left hand. From the palm of Wang Yu's left hand, 5 osseous digits were abruptly launched, their diminutive, acute, and unyielding composition coupled with astonishing velocity compelled Kimimaro to instinctively duck in evasion. Capitalizing on this fleeting opportunity, Wang Yu advanced upon Kimimaro, and before he could react, Wang Yu held a bone blade to his neck. Kimimaro evinced no apprehension or trepidation, as if he had anticipated Wang Yu's benevolent intentions. Be cognizant that humanity is the most perilous creature on the planet. Your adversaries will not hesitate to eliminate you. Only by ascending to the apex of the shinobi world can you safeguard what you cherish. If you persist in exercising leniency, You are destined for mediocrity. Do you aspire to forfeit your worth? Come, Kimimaro. Wang Yu's concluding words were delivered with vehemence, his intent being to foster Kimimaro's growth and avert the tragic fate of his prior existence. Kimimaro was not obtuse. His protracted solitude and Wang Yu's status as his inaugural companion had hitherto precluded him from inflicting harm. Very well. Comprehending Wang Yu's emotional and rational discourse, Kimimaro acquiesced. Kimimaro complied with Wang Yu's directive, envisioning Wang Yu not as himself, but as the perpetrator of his comrade's demise. Ultimately, Kimimaro succeeded in inflicting harm, even manifesting a degree of murderous intent, ostensibly through sheer willpower and self-hypnosis. Excellent. 10-finger drill. Wang Yu, far from being incensed by the murderous intent emanating from Kimimaro, was elated. The two combatants, possessing identical Kekkei Genkai, analogous attack patterns, and even comparable combat techniques, clashed. Bang! 20 osseous digits, akin to projectiles discharged from a firearm, collided simultaneously, the forces on both sides being nearly equivalent, resulting in the simultaneous descent of all 20 digits to the ground. Kimimaro and Wang Yu simultaneously grounded their feet and charged at their respective adversaries, each wielding a bone blade in mutual engagement. As depicted in the manga, Kimimaro possessed prodigious talent. In the initial installment, were it not for the debilitating effects of residual injuries and illness, the melon-headed adversary and the desert tyrant would have undoubtedly succumbed to Kimimaro's prowess, had Orochimaru not been vanquished by Itachi's penetrating strike, resulting in a diminution of spiritual power due to the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru would have undoubtedly selected Kimimaro as the vessel for his reincarnation. Kimimaro's combat efficacy burgeoned incessantly upon entering the fray, while Wang Yu, composedly countering Kimimaro's assaults, was inwardly astounded. During combat, one cannot afford to be distracted. Kimimaro adroitly perceived Wang Yu's momentary lapse in concentration and seized the opportunity. Wang Yu, for the duration of the training exercise, refrained from employing his supernatural abilities and the cultivation of national arts, relying exclusively on his intrinsic experience and strength. Kimimaro, however, capitalizing on Wang Yu's distraction, augmented the force of his grip on the bone blade and executed a sudden surge of power, catching Wang Yu off guard. Kimimaro's objective was to achieve this very outcome. He swiftly advanced his right foot, inclined his body forward, and appeared poised to engulf Wang Yu's physique. Remarkable. His combat instincts are formidable as well. Wang Yu's countenance remained unchanged, but his pupils contracted abruptly. Wang Yu was astonished by Kimimaro's exceptional combat awareness, his innate talent, and his status as a member of the Russian ethnicity within the Naruto universe. Wang Yu, however, was not one to be trifled with. He advanced rather than retreated, and his sternum instantaneously protruded forward, forming a skeletal barrier that intercepted Kimimaro's attack in a fleeting instant. Wang Yu promptly extended his right hand and seized Kimimaro's left hand, which was poised to wield the bone blade. The skeletal structure protruding from Wang Yu's chest tightly constricted Kimimaro's right hand, even ensnaring his right hand. Had Wang Yu's skeletal structure been transformed into a bone blade under cellular control, Kimimaro's hand would have been severed. Although the force exerted by the two was not substantial at present, Kimimaro would require at least 1 or 2 seconds to extricate himself, given his current strength. In the life-or-death struggles of genin, a single second often proves decisive. Wang Yu sought to exploit this temporal advantage. Wang Yu's elbow swiftly struck Kimimaro's head, generating a whistling sound as it cleaved through the air. Kimimaro palpably lacked combat experience. Although his combat awareness was formidable, it was insufficient to secure victory. Consequently, Kimimaro was passively propelled backward by Wang Yu's elbow strike, with Wang Yu mercifully restraining his force. Had Wang Yu extended a bone dagger from his elbow, Kimimaro's cranium would have been impaled. Such was the formidable nature of the Shikotsumyaku. Wang Yu, having only recently acquired this physique, was merely capable of rudimentary control over his skeletal structure. Were Wang Yu to employ cellular control in conjunction with the third brother's abilities, he would become an impregnable and resilient bulwark. Wang Yu, emboldened, contemplated testing the efficacy of his physique against the dust release technique of the second or third Tsuchikage. However, were he to venture forth, that Tsuchikage would likely eschew dust release and instead dispatch it Shunin or Jonin to ensnare Wang Yu in a rudimentary genjutsu, transforming him into a stationary target. Startled by the memory of being instantly defeated by a genjutsu, Wang Yu shuddered, reminding himself to remain composed and avoid recklessness. aspiring to be an unseen Teemo rather than a carefree Yasuo. Despite his affection for the character, he decided to focus on developing his Shikotsumyaku Kekkei Genkai. The ultimate form of Shikotsumyaku is the Kekkei Mra, all-killing ash bones, a technique wielded exclusively by Kaguya Otsutsuki in the anime and manga. Her initial use of it within the starting space obliterated countless shadow clones of Naruto in six-path Sage mode, annihilated a complete Susanoo, and fatally wounded Obito, who, despite having the 10 tails extracted, had ascended to a six-paths level. All-killing ash bones is known as a technique that ensures death upon impact, impossible to directly defend against. Penetrating and shattering even the complete Susanoo composed of chakra. Evasion or transference via spacetime ninjutsu are the only known means of avoidance. While the attack range is minimal and requires preparation, its accuracy is significantly enhanced within Kaguya's gravity space. Reflecting on Kaguya's all-killing ash bones, Wang Yu surmised that the Shikotsumyaku, like the Sharingan, could be continuously advanced, holding immense potential. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant of Kimimaro's movements. A sharp pain in his head jolted Kimimaro back from his frenzy. The murderous intent in his eyes receding, reverting him to his initial childlike innocence. He instinctively rubbed his head, sore from the elbow strike. That was to remind you that in every battle, you must maintain a clear mind while acting with unrestrained ferocity. Await or create opportunities to eliminate enemies without hesitation. Now, rest. Wang Yu approached, his face flushed and slightly breathless, likely due to the excessive chakra consumption required to manifest his ribcage bones. Despite his body's strength, he steadied Kimimaro before sitting down himself, closing his eyes to replenish his chakra. His understanding of chakra was limited to his anime knowledge and the rudimentary chakra extraction method from his memories. Kimimaro glanced gratefully at Wang Yu, the one who had given him a purpose and the means to protect his life. This mentor and friend is my most important companion, Kimimaro vowed silently. I will protect this bond, and anyone who seeks to harm him will have to pass over my dead body. The steel bars in the dungeon had been painstakingly filed down by Wang Yu with a bone saw. Their skirmish had not alerted the guards, as the dungeon watchmen were either incompetent or commoners from the Kaguya clan. More capable members had already become ninja, indulging in conjugal pleasures before falling asleep. The clan regarded the two as potential secret weapons to be used against the Mizukage or to assassinate enemies. As long as they remained within the dungeon and did not escape, their well-being was of little concern to the clan, due to the guards' lax vigilance and the late hour. Around 1 a.m., everyone was asleep. Thus, the battle between the two young monsters went unnoticed. On his second day in the world of Naruto, the guard shift changed. The guards avoided the damp, dark dungeon unless delivering meals or when disturbances occurred. Wang Yu awoke naturally, ate lunch, practiced his martial arts, and began recalling the modern understanding of chakra from his world. Online, netizens believe the term chakra originated from the Sanskrit word, pronounced chakra, meaning wheel. It referred to the 7 energy attributes within the human body: earth, water, fire, wind, void, yin, and yang, corresponding to the crown, brow, throat, heart, navel, sacral, and root chakras. Masashi Kishimoto's chakra concept was an adaptation and expansion of various religious cultures. Chakra is an energy formed by perfectly merging physical and spiritual energies from the body's 130 trillion cells. It is the source of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and the means to create chakra threads to bind or sever substances also composed of chakra. This energy is derived from physical energy extracted from the body cells and spiritual energy cultivated through training and experience. The exception is senjutsu, natural energy from the ninja world. With chakra, one can perform various ninjutsu by combining specific hand seals and manipulating chakra flow. Reflecting on this information, Wang Yu felt regret. If I had known I would transmigrate to the Naruto world, I would have memorized all the hand seals, especially for the impure world reincarnation. Alas, my life is difficult. After lamenting his predicament, he resumed extracting chakra. Lacking scrolls and unwilling to abandon Kimimaro, Wang Yu had to rely on his strength to escape the inevitable ninja assault. Strength came from chakra, ninjutsu, or the system's lottery. 5 days later, confined to the dungeon, Wang Yu, bored, began telling Kimimaro various escape stories, adapting them to their situation. Inspired by the Shawshank Redemption, Wang Yu had Kimimaro act as a lookout while he began digging a tunnel under the bed. Time flew by as they trained and dug, and half a year passed. During this time, no Kirigakure ninja arrived. Wang Yu could only surmise that the Third Shinobi World War had not yet occurred, as the Kagaya clan had not been destroyed. He knew Kirigakure had two blood mist eras. The first, before the Third Shinobi World War, was under the leadership of the Third Mizukage. The second began when Obito Uchiha, under the guise of Tobi, controlled the Fourth Mizukage. Wang Yu knew that near the end of the Third Shinobi World War, the ninja forces authorized by the Third Mizukage suffered devastating defeats in their two-pronged strategy to cripple Kanagakure. The Third Mizukage's regime and Kirigakure's elite were dealt unprecedented blows. The elite 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, tasked with attracting and striking Konoha's main forces, were decimated by Might Due, who, as a genin, opened the 8 gates. Meanwhile, the plan to kill Noera Rin and unleash the tailed beast to destroy Konoha failed, marking Kirigakure's complete defeat in the war. Kirigakure's secret weapon, the Three Tails, died and reverted to a wild state. In Kirigakure, a village filled with aggressive, bloodthirsty ninja, the Third Mizukage, realizing his errors had caused irreparable damage, was forced to cede his position to Yagura. The plan to seal the Three Tails into Noera Rin and destroy Konoha was also a result of Obito's influence. 2 individuals conspired in secrecy, with the Mizukage believing that Obito was fervently seeking vengeance against Konoha. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized Obito's network and plans, combining his own forces to obliterate Konoha, achieving a twofold objective. Little did he know, the Mizukage was blinded by ambition and failed to perceive that Obito had already harbored ulterior motives, ultimately falling for such a simplistic ruse, resulting in the diminished status of the Mist Village among the 5 great shinobi nations. As for the second era of the Bloody Mist, its origin lay with the youthful and ambitious Yagura, who ascended to power through his own abilities. Yagura endeavored to implement reforms to swiftly rectify the losses inflicted upon the Mist Village during the reign of the Third Mizukage. He signed a peace treaty with Konoha, revitalizing the economic development of the Mist Village, and voluntarily became the new Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, sealing it within himself to protect his village. Yagura maintained the interests of both the ruling class and the common folk, thus earning the support of the younger generation of Mist Shinobi, such as Zabuza, Meitomi, and the likes. However, the incident involving Obito's control over Yagura, recognized as a formidable Jinchuriki within the shinobi world, occurred after the year 47 of Konoha. In the twilight of his life at the age of 80, Madara, who had awakened the Rinnegan, accomplished 3 significant tasks prior to rescuing Obito. Firstly, he conspired with the Third Kazekage to instigate a war between Konoha and Sunigakure, inciting strife between Konoha and Iwagakure through the machinations of Grass Shinobi. Secondly, he allied with the Third Mizukage, exploiting the wartime chaos among Konoha, Sunigakure, and Iwagakure, while Kirigakure and Kumogakure launched a surprise attack on the Uzumaki village, leading to its demise. Thirdly, he implanted his Rinnegan into Nagato, who possessed the bloodline of Ashura Uzumaki. Wang Yu, interpreting various snippets of information, surmised that at this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was likely oblivious to his own shadow. Confronted with the outside world, he was unaware of his identity or his purpose. The brethren of the Taketorai clan had once implored this outcast to unleash the murderous spirit within him, to fight without reservation. Yet, that was the nature and ambition of the Taketorai clan, not of Kimimaro. In his youth, Kimimaro believed that adhering to the will of his kin would lead him down the righteous path. After an assault from the Mizukage, Kimimaro narrowly escaped with his life. He pondered, why must I fight? Who am I? What is the meaning of existence? He did not derive answers to these queries from the conflict. Instead, he found himself increasingly isolated. As dawn broke, the sun emerged, and Kimimaro felt a sense of liberation. Yet, the days of freedom were fraught with challenges. Though they were infinitely preferable to being imprisoned, the young Kimimaro began to wander, reaching out to touch the uncharted world before him. He was uncertain of his destination. Yet a beautiful flower could halt his steps. Fortunately, Wang Yu had now arrived in this realm, standing beside Kimimaro, who wore a constant smile, casting glances towards him. In this world, Kimimaro had found companionship and had fully grasped the value of life, aspiring only to quietly protect Wang Yu in the name of friendship. Wang Yu, who had grown accustomed to Kimimaro's attentive gaze, had not drawn anything of value from the 182-day lottery. It seemed his fortune had been exhausted on the very first day when he won the skill of cellular control at 10 out of 22 draws. None had yielded any abilities that could directly enhance his strength. Upon examining his skill and equipment list, he found it rather intriguing, despite no new skills. He had amassed an array of equipment. Single-use teleportation scroll, Enhanced Relative Scarf. 2 million yen from 10 draws. Valued at 126, 354. 3,608 renminbi. Usable in the shinobi world. 2 sets of white suits from 2 draws. Wearing them makes you appear as a successful individual, increasing the goodwill of upright citizens towards you. 5 sets of shinobi attire from 5 draws. What are you staring at? Haven't you worn clothes before? This needs to be noted. Barrett Aurora, crafted by the formidable Ma Huatung, valued at 888 renminbi. Possessing it makes you a sharpshooter. Note, 1 bullet costs 10,000 RMB. Its power is immense. Joy can only be created by wealth. Without money, you cannot play go away. Bamboo Copter, an item from the world of the blue chubby, charges for 1 hour, flies for 5 minutes. It explodes after 5 minutes without causing harm. Note, you are not mistaken. This is the enhanced version of the Bamboo Copter, reaching supersonic speeds. Exceeding 5 minutes will result in it exploding like a 1-2-star phone. Proficient in English upon use, your mother will no longer worry about your English grades. Note, you must understand that English is not solely comprised of vulgarities and expletives. Pass, upon use, you gain a house. You become an individual with an identity. A legitimate resident of one of the 5 great villages. Character card, 50-50 Captain America. Give me 3 minutes and easily become a woman. Note, misstatement. Using it grants you a shield or a meow meow hammer. You can go 50-50 with anyone. Usable for 5 minutes. Renewal costs 10,000 per minute. Joy can only be created by wealth. Wang Yu could not help but mentally scoff. I have only 120,000 yuan, and with the Aurora Bamboo Copter. Character card, I am too poor to afford them. This Ma Huatung's monetization is omnipresent and truly formidable. The English skill appeared utterly useless. Where in this world would English be applicable? Moreover, how could expletives surpass the exhilaration of a good curse? I am a boy. And women's clothing and adult suits are of no use to me. The past had some utility, but what good is one set when there are 2 of us? As Wang Yu's frustrations mounted, he suddenly sensed an indistinct aura of danger. Hold on, let's take a break. Wang Yu halted, reclining on the grass, actually enhancing his sensory perception of the surroundings through the 10 cellular control. With this enhancement, his hearing and smell sharpened significantly. Lying on the ground allowed him to feel the vibrations of his vicinity. Kimimaro, upon hearing Wang Yu's words, appeared quite puzzled. Though they had left the search radius of the Take-Torai clan, the area still held dangers. However, trusting Wang Yu, Kimimaro relaxed, mimicking him without a shred of dignity. Lying beside Wang Yu on the grass, as Wang Yu attuned himself to the earth, he detected no anomalies. He sat up, employing his past experiences to deceive any unseen adversaries. Come out. Though I am unaware of your identity, there is no need for you to remain concealed, whatever your intentions. Since you have been tailing us, I assume you have ulterior motives. However, given that we are merely 2 weak genin, you need not hide any longer. Wang Yu patted Kimimaro's shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance. Who? Kimimaro's expression tightened. Someone was following them, and the fact that he had sensed nothing indicated the opponent's formidable nature. Noticing Wang Yu's calm demeanor, devoid of any concern, Kimimaro stood, drawing a bone knife from his shoulder in a defensive posture. Suddenly, applause erupted from all directions, the sound emanating from nowhere, making it impossible to discern the source of the clapping. Kimimaro, aware of the hidden individual's strength, felt no fear. He was unafraid of death. What he dreaded was the loss of life's value and companionship. Kid, I've been following you for an hour and observed that you are quite impressive. Your formidable physique, unparalleled bloodline limit, and composed intellect fill me with an ever-deepening admiration and envy. A voice, raspy yet imbued with a distinct allure, resonated. This voice bore the essence of a poppy flower, possessing a lethal temptation capable of luring one toward destruction. The allure of such beauty is immensely potent, so powerful that many are willing to surrender to its seduction and venture into the unknown. Despite the flattering words and temptations from Orochimaru, an ancestor of serpents, a life mentor, and one of the legendary Sannin, Wang Yu remained pale yet unyielding. Having spent 6 months in the dark, damp depths, his cells, governed by a mere 10%, alongside his chakra, required the intake of energy. In the absence of sufficient energy, he was compelled to absorb nutrients from his own blood, rendering him exceedingly pallid. As the last words faded, a man with a terrifyingly pale complexion, akin to Wang Yu, materialized before him and Junmaro. A snake flicked its tongue at the corner of his mouth, revealing his yellow-brown serpentine eyes. Upon witnessing this figure and sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Orochimaru, Wang Yu felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. What in the world? The third great ninja war hasn't even commenced, and yet you're here, Snake Uncle. Is this what they call a plot twist? At that moment, Wang Yu remained oblivious to Orochimaru's erratic lifestyle, wandering throughout the ninja world in search of unique vessels or containers for his ambitions, though he did occasionally engage in carrying out missions. Wang Yu sensed the formidable aura emanating from Orochimaru. Deducing that the latter had only just begun to perfect the reanimation jutsu and had never performed it before, his soul remained remarkably potent. He exhibited none of the frailty he would later show when confronting Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. At this moment, it seemed that only Tsukuyomi or the bloodline limit of the Inuzuka clan could inflict harm upon Orochimaru. I see, you must be interested in our bodies, Wang Yu contemplated, recalling Junmaro but ultimately abandoning the thought of escaping. Despite the inherent danger of being near Orochimaru, he considered it wise to dig a hole and hide with Junmaro using a bamboo helicopter if the threat escalated. Wang Yu decided against fleeing and, without waiting for Orochimaru's response, inquired, Uncle Snake, what year is it in Konoha? He wished to gauge Orochimaru's research progress and the state of the major ninja villages based on the current year. Though I am unsure why you ask, I can inform you that it is currently the 38th year of Konoha. However, I am increasingly envious of your intellect and physique, given your ability to deduce my identity and thoughts at such a young age. Orochimaru's cold, cunning snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Wang Yu's calm deduction. There is no need to boast. Although you have concealed your scent and heartbeat, your desires for both of us have awakened my sense of danger. We are merely children, not worthy of being scrutinized by one of the legendary three ninjas, leaving only our bloodline limits as the object of your interest. Wang Yu understood that he was not in immediate danger. Instead, he aimed to showcase his value before Orochimaru. He knew that the higher his standing in Orochimaru's eyes, the greater the potential for his cultivation, much like the bonds shared with Sasuke. Of course, he could not reveal his ability to control cells or the powers of the Sannin. If Orochimaru discovered such abilities, he would disregard the 3-year cooldown of the reanimation jutsu and seek to usurp him with fervor. Wang Yu was acutely aware of Orochimaru's prowess in ninjutsu development, which was unparalleled in the ninja world. Orochimaru was an extreme perfectionist when it came to ninjutsu, driven by a desire for immortality, primarily due to witnessing the fragility of life when his parents perished in war and the tragic deaths of Tsunade's brother and her lover, which left a profound impact on him. He sought to transcend this fragility and enhance human vitality. Additionally, Orochimaru's obsession with ninjutsu necessitated extensive time and vitality for research, particularly on forbidden techniques, fueling his ambition to pursue immortality. Orochimaru emitted an eerie, unsettling laughter, contemplating the potential of this future vessel. Kiki, young one, you are surprisingly knowledgeable and astute for your age. However, remember that those who stand out are often targeted. The more you know, the quicker your demise may come. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped Wang Yu and Junmaro. At that moment, Wang Yu felt unfazed, even scoffing at the notion. In terms of killing intent, I am confident that my battle-hardened experience rivals that of an ordinary J-nin. Conversely, Junmaro, only 6 years old, struggled to maintain his footing, instinctively wanting to collapse, yet determined to stay by Wang Yu's side. I will not allow anyone to harm my companion, he thought, summoning his bloodline limit to stimulate his heart, suppressing the instinct to fall. Wang Yu stood, grasping Junmaro's bloodied hand, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he approached Orochimaru. He understood Junmaro's motivations and cautiously sensed his condition, keeping him shielded behind himself while feigning ignorance regarding the reanimation jutsu. Please, retract your trivial killing intent. With my abilities and worth, I can undoubtedly become your right-hand man in the future. Haha, quite impressive. I am increasingly fond of you. Your physique, intellect, talent, and bravery are unparalleled among those I have encountered. I believe even the Uchiha's Sharingan pales in comparison to you. Come with me, clever child. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he burst into laughter, hinting at genuine amusement. Wang Yu and Junmaro clearly observed Orochimaru's delight. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such sincerity. In the 38th year of Konoha, Orochimaru was not yet threatened by Itachi, and his obsession with collecting Sharingan stemmed from his fascination with researching bloodline limits. Is my body truly that remarkable? Wang Yu chuckled lightly, unperturbed. He had his own trump card to evade Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu, rendering fear unnecessary. Junmaro, following Wang Yu closely, listened intently, feeling his own heart's minor wound fading. Though puzzled by Wang Yu's self-healing and why he chose to align with someone like Orochimaru, he silently remained at Wang Yu's side. This gesture only heightened Orochimaru's regard for Wang Yu. This 10-year-old child was proving formidable in terms of winning hearts. At that moment, Orochimaru entertained the genuine notion of taking a disciple, albeit briefly overshadowed by his greed for their bodies. With the protection of Orochimaru, both Wang Yu and Junmaro felt an immediate sense of safety and relaxed. Having acquired 2 identical rare bloodline limits and added 2 potential candidates for his reanimation jutsu, Orochimaru's mood visibly brightened. The trio, enveloped in the mist of the blood mist era in the land of water, felt oddly akin to a leisurely post-meal stroll. Wang Yu opened his large, double-lidded eyes, eager to explore the customs of this world, curious if its inhabitants mirrored the sentiments expressed by A.B. A.B. once remarked that the world of Naruto was an era devoid of peace, where the various ninja factions were not as noble as they appeared. After the death of the second Hokage, Konoha had recruited volunteers for wood-release experiments, resulting in significant casualties before being halted. Similarly, the Hidden Mist Village once included mutual slaughter as part of its graduation exams, with no impact on governance even years before the fourth Mizuki's downfall. Even Orochimaru's true crime during his defection was not merely conducting experiments, but abducting civilians, Jainin, and even A and Bu from Konoha for human experimentation. This was the genuine reason for the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's disappointment in him. After 2 leisurely days of travel, Wang Yu confirmed the truth of A.B.'s statement. In any era, wherever there are people, there exists the tumult of the underworld, accompanied by a relative balance of good and evil. However, the inhabitants of the Land of Water's Hidden Mist Village appeared more ruthless, straightforward, and less hypocritical than those in Wang Yu's previous life. This world could be succinctly summarized. Some possess dark eyes yet red hearts, but once the eyes redden, the heart turns black. In the world of Naruto, all 5 great nations are equally shrouded in darkness, with no one daring to mock another. Among them, the Land of Water is particularly cruel, where even ordinary civilians exhibit a semblance of the jungle law, survival of the fittest. Recently, Wang Yu and Junmaro have been concealed by Orochimaru. Observing the true battles of ninjas, they witnessed the formidable Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, slay a pursuing member of the Mist's Umbu while carrying the red-eyed Ramaru. Wang Yu has also crossed paths with the rising Calamity, the future powerful Kunoichi Chiromime. He has seen Orochimaru discipline the youthful Yagura, who is yet to become the Mizuki. Furthermore, he has observed the third Mizuki extend an invitation to Orochimaru for a meal, confirming his powerful standing at that time, so formidable that it is beyond comprehension. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's ambition for immortality intensified following the deaths of Kato Dan and SH-10 during the Second Great Ninja War, while Tsunade succumbed to her fear of blood. In a quest for vengeance against the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, the rap artist Killer Bee's master, Fuka, Orochimaru employed a technique to alter his appearance and undertook a lone mission of assassination. At this moment, Kakashi, who graduated at the tender age of 5, is regarded as the most gifted ninja. By the age of 14, Minato, the future 4th Hokage, has already achieved the rank of Jainin. Thus, despite the physical prowess of the 10-year-old Wang Yu, he remains merely a genin, not particularly extraordinary. In the 38th year, mastering the 3 techniques, substitution, shadow clone, and transformation, is requisite for graduation as a ninja. In Konoha, it was established in the first episode of the anime that one must learn at least one fundamental technique to graduate as a genin. Some may claim that Might Guy lacks ninjutsu, yet it is essential to summon his summoning beast through ninjutsu, which contradicts that notion. After all, the 8 Gates technique is a secret art and falls under the category of ninjutsu. Similarly, Lee possesses a modicum of ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would not have graduated from ninja school. In conclusion, Guy is adept in ninjutsu, albeit at a subpar level for the 5 elemental natures. His exceptional strength stems from his father's teachings and the rigorous training associated with the 8 Gates. 5 days later, in Konoha's ninja school, the golden rays of the setting sun permeate the tranquil atmosphere. Yet, amidst this serenity, one child stands out as an anomaly. Shadow clone technique. A series of puffing sounds ensue, followed by a cloud of white smoke, revealing a doll-like figure reminiscent of Naruto's earlier attempts. Another failure. A slight, awkward smile graces Wang Yu's face. Despite possessing an extraordinary chakra reservoir due to a tin control over his cells and the bone pulse, his prior training in traditional martial arts for over 20 years leads him to instinctively utilize chakra as inner energy. After only 5 days of training in chakra, his ingrained habits from 2 decades of practice hinder his ability to master the basic techniques. Wang Yu gazes at the sky with a touch of melancholy. His journey, which has barely begun, faces a setback as Junmaru swiftly masters the shadow clone technique. Although he understands the reasons behind it, a sense of sorrow lingers. Fortunately, he has drawn 2 identical high-value prizes today, alleviating his discontent. Observing the notes, he feels that Lady Luck has not abandoned him. He remains a fortunate soul. He recognizes that it is the 38th year of Konoha, and many powerful individuals have yet to emerge, with 5 years until the 3rd Great Ninja War, granting him ample time for personal growth. He resolves to familiarize himself with ninjutsu at school and continue honing his martial arts and traditional practices in the mountains after classes. As Wang Yu walks along the path, he notices the curious glances of fellow students from the ninja school. Whispers circulate about how a 10-year-old cannot even perform the basic techniques. They speculate that he may not even pass the graduation exam, branding him a fool. Humph. I heard he is a disciple of the infamous Orochimaru, named Zhu Wang Yu. The disdainful remarks continue, revealing that Orochimaru has seemingly abandoned him, focusing instead on nurturing his companion Junmaru. While the two were reported under different names, Zhu Junmaru and Zhu Wang Yu insists on retaining his name. He chooses to disregard the ridicule of his peers, knowing that the real test lies in practical combat classes, where he plans to teach these youngsters a lesson in humility. He recalls a humorous saying from his homeland about punishing misbehaving children on rainy days, finding amusement in the thought of these little rascals crying for their mothers. Wang Yu is acutely aware that the children are not entirely wrong. Orochimaru, the scientist, has 2 other individuals with the same bloodline limit and views Wang Yu as a potential backup, while he may receive less attention. When the time comes for Orochimaru to seek immortality and possession, Wang Yu will undoubtedly be the first target, with Junmaru following closely behind. Just yesterday, when Junmaru saw Wang Yu being neglected, he wanted to stay by his side, but Wang Yu encouraged him to remain with Orochimaru. Wang Yu's reasoning is simple. Without any ninjutsu apart from the bloodline limit, it is more beneficial for Junmaru to become stronger under Orochimaru's guidance. Despite Orochimaru's ulterior motives, it is undeniable that his teaching prowess rivals that of Jiraiya, the perverted sage, and the 3rd Hokage. Wang Yu's skin and bones, having undergone rigorous training over the past few days along with the enhancement from cellular manipulation and the bone vein, appeared pale and tender, yet possessed remarkable resilience. Despite seeming frail, he was significantly overweight. Driven by his desire to exercise, Wang Yu ventured into one of the countless groves within Konoha, approaching a specially treated wooden post. This post was a gift from Kimimaro, procured from Orochimaru for Wang Yu and Appo's training. After enduring 49 days of oil infusion and various treatments, it was not only sturdy but also remarkably flexible. However, it bore numerous dents, each a testament to the thousands of punches, side kicks, and elbow strikes Wang Yu had relentlessly inflicted upon it. Although he understood that altering his habits in such a short time was unrealistic, Wang Yu remained undeterred in his pursuit of martial arts and physical training. Without activating the abilities of his 3rd persona or employing any protective gear, he commenced a grueling training regimen akin to Muay Thai. After a round of national high school calisthenics, sweat poured from him, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue and oxygen deprivation flooded his mind, cells signaling a warning that they were weary, demanding oxygen and energy as if they were owed wages. Aware of this, Wang Yu continued to strike the wooden post while utilizing cellular manipulation to restore oxygen levels. Muscle fibers, being cellular in nature, required oxygen. Thus, whenever a particular type of muscle fiber experienced hypoxia, Wang Yu would command myoglobin to deliver more oxygen. Theoretically, as long as energy persisted, he could engage in endless motion, free from oxygen deprivation or muscle soreness. Having studied celestial cells, he understood that the pigment responsible for oxygen transport in muscle cells consisted of a polypeptide chain of globin and a heme group. This pigment combined with the oxygen released by red blood cells to store oxygen and transport it to the mitochondria of muscle cells, where it oxidized glucose to produce carbon dioxide and water for the body. With the cells no longer on strike, Wang Yu's fatigue and oxygen deprivation dissipated, allowing him to immerse himself fully in his training once more. After a relentless cycle of cellular activity, his shoulders, elbows, palms, and knees throbbed with pain. even beginning to bleed. Wang Yu commanded his cells to replicate and heal until he felt hunger pangs signaling a need for energy, prompting him to pause for sustenance. He consumed his thoroughly soaked shirt after wringing it out and retrieved a pre-prepared beggar's chicken from his backpack. After a 5-minute rest, he prepared for 500 weighted sit-ups and 500 weighted squats. Should he fall short by even one, he would resort to imitating Watermelon Head, disregarding his image as he ran hand over hand in a handstand around Konoha 3 times. With a meticulous plan in mind, Wang Yu reclined on the grass, gazing at the moonlit sky, a serene expression adorning his face. He was unperturbed by the arduous 4-hour training regimen he adhered to daily. In his previous life, he had not possessed the formidable ability of cellular manipulation, yet he had committed to 2 hours of rigorous martial arts training each day, followed by 2 hours of gaming or watching shows, never once seeking excuses to abandon his pursuits over the span of 2 decades. After 4 minutes of rest, he promptly resumed his training as planned. In the dimly lit woods, now enveloped in night, Wang Yu dedicated himself to the art of physical combat. While he wished that 2 hours of training would suffice, the overwhelming presence of formidable adversaries in the later arcs of Naruto weighed heavily on him. There were foes akin to Voldemort, Orochimaru, with his cursed eye, Nagato, Sage Motobido, the ultimate antagonist Kaguya Otsutsuki, and others who posed a threat to Konoha and, more importantly, to Hinata Hyuga, whom Wang Yu held dear. As for the righteous figures, he had yet to tally their numbers. In summary, until he acquired an invincible ability akin to transforming into a golden crow, Wang Yu understood that to master his own destiny, he must exert effort exponentially beyond that of Might Guy. By the time he completed all his objectives, it was already 10 p.m. Wang Yu needed no torch to navigate back to his quarters. His ocular cells had been enhanced, allowing him to see objects clearly within a 500-meter radius, albeit far inferior to the Sharingan or Byakugan, aided by the moon's luminescence. Upon returning to the room arranged by Orochimaru, he took a shower. Noticing Kimimaro's limbs sprawling outside the blanket, he covered him up before lying down on the upper bunk and slipping into slumber. At 4 a.m., Orochimaru instructed the chef to prepare breakfast, rousing Wang Yu and Kimimaro for their meal. After everyone finished eating, Orochimaru took the more valued Kimimaro to train, leaving behind a scroll of ninjutsu nearly as tall as a person. Wang Yu glanced at it, instantly recognizing it was intended for him. Clearly, regardless of his current ninjutsu proficiency, his worth in Orochimaru's eyes remained substantial. After all, what he ultimately desired was the bloodline limit of this body. Lost in thought, Wang Yu unfurled the scroll on the ground, beginning to examine the ninjutsu crafted by Orochimaru. After a prolonged study, as expected, it contained all ninjutsu from E to C rank, with B and A ranks limited to wind and earth attributes. Additionally, there were numerous basic ninjutsu or speed-enhancing techniques devoid of elemental attributes, such as standard summoning techniques, shadow clones, substitution techniques, body flicker techniques, and the shadow clone shuriken technique, which were precisely what Wang Yu sought. However, there were none of Orochimaru's unique summoning techniques or forbidden arts included. Wang Yu understood why there were no unique techniques, and why only wind and earth attribute ninjutsu of B and A ranks were present. The Fire Country's fire attribute ninjutsu was widely known, while high-level wind and earth attribute ninjutsu were among Orochimaru's strongest techniques, surpassing even his unique ninjutsu. The qualification to learn unique ninjutsu required signing a contract in the Richi Cave. After a thorough examination, Wang Yu stored the scroll in his room and commenced his morning exercises. At 6 a.m., he returned to his residence to shower, washing away the odor of sweat accumulated through training. Today had yielded many ninjutsu, including the infinitely potential Rasengan, prompting Wang Yu to prepare for a relaxing soak to ease his overly tense body and mind. As he emerged from the tub, refreshed and ready to don his attire, a sudden sound resonated as the door to his quarters swung open. A small head with long black hair peeked in, glancing around. It was a familiar character, Makoto Uchiha, the mother of a well-known figure in the story. "Wang Yu, are you home?" Her voice faltered, and the 12 or 13-year-old Makoto's face flushed crimson in an instant. Wang Yu, taken aback, was equally startled. This room belonged to him and Kimimaro, and he had never locked the door, so he had not anticipated the sudden intrusion of his friend's dear companion, Makoto, at such an early hour. Reacting swiftly, Makoto let out a shriek, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. "Wang Yu, you little rascal. At such a young age, you're already acting like a rogue. Just you wait. You're in for it when we get to school." Her voice, filled with indignation, reverberated throughout Orochimaru's estate. After scolding Wang Yu, she turned to her red-haired friend, Kushina Uzumaki, and exclaimed, "Look at what kind of person your new friend Wang Yu is. A few days ago, he had just playfully teased you and was subsequently taken aside by Watergate for special training. Today, he again took a shower without locking the door, behaving provocatively towards me." Uzumaki Kushina laughed heartily, then, with a mischievous chuckle, began to mock Uchiha Mikoto. "Serves you right. You laughed at me for being teased the other day, and now you've received the same treatment. We're even now." Kushina observed Mikoto's face reddening with embarrassment, her laughter becoming uncontrollable. Fuming with indignation, Mikoto grasped Kushina's hand and marched out of the courtyard. The ever-brash Kushina chuckled. "It's no big deal. You were the one who exposed yourself to him, not the other way around." Once Mikoto regained her composure outside the courtyard, Kushina reminisced about the previous events and explained, "He, like me, is a pitiful survivor of a destroyed village. The teasing you mentioned was merely a jest. On that first day, when he saw me sitting alone in the classroom, he perched on my desk and said, 'Hey, I heard you're Watergate's girl. Why is it that no one in class is talking to you?'" Kushina noticed her friend's attention was fully captivated by her narrative, so she continued, "I thought he was trying to woo me or curry favor with the Jonin, so I ignored him. Later, he mentioned that he was one of the 2 survivors adopted by Orochimaru, and that I was also a survivor, with Watergate's master being Jiraiya. I remember his heartfelt words clearly, and Appos. Thus, we are both lonely wanderers, or we could say we are family without families." And Appos, listening to Kushina and Appos' words softened Mikoto and Appos' heart a little, but she stubbornly pressed on with her questions. "Then why did I hear Watergate and the other classmates say that Wang Yu was teasing you?" Kushina stifled a laugh and explained with a grin, "That's because I was touched by his words. Seeing his pale face and delicate skin, I felt pity and hugged him. Unfortunately, Watergate happened to pass by and saw us, which made him jealous. The clueless classmates thought Wang Yu had used a genjutsu to control me. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained oblivious to the conversation between the 2 girls outside the courtyard, but his mind was in turmoil. The door was closed. And yet I am caught in the crossfire. Is it really necessary for you, a mere girl, to gawk at me like this? If it weren't for Kushina, I would have obliterated you with my barret." His thoughts were a whirlwind of complexity. After getting dressed, he opened the door, only to see Uchiha Mikoto, who was visibly upset and blushing with anger. Weren't you supposed to be outside?" Wang Yu coughed awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic with a quick use of body flicker technique. Although he had thoughts of retaliating against her, he was just a 10-year-old boy, lacking the strength to act upon them, especially since he prided himself on being a gentleman who would not force anyone. Mikoto and Kushina were close friends, while Wang Yu and Kushina were both children from outside the village, having faced similar ostracization upon arriving in Konoha. On his first day at school, Wang Yu recognized her as the Uzumaki Kushina from the original story, and out of sympathy for her impending fate, he proactively befriended her using the mentorship of Uncle Snake. Mikoto was someone Wang Yu only got to know the following day through Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto was a pitiable figure, trapped in a political marriage, dedicating her life to family, only to meet her end at the hands of her own kin. Upon hearing Wang Yu's inquiry, Mikoto explained, "Kushina knows how hard your special training is. So she asked Lord Watergate for special healing medicine and military rations to send to you." Feeling her explanation was inadequate, Mikoto continued, "I heard that Orochimaru's courtyard is quite frightening, so I was called to accompany her. Kushina was too scared to enter the room, so she asked me to open the door." At this point, Mikoto still appeared quite flustered. Kushina, now aware that the courtyard was not terrifying, placed her arm around the embarrassed Mikoto and Appos' shoulders, adopting a tomboyish demeanor to continue the conversation. "I see your pale face every day. Your body resembles a sprout. Yet you are as handsome as Watergate and share the same fate as a wandering family member. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to leave without seeing you. So we decided to return and drop off some supplies." Mikoto, sensing Kushina's gentle push, lifted the items in her hands high, presenting them to Wang Yu. Her delicate face still bore a faint blush, yet she glared at Wang Yu with mock ferocity. "Today is your first day of practical classes, as Orochimaru's apprentice. Don't be a slacker and let your classmates beat you to a pulp. As your senior, I will also be at school today to give a speech and check on my cousin Obito." Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Wang Yu recalled that there was indeed a practical assessment course at the Ninja Academy today, and that the future antagonist Obito was also his schoolmate. Uchiha Obito began his descent into darkness in the year 46, but for now, he posed no real threat. As for the one-on-one combat assessment, Wang Yu felt little concern. He would find a way to humorously defeat the brat. However, since a friend had brought supplies, Wang Yu could not refuse. "Thank you," he said sincerely, accepting the small package. Upon inspection, he found it contained high-quality items, likely created by Tsunade, special healing medicine, and standard military rations. Gratitude filled Wang Yu. Yet he felt an inexplicable discomfort. "Who needs your thanks? If it weren't for Kushina, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Makoto, still slightly flustered from earlier, pouted at Wang Yu, her cheeks adorably flushed. Seeing her in such a state, Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly mused, "If I had exposed myself to you, I would probably be chased around the village by Uchiha Makoto right now." Regardless, he accepted the medicine and warned, "Just so you know, if you get beaten up by jealous people, I won't intervene. But if your life is in danger, I will come to your aid. As for you mastering ninjutsu, even if you never get the hang of it, it's no trouble. As your friend, I will always look out for you." Makoto, extending her small fist toward Wang Yu, playfully showed her defiance before pulling the smirking Kushina along as they turned to leave. Once outside the courtyard, Kushina inquired, "Do you like him?" Uchiha Makoto's face flushed slightly. "No way. I could never like or marry someone weaker than me. At most, I think he is handsome and cute. But also quite pitiful," she added, clearly torn between youthful affection and maternal instincts. "Huh, your explanations are mere cover-ups. You must have had your fill of dog food from me in Watergate. Your springtime has arrived." Upon hearing Kushina's teasing, Makoto immediately began to tickle her. At that moment, Wang Yu stood dazedly watching the two girls' retreating figures for a full minute before finally processing it all. "Come to my rescue. As a friend? Always looking out for me. Good grief. Am I destined to become a true little white face? It seems that in this era, being both handsome and adorable, coupled with a pale complexion, truly opens doors." Wang Yu touched his pale face, glanced at his inventory containing 2 million yen, and muttered to himself, "I'm not poor either. You can afford to support me for a whole year, and if fortune smiles upon you, you could even sustain me for a lifetime." With the impending practical assessment today, Wang Yu ceased to ponder the matter of who would support whom. Instead, he meticulously prepared 10 delectable meals, sealing them within a scroll. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Wang Yu made his way to the Ninja Academy. The academy was established in Konoha a decade ago by the esteemed Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and his younger brother Tobarama. Following the devastation of 2 ninja world wars, which claimed the lives of countless ninjas, there was a significant increase in enrollment at the academy, bolstered by the support of the Elder Council and the Third Hokage. During this period, the Senju clan began to decline due to the deaths of Hashirama and Tobarama, while the Uchiha clan faced oppression stemming from Tobarama's policies and the machinations of his student, Danzo, all with the tacit approval of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the Hyuga clan, they now rank among the 3 prominent families. However, regardless of the clan, Wang Yu felt dwarfed by their prowess. He lacked mastery in ninjutsu and could not contend with the 3 great families. Despite being a student of Orochimaru and having been born in Konoha, Wang Yu could only temporarily retreat before the formidable Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. The abundance of elite ninjas among these 3 clans, particularly the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan and proficiency in Genjutsu, posed a significant threat. Even the strongest tank, Wang Yu, would be compelled to concede defeat. As Wang Yu approached the school gate, he was greeted by Uchiha Makoto. "Ah, Wang Yu, you're here," she exclaimed. "Yes, but what are you doing at the entrance, Makoto?" Wang Yu inquired with a smile. Makoto, with a playful grin, replied, "I'm waiting for Obito. He went to help someone along the way. I arrived early to wait for him." She then added, "By the way, did you forget the healing medicine that Kushina and I left for you?" Observing the absence of Wang Yu's backpack, she expressed surprise. Well, it seems I forgot to bring it," Wang Yu confessed, noting that he had run out of space in the scroll after packing the food. The random lottery system only allowed for the storage of 1 items, excluding external possessions. "How careless of you. What if you get injured later?" Makoto exclaimed, a mix of concern and frustration evident on her face as she puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "Why does it seem like you're convinced I'll definitely get hurt? Although I am currently unable to proficiently utilize the body replacement technique, my physical prowess is exceptional. Can't you have a little faith in me?" Wang Yu thought to himself. If I must place blame, it lies with Orochimaru for restricting our use of the Shikotsumyaku, and perhaps with my frail appearance. Makoto, unable to decipher Wang Yu's inner thoughts, gazed at him intently and spoke her mind. "I understand that boys tend to be competitive, but I truly do not wish to see you, who appears so weak, get hurt. If it comes to that, it might be better for you to abandon the path of a ninja and lead a peaceful life as an ordinary person. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, touched by her concern. I may lack talent in ninjutsu, but my physical skills are formidable. Otherwise, why would Lord Orochimaru take me as his apprentice? Don't worry. During the practical lesson, watch me easily defeat those little rascals. Mikoto's suggestion for Wang Yu to become an ordinary person filled her with a tinge of regret. She thought that if Wang Yu truly abandoned the path of a ninja, she would always protect him. Upon hearing Wang Yu's last words, Mikoto hesitated, realizing the logic in his argument, though she still felt that his frail physique did not convey strength. Just be mindful of your safety, regardless of your physical prowess. I will be watching out for you, she insisted, still concerned for his well-being. Wang Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yes, I will be careful. I'll head to class now. See you at lunchtime. All right. I and Appos, LL Culminato, and you can summon Kushina, Mikoto replied with a smile. After agreeing on a time with Mikoto, Wang Yu entered the classroom and noticed Kushina waving at him. She was likely the only one in the school who acknowledged him. The other students either ignored him completely or cast him disdainful glances before turning away without a second thought. The students looked down on Wang Yu for being an outsider, mocked him for being unable to perform a single jutsu despite being an apprentice to Orochimaru, and envied him for having such a prestigious master. Jealousy is an inherent sin, one of the most complex emotions of humanity, and it is a feeling that cannot be easily extinguished. After exchanging a smile with Kushina, Wang Yu took his seat. Wang Yu, I've noticed that Mikoto seems to have an interest in you, Kushina remarked, turning to address him. Is that really the case? Wang Yu feigned ignorance, though he had sensed the budding affection, feeling a pang of sadness. The Uchiha women typically married within their clan or allowed outsiders to join by adoption. Even in the years to come, when Kakashi acquired Obito and Appos as Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had once contemplated reclaiming it, only to be thwarted by the third clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Kushina looked earnestly into Wang Yu's eyes and said, as long as you confess to Mikoto first, I believe she will not refuse you. Isn't that a bit hasty? We've only known each other for a few days. Let's take our time to get to know one another better. Besides, the Uchiha clan would likely oppose it. Wang Yu replied. He was indeed eager to pursue a romance with the lovely Mikoto. I don't think the Uchiha clan would oppose too strongly, considering you are the apprentice of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. However, I agree that the short duration of your acquaintance is a concern. Allow me to play matchmaker and create opportunities for you too, Kushina suggested, recalling Mikoto's request from the morning. You need to work hard to graduate quickly and become a genin, so you can surpass Mikoto soon, she added, glancing around the classroom to ensure no one was eavesdropping as she whispered secrets. This morning, Mikoto mentioned she would only marry a ninja stronger than herself. You must strive to improve. Wang Yu nodded vigorously, assuring her of his determination. He thought to himself, with you as her confidant, I need not worry. For Wang Yu, embarking on a romantic relationship first seemed more appealing. He believed that as long as he maintained adequate nutrition, his body would develop over the coming months. However, the prospect of joining the Uchiha clan through marriage was out of the question. Once he mastered ninjutsu, he would have the means to dispel ordinary genjutsu, easily defeating Fugaku, who lacked the Manjiki Sharingan. Regarding Konoha and the Uchiha clan, Wang Yu felt no sense of belonging. His true sense of home would forever lie with his homeland and future family, as well as his current companions. As Wang Yu and Kushina discussed ways to bridge the gap between him and Mikoto, their Nin instructor entered the classroom. After the first lesson, the second period commenced with a practical combat class involving 2 classes of students. The Nin instructor sought out Mikoto in the office, gathering all the students and her before leading them outside to the training grounds to meet the other class. The instructor began reading from a prearranged list, pairing students for one-on-one matches. The shuriken and kunai used by the students were unsharpened, minimizing the risk of fatal injuries. However, it could not entirely prevent the possibility of painful impacts or injuries from mishaps. After all, this was Konoha's ninja academy, and the world of ninjas is inherently brutal. Though Konoha's system is comparatively gentler than the merciless blood fog of the Hidden Mist Village, it could not afford to waste resources on nurturing a multitude of delicate, sheltered flowers. On the playground, there were numerous familiar figures to Wang Yu. Among them was Jio Shinai from his class, and of course, the genius ninja Uchiha Shursui. Additionally, there was the future tragic hero Uchiha Shursui, as well as Kato Dan and Appos' niece, Shizen. In the same class were also other disciples of Orochimaru, such as Mitarashi Anko, Ibiki, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, and the duo who guarded Konoha, Kamizuki Izumi and Kanna. This class was one of 3 graduating classes, with no distinction made between age groups. Relying solely on strength, Wang Yu was an exception, being a favored individual. In another graduating class on the playground, numerous renowned figures could also be found, such as Kakashi, Lin, and Uchiha Obito. However, they were all children aged 5 to 12. Regardless, Kakashi and Shursui were still exceptional prodigies, both undisputedly at the top of their respective classes. Kakashi, being the youngest, was affectionately referred to as the best in the entire school. Whenever Kakashi took the stage, he was met with cheers and adulation from a throng of girls, which was undoubtedly a testament to his extraordinary popularity. With his handsome visage and the distinction of being the first 5-year-old to graduate, Kakashi's father was the legendary Konoha White Fang, which further amplified his acclaim. Reminiscent of the popular characters in the original narrative, Wang Yu's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, albeit with hair akin to Kimimaro's silvery white locks. Initially, during their enrollment, Wang Yu's popularity was on par with Kakashi's. However, only 2 days later, due to his poor performance in ninjutsu, he fell short of the expectations associated with being an apprentice of Orochimaru. Anko, also an apprentice of Orochimaru, began to mock him daily, leading to Wang Yu being ignored and looked down upon by the younger children, who were envious of Kakashi's effortless victories over his opponents, which further incited cheers and screams from the girls. In this moment, Jiyoshinai glanced at Wang Yu beside her, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. In terms of effort and background, Wang Yu was not inferior to Kakashi. Yet, the disparity in their talents for ninjutsu was glaring. As Jiyoshinai could no longer suppress her sigh, the Chunin instructor called out the names on the list. Next, Wang Yu and Uchiha Shursui, please take the stage. Upon hearing this matchup, Uchiha Makoto was taken aback, and Jiyoshinai was equally astonished. Makoto couldn't help but whisper, "Why is it that a ninja from our Uchiha clan is pitted against Wang Yu?" The Chunin instructor ignored Makoto, as most of the Konoha ninjas, with the tacit approval of the 2nd and 3rd Hokage, had isolated the Uchiha clan. Makoto understood the situation and silently worried for Wang Yu. Although Kakashi was deemed the top prodigy due to his youth, Uchiha Shursui had already awakened his Sharingan at a tender age and possessed significantly more chakra than Kakashi. The strongest student in this ninja school was indeed the Genin Uchiha Shursui. In a confrontation between Kakashi and Shursui, the latter would likely hold the upper hand. The Chunin instructor's decision to pair Wang Yu with Uchiha Shursui was undoubtedly intentional. There was certainly something amiss. "Wang Yu, don't go up there, just concede. Shursui may have a decent personality, but he won't hold back in battle." Jiyoshinai looked at Wang Yu anxiously, urging him not to take the stage. "No need," Wang Yu replied, gently patting Jiyoshinai's shoulder, interrupting her words with a reassuring glance. "Rest assured, I won't be harmed." The confidence in his voice momentarily stunned Jiyoshinai. After speaking, Wang Yu turned to face the arena, noticing the concern in Uchiha Makoto's expression, and he offered her a warm smile. Wang Yu was acutely aware of the instructor's ulterior motives. The 2 marks on his and Kimimaro's brows signified their affiliation with the Teiktorai clan, a fact that could not escape the eyes of ninjas who had experienced the Second Shinobi World War. Orochimaru's claims regarding the 3rd Hokage's statements about encountering the last survivors of the Kagaya clan in the Mist Village circulated among the villagers as tales of outsiders. Judging by Wang Yu's deductions, the Chunin instructor likely harbored animosity towards him, possibly stemming from the loss of family members at the hands of the Teiktorai clan. The Mist Village was often overlooked and regarded as an enemy by ninjas from other villages, and this animosity was difficult to resolve, even under the 3rd Hokage's orders. Much like the disdain faced by Naruto Uzumaki in the original narrative. Therefore, Wang Yu's treatment in Konoha was not much better than that of Naruto, as not every teacher was as warm-hearted and responsible as Irika, particularly after Wang Yu struggled to learn ninjutsu on the 2nd day. The Chunin instructor began to employ various tactics to expel him from the class. Ninja schools have their own regulations, unless Wang Yu requested to drop out. Even a Chunin instructor could not directly expel a student. Moreover, Wang Yu was an apprentice of the legendary 3, albeit with a more hands-off approach. Teiktorai Wang Yu, are you considering conceding outright? It would be unfortunate if you were injured later. The Chunin instructor emphasized the Teiktorai in a mocking tone. In his view, the more he pressured Wang Yu, the less likely he would concede in front of the entire class, leading to Shursui potentially inflicting serious harm upon him. which would compel Wang Yu to withdraw from school. Wang Yu remained silent, calmly gazing at the Chunin instructor. The intensity of his gaze startled the instructor. This composure and tranquility were far beyond what one would expect from a 10-year-old child. No need. We can begin now, Wang Yu stated, turning his attention to Uchiha Shisui. Observing this, both Jio Shinai and Uchiha Makoto were simultaneously astonished, not anticipating that Wang Yu would choose to fight rather than concede. This is outrageous. The treatment Wang Yu is receiving from these individuals is appalling, Makoto thought, clenching her fists, wishing to rush onto the field, but ultimately, she could only watch Wang Yu with concern. All three of us are unfortunate souls ostracized by the majority in Konoha. I hope you concede before you get hurt. Makoto and Jio Shinai silently wished. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui looked at Wang Yu with a haughty expression, and upon realizing that Wang Yu was not conceding, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. A failure who cannot cultivate ninjutsu thinks he can win? Why should I show mercy to an outsider? I'll just beat him half to death. Shisui's gentleness was reserved for friends or those from Konoha. He would not treat outsiders with kindness. Very well, let us begin. Although this Chunin instructor was slightly more competent than the instructor of the other graduating class, Wang Yu's earlier cold gaze had caused him to feel somewhat uncertain and apprehensive. But he quickly dismissed it and announced the start of the match. As the instructor's voice fell, Uchiha Shisui swiftly drew 4 shurikens in each hand and hurled them directly at Wang Yu. In an instant, the 8 shurikens transformed into black streaks, for targeting vital areas of Wang Yu's body, while the other 4 blocked his escape routes. This was merely a probing attack from the genius Uchiha Shisui. After all, these are unsealed weapons. While I may not kill you outright, I can certainly ensure you suffer enough pain, he thought. This was the shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. Renowned throughout the ninja world, though unfortunately, those who fell to the Uchiha shuriken were often insignificant foes. The netizens affectionately referred to this technique as the shurikens that cannot kill. At present, such an assault is effortlessly evaded by the martial arts master Wang Yu. Yet who is Wang Yu? He is affectionately nicknamed the Swift Blade Hero, the Joyful Windman, living his life solely for freedom. This is how Wang Yu's League of Legends ranked teammates describe him. Wang Yu's intentions are quite simple. He seeks to display his physical prowess before Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina. No one shall hinder me. I am about to show off. I declare, even Orochimaru cannot stop me. If he inquires how I became so formidable, I shall simply say, I have covered my fingers with bone. As the 8 shurikens came hurtling towards him, Wang Yu realized no jonin were paying attention to this area. Suddenly, he activated his unique abilities, and a glimmer lit up his eyes. He slightly tilted his body and extended 2 fingers, swiftly striking towards the direction of the incoming shurikens. Has he lost his mind? Is he attempting to intercept shurikens with mere fingers? Witnessing this spectacle, all the students in both classes widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the Chunin instructor paused for a moment, only to scoff derisively. Even if those shurikens are dull weapons, they could still break your fingers. You, a presumptuous brat who hasn't even become a genin, are far too arrogant. This Chunin instructor deemed Wang Yu's predicament self-inflicted, no matter how severe the injury. He would bear only a trifling amount of responsibility. Yet in the next moment, as Wang Yu deftly flicked away all the shurikens with his fingers, every expression in the room froze. This included Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Observing the astonishment of those around him, Wang Yu lamented the absence of exclamations of disbelief. How could his classmates not recognize the sheer terror of his abilities? With a hint of regret, he blew on his fingers and spoke nonchalantly. My talent in ninjutsu may be lacking, but in martial arts, I reign supreme. On the sidelines, the watermelon-headed Might Guy disagreed. My father's martial arts are the strongest, Hokage-sama is second, and Tsunade-sama is third. You are at best in the top 10. At that moment, Might Guy held an unwavering faith in his father, believing him to be the mightiest. Well, your father, the perennial genin, might die. Once demonstrated extraordinary prowess during the Third Great Ninja War, defeating 4 elite jonin. I cannot contend with your father's talents, I merely wish to boast. Is that somewhat appealing? As the 8 shurikens launched by Shisui were all deflected by Wang Yu's fingers and fell powerless to the ground, disbelief permeated the air. How could a mere human finger withstand shurikens? Yes, Wang Yu employed ninjutsu, but what kind of ninjutsu was it? No one observed him forming hand seals. The atmosphere was rife with astonishment, as more voices expressed their shock. All students present had their eyes wide, reflecting utter incredulity. Kushina wore an expression of bewilderment. While Makoto felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, the more one belonged to the Uchiha clan, the more they understood the potency of their shuriken techniques. She could not help but cover her mouth, utterly astonished by Wang Yu's exaggerated capabilities. Meanwhile, Kakashi recognized his own inferiority to Shursui, his gaze flickering with a strange intensity. Clearly intrigued and astonished by Wang Yu's power and abilities. "What have you done?" In the midst of this, Uchiha Shursui was equally taken aback. Astonished that the Uchiha Shuriken technique, a flawlessly executed closed attack, had been effortlessly intercepted by 2 fingers. The proud and handsome Wang Yu had no intention of acknowledging Shursui. Instead, he drew a white-bone kunai from beneath his clothing and charged at Uchiha Shursui. Seeing Wang Yu disregard his inquiry, Shursui felt a surge of irritation. "This outsider from another village dares to ignore me completely." As Wang Yu approached, Shursui showed no fear, brandishing a black iron kunai to meet him. "You arrogant fool. Do you really believe your bizarre, unsealed ninjutsu can triumph over me? I shall demonstrate why the Uchiha clan of Konoha is one of the 3 great clans." In that moment, Wang Yu tightened his grip on the kunai and whispered, "Martial arts flow tremor chakra amplification." This was due to Wang Yu's inability to master basic ninjutsu in a short period, yet he mimicked the concept by substituting chakra for internal energy, achieving a current power amplification of 1 times, with tremors equally so. Although it paled in comparison to Tsunade's 100-fold amplification, given a few years, he could achieve a 10-fold amplification of chakra through his martial arts. Were he to master the art of monstrous strength, he could even surpass a 100-fold enhancement. The martial arts Wang Yu practiced were the result of centuries of refinement by countless practitioners. Martial arts can enable an ordinary person to achieve a 10-fold amplification purely through physical training, unbound by the limitations of any particular world. Meanwhile, chakra in the Naruto universe can only be utilized within its confines, boasting a mere 50-year history. Without the God Tree's fruit, the mother of Sage of 6 Paths would never have acquired chakra. Suddenly, a blue chakra enveloped the blade of the kunai, descending rapidly towards Uchiha Shursui. Upon witnessing the emergence of this blue chakra, Shursui's pupils contracted in alarm, sensing impending danger, but he had no choice but to brace his kunai in defense. Soon, the black and white kunai clashed. Strangely, there was no sound of metal striking metal. Instead, the collision produced only the faintest of noises, akin to a knife gliding through soft tofu. With a resounding thud, the sound of Shursui's kunai clattering to the ground echoed. A crack resounded, the result of the unprepared kunai being unable to withstand the rapid vibrations of Wang Yu's martial arts chakra amplification. "My apologies. The tremor amplification is so potent that even a blunt, unsharpened kunai is rendered as fragile as tofu." Wang Yu was ever ready to showcase his extraordinary prowess. Shursui and Appo's kunai was stunned into dropping, and he staggered backward, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and fear. "Is your blue chakra truly ordinary chakra? How is this bizarre vibration achieved? Which clan or village does this martial arts flow belong to? Why have I never heard of it before?" A torrent of questions erupted from Shursui's lips, yet none could provide an answer, not even Wang Yu. The students present, including the Chunin instructor, were rendered speechless. Apart from Shursui, no one uttered a word, and the regrettable sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the air, preventing the silence from reaching the point where a falling needle could be heard. Yet Wang Yu did not relent. He continued to grip the kunai and charged at Uchiha Shursui. With Shursui's iron kunai now discarded on the ground, having witnessed Wang Yu's martial arts prowess, he dared not confront him directly and instead retreated in disarray. At this moment, the martial arts master Wang Yu was toying with the proud Uchiha Shursui. Shursui continuously evaded, suppressing his astonishment, his face gradually betraying a hint of anger. "Damn it! I am being humiliated by the likes of Wang Yu, the underachiever. I've brought disgrace upon the Uchiha clan of Konoha." Glancing at Uchiha Makoto and Obito beside him, Shursui gritted his teeth. "You seek death. You are forcing me to unleash my ultimate technique. Should you perish, do not blame me." Upon uttering this, Shursui halted, his hands weaving rapidly in a flurry of seals, achieving an impressive speed of 4 hand seals per second, despite his tender age. However, before he could complete his hand seals, Wang Yu's white shuriken was hurled towards him. Whoosh! As the shuriken was released, a significant portion of the chakra dissipated into the air, yet it still pierced through his body. It turned out that Uchiha Shursui had already transformed into a piece of wood using the substitution technique. The speed of the substitution technique, executed at 4 seals per second, was indeed astonishing. Witnessing Uchiha Shursui finally perform a ninjutsu, Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To his classmates, it appeared as if Uchiha Shursui had arrived behind Wang Yu a second prior, his gestures moving so swiftly that the naked eye could only catch glimpses of afterimages. See Wei, Shun, Hai Wuyin. A mere 5 seconds later, fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Shursui seized the opportunity he had created without hesitation. As Wang Yu marveled, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of heat approaching from behind, even before it struck, giving him a sense of intense warmth. The emergence of the Great Fireball technique sent shockwaves among the students. After all, the Great Fireball technique was a C-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Shursui, breathing heavily, unleashed this ninjutsu, which was no small burden for him, consuming nearly half of his chakra. The explosive Great Fireball surged towards Wang Yu. And Uchiha Shursui smirked inwardly. No matter how peculiar you are or how much you amplify your martial arts, you cannot withstand my recently acquired, formidable C-rank ninjutsu. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted before Wang Yu. The detonation of the Great Fireball overwhelmed the arena, leaving both students and teachers in awe. All the students instinctively recoiled, the intense heat washing over them causing them to sweat profusely. Goodness, Shursui can actually perform such a ninjutsu. Truly deserving of the title of the Uchiha clan's current top genius. Is this the true power of the Uchiha family? Many students exhibited expressions of incredulity at this spectacle. Only a few female students, unable to bear the thought of the frail Wang Yu being harmed, looked on with concern. Cough, cough. Why do you say I'm weak and short? Humph, be cautious. Wang Yu, Uchiha Makoto, and Kushina gazed at the scene with disbelief, unable to suppress their gasps. The Great Fireball technique unleashed by Uchiha Shursui was red, with temperatures ranging from 475 to 650 C, visible from bright red to deep crimson. Even the Chunin teacher was taken aback, not anticipating that Uchiha Shursui could execute a C-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Makoto subconsciously attempted to intervene, but as a fire-type ninja, she was unable to counter with water-type techniques. Just as she instinctively dashed forward, hoping to shield him with her body, she was halted by Wang Yu's Chunin teacher. The outcome is not yet determined. You must not intervene. I suspect that Orochimaru's apprentice will not perish so easily. If he does, it will be a noble death, preventing the tarnishing of Orochimaru and Appo's reputation. The Chunin teacher blocked the genin Uchiha Makoto, a hint of coldness in his gaze as he spoke, and Appo's unexpected events in battle are commonplace. Dying at the hands of the Uchiha clan will not bring repercussions from Orochimaru. The Chunin teacher had a rather naive outlook. After all, who Orochimaru was and who Wang Yu was were worlds apart. In the midst of the chaos, facing the approaching Great Fireball, Wang Yu remained unfazed. He had long anticipated Uchiha Shursui would resort to the substitution technique and likely appear behind him thereafter. One must remember that Shursui's strengths lay in his formidable genjutsu. The Manjiki Sharingan, the substitution technique, and the Uchiha clan and Appo's common ninjutsu, fire release. Wang Yu viewed Uchiha Shursui as a formidable adversary. In the world of Naruto, ninjas are categorized into 6 ranks based on the difficulty of learning ninjutsu. S, A, B, C, D, and E. The symbol indicates summoning techniques, clan secrets, or bloodline limits. E rank represents the most fundamental ninjutsu, while D rank is primarily for Genin, and C rank is reserved for Chunin. However, there are always exceptionally talented Genin capable of learning and utilizing Chunin or even Jonin-level techniques. For instance, the S-rank Forbidden Technique, 8 Gates, learned by Guy, or the A-rank techniques, Rasengan and Chidori, used by Naruto and Sasuke, respectively. At this moment, the 5-year-old Uchiha Shursui executed the C-rank Great Fireball. As Wang Yu sensed the Great Fireball technique, he murmured, "Truly the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. Yet, I too am not lacking. National Art Flow, Tongbei Taiji, Half Return Heaven." This is Wang Yu's method of utilizing chakra as internal energy in martial arts. Inspired by Hinata Niji's technique of releasing chakra through rotation, simultaneously unleashing another formless ninjutsu derived from Tongbei Taijikwan. Furthermore, Half Return Heaven can block ninjutsu released by Genin within a 180-degree arc and can be enhanced with the output of chakra. The red Great Fireball collided with Wang Yu's blue chakra shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Flames surged, obscuring the view of the scene, leaving all the students in the playground with expressions of horror. Surely he hasn't perished. Oh dear, This is quite troubling. The students were unable to perceive what transpired within the engulfing flames of the great fireball. They could only see Wang Yu enveloped within. Many wore expressions of sheer terror, while Kushina and Uchiha Makoto were beside themselves with sorrow. Uchiha Makoto's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she stood helplessly. The friend who was so lively this morning. The only boy I had feelings for. Has he truly left me and Kushina just like that? Is this what my mother meant by feeling heartbroken? It hurts so much. It's so distressing. Uchiha Makoto placed her hand over her heart, recalling her late mother's words. Meanwhile, in another graduating class, some students were discussing the battle sparked by Uchiha Shursui. Among the new generation of Inoshikacho, Nara Shikaizumi sniffed the air and remarked, "He is definitely not dead." Don't worry. Akimichi Dingong munched on snacks while inquiring, "Shikaizumi, why do you say that?" Yamanaka Inoue, unable to tear her gaze from her own reflection, cast a sidelong glance and added, "Who can withstand a great fireball and survive?" "Shikaizumi, are you mistaken? There is no scent of burnt clothing or protein, so it's evident he hasn't perished." Shikaizumi leaned against Ding Yang as he explained. Hinata Mei, veins bulging at her temples, kept a close watch on the two and Appo's confrontation. Shikaizumi was correct. There was nothing amiss. After Hinata Mei briefly stated this, a question arose in her heart. But how did he, coming from outside the village, manage to perform something akin to return heaven? Unfortunately, their conversation was drowned out by the murmurs of other classmates. Kushina and Uchiha Makoto were oblivious to it all, still engulfed in their sorrow. The only Chunin teacher capable of intervening observed Wang Yu's class teacher, who remained silent. Evidently aware of how his colleagues' parents had met their end, Wang Yu's class teacher sneered, "Ha, he is dead, that bamboo-taking clan should all perish." Uchiha Shursui, gazing at the dissipating great fireball after 3 seconds, thought to himself that Wang Yu must have been reduced to ashes, his complexion pale yet carrying a hint of coldness. Yet, in the next instant, Uchiha Shursui's expression froze in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as a figure emerged from the fading flames, becoming increasingly discernible. It was unmistakably Wang Yu. Impossible. The great fireball, nearly a meter in diameter and around 500 c, had been withstood by Wang Yu. Uchiha Shursui found this utterly inconceivable as he watched Wang Yu emerge from the inferno. "You must be at your limit after withstanding the great fireball. You are merely hanging on by a thread. I do not believe you. A mere villager who has not graduated possesses such chakra after merely practicing a few so-called national martial arts ninjutsu." With this thought, Uchiha Shursui regained a glimmer of confidence in his eyes and charged forward, lifting his fist to strike fiercely at Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu met his punch with a cold gaze. National martial arts flow, power, chakra doubling enhancement. Wang Yu silently chanted the ninjutsu as he responded with a punch of his own. A pale blue light enveloped Wang Yu's fist. In the next moment, their fists collided violently in the air. A resounding crack echoed, the sound of Uchiha Shursui's arm bones fracturing. Foolishly, Uchiha Shursui had directly traded blows with Wang Yu. But his body could not withstand the force of Wang Yu, who had activated the power of the third child. His arm was brutally shattered. The explosive force of the national martial arts sent him crashing backward. How could you possibly have so much chakra? With a thud, Uchiha Shursui fell awkwardly to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, before suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Enduring the immense pain, he struggled to remain conscious and asked, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Hearing Wang Yu's Chinese accented English, Uchiha Shursui could not comprehend, feeling humiliated and insulted, leading him to spit out another mouthful of fresh blood. Soon after, the pitiful Shursui succumbed to unconsciousness. The murmurs among the crowd instantly fell silent. Wang Yu raised his hand to brush off the dust from his clothes, reflecting, "It seems the online commenters were right. Without the double tomo in one and Appo's eyes, one cannot enhance Jinjutsu." Online, netizens believed that the Sharingan under the kaleidoscope had 3 fundamental abilities: insight, copying, and Jinjutsu. As the Sharingan evolved, marked by the increase and alteration of tomo, these abilities emerged and refined over time. These 3 abilities complemented one another. One must first perceive an action to replicate a physical technique, then understand chakra flow to see through and duplicate ninjutsu, and finally comprehend one's own chakra flow to learn how to disrupt the opponent's chakra with the Sharingan. Thus, Wang Yu concluded that until Uchiha Shursui activated the 3 tomo, he would be unable to counter him. Moreover, 2 years later, when Shursui awakened his 3 tomo, it was uncertain who would be more formidable. In 2 years, Wang Yu could accumulate over 100 lottery draws, and if he were to draw enhancements for mental energy or acquire a second chakra type, he could surely contend with the proudest of Genjutsu users, Uchiha Shursui. Typically, Genjutsu utilizes the five senses as a medium. To evade it, one must employ methods to seal the five senses. For instance, Kei, the king, has a unique fighting style of not looking into his opponent's eyes, while Sage Kabuto uses snake-eye membranes to obscure vision. However, if one possesses two types of chakra, such as the tailed beast of Jinchuriki or Sasuke's earth curse mark, one can also break through ocular Genjutsu. Most of the Uchiha clan relies on visual mediums, and utilizing the other four senses comes at extreme costs, such as the 10-year cooldown after using Kotoame Tsukimi, or the complete blindness resulting from using Izanami or Izanagi. After Uchiha Shursui fell, a profound silence ensued, followed by utter astonishment. The Sage of Six Paths. How can this be possible? My goodness. The first Hokage is here. What is happening? Oh my. The second Hokage is present. How did Wang Yu withstand a C-rank fire ninjutsu without a scratch? Exclamations erupted as they witnessed the fallen Shursui, many realizing they felt as if they had been ensnared by an everlasting Genjutsu. All the students, including Kushina and Mikoto, displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Wang Yu had defeated the true champion of the school, Uchiha Shursui. This meant Wang Yu was no longer the underperforming student in ninjutsu, but was indeed a disciple of Orochimaru. He had risen to the status of the school's second best. In the crowd, Uchiha Mikoto gazed blankly at the scene, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She had yet to process the events. Wang Yu, ignoring the astonished students, turned toward Kushina, offering an apologetic smile before approaching Uchiha Mikoto. Kushina understood Wang Yu's intent, raising her right hand into a fist, urging silently, "Go for it, go for it, go for it. I'm strong now. Do I have the right to pursue you?" Standing before Mikoto, Wang Yu emphasized the words pursue with earnestness. Uchiha Mikoto bit her lip, staring at Wang Yu with wide eyes. "You fool," unable to hold back her tears. She turned away, perhaps haughty, perhaps bashful, perhaps elated. No one could tell. Meanwhile, the Chunin instructor beside Mikoto remained in shock, staring at Wang Yu with a dazed expression. After a moment, he raised a trembling finger, pointing at him. You, what about me? I simply know that I won." Wang Yu calmly met the incredulous gaze of his Chunin instructor, speaking with indifference. The instructor's expression was one of disbelief. He rubbed his eyes instinctively. He had never anticipated that Wang Yu could triumph, and that the injured party would be Uchiha Shursui. If Wang Yu had been the one harmed, it would have mattered little, but Uchiha Shursui was injured, placing immense pressure and responsibility on him as the instructor. His countenance turned grim, yet he could only bitterly declare Wang Yu the victor. However, noticing Uchiha Shursui's injuries, the instructor leaned close to Wang Yu and whispered, "Be cautious. Having defeated a genius of the Uchiha clan, tread carefully. That is of no concern to you, for I am, after all, a disciple of Orochimaru." Wang Yu raised his arm to ward off the instructor's proximity, responding coolly before returning to the crowd. The gazes of the students from the three graduating classes were filled with lingering astonishment as they looked at Wang Yu. Even Kakashi regarded him with a curious expression, scrutinizing Wang Yu intently, evidently beginning to take him seriously. Following the practical combat training between the two classes, Wang Yu swiftly became the focal point of discussion throughout the entire ninja academy. Everyone marveled at the ninjutsu he had employed. Wang Yu attributed it to the unique ninjutsu crafted by Lord Orochimaru, tailored specifically for him in conjunction with his physical techniques. This explanation was impeccable. Even the third Hokage could not demand his disciple to reveal the national martial arts ninjutsu of his own apprentices. Wang Yu, honored by the title of Orochimaru's apprentice, also earned the nickname Wang Yu, the scapegoat. Apart from Orochimaru inquiring occasionally, no one would maintain a continuous interest in a child's ninjutsu. Regarding Orochimaru, Wang Yu would provide him with the simplest of stances and techniques, insisting that mastery of these was essential to achieve similar effects, leaving the rest to the flexibility of the serpent-like Orochimaru's training. In the entirety of the ninja world, numerous ninjutsu could achieve similar results. Defensive techniques such as the Hyuga clan's rejuvenation, the rock ninja stonewall, and the shaking effect of the true white blade wave all existed, while others like the mighty fist and lightning ninja's lightning release stimulation enhanced strength. Each clan or village possessed its own secret techniques, rarely shared, much like how the third Hokage could not coerce smaller clans into revealing their secrets. Consequently, everyone gradually comprehended the situation. Following the initial shock, calmness returned, and Wang Yu regained his initial popularity. Alas, aside from those who had always been friends, others remained disappointingly realistic, an unavoidable reality. Having muttered this phrase, Wang Yu sought out the elderly couple, Yu Lao, along with the charming Mei Qin, as mealtime had arrived. Despite having regained his immense popularity, Wang Yu remained unfazed and continued to live life on his own terms. During school hours, he accompanied his two friends, occasionally seeking the guidance of the golden-haired brilliance during their shared meals, inquiring about matters he found perplexing. After school, he dedicated himself to various forms of training, as Orochimaru had recognized Wang Yu and Appo's expertise in martial arts, thus elevating his value in Orochimaru and Appo's eyes. Every weekend, he would indulge in leisurely outings or travel with Junmaru, Kushina, Minato, and Mei Qin. As a week passed, Wang Yu's strength incrementally grew due to various factors. However, the effectiveness of his stone-laden weight training began to diminish. This week, he refrained from participating in lotteries, deciding that he would confess his feelings and redeem all at once when the time was right. If Uzumaki Kushina were to perceive Wang Yu's intentions, she might remark, "You hold Mei Qin's hand daily, and she prepares lunch for you each day." Is a confession truly necessary? The technological landscape of this world is peculiarly unique. One nation had even seen aircraft carriers and spaceships, and there were instances of individuals operating computers or medical devices. Yet long-distance communication still relied on summoning techniques or the swift feet of ninjas to relay messages. Nonetheless, this world boasted its own distinctive advantages, such as the weight-bearing ninja tools and scrolls. The master of ninja tools could contain countless weapons or vast quantities of water within their scrolls, while the modest lead weight bag strapped to Li's legs totaled an impressive 400 kilograms. Wang Yu pondered, "Perhaps I should adopt Li's approach and don 2 400 kilograms weight bags on my legs." He felt a twinge of envy upon recalling Itachi's foolish Odudu, who had managed to match Li's speed within just a month by utilizing lightning-style techniques to stimulate his cells. Following the practical combat class, Orochimaru had conducted a chakra attribute test on Wang Yu, revealing his affinities for wind, earth, and water, but lacking in lightning. Thus, he continued his diligent practice in cellular control and enhancement. "Ah, the dashing Chidori, you are not meant for me. Our fates are misaligned," Wang Yu lamented, as the absence of lightning affinity rendered the Chidori an impractical choice for him. Shaking off distractions, he took a brief respite before commencing extreme training within the woods. This so-called extreme training entailed pushing every cell in his body to its limits, extracting every ounce of potential, a rigorous endeavor indeed. For anyone attempting to emulate Wang Yu without cellular control and the healing benefits of senzu beans, the outcome would be dire. Through prolonged training and adequate nutrition, Wang Yu's physique gradually developed muscle, no longer appearing as frail as before. The emergence of muscle mass and an increase in weight signified the first phase of his plan. In the realm of Naruto, muscle was merely a commonplace attribute, not a definitive indicator of overwhelming power, except in the cases of Raikage and Tsunade, who had honed their muscles and lightning affinity to extraordinary levels. As he continued to refine his techniques, these muscles would eventually become subtly concealed, only to re-emerge as ordinary muscle. This cycle would persist until his body had fully solidified. Wang Yu estimated that, according to the growth patterns in the ninja world, coupled with his cellular control, he could achieve his ultimate goal by the age of 14, through 7 days of training. He also noted modest improvements in fundamental ninjutsu and an expanding breadth of his martial arts. Among his gains were the 8 extremities, Xing-I, and Tong-Bei Tai Chi styles. Now, once his chakra reached the level of a chunin, he could utilize C-rank ninjutsu without needing to activate the three-eyed capability, as he could now defend against attacks using his martial arts techniques. However, should Uchiha Madara or the third Hokage unleash a C-rank fireball jutsu, Wang Yu would undoubtedly find himself in peril. As sweat dripped steadily onto the forest floor, after completing 560 weighted push-ups, the cells in Wang Yu's arms began to rebel once more. He replenished them with oxygen and energy, persisting through the struggle. A week prior, his cells had protested after 500 repetitions. Now, they were faltering after 560, an increase of over 60. This exemplified his surpassing of previous limits. With an unwavering expression of determination, Wang Yu continued to train until his cells protested yet again, at which point he allowed himself a brief respite. Wang Yu approached his training with an utterly reckless abandon. With the deaths of several elite figures during the Third Great Ninja War and countless losses among Jounin, He understood that without relentless effort, he could easily fall victim to genjutsu and be captured as a subject for experimentation. The fourth great ninja war would surely see chaos reign supreme. His friend Kushina was at risk of being ensnared by Tobi, and the elusive Uchiha, Mei-chin, required his protection. The more he understood, the heavier the burden became. Gaining knowledge invariably led to loss, a truth he could not escape. He could not place his future in the unreliable hands of a system, for such a fate was too precarious. Instead, he resolved to elevate himself through extreme training. By practicing extreme training and mastering cellular control, his cells would undergo continuous refinement, enhancing his chakra and naturally boosting his resistance to genjutsu. Cellular control was indeed a formidable force, so powerful it was almost overwhelming. Perhaps I should procure some scientific equipment, Wang Yu mused, to experiment with Uchiha Shirsui's cells and see if I can create a Sharingan. The weight of his aspirations pressed upon him. Yet he recognized that cells were the fundamental building blocks of life, the very essence from which existence springs. Humans and animals alike emerge from the fusion of egg and sperm, dividing and differentiating into various tissues, including the ocular components. However, conducting experiments on oneself posed significant risks. Should he seek a test subject from Orochimaru? The potential consequences were far too perilous. Never mind, he decided. I shall follow the example of the wise old sage and first attempt to construct simple and safe plant cells, starting with chloroplasts and cells, one step at a time. What did the wise old sage do? He pondered. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Of course, begin with animals. After much contemplation, he concluded, rabbits are so adorable. I'll use a rabbit. If it meets an unfortunate end, I can always roast it over a fire to fill my belly. Wang Yu reveled in the thought. Finding joy in the beauty of life, Wang Yu discovered an adorable rabbit and, upon capturing it, tied it up with a rope. Just as he was about to commence his research, he heard footsteps landing on nearby branches. Slightly startled, he looked up to see who had arrived. Knowing that he was not alone in his training, he could not ascertain who it might be. You've gotten yourself into quite a predicament again, sighed Uchiha Mei-chin. Carrying a dinner. Ignoring Wang Yu's sweat, she extended her delicate hand to help him up. I really don't understand why you exert yourself so much. You already possess the corpse bone path and the national art style ninjutsu. You're quite powerful as it is. Uchiha Mei-chin pouted, gazing at Wang Yu with confusion. It was evident from her words that Wang Yu had revealed the origins of his current body to her. After contemplating, Wang Yu chose not to disclose the future events or the fate of the Uchiha clan. A man must endure the pressure and ensure the happiness of his woman. That is the essence of manhood. There were those like Kaikuin and Jichin, one who was born in the wrong circumstances, and the other who immediately abandoned his girlfriend in her time of need, merely exemplifying incompetence. Wang Yu chuckled. Isn't Kushina's boyfriend stronger than I am? You mean Minato Namikaze? Uchiha Mei-chin pursed her lips and gently wiped Wang Yu's sweat with a towel she had prepared. However, surpassing him is no easy feat. Precisely because it is challenging, that is what drives my relentless effort, Wang Yu replied with a smile. Moreover, you are waiting for me to surpass you. Uchiha Mei-chin initially pouted, but then smiled faintly at his words. I believe in you. You will indeed surpass me and eventually him. Wang Yu nodded and, with slight embarrassment, looked at Uchiha Mei-chin, saying, by the way, could you lend me 150,000 Ryo? Uchiha Mei-chin was taken aback, instinctively responding, of course, what do you need it for? As a lower-ranked ninja, Uchiha Mei-chin belonged to the affluent Uchiha clan. The Konoha police force consisted entirely of Uchiha members, and the clan was quite wealthy, given their isolation within the ninja village. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was not prideful. Such was the nature of their lineage. Thus, the money circulated within the clan. Uchiha Mei-chin's parents had perished in the Second Ninja World War, leaving behind a considerable compensation that could sustain her comfortably for a lifetime. Wang Yu's primary intention was to ascertain whether the 150,000 Ryo could be absorbed by the system and how to do so, as well as to explore the efficacy of several premium items. Therefore, he candidly revealed, well, let me share a secret. I possess another bloodline limit, a transformation technique that allows me to become a formidable individual. The catch is that this bloodline limit requires 150,000 Ryo for just 1 minute of use. Additionally, I will need to pay you for the equipment. After speaking, Wang Yu placed 2 million yen from his prepared backpack before Uchiha Mei-chin. To her, 2 million yen was quite a sum, yet she understood the implications of this money. An A-rank mission typically rewards a maximum of 1 million Ryo. and the fact that the person she admired trusted her enough to share such a substantial amount and a unique secret was significant. Uchiha Meichin embraced Wang Yu impulsively. However, Wang Yu was no ordinary man. He was a seasoned individual with a wealth of experience. Wang Yu's fiery passion was evident, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor. Feeling her lover and Appo's boldness, Uchiha Meichin blushed and gently pushed him away. You are still young. Let Appo's wait until you grow up a bit more. Having prepared for this moment, Wang Yu remained undeterred, cupping Uchiha Meichin's face and giving her a gentle kiss. After a prolonged moment, Wang Yu lifted his head, a lingering connection still present. Uchiha Meichin noticed this and, feeling embarrassed by his teasing smile, turned crimson. This time, Uchiha Meichin was resolute, gently pushing Wang Yu away. I'll take your money for now. My money will be given to you tomorrow. Please let me know what equipment you need then. Without the chance to question why Wang Yu did not use his own money, Uchiha Meichin left behind her lunch and towel, hastily retreating like an ostrich. Watching Uchiha Meichin's departing figure and the leftover dinner, Wang Yu's gaze softened. At this rate, I can't shake the feeling that Itachi and Sasuke will just swap mothers. Perhaps it would be better for Fugaku to give birth to a daughter. He chuckled at his own brilliant idea, feeling quite clever. As he enjoyed his meal, Wang Yu reflected on the storyline. After all, Meichin eventually falls victim to an unfilial child. It would be better for her to find happiness with me. During Naruto's training with Jiraiya on the Rasengan, he produced a green ticket and several coins, stating he only had 200 Ryo left. Asuma mentioned that his bounty in other hidden villages was 5 million Ryo more than on land. This suggests that Ryo and tickets are interchangeable. I recall that later. When Kakazu and Haiden dragged Asuma's corpse to the exchange office, the proprietor examined the ledger for quite some time, confirming its accuracy before dispensing payment. That ledger must be standardized across the industry, with uniform pricing. Asuma, being a renowned ninja, was one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire and the son of the Hokage, thus his bounty was substantial. In another scene, Kakuzu remarked to Shikamaru that Shikamaru's future bounty would surely be significant. The Ino Shikicho trio was at the forefront of bounties in other hidden villages. Therefore, the nature of the exchange office can be characterized as a conduit where influential figures from various nations post bounties on renowned ninjas. Some ninjas, akin to bounty hunters, venture out to capture targets and bring them back to the exchange office for payment. Ultimately, the personnel at the exchange office report back to the influential figures, earning a profit from the difference. The exchange office serves as a faceless intermediary in the profession, akin to a mid-tier real estate agency. While the 5 great nations appear peaceful on the surface, they engage in numerous underhanded dealings behind the scenes. For enemy ninjas or dissenters within the same nation, they cannot simply be hunted down openly. Aside from utilizing the Umbu to eliminate some, like Sai's previous assignments, they also recruit mercenary ninjas through the exchange office, for example, Akatsuki, which some villages indeed employed in warfare. After all, should something go awry, suspicion would not fall back on themselves. The financial backers of the exchange office are complex, with the one in the Land of Fire possibly supported by individuals from the other 4 nations or even factions within their own. Certainly, there are exchange offices within other nations as well. The daimyos and upper echelons of various nations tacitly endorse the existence of these exchange offices. Had it not been for the son of the 3rd Hokage being hunted, tensions would not have escalated. In the anime and manga, there is a running gag that Asuma represents a unit of currency, as his bounty in other hidden villages surpasses that on land by 5 million Ryo. 1 Ryo equals 1 yen, and Ryo serves as the standard currency for ninjas. The AB countries were previously vassals of the Huajin and also used the amount of silver as currency. Moreover, the Chinese yuan is worth 15 times the yen. The formula book has introduced this concept. Let me summarize the settings. D-rank missions involve simple household tasks, designated for newly graduated lower or middle-ranked ninjas. The 7th Squad initially undertook responsibilities like caring for children, constructing houses, and fetching water for the elderly. These tasks were assigned by the village, with funds partially subsidized by the village and a small portion contributed by the individuals involved. The total amount ranges from 5,000 to 15,000 Ryo. C-rank missions, devoid of ninja involvement, are conducted under the leadership of jonin who guide their genin students or may be undertaken solely by chunin, carrying the inherent risk of injury. These missions may involve capturing wild beasts or eliminating bandits, exemplified by the initial assignment in the Land of Waves, which explicitly stated the absence of ninja participation. However, With the emergence of Genin characters later on, the rank escalated to B. The appearance of the Mist Village Estabuza and Haku subsequently defined the mission as S rank. C rank missions offer rewards ranging from 15,000 to 100,000 Rio. B rank missions, which may include participation from foreign Genin and Chunin, carry a potential risk of death and reward between 100,000 to 200,000 Rio. Only Chunin and Jonin are qualified to accept these tasks. A rank missions predominantly involve Jonin, with a notably high mortality rate, offering rewards from 200,000 to 100,000 Rio, often requiring the participation of both Jonin and Chunin. S-rank missions may lead to confrontations with elite ninjas or forces from other great ninja villages, presenting a perilous gamble with life itself and rewards exceeding 1 million Rio, allocated by the leaders of the 5 great hidden villages. After Tsunade ascended to the position of Hokage, the overwhelming responsibilities led to a shortage of reliable personnel. Thus, Naruto, being a Jinchuriki, was brought along as a Genin. During wartime emergencies, ordinary Genin often become mere fodder, disregarding any qualifications for missions. The unfortunate Asuma, due to his elevated status and surrounded by 11 Jonin, had a bounty exceeding 5 million Rio, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Haiden. Poor lad. And indeed, Niji is another unfortunate soul. As Wang Yu strolled through the tranquil streets of Konoha on a serene evening, a faint smile graced his lips. The village always imparted a dreamlike quality to him. Were it not for the presence of his friends Kushina and the beloved Uchiha Mikoto, he would surely feel like a transient in Konoha. Had it not been for Kimimaro, he might have perceived himself merely as a passerby in the world of Naruto. Unlike others, Minato was exceedingly perfect, almost ethereal in his existence. The few around him gave Wang Yu a sense of authenticity, grounding him firmly in this world of shinobi. Residing within the village of Konoha. Although he had been in Konoha for nearly 2 weeks, Wang Yu remained immersed in his training, never taking the time to appreciate the serene streets adorned with fading splendor. After a few turns, he arrived at his destination, the exquisite ninja tools shop owned by the master, Tion. Just as he was about to enter, an unexpected jolt coursed through him. To his astonishment, he spotted a remarkably familiar figure, clad in a tight green outfit, with thick eyebrows and a watermelon hairstyle. At that moment, he realized that Lee had yet to make an appearance, and the figure before him was his senior, Might Guy, unmistakably in his prime. Wang Yu instantly recognized this renowned ninja, the perennial Genin of Konoha and the founder of the 8 Gates, whom he greatly admired, Might Guy. He was, in fact, Gaia's father. In this world where lineage often dictates success, only Minato and Dai had triumphed through sheer effort. Yet, in comparison to Minato, who was recognized for his prodigious talent by the lecherous sage, Dai's lack of background rendered him even more commendable. Might Dai's journey was undoubtedly fraught with more challenges than Minato's, particularly due to the following reasons. Firstly, he lacked connections and a supportive background, yet through relentless effort, he persevered as a Genin for over 20 years, often facing scorn and ridicule from his peers. Even Konoha's white fan, Tsukumo Hataki, regarded Dai as an anomaly. Secondly, his family was impoverished. While many of his colleagues owned homes in the village, Might Dai's meager income forced him to reside in the wilderness. The father and son, clad in their green outfits, often scrimped to purchase weighted gear. It was only after his son, Might Guy, became a Chunin that he donned a Chunin vest, while Dai remained a mere Genin, never having even a Chunin vest, a truly pitiful state. Thirdly, Dai was devoid of wealth, fame, or connections, living in utter destitution. Yet, in such harsh circumstances, he devoted 2 decades to mastering the 8 Gates. Who in the ninja world could proclaim that their struggles surpassed those of Might Dai? Excluding Naruto, Gaara, and Nagato, whose lineage granted them advantages, no one could claim a more arduous path than Dai. His optimism forged the youth of 3 generations of taijutsu experts. His fervor shaped an indomitable ninja way, and his tenacity bequeathed the legacy of Konoha's Azure Beast, Might Guy. This is precisely why Wang Yu held Might Dai in such high esteem. The rumbling within the ninja tool shop interrupted Wang Yu's reverie, as the ground trembled slightly. "My sincerest apologies," Dai said, glancing at the shop owner who struggled to drop a heavy lead block to the ground, feeling quite embarrassed. "Honestly, what use do you have for this? No matter how hard you try, you remain a Genin. If it weren't for the fact that this lead block is difficult to sell, I wouldn't even bother with you." Tion's grandfather cast a glance at Dai, his impatience palpable. "Just take it and go." As Dai turned to leave, The shopkeeper continued to mutter under his breath. What good is it to only train in taijutsu? The Chunin exams assess more than just physical skills. You're destined to remain a genin. Dai heard these words, pausing momentarily, yet he did not turn back. Holding the lead block he purchased, he strode confidently out the door. As he passed Wang Yu, Dai hesitated for a brief moment. The strongest taijutsu practitioner, Dai, instinctively sensed the formidable vitality emanating from Wang Yu, a kindred spirit in training. However, he soon shook his head, pondering, in this world, besides myself and Guy, who would be foolish enough to focus solely on taijutsu? This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he continued down the street. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yu was convinced of the authenticity of the anime's portrayal. Indeed, Might Dai had always been subjected to ridicule. He felt neither compelled to intervene nor possessed the ability to alter the situation. He was not a deity, incapable of changing people's beliefs or loudly proclaiming Dai's remarkable qualities. Upon entering the shop, Wang Yu requested, "Please bring me 4 200-kilogram lead blocks. You also desire those heavy lead blocks." The shopkeeper, surprised, gazed at Wang Yu, astonished that this child of about 10 years was so passionate about taijutsu. He quickly procured the 4 blocks. While they appeared to be mere unremarkable pieces of iron, they felt immensely heavy in Wang Yu's grasp. "Young lad, you're still quite young with a bright future ahead. Please don't follow in his footsteps," Tian's grandfather cautioned. "Ah, thank you for your concern. But my grades are quite good, and I am proficient in close combat ninjutsu." That's wonderful. That's wonderful." The grandfather nodded before returning to his business. "Would you like to purchase a ninja scroll or some shuriken? I have top-notch ninja tools here at reasonable prices, all of excellent quality. 5 of the 10 ninja tool shops in Konoha source their goods from me. You won't regret buying from me." Wang Yu thought to himself, "Is this truly the shop of the future ninja tool master, Tian? No wonder he is so affluent and carefree." After paying with the money Orochimaru had given him, Wang Yu acquired his desired items and departed. As he left the ninja tools shop, Wang Yu scanned his surroundings, searching for the recently departed figure of Might Dai. Fortunately, with his heightened sensory abilities, he could hear and see far beyond that of an ordinary person, and given that Dai was burdened with 8 200-kilogram lead blocks, Wang Yu quickly discerned the sound of his heavy footsteps. Wang Yu stowed the 4 lead blocks into a scroll and swiftly caught up with Dai. After an hour of running, they arrived in a desolate forest where Dai commenced an intense training regimen. The sight of such dedication left Wang Yu utterly astounded. There are only misnamed individuals, not incorrectly nicknamed ones. The online community has aptly dubbed the strongest practitioner of physical arts as Dai. Soon, the whereabouts of Wang Yu, who had been following from a distance, became apparent, and the reason was simple. "Wang Yu, what brings you here?" questioned Might Dai, having just completed 10 laps around the hidden leaf village. Might Dai, perceptive to his son's voice, executed a swift body flicker and appeared behind him. "Shao Kai, have you finished your 10 laps today?" Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Might Dai nodded and replied, "Dad, this is Wang Yu, the strongest in physical arts at our school." Wang Yu, upon being introduced by Kai, politely responded, "Hello, Uncle Dai. I am Wang Yu, a disciple of Uncle Snake." "Haha. Hello, classmate Yu. You are most welcome to visit my home," Might Dai said, affectionately patting his own watermelon-shaped head, regardless of Wang Yu's purpose for visiting. Since he was a classmate of Kai's, he was to be treated with utmost hospitality. Might Dai, brimming with excitement, soon forgot the reason for Wang Yu's visit. "It's not every day that a classmate comes to our neighborhood. Wang Yu, let us relish the vigor of youth by running under the night sky." Might Dai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, such is youth. Let us exercise and then return home for a midnight snack." Voiceover. Wang Yu observed the father and son duo, tearfully united, and he quietly retrieved lead weights from his scroll, placing them into his weighted bag. Upon witnessing Wang Yu training, the Might father and son naturally commenced their own training regimen. "Shao Kai, let's aim for 500 push-ups in one go. If you cannot manage, then it's 1,200 double unders with the jump rope." "All right, Dad, as per our usual, if I fail to complete the 1,200 jumps, I shall perform 2,000 kicks against a wooden post." Listening to the father and son's methods, Wang Yu unhesitatingly noted their training techniques. He surmised that this was one of the prerequisites for unlocking the 8 gates, a truly formidable physique. Every ninja possesses the 8 gates within them. However, in the manga, only Might Dai, and Rock Lee are known to utilize this technique. Why is it that everyone has the 8 gates within yet others fail to harness their potential? Wang Yu realized that Rock Lee's ability to learn this forbidden technique from Guy stemmed from the extraordinary training required to unlock the gates, training that was rigorous, burdensome, and pushed beyond all limits. Only through such relentless training could one's body adapt to the tremendous burden imposed by opening the gates, thereby minimizing the destructive energy unleashed upon the body. The degree of effort and physical conditioning demonstrated by Might Dai is unparalleled among ninjas. This technique is reserved for those who strive diligently. Even with talent, one cannot forcefully unlock the gates without the requisite effort. It is noteworthy that Might Guy's father, Might Dai, spent 20 years mastering and developing the 8 gates. The prodigious Kakashi Hatake, who graduated from the Hidden Leaf at the youngest age in history, could only manage to open one gate, despite attaining the rank of J-Nin. This is Rock Lee's training method, and I will conclude my account here. Throughout the Naruto series, all principal characters possess lineage or powerful connections, yet the Might father and son, along with Rock Lee, are devoid of such advantages. There are poignant words from the average ninja. I wish to prove that even without talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu, I can still become a remarkable ninja. This is all I aspire to. Rock Lee, Teacher Guy, I do not require your consolation. Guy, this is not mere consolation. It is because you are a genius forged through hard work. In the hospital, when Tsunade mentioned a 50% mortality rate for surgery, Lee felt a sense of despair. Guy firmly grasped Lee's hand and declared, Lee, should the surgery fail, I will die alongside you. A brief note, there are 2 versions of the 8 gates technique. The first is a secret art developed by the second Hokage. When Uchiha Madara battled Guy, he remarked, it is not red. I see I have underestimated you. This indicates that someone had utilized the 8 gates during the same era as Madara and had opened the Death Gate. However, it also suggests that Might Dai's 8 gates technique differs from that of Tobarama Senju. How could a mere lowly genin learn Tobarama's secret technique? Dai had heard of the 8 gates and, through his own understanding, gradually unlocked the first 7 gates without any guidance. The 8th gate, as mentioned in the anime, was developed after 2 decades of research. All evidence suggests that Might Dai's self-developed version of the 8 gates is entirely different in chakra operation from Tobarama's, despite sharing the same name. Therefore, it can be posited that Might Dai is the true originator of the 8 gates technique. To those keyboard warriors who wish to dispute this point, I refrain from further explanation. As Wang Yu finished his late-night snack, it was already 10 p.m. While strolling down the street, he unexpectedly encountered a boy with red eyes, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector and clad in a Chunin vest. Most ninjas in the world of Hokage wear forehead protectors in various ways, while Chunin wear vests, and Jonin have the discretion to choose whether or not to don them, as they are often personally selected by the Hokage. The designs on the forehead protectors unmistakably indicate the ninja village to which one belongs. Each village's judgmental ninjas would etch lines on the protectors to signify those who do not belong, and ninjas on covert missions would not foolishly wear their vests. Only when confident in their abilities, unbothered by trivialities, or during wartime tasks would they don their uniforms. Upon seeing Wang Yu, the boy with red eyes showed no restraint. His gaze filled with disdain and arrogance as he approached within 2 meters, seemingly eager for confrontation. Wang Yu, sensing the hostility, impatiently remarked, You must be from the Takakurai clan of the Mist Village, one of the 2 survivors from your village's destruction. What's your name, Takakurai Wang? The red-eyed boy's contemptuous words implied that the Uchiha clan always held themselves in high regard. It was evident that he sought trouble. And Wang Yu quickly recalled the morning's incident where Uchiha Shursui had suffered severe injuries. Such injuries were not uncommon within the Uchiha clan, perhaps a reflection of their family dynamics, bullying the younger ones while the elders remained uninvolved to avoid embarrassment. Are you a cousin of Uchiha Shursui? Wang Yu did not disclose his own name. Since trouble had come to him, there was no need for pretense. Even if an elder dared confront him, he had the formidable presence of his mentor, Orochimaru, to rely on. A flicker of surprise crossed Uchiha Fengyu's face. Clearly astonished that Wang Yu could confront his murderous intent and aura directly. My name is Uchiha Fengyu. My foolish, incompetent cousin could not even defeat someone from your Takakurai clan, which brings shame to the Uchiha name. Although he is inept, he is still my cousin. So I shall not bully you too much. After you withstand 3 of my moves, we shall consider the matter settled. His tone was laced with a sense of entitlement, as if he believed this was a generous concession to Wang Yu. Wang Yu mused that the tales of the Uchiha clan's pride and familial loyalty were indeed true. If he were to injure Uchiha Shursui while posing as an ordinary person, Fengyu would not retaliate, for it would be too embarrassing. However, should it involve a member of the Takakurai clan, The Uchiha's bloodline limits must not falter against others of equal standing. While it was understandable that Uchiha Madara lost to the first Hokage, it would be utterly disgraceful for the Uchiha to lose to a Takakurai clan member who had yet to awaken their bloodline abilities. Wang Yu, with a scornful smirk, transformed his finger bones into small blades, slicing through his weighted pouch. The prowess of a Chunin should not be underestimated, especially one with the double Tomo Sharingan. Therefore, while he held a strategic disdain for Feng Yu, he recognized the necessity of tactical caution. As Wang Yu's derisive smile emerged, Feng Yu's expression darkened with anger. With a huff, he launched a punch towards Wang Yu. How audacious! You, a Chunin, are even more shameless than I imagined, initiating the attack first. Wang Yu mused. Taken aback by Feng Yu's prideful nature, he had not anticipated such sensitivity to disdain. In truth, Wang Yu should have considered the disparity in their ages and statuses. At 10, he was being looked down upon by a 14-year-old Uchiha. Daring to engage me in close combat, what does it matter if you are a Chunin? You are not the prodigious Uchiha Shursui, capable of overwhelming me with genjutsu. Without hesitation, Wang Yu activated his Shikotsumyaku, his bones enveloping his skin, forming a fist that he unleashed with tremendous force. National martial arts flow, power amplification, double. Boom. The collision of their fists resonated loudly. Wang Yu's speed in physical combat was not significantly inferior to that of Uchiha Feng Yu, the Chunin of the Uchiha clan. Li's training had enabled him to achieve remarkable speeds during the Chunin exams, and with Wang Yu's cellular control at 10 combined with his extreme training, he was more than capable of matching Feng Yu and Appo's speed. Regarding strength, should life and death be at stake, Wang Yu could unleash a devastating blow, obliterating his adversary without regard for the repercussions on his own body. His national martial arts flow, chakra power amplification was sufficient to shatter Shursui's bones, equating his strength to that of a C-rank ninjutsu. This meant that in close combat, every one of Wang Yu's strikes bore the potency of C-rank ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan's strength lay in their eyes and fire techniques, yet could their physical prowess match that of Wang Yu, who possessed the Shikotsumyaku? The answer was glaringly evident. As Wang Yu's pale blue chakra erupted from his fist, Uchiha Feng Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A wave of terrifying power surged forth, propelled by Wang Yu's strike. Feng Yu's heart raced with dread as he desperately channeled his chakra. However, he was still sent flying by Wang Yu's relentless punch, akin to being struck by a jonin. Impossible. Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he soared through the air. He had heard from Shursui about Wang Yu's unique training in a special ninjutsu, granting him formidable prowess in physical combat, reinforced by the robust physique of the Takakurai clan. Yet, he dismissed it, thinking, how strong could he possibly be? I am a Chunin, and an Uchiha at that. As a 14-year-old with the double Tomo Sharingan, he believed he would effortlessly crush a Takakurai clan member who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Thus, he had not entertained the notion of engaging in a serious battle. Rather, he aimed to swiftly overwhelm Wang Yu with a few physical moves, intending to teach him a harsh lesson. However, he did not anticipate that Wang Yu's strength would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Uchiha Feng Yu was thoroughly astonished. As he gazed at the distance between himself and Wang Yu, a spark of fury ignited within him. That insolent brat, a mere outsider from an unawakened bloodline, dare to act so brazenly before the Uchiha. Once Feng Yu regained his composure, an overwhelming rage consumed him. By now, several ninjas had begun to notice the commotion, casting curious glances their way. Although the location was somewhat secluded, in a great ninja village like Konoha, how isolated could one truly be on the streets? Under the scrutiny of numerous astonished eyes, Feng Yu felt a burning embarrassment wash over him. It was a humiliation for a Chunin to be repelled by a mere child who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. In a fit of rage, he chose not to utilize any ninjutsu but charged at Wang Yu once more, determined to crush him with sheer physical prowess to redeem his honor. Wang Yu was taken aback that Feng Yu, having suffered a setback, would still dare to continue the physical confrontation. A hint of cold amusement flickered in Wang Yu's eyes. Indeed, the Uchiha clan, apart from a few individuals, is remarkably stubborn. Over yonder, it appeared to be an Uchiha gathering. How unfortunate. What had that young lad done to provoke such ire from the Uchiha? Gradually, a crowd began to gather, astonished, casting glances of pity toward Wang Yu. Given his appearance, he was likely still a student, yet he had managed to offend a seasoned Chunin of the Uchiha clan. A grim fate awaited him. With the Uchiha's domineering nature, even if they did not kill Wang Yu outright, they would surely leave him grievously injured. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled ninjas, Wang Yu and Uchiha Feng Yu clashed once more. Boom. Faced with Uchiha Fengyu's prowess in physical combat, Wang Yu neither flinched nor attempted to evade. Rather, he boldly declared, "No matter your techniques, I shall engage you with my own martial arts." The martial arts technique, Dark Force, doubled the chakra and Appo's potency, allowing a lower ninja's chakra to penetrate 10 centimeters ahead. Despite the Uchiha's superior skills and the Sharingan's ability to discern weaknesses, what did it matter? In the realm of martial arts, relying solely on physical skills to defeat him, even as a chunin, was laughable. Not even worthy of carrying my shoes. This time, when confronted with Wang Yu's fist, Uchiha Fengyu chose to retreat, executing a kick toward Wang Yu as he dodged. If I just back away a little and avoid a direct confrontation, even the greatest force cannot strike me. It would be a futile effort, he mused. However, if martial arts were merely this simple, could it still be called martial arts? Boom. Wang Yu's fist struck nothing but air, yet it resonated with a thunderous sound. The terrifying dark force enveloped the area, once more descending upon Uchiha Fengyu. What? Uchiha Fengyu's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. He had clearly evaded the attack. So why did that shockwave still hit him? In an instant, dents appeared upon his body. This time, the situation was even more dire. Previously, he had at least countered Wang Yu and Appo's punch with strength, mitigating some of the impact. Now, having attempted to evade, the dark force and Appo's power remained unyielding within that 10-centimeter range. Striking him directly. Bang. The overwhelming force surged forth, and Uchiha Fengyu gritted his teeth, unable to mount a counterattack. He could only weakly cross his arms over his chest to shield himself from the onslaught. Yet, he could not withstand it. Boom. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Fengyu was forcefully sent flying. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This was the price for underestimating Wang Yu's martial arts. For daring to confront him with mere physical prowess. Not even a chunin could withstand it. This is impossible. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha Fengyu was horrified. He attempted to land gracefully, but his body was numb from the shockwave, preventing him from stabilizing. Thud. Uchiha Fengyu fell to the ground, trembling violently. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Then, whispers erupted among the spectators. Did Lady Tsunade turn into a boy? But that was inconceivable. Lady Tsunade was still traveling abroad. An evident child, Wang Yu, had just sent a member of the Uchiha clan soaring with a single punch. Am I dreaming? Is the Uchiha clan this weak? They couldn't even defeat a mere child. And how did that child possess such strength? Had Lady Tsunade returned? Was he her new apprentice? The astonished ninjas could barely comprehend the scene before them, gazing at the fallen Uchiha Fengyu and the calm Wang Yu, who had retracted his fist. Their minds seemed to short-circuit. If Uchiha Fengyu had sent Wang Yu flying, it would have been a normal occurrence. Yet, now it was Fengyu who was airborne. An almost unbelievable twist of fate. Uchiha Fengyu lay dazed on the ground, struggling to grasp the reality that Wang Yu had sent him soaring. When he finally comprehended the situation, the eyes of the surrounding ninjas bore down on him, and he fell into a frenzy. Damn it, you wretched brat. How dare you? To be struck and sent flying by a mere child who had not awakened his bloodline limit. And to be bloodied in the process, such an event was an utter humiliation. He would likely never hold his head high within the Uchiha clan again. Forever mocked and scorned by his kin, a murderous intent finally surfaced on Uchiha Fengyu and Appo's face. Initially, he had merely intended to teach Wang Yu a lesson. Yet now, he felt compelled to eliminate this insufferable child from the Take-Torai clan. Rage consumed his mind as he launched himself at Wang Yu. This time not relying on physical techniques but forming hand seals, unleashing his true killing move. Uchiha Fengyu was resolute in his intent to annihilate Wang Yu. Disregarding the prohibition against large-scale destructive ninjutsu in the streets of Konohagakure. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With this, he unleashed a B-rank fire technique. This technique was far beyond the C-rank Great Fireball, as the terrifying flames coalesced into a dragon shape. 4 meters in diameter and over 20 meters long, like a dragon of inferno, it surged toward Wang Yu. The difficulty of mastering B-rank ninjutsu is immense, but its power is unparalleled. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was a specialty of the Uchiha clan. Its range and might far exceeding the chakra capacity of a mere genin like Wang Yu. Wherever the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet passed, the earth cracked under the intense heat. Oh no, this is bad. Has he lost his mind? To cast such a level of ninjutsu in the village streets. The crowd gasped, retreating in terror. Most of them were ninjas capable of dodging with ease. Witnessing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but acknowledge the Uchiha clan's fire techniques were indeed formidable, far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Damn it, The Uchiha are truly impressive. It seems my Kekkei Genkai might have to make an appearance. Though warned by Orochimaru against using it, Wang Yu was even more reluctant to reveal his third form S abilities, choosing the lesser of two evils. The consequences of exposing his Kekkei Genkai would be borne by Orochimaru instead. Wang Yu's designated scapegoat had once again been forced to bear the brunt of the situation. Kekkei Genkai, Bone Shield. Water Release, Water Barrier. The two techniques were uttered in succession from different mouths. A shadow flickered before Wang Yu and Appo's Bone Shield, as a Jounin swiftly formed hand seals against the incoming fire ninjutsu. With a crashing wave, torrents of water surged forth, forming a barrier akin to a city wall. The fire dragon flame bullet collided, producing a hissing sound that sent up billowing clouds of steam, ultimately resulting in an equal destruction of both techniques, leaving no trace behind. Oh my, are you the police from the movies? Could you not have arrived sooner? Why do you only appear to wrap things up at the most critical moments? Wang Yu grumbled in Chinese, but alas, the crowd's attention had already shifted to the shadowy figure of the Umbu that appeared. Uchiha Feng Yu, engaging in private combat within Konoha. Do you not understand the consequences? A chilling voice rang out. The shadow standing before Wang Yu was unmistakably an Umbu, adorned with an animal-patterned mask. The Umbu, formerly known as the Assassination Tactics Special Forces, is an elite unit under the command of the Hokage across generations. Occasionally, they may heed the directives of other Jonin to fulfill clandestine missions. The most fundamental requirement for joining the Umbu is to be a Chunin, along with the approval of the leaders of various Umbu divisions. Their authority significantly surpasses that of the Uchiha Clan's Konoha police force. Uchiha Feng Yu unleashed the Fire Dragon technique, a destructive ninjutsu, on the streets of Konoha. Even if his target was not Wang Yu, such an act was strictly forbidden. Upon the appearance of the Umbu, though his heart brimmed with murderous intent, Uchiha Feng Yu was compelled to suppress it. Before the Umbu, he dared not act recklessly. What crime have I committed? Private combat is prohibited on the streets of Konoha. The Umbu agent coldly addressed Uchiha Feng Yu. Gradually, the fury within Feng Yu subsided. Though his gaze remained laced with malice as he glanced at Wang Yu, he stated icily, I am one of the captains of the Konoha police force. It has come to my attention that Wang Yu may have connections with spies from the Hidden Mist village, thus I intend to apprehend him for interrogation. The bone shield he had just manifested fell to the ground, indicating that he had indeed awakened the Shikotsumyaku, yet he had concealed it. This suggested ulterior motives on his part. Wang Yu, reflecting on this, mused about the hypocrisy of Feng Yu, who claimed to have kept his Shikotsumyaku concealed all along. However, Feng Yu's brazen actions on the street indicated he had already concocted a justification. The Konoha police force was effectively a private militia of the Uchiha clan. The onlookers revealed expressions of disdain, yet their fear of the Uchiha clan's reputation silenced any vocal dissent. This exemplified the Uchiha clan's tyranny. Observing this, the Umbu agent could only respond coolly, do you possess any evidence? This matter seems unrelated to your Umbu. Uchiha Han had managed to suppress his anger, stating coldly, we are under the command of the third Hokage. Wang Yu is the grandson of the third Hokage, thus his affairs naturally concern us. The Umbu agent, hidden behind his mask, maintained a stoic expression. Moreover, if you wish to apprehend someone, you must first obtain the Hokage's permission. The Umbu ninja's tone was icy. In truth, both Danzo S. Root and Sarutobi Hiruzen S. Umbu had often covertly targeted and marginalized the Uchiha clan. He was one of the Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically to monitor the Uchiha. Wang Yu, being a child from another village and a disciple of the legendary Sannin, had never required the Umbu's protection. Now, targeting Uchiha Feng Yu so directly served a dual purpose. It not only suppressed the Uchiha clan but also unveiled the reason behind Orochimaru's insistence on taking Wang Yu as his apprentice. The onlookers were well aware of the frequent confrontations between the Umbu and the Konoha police force. I will not act until I ascertain the truth. Wang Yu has concealed his awakened bloodline limit, and he is undoubtedly hiding the fact that he is a spy from Orochimaru. Uchiha Feng Yu was resolute in his intent to frame Wang Yu. With the Konoha police force at his back, he felt emboldened even in the face of the Umbu. The Umbu ninja furrowed his brow. The concealment of the Shikotsumyaku was indeed suspicious, yet he remained steadfast in his approach. This matter is perplexing. Both Lord Orochimaru and Lord Third Hokage are present in the village. I believe it is necessary to report this directly to the Hokage. The two were at an impasse. Yet ultimately, the Umbu and Appo's authority prevailed. After all, the Umbu were backed by the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the Konoha police force was merely associated with the Uchiha clan. We shall discuss this another time. Uchiha Feng Yu and Appo's demeanor was sour, yet internally, he felt a sense of relief. He had found a reason to act. And being defeated by a ninja who had awakened the Shikotsumyaku was not a matter of shame. The Chunin or Jonin of the Takedorai clan, with their formidable physiques, had experienced a back-and-forth rivalry with the Uchiha clan during the two great ninja wars. Those who awakened the Shikotsumyaku possessed defense comparable to the second Reikage. Losing to the Shikotsumyaku was not a disgraceful defeat. However, Wang Yu was merely an adolescent from another village, should he truly wish to crush him. The Uchiha clan's three-tomo genjutsu were no trifles. Did the Umbu and Orochimaru truly believe they could shield him for a lifetime? As a doting elder brother, Uchiha Wang Yu deemed personal insults trivial. He was determined to avenge his brother. He openly displayed his murderous intent toward Wang Yu, turning coldly to leave. At that moment, Wang Yu unexpectedly called out to him, "Wait." Uchiha Wang Yu halted, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face, pondering whether Wang Yu feared he would summon an elder for mercy. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu's words were not a plea for mercy, but a provocation. Defeated and humiliated, do you intend to return home weeping for your elders to defend you? I advise you, crybaby, not to bother. Wang Yu continued, Uchiha Makoto is my girlfriend. We will become a family in the future. Your elders will not come to your aid. As Wang Yu spoke, his tone grew increasingly contemptuous. What I truly wish to ask is, does this infuriate you? Do you feel the urge to strike me? Though he would never enter the Uchiha clan by marriage, the thrill of using Uchiha clan rules to provoke Uchiha Wang Yu was exhilarating. Seeing Uchiha Wang Yu and Appo's face darken, Wang Yu reveled in his discomfort, adding, I take great pleasure in watching you yearn to strike me, yet being unable to. Uchiha Wang Yu understood the Uchiha clan's rules. The terms main family and branch family were merely superficial distinctions. Whoever awakened the three-tomo would belong to the main family, while those who did not were relegated to the branch family. To preserve the Uchiha bloodline, external ninjas wishing to join the Uchiha clan could only do so by marrying in, otherwise, they would face persecution, even after marrying. Those not of Uchiha blood would adopt the Uchiha surname, ensuring that Uchiha Wang Yu's elders would not impose difficulties on Wang Yu, who had awakened the Shikotsumyaku. Enraged, Uchiha Wang Yu retorted, You must be a descendant of Kaguya, and Wang Yu is merely your alias. But do not be too pleased. I will find friends to dig up your foundations. Once Uchiha Makoto abandons you, I will ensure your demise. Wang Yu seized upon this critical point, grinning. I ask you again, are you angry? Do you wish to retaliate? The onlookers were filled with admiration. This child had awakened the Shikotsumyaku and yet displayed such audacity. To provoke the proud Uchiha Wang Yu to utter threats of digging up foundations was a remarkable feat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Wang Yu's head felt as though it might explode from anger. Wait for me. I shall journey for 3 months. No matter the danger, I will return. 3 months later. As a three-tomo wielder, I will not need to breach your defenses. I will defeat you with genjutsu. Then, you will call me father, and I shall spare you. With that declaration, Uchiha Wang Yu departed. Son, take care. Don't fall. Wang Yu's mockery was deeply ingrained. After walking a short distance, Uchiha Wang Yu paused briefly before continuing to leave without looking back. The surrounding crowd sighed in lament. Though they admired the strength of the Shikotsumyaku, they also expressed concern. Despite its might, Wang Yu's insufficient chakra was a glaring flaw. Facing the three-tomo Sharingan, he might have to beg for mercy to survive. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's reputation was built upon the corpses of countless enemies. The power of the Shikotsuku required chakra to sustain it. This child was too young and would likely struggle to escape his fate in 3 months. Indeed, since Uchiha Wang Yu has proclaimed, his elders will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to bolster the Uchiha clan's reputation over the Shikotsumyaku, even at the expense of exhausting Wang Yu's potential to elevate him to the level of the three-tomo Sharingan. As everyone sighed in resignation, they shook their heads and departed. Wary of interfering in the affairs of the Uchiha clan, the Umbu member gazed at Wang Yu with a look of sympathy. Although reporting this matter to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, might draw his attention, the fact that Uchiha Wang Yu sought to humiliate Wang Yu rendered any intervention from the Hokage impractical. The Umbu approached Wang Yu, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Go enjoy yourself for 3 months. When the time comes, just call out Dad, and this matter will be settled. With that, the Umbu vanished in a puff of white smoke. What the hell? I, Wang Yu, am a member of the wall, and whether Wang Yu can call me Dad depends on my willingness. Damn it. Wang Yu's lips twitched slightly, his expression darkening. He muttered softly, though internally he felt a whirlwind of emotions. The Uchiha clan, upon acquiring the three-tomo Sharingan, would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in their genjutsu capabilities and attain the strength of a Genin. This posed a considerable danger. It seems I must devise a plan to earn some money to use the Captain America character card at a crucial moment or somehow temporarily attain Genin level chakra. Wang Yu contemplated the most suitable course of action in his mind. The following day, after school, Wang Yu strolled down the street. It appeared that news of his challenge from Uchiha Yu had swiftly spread throughout Konoha. After all, a student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy defeating Uchiha Yu, who possessed the double Tomo Sharingan, and subsequently being challenged to a rematch in 3 months was an extraordinary event seldom witnessed in the past decade. Ninjas and civilians alike were abuzz with discussion. Many gazes directed at him carried an indefinable sense of curiosity. Even the Nin instructors, who typically held Wang Yu in disdain, sighed and shook their heads upon seeing him. Initially, Wang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, as if he were a spectacle. However, he soon grew accustomed to it and chose to disregard any attention. Wang Yu intended to train with Might Guy before seeking out Uchiha Makoto to indulge in some affectionate moments. Having traversed into this world for 7 months, he had developed a level of strength that made him nearly fearless in the face of any standard genin. While there was a significant gap between genin and Nin, the Shikotsumyaku offered a certain parity. However, the chakra capacity of a genin remained unpredictable. For instance, Kakashi Itaki, set to graduate this year, became a genin at the age of 5 and ascended to Nin the following year. Thus, Wang Yu was equally confident and determined to elevate himself to Nin's strength within 3 months. Every Nin is appointed directly by the Hokage of their time and must gain recognition to be considered a true Nin. Soon enough, Wang Yu arrived at the training grounds of Might Guy, initially intending to complete an intense training regimen and leave. Especially since it had been days since he last witnessed Might Guy training in the 8 Gates, Wang Yu hesitated to inquire about the current progress of the training. However, upon merely catching a glimpse, his gaze became fixated. The world gradually dimmed. The sun's rays illuminated the forest, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, yet all of this was overshadowed by an overwhelming aura. Boom. At this moment, Might Guy stood in the center of a small clearing, his entire being radiating with intense waves of chakra. An indescribable and formidable presence surged around him. Holy cow! The 8 Gates! Wang Yu stood there, entranced by the scene before him, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself. There could be no mistake. This was the most powerful taijutsu that had astonished countless spectators, often referred to as the technique that nearly culminated in a climactic conclusion. Recalling the original story, where Might Guy once faced off against and even suppressed Kaguya and Appo's 6 Paths Obito using this forbidden technique, Wang Yu felt a rush of excitement. This forbidden technique was perfectly suited to counter genjutsu. Each time a gate was opened or closed, chakra would fluctuate irregularly, rendering it effective against 99 of genjutsu. Should a ninja possess a greater chakra reserve than the user of the 8 Gates, only then could techniques like Tsukuyami or Kodoamatsukumi potentially ensnare the user of the 8 Gates in genjutsu. Opening the 6th gate would yield chakra levels comparable to a Kage, while opening the 8th gate would amplify chakra to dozens of times that of a Kage, making it impossible for even Kaguya to employ genjutsu against the user. Might Guy stood silently in the clearing and suddenly let out a shout before stamping his foot onto the ground with force. Crack! A sound echoed as spiderweb-like fissures spread across the ground beneath him, radiating in all directions. 5th gate, the gate of limit, open. Boom. This time, Might Guy did not need to stomp the earth. The sheer force emanating from him alone caused the sturdy soil entwined by roots to crack and shatter. With a thunderous roar, Might Guy's speed pierced through the air, creating a powerful pressure that upheaved the ground. In an instant, he appeared before a tree thick enough to be embraced by several people, and with a single punch, he struck. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the massive tree collapsed under the force of Might Guy's fist, crashing to the ground. Having accomplished this feat, Might Guy remained stationary, seemingly lost in contemplation, reflecting on the insights gained from his recent exertions. Wang Yu, observing Might Guy's unscathed state after opening the 5th gate, could not help but admire his physical prowess. In the original story, Lee had reached the 4th gate during the Nin exams, but suffered severe injuries, with muscles and meridians torn, nearly rendering him incapacitated. In contrast, Might Guy's use of the 6th gate allowed him to conclude battles swiftly, and the duration of the 6th gate's state was brief, thus inflicting minimal damage to his body. At this moment, Might Guy, without any guidance, was gradually exploring and teaching himself. Wang Yu, by no means, could compare to Might Guy. His martial arts were built upon the foundations laid by giants, resulting in various ninjutsu devoid of hand seals. While Might Guy pondered, Wang Yu, too, was deep in thought. In his homeland, the 8 gates, originally known as Chiminduanjia, represented the footwork of many martial arts schools. Why is this so? Chiminduanjia refers to the 3 wonders named Yi, Bing, and Ding, the 8 gates, which include Xiao, Sheng, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, and Kai, hence the name Chimin. The heavenly stems, with Jia being the most esteemed yet unassuming, often concealed within the 6 Jia, which include Wu, Ji, Gong, Xian, Ren, and Gue, are distributed across the 9 palaces, with Jia not occupying a palace alone, thus termed Duanjia. Martial artists utilize the trajectories of the Luo book, the 9 palaces, and the 5 elements interactions to predict the efficacy of foot movement directions, thereby planning evasive maneuvers to achieve the most favorable outcomes. Chiminduanjia is also employed in various fortune-telling practices in his homeland, such as the renowned He-Tu Luo Shu. The 8 gates detailed the 8 gates, Kai, Xiao, Sheng as the first 3 gates, which, once opened, allow the use of surface lotus. The opening of the Sheng gate permits the use of inner lotus, and these 3 gates are considered safe zones. The Sheng gate is the 4th gate, and upon opening it, one enters a state of the 8 gates, enhancing attack, speed, and physical constitution, albeit at the risk of blood vessel ruptures and injury. If the body is not sufficiently robust, opening this gate poses a danger. Upon opening the 5th gate, the gate of limit, the user's speed is sufficient to disturb the air and upheave the ground, exceeding the speed of sound. In this state, one can use the leaf whirlwind. Just as Wang Yu was reminiscing about the 6th gate, Might Guy suddenly called out towards Wang Yu, "Come out." Had he been discovered observing the forbidden technique? Wang Yu felt a bit apprehensive, as if he had been caught in the act. Wang Yu stepped out, slightly embarrassed. He had been overly excited and momentarily forgot to conceal his presence. Observing someone practicing forbidden techniques was always a bit awkward, especially when caught. However, he thought, given how familiar I am with it, I shouldn't face any trouble. Surprisingly, Might Guy was not angered by Wang Yu's eavesdropping. Instead, he gave him a thumbs up. "Wang Yu, why are you here so early for training? Don't you need to accompany your little girlfriend?" With these words, the green radiance enveloping Might Guy gradually faded, revealing a rugged yet teasing expression. Wang Yu felt a wave of annoyance and explained, "I need to conduct some research, and the tools require custom orders. Mei Qin is busy urging the manufacturers to expedite the production." Upon hearing this, Might Guy raised his thumb again. Truly impressive, as expected of the second-best student. Praised by Xiao Kai. Besides basic ninjutsu, your skills are extraordinarily formidable. Wang Yu could only roll his eyes. Even though their strength was remarkable, the antics of these characters were undeniably foolish. "I apologize for just now. I was secretly observing the forbidden technique," Wang Yu admitted after a moment of silence. "Your forbidden technique is so powerful that it stirred my emotions uncontrollably. Don't worry, I permit it." Might Guy interrupted with a hearty laugh, cutting off Wang Yu's unfinished sentence. Suddenly, Might Guy performed a rather outrageous and familiar gesture that nearly made Wang Yu spit blood. He knelt on the ground, gazing skyward with tears in his eyes. "Oh heavens! Oh earth! After more than a decade, my body technique has finally been recognized. Is my youth not yet lost?" Despite Wang Yu's strong nerves, he struggled to suppress his laughter at this scene. It was simply too much. Reflecting on Might Guy, Might Kai, and Rock Lee, he found them all commendable but baffled by their absurd antics. Was this the pinnacle of absurdity? No wonder Might Guy, despite his strength, remained a lowly genin. Perhaps he was utterly clueless in other areas, such as reconnaissance or attire. Might Guy then stood up, laughing heartily as he approached Wang Yu, though his body trembled slightly. This was not mere excitement. Opening the 5th gate was somewhat burdensome for him at this moment. Observing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brow. After opening 3 gates of the 8 gates, the strain was undeniable. Is there truly no way to avoid this? A thought flickered in Wang Yu's mind. At that moment, Might Guy patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and earnestly declared, "Are you wishing to take me as your master? Alas, that is impossible, for I am merely a genin, unworthy of having disciples." Might Guy laughed at himself. Wang Yu's lips twitched, and he shrugged helplessly, saying, "I don't mind. In the world of ninjas, rank is irrelevant. True masters emerge from their prowess." Your physical techniques surpass mine by far. I have heard from Kekkei that you are the best in the world. I concur. Might Dai gazed at Wang Yu in shock, circling him with an expression of overwhelming emotion. I never thought I would encounter such a passionate young man dedicated to physical techniques. Wang Yu, feeling overwhelmed, wished he could just walk away, utterly drained of his ability to comment. Wang Yu's impression of Might Dai had plummeted over the past few days, now reaching a nadir. Well, I am indeed very fond of physical techniques. To be precise, I believe that only through strength can a man find his romance. Thus, I wish to learn the 8 gates from you. Only the body will never betray itself. Physical techniques are the true path, Wang Yu explained. Is that so? Might Dai froze momentarily before excitedly embracing Wang Yu. Instinctively, Wang Yu attempted to evade but failed, ending up in a rather uncomfortable hug. Oh, we are kindred spirits. Wang Yu could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What on earth? I'm not into this kind of stuff. I feel like I'm going to lose my dignity here. Might Dai released Wang Yu, patting his chest, and exclaimed, You are absolutely correct. Only physical techniques are the true way. Even with just physical prowess, one can become an extraordinary ninja, just like you. Wang Yu, exasperated, replied, Well, I can't really criticize, considering you are still a genin yourself. This is unimportant. What matters is whether you saw the power I just displayed. That is the result of over a decade of research. Might Dai said proudly, This is the absolute forbidden technique that liberates the body's limits. An adaptation of the 8 gates based on the theory of the second Hokage. There are 8 gates in total, and opening them sequentially grants immense power. Even I have only mastered up to the 6th gate. The 7th is still halfway researched. Listening to Might Dai, Wang Yu was both surprised and enlightened. The original anime mentioned it took him 20 years to perfect the 8 gates, so at this point, not yet reaching the 42nd year of Konoha, it made sense he had only reached the 7th gate. Within a few years, during the 3rd Great Ninja War, Might Dai would likely fully comprehend the 8 gates. Noticing Wang Yu's lack of astonishment, Might Dai's previously elated expression dimmed. Are you completely uninterested? No, I am exceedingly interested, Wang Yu replied, feigning surprise and confusion as he asked, What about opening the 8th gate? Upon hearing this, Might Dai's excitement reignited as he clenched his fist and stated, If all 8 gates are opened, one could attain power rivaling or even surpassing the first Hokage, Hashirama. However, well, it's just incredibly powerful. Recalling that the side effect of opening the 8th gate was death, Might Dai's enthusiasm faltered once more. As Wang Yu pondered how to obtain specific training methods, Might Dai patted his shoulder with a teacherly demeanor, asking, So, are you very eager to learn? Wang Yu nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. Is it really that simple? Are you casually revealing your adapted forbidden technique? However, considering the 8 gates, even if it were fully disclosed, if you would dare to learn it, as it required immense physical strength that could only be achieved through long-term intensive training. Moreover, encountering someone like Wang Yu, who regarded physical techniques as paramount, it was only natural for Might Dai to be excited to share. Ultimately, the most crucial reason was his foolish yet sincere character. Might Dai now wore a look that suggested he was desperate for Wang Yu to agree to learn, almost as if he would cry if Wang Yu refused, leaving Wang Yu feeling a bit helpless. Who is truly learning from whom? Since Might Dai was willing to teach, Wang Yu would surely seize this rare opportunity. He was in dire need of a method to counter the majority of Genjutsu, and this was the perfect chance. After all, in 3 months, he would face a duel that would determine who held the greater honor. Furthermore, despite Might Dai's sometimes cringeworthy antics, Wang Yu felt a sense of familiarity. How to describe it? Though he was quite foolish, he was undeniably genuine. Wang Yu recognized Might Dai's straightforward and kind nature, devoid of the hypocrisy of those who smile openly, yet strike from the shadows. Upon entering the world of Naruto, Wang Yu's personal experiences illuminated the stark reality. This realm is not as idyllic and radiant as depicted in the comics. Behind the brilliance of the sun lies an abyss of darkness. As a mere pawn and nominal apprentice of the hidden mist village under Orochimaru's resurrection technique, his experiences in Konoha, while not as dire as Naruto's in the original narrative, were far from pleasant. The contrast between Might Dai and the high-ranking officials of Konoha, particularly the root leader Danzo and the domineering Uchiha clan, was striking and profound. Despite Might Dai's unorthodox demeanor, he embodied positivity and warmth, devoid of prejudice against others. Wang Yu recognized that his immersion in a shadowy existence only intensified his yearning for the light that figures like Might Dai represented. Delighted by Wang Yu's enthusiastic agreement, Might Dai's face lit up with excitement, nearly moved to tears. However, in the next moment, he became serious, gazing intently at Wang Yu. Young man, this technique, though powerful, is classified as a forbidden jutsu. Are you aware of the implications of such a classification? Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Might Guy, exhibiting an unusual level of solemnity, warned him, the use of forbidden jutsu carries inherent risks. My nindo is to protect my family, and such protection necessitates formidable martial prowess. I am willing to accept the consequences. Wang Yu met Guy's gaze, responding with calm seriousness. Ah, how wonderful. I too strive for the sake of protecting my family and pursuing my dreams. We are kindred spirits, and it feels as though we have met too late. Might Guy exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion once again. Wang Yu, however, felt exasperated, thinking, enough already, mighty Guy. This, then, encapsulates my journey with the 8 gates technique. Might Guy continued earnestly, seated on the grass. Your physical condition has already surpassed that of young Kai. I suspect you have met the prerequisites for training. Nonetheless, I advise you to continue strengthening your physique before attempting to unlock the first gate, as both the side effects and the enhancements gained are closely tied to one's physical condition. The stronger your body, the lesser the side effects and the greater the power. Wang Yu listened attentively, understanding the gravity of Might Guy's words. As Guy elaborated on the 6th gate, Wang Yu's expression grew significantly more serious, his mind racing with thoughts, prompting numerous inquiries. Might Guy was astonished by the depth of Wang Yu's questions, some of which he himself could not answer. Yet, for those he did know, he provided thorough explanations. As Wang Yu absorbed the knowledge, a bold idea began to form in his mind. While some ninjas in this world, like Orochimaru, might meticulously study the principles of jutsu, Wang Yu's perspective was vastly different, shaped by a spirit from a realm of expansive thought. Having acquired the Dragon Ball's magical beans and cell manipulation through a stroke of luck, he envisioned grand possibilities. The magical beans, capable of restoring life to the gravely injured, represented a game-changing aspect within the Dragon Ball universe. Wang Yu recalled instances where characters had miraculously healed from devastating injuries in the series. The concept of cell manipulation, even at a mere 10 efficacy, was extraordinarily powerful. Hence, Wang Yu dared to entertain more audacious thoughts. The 8 gates technique, while inherently damaging to the body, could perhaps be tested for self-recovery through cell manipulation after a half hour of opening the 6th gate. If perfected, he could attempt to activate the final gate for a brief moment, aware that the world of Naruto was far less expansive than that of Dragon Ball. The magical beans could heal even the most catastrophic injuries. Surely, the damage inflicted by the 8 gates could be mended as well. Moreover, since the 8 gates were artificially created rather than innate, they could potentially be modified and enhanced like any traditional martial art. Wang Yu mused to himself, his eyes gleaming with bright ideas. While the original 8 gates technique was undeniably potent, complete activation led to inevitable demise. With the magical beans at his disposal, he pondered how to open the final gate without succumbing to death. Currently, Might Guy had only reached the 7th gate. After learning the methods to unlock the first 6 gates, Wang Yu opted to return home rather than continue training. Throughout the night, Wang Yu contemplated the intricacies of the 8 gates. This technique could dismantle the body's limitations, transcending its inherent boundaries. Beginning with the opening of the first gate at the head, it would cascade downward through the chest and abdomen, sequentially unlocking the 2nd through 6th gates, culminating at the 7th gate at the kidneys, and finally converging at the heart's location, the 8th gate. The complete activation of all 8 gates, referred to as the 8 gates formation, would shatter all prior limits, ultimately leading to the heart's destruction. Yet, could he possibly create a new heart to replace the one destined to crumble? If the brain is akin to a plant's roots, which do not perish, then could he harness cell manipulation to regenerate lost limbs? Would chakra from any gate remain stored within each cell, ready to be unleashed when needed? These were the myriad questions and ideas swirling in Wang Yu's mind. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the ability to fabricate cellular walls. Gradually, he was piecing together a plan, but he resolved to first experiment with a small rabbit or a genuine test subject before attempting anything on himself. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Wang Yu remained asleep until he was abruptly awakened. The source of the disturbance was none other than Uchiha Mikoto, who had come to rouse him. Lost in a haze of thoughts, Wang Yu felt overwhelmed by the incessant chatter of Mikoto, who was clearly agitated. Yet, he grasped the essence of her visit. It was undoubtedly regarding Uchiha Fuyuki's challenge against him. A student who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy was being challenged by a middle-ranking Uchiha, an extraordinary occurrence in times of peace, particularly given the pervasive presence of onlookers in any world. Consequently, the news of the duel spread rapidly, and within a day, nearly the entire village was aware. Leaving Makoto to catch up after her errands. Rising before dawn, she hurried to find Wang Yu, her grasp on his shoulders shaking him insistently. Seriously, were you even listening to me? I urged you to swiftly decline that duel, and then I would find a way for you to reside near Kushina, as Lord Hizashi is in that vicinity. Wang Yu couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. All right, if you keep swaying like that, I might just perish before I even decline. Humph, who knows what you're truly thinking? Engaging in a battle with a Chunin first, and then accepting a challenge 3 months later. Was your mind not functioning properly at that moment? Wang Yu gazed solemnly at Uchiha Makoto and said gravely, I am confident about this matter. You need not worry. Need not worry. Uchiha Makoto's voice was almost enough to render Wang Yu dizzy. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth twitched as he forced another bitter smile. I truly have faith that 3 months from now, I will continue to dominate him just as I did yesterday. After he spoke earnestly, he noticed Uchiha Makoto looking at him as if he were a naive child. 3 months later, to overpower a jonin of the Uchiha clan. Are you living in a dream? Uchiha Makoto's voice rose to an almost deafening volume. Of course, these were the words she spoke out of genuine anxiety. How could she possibly stand by and watch Wang Yu walk to his demise? Wang Yu found himself rather helpless regarding Mei-Chin's demeanor, fully aware that her intentions were benevolent. After much effort spent in explanation, it seemed that Mei-Chin was impervious to his words. Ultimately, observing her unwavering stance against the duel, he resorted to his ultimate technique, the wall slam coupled with a sorceress kiss. Should this fail to resolve the matter, it would merely suggest that he lacked sufficient charm and passion in his kiss. As the rain ceased and the skies cleared, Uchiha Mei-Chin settled into silence. With the apparatus she had meticulously prepared now resting in the room, Wang Yu and Mei-Chin spent an hour in tender intimacy before he bid her farewell. Watching her depart with an air of happiness and joy, he smiled gently, savoring the sight of her figure fading from view. After a brief moment of reflection, and following a session of exercise, Wang Yu suddenly felt that attending the ninja academy was of little consequence. In 3 months, he would face Uchiha Fengyu in a critical contest. Thus, these months would be devoted to rigorous training, rendering attendance at the academy a seeming waste of time. After some contemplation, he resolved to request an extended leave of absence, intending to attend when he wished or to delve into training or research as he pleased. Yet, he recalled that the Chunin instructor was particularly disdainful of him, making approval for such a leave seem unlikely. With this thought, he frowned slightly. However, whether or not his leave was granted seemed trivial, as he would simply inform the academy of his decision to cease attendance. Upon arriving at the school, the students greeted Wang Yu with a relatively neutral demeanor, devoid of any overt hostility. After all, they were merely adolescents, incapable of grasping the complexities of their surroundings. Though they were astonished by the rumors of his bloodline and his victory over a Chunin, which had sparked much gossip, he entered the office of Chunin instructor Kato in. Not pausing for a moment, coincidentally, he encountered his instructor there. Wang Yu? Kato-in's expression shifted, revealing a nuanced blend of emotions. The previous contempt and disdain had diminished, replaced instead with a hint of complexity and perhaps sympathy. Wang Yu found Kato-in's demeanor perplexing, given the severity of the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Shirsue's injury at his hands. One would expect animosity rather than this newfound understanding. Despite his curiosity, Wang Yu opted not to dwell on it and calmly stated, Instructor Kato, I wish to request a leave of absence. I may not attend school at all over the next 3 months. After delivering his message, he prepared to leave, indifferent to the instructor's response, as he had fulfilled his duty of notifying. To his astonishment, Kato-in placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. He agreed so readily? Wang Yu's face reflected surprise. Soon after, he heard Kato-in muttering to himself, My comrade's parents perished at the hands of the Takakurai clan's ninjas. So I've harbored animosity towards you. Yet, you are a diligent child. If only you were a native of Konoha. His voice trailed off, and with a sigh, he patted Wang Yu's shoulder once more before walking past him. Forget about that. Enjoy your 3 months. When the time comes, just call out, and your father will not meet his end. Wang Yu stood there, bewildered, watching Kato-in exit the office. Why does that phrase sound so familiar? It quickly dawned on him that it echoed what a certain Umbu ninja had previously said. Almost choking on his own disbelief, he thought, To you. It seems that I must address him as father. What nonsense. I am but a mere wallflower. The only ones who can defeat a wallflower are those even stronger than they. With a pained expression, Wang Yu exited the office and slowly made his way out of the school, shaking off the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. He began to ponder deeply, appearing as if he were in a state of despair, drawing the pitying gazes of the villagers. Yet, in reality, he was contemplating the ideas that had occupied his mind the day before. If he could resolve the issues at hand, he would have an 80% chance of successfully perfecting the 8 gates, thereby avoiding numerous adverse effects. An 80% certainty was exceedingly high. Furthermore, once he sidestepped the potential repercussions, he was convinced that defeating Uchiha Fengyu in 3 months would pose little challenge. After considerable deliberation, he managed to tackle one problem, yet several remained unsolved. Wang Yu decided to seek out Might Guy, attempting to unlock the first 3 gates without incurring any aftereffects. Might Guy was still in the woods, engaged in extreme training. At this point, the entire village was abuzz with news of Wang Yu's challenge from Uchiha Fengyu, yet he remained blissfully unaware, greeting Wang Yu with a smile upon spotting him. Indeed, this perennial genin seems to be at odds with every ninja and villager in the village. Wang Yu too was curious about Akai's mother, yet he refrained from wasting time and directly requested Might Guy's assistance in guarding him. Without hesitation, Might Guy stood by his side, offering protection. His character and strength were beyond reproach, allowing Wang Yu to feel completely at ease with him nearby. Wang Yu first activated all of his blood vessels and meridians, then settled into a meditative position. Clearing his mind of distractions, he entered a state of intense focus. Beginning with the activation of the first gate within his mind, he murmured softly, concentrating on the careful manipulation of the cells surrounding that threshold. The 8 gates treat the opening of the mind as the first gate, which is exceedingly perilous. While 99% of the body cells can regenerate and divide, the remaining 1% of brain cells cannot. Brain cells, a type of nerve cell, are formed at birth and mature alongside the body, developing their functions over time. Their growth and maturation are closely linked to the body's functional training. If brain cells are damaged, their corresponding functional areas lose their efficacy, and the effectors they control cease to react. A single misstep could result in disability, paralysis, or even a vegetative state. The 8 gates liberate the body's limitations, essentially unshackling it from the constraints imposed by chakra. However, this chakra does not flow outward. Instead, it forms a torrent within, enhancing the body as a whole. After considerable effort to fortify his brain cells against potential aftereffects, Wang Yu finally summoned a small amount of chakra and directed it toward the gate in his mind. Yet, the effort was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. It was utterly ineffective. Wang Yu sensed the immense difficulty and danger involved. It was no wonder that practitioners of the 8 gates were so few in the world of Naruto. The challenge of mastering the first gate was nothing short of astonishing, and a single error could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, a glimmer of determination shone in Wang Yu's eyes. The fact that only the watermelon-headed clan in Kaka had achieved success did not imply that he could not succeed, for he possessed the power of cellular control. His true assurance lay within this ability. The human body consists of approximately 40 trillion to 60 trillion cells, and at birth, one has around 2,000 billion brain cells. By the age of 1, 90% perish, leaving 200 billion. By 14, the count reaches 14 billion. The number of brain cells at age 14 remains within 10% of the total count, and forcibly channeling a considerable amount of chakra or directly manipulating the node cells through cellular control is not out of the question. Cellular control at 10%. Clear the cells at the gate. Even with meticulous control and enhanced brain cells, when the door to the mind was opened, the eruption of chakra caused Wang Yu to momentarily lose consciousness. Yet, he succeeded. The door within Wang Yu's mind, which should have been an arduous and perilous process to open, was effortlessly breached, thanks to a bug that allowed him to control 10 of his cells. As he revived from a near-fainting state, he felt an entirely new flow of power coursing through his brain, and a glimmer of excitement finally graced his face. The ability to command his cells indeed enabled him to manipulate the movement of chakra through the meridian nodes, allowing him to open the first door of his mind without harm or difficulty. This meant that, apart from himself, no one else in this world could easily and risk-free breach the first door. At that moment, the first gate of the 8 gates was merely torn open due to the movement of his cells. However, the chakra surging from his brain was significantly more potent than before. Moreover, as internet acquaintances from his past life had mentioned, opening this door would invigorate his brain cells, indirectly enhancing his reaction speed and enabling him to unleash 100 of his physical capabilities. This alone was enough to astonish Wang Yu. As long as he maintained irregular fluctuations of chakra, he would be immune to basic illusions. He believed that after opening the third gate, he would be able to completely resist the illusions of ordinary Jonin or those amplified by the three-tomo Sharingan, just like Deidara. But the benefits did not end there. At the instant the first door was opened, Wang Yu also sensed an increase in his control over chakra, suggesting that he would soon master the fundamental ninja techniques. Furthermore, as this chakra circulated, it nourished his cells. As the brain cells were revitalized and strengthened by the chakra, Wang Yu felt his senses sharpen. No wonder students at a ninja academy could leap over 10 meters. Chakra truly is a versatile energy source. It was no surprise that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Li, using the primary lotus, was able to counter Teacher Chin's ultimate technique, the Konoha Dragon God. Truly, the 8 gates represents the pinnacle of taijutsu. Wang Yu's face could hardly conceal his elation. He quickly recalled that when the 8 gates were normally activated, it entailed breaking the shackles of chakra within the body. But those chakra bursts were transient, a momentary enhancement. However, what Wang Yu possessed now was permanent, allowing him to open or close it at will, with a mere thought. He could command his cells to move or return. He could feel the chakra within him finally surpassing the level of a genin, reaching that of a chunin. Yet now, Wang Yu's goal was to fully open the first door. With a surge of determination, he pressed on, pushing it further. Wang Yu's face lit up with excitement as he controlled the movement of the cells at the meridian nodes while mobilizing all the chakra in his body, combining both forces. Boom, boom, boom. The door in his mind, already torn open, was now shattered under this combined force. Buzz! In that moment, a powerful wave of chakra surged from Wang Yu, leaving the guarding Might Guy utterly astounded. If previously, Wang Yu could dominate genin without using his bloodline limit, now, regardless of whether he employed it, genin were no longer his match. However, with the surge of chakra, Wang Yu felt a slight discomfort. The dead cells in his brain, carried by the rushing blood, caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, yet his expression bore no trace of concern. It was natural that a sudden influx of chakra would result in the death of a small portion of cells, and the rapid increase was somewhat difficult to control. With the opening of the brain's limitations, he could unleash greater strength and faster reactions. But he had yet to strengthen sufficiently to bear that power. Nevertheless, Wang Yu was confident that as chakra and brain cells nourished each other, he would adapt perfectly within a few hours. This is the wondrous nature of the human body. The strong survive while the weak are eliminated, and Wang Yu could continuously enhance his cells. Wang Yu, are you alright? Upon witnessing the sudden surge of power from Wang Yu, followed by a sudden calm and the spitting of blood, Might Guy rushed forward, deeply concerned. I'm fine, but I will need a few hours to stabilize and adapt, Wang Yu replied, shaking his head to signal that he was okay. Taking a deep breath to slowly calm the turbulent energy within. It's alright, you're already quite the genius. Achieving a breakthrough to the most perilous first gate in mere seconds is a remarkable success, Might Guy comforted him, patting Wang Yu on the shoulder. Victory and defeat are commonplace for a ninja. A momentary gain or loss is of little consequence. Just as Wang Yu was settling the tumultuous chakra, he found Might Guy's words oddly amusing. Well, I don't think I ever said I failed. Indeed, even if you did fail, it wouldn't matter. To me, this is... Might Guy continued rambling, only to suddenly realize, eyes wide with disbelief, You succeeded? Uh-huh, Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Boom. It was as if Pikachu had unleashed 1,000,000 volts of lightning within Might Guy's mind, causing his thoughts to spiral. He stared at Wang Yu in astonishment. His expression one of utter incredulity, mouth agape. What kind of joke is this? You actually succeeded on your first attempt at the 8 gates first door. Countless failures littered the history of the ninja world, and those who struggled to open the first door would be utterly overwhelmed. What kind of anomaly are you, Wang Yu? Might Guy had never anticipated Wang Yu's success on the first try. After all, in the 38 years of Konoha's history, many had attempted to master the 8 gates. Numerous ninjas had been incapacitated due to inadequate physical condition or insufficient chakra control, leading to their failure at the first gate. Years of excessive training were required to ensure a strong physique, adequate chakra control. All 3 elements were essential. Only when all conditions were met could one attempt the first gate multiple times, with success being a rare occurrence. Yet, Wang Yu had truly succeeded on his first attempt. Whispers circulated in the Ninja Academy about Wang Yu being incapable of mastering basic ninja techniques, but in Might Guy's eyes, Wang Yu was akin to the prodigy of the second Hokage. The shock was overwhelming. Observing Might Guy, who remained in a state of astonished disbelief, Wang Yu felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize. While I have successfully trained, it will be difficult for Kai to replicate my achievement. I can only assist him in treating any residual effects of using the 8 gates. Wang Yu's reluctance to directly aid Might Guy in unlocking the first gate stemmed from the risk of his actions reaching the ears of Danzo, Hiruzen, or Orochimaru, which would likely lead to his confinement or experimentation. For his own safety, Wang Yu could only promise to use secret techniques for healing, a skill belonging to medical ninjas, which would only earn him accolades for being a genius and versatile. Furthermore, Might Guy had already opened 6 gates, with the 7th half completed. It wouldn't be until Konoha's 42nd year that the 8th gate would be fully developed. Might Guy's son, Might Kai, has also opened the 8 gates through his own diligent efforts, embodying the fiery spirit of youth akin to that of a Saint Seiya. Wang Yu, with a sense of regret, attempted to explain to Might Guy that despite learning the 8 gates from him, he was unable to share the simplest method of opening the first gate with Might Guy's family, gradually awakening from the astonishment akin to the terror of the 1,000-handed cannon. Might Guy responded with a hearty laugh, waving his hands dismissively. No worries. I firmly believe my son will inherit my legacy. Moreover, witnessing such an exceptional young man like you brings me immense joy. Practice your secret techniques well. I can already withstand injuries from the first 5 gates. And the aftermath of opening the 6th gate is in your capable hands, young man. After Wang Yu nodded, Might Guy, hands on his hips and thumb raised, flashed a radiant smile. Indeed, the flame of youth continues to burn brightly and is being passed on. Wang Yu thought to himself. Here we go again. While internally speechless, he silently appreciated Might Guy's candor and sincerity, allowing himself to accept the somewhat jarring imagery associated with Might Guy. Young and foolish. Both in youth and maturity, they were filled with joy. Time, much like the gentle contours of a girl's body, slips away unnoticed. After squeezing in time for dinner with Kushina, Minato, and Mikoto, and enjoying a leisurely stroll, Wang Yu returned home and lay on his bed, deep in contemplation. This morning, the restrictions on opening his mind had just been shattered. Although accustomed to the flow of chakra through the Shibari Nu, he knew there would be a gradual enhancement to a certain point before a temporary halt. The Fine 8 Gates, as Wang Yu dubbed his innovative method of mastering the 8 gates through cellular control, offered him a significant advantage over the traditional approach. The greatest merit of Wang Yu's Fine 8 Gates was that its side effects, essentially negligible, allowed for a remarkably effortless opening process. This method involved enhancing cellular capabilities and mobility, employing a painstaking approach rather than the instantaneously taxing methods of Might Guy that risked his vitality. By leveraging the cellular control inherent in the Might Guy version, Wang Yu could avert the usual after effects. Thus, in terms of chakra and speed, his technique was equally formidable as the conventional 8 gates. Additionally, it possessed the merits of durability and versatility. The traditional 8 gates, while powerful, required a sequential opening that invariably inflicted harm, akin to a meteor's fleeting brilliance. In contrast, Wang Yu and Appo's Fine 8 Gates promised permanence. By manipulating the chakra through the movement of cellular nodes, he could achieve a lasting enhancement. The irregular fluctuations in his chakra made it challenging for illusions to discern patterns, thus evading ordinary genjutsu. He would finally attain immunity to certain illusions, and once the chakra reached the level of a Nin upon opening the resting gate, he could disregard them entirely. Currently, he awaited the complete opening of the first gate, enhancing the cells surrounding the resting gate before proceeding. The sensation of speed was exhilarating, akin to flight, filling him with delight. Clenching his fist, a smile graced his face. With the amplification of his chakra control, Wang Yu felt compelled to refine his foundational ninjutsu. Though his mastery of national martial arts and the Kagaya bloodline techniques rendered him formidable enough to handle various situations, the simplicity of the body replacement technique could rival S-rank forbidden techniques. It conserved chakra, was straightforward in execution, and yielded remarkable results. The body replacement technique was exceptional for evading attacks, while the shadow clone technique, due to its varied attributes, was momentarily set aside. However, the transformation technique possessed limitless potential, enabling him to emulate Naruto's ruse of transforming into Sasuke to steal Sakura's first kiss, a quintessential household skill. He could learn Naruto's forbidden technique, the harem jutsu, which was explosively powerful. Shadow clone, body replacement, transformation. with his enhanced control and gradual overcoming of instinctual barriers from his previous life. Wang Yu now effortlessly mastered the release of basic ninjutsu. As he practiced, the sounds of ninjutsu being cast filled the air. After repeating the foundational techniques over 100 times, he took a brief respite. At this moment, with the opening of the first gate, his control over the Kaguya bloodline and the strength of his bones had significantly increased, placing him at the pinnacle of the Chunin level, nearly rivaling that of a J-nin. Given this trajectory, it was not far-fetched to believe that within a month, even without graduating from a ninja academy, he could withstand the prowess of the 14-year-old J-nin Minato Namikaze. The current non-attribute Rasengan could not breach his skeletal defenses, no matter how dazzling the attack. It would be futile against his defenses. In the world of ninjas, the status often does not correlate with strength. For instance, Might Guy, though a genin, could obliterate elite J-nin when unleashing the seventh gate. Similarly, Sasuke, also a genin, was classified as such despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan due to his status as a rogue ninja. Moreover, Obito vowed to remain a genin for life after a mission failure led to the death of his comrades. Although classified as a genin, Uncle Obito's strength was akin to that of a Kage, having defeated over 20 J-nin from a Wagakure and bested the third Raikage. Likewise, characters like Kabuto and Naruto exemplified this disparity in strength and status. However, such individuals were rare within Konoha. The hierarchy generally follows a pattern: novice genin, fodder genin, chunin, elite chunin, special J-nin, J-nin, elite J-nin, and Kage. In Wang Yu's perspective, this classification of strength was valid, with the only distinction being the addition of a quasi-Kage tier, where some elite J-nin possessed abilities that could directly threaten Kage-level opponents. The concept of Kage itself remains nebulous, with the strongest beings in the Naruto world being the 5 Kage from the 5 great shinobi villages. Yet, their strengths vary significantly. Beyond the Kage rank, there exist individuals of sage level, but those figures belong to the 4th great ninja war era. Suppressing these thoughts, Wang Yu resolved to continue his training. He had nearly discovered the clearest path for his cultivation. There was no need for him to exhaust himself learning elemental ninjutsu requiring intricate hand seals. Instead, he would focus on the simplest task, waiting for his chakra to reach J-nin level, enabling him to unleash the ultimate technique of the Kaguya bloodline, the dance of the dry bone. Simultaneously, he aimed to master and apply the most practical foundational ninjutsu. The activation of the second gate, the resting gate, would forcibly enhance his stamina, counteracting the fatigue from the energy expended in opening the gates, which overlapped with his cellular control capabilities. Thus, upon opening the third gate, the life gate, he would experience another surge of power. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the forest, Wang Yu delivered a powerful punch that shattered a specially treated thick log, exhaling deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, and nodding in satisfaction. It seems that ordinary Chunin can now achieve remarkable feats without relying on any external aids. After concluding today's training, Wang Yu presented 2 suits he had won in a lottery to Might Guy, exchanged pleasantries, and then made his way home. Wang Yu attended the same school as Might Guy, and although there was a significant age gap between him and Might Guy, their interactions had always been respectful and independent. To preserve the dignity of both father and son, Wang Yu meticulously assisted them in terms of sustenance, housing, and clothing. Although they initially declined his help, he persuaded them under the pretext that one was a master and the other a fellow disciple deserving of a mentor and appos. As respect, Wang Yu arranged for a few practical sports outfits to be tailored, which he designated as training gear for the trio. Their meals consisted of wild vegetables and game from the forest, rich in nutrition. He also upgraded their living arrangements with the rationale of occasionally needing a place to stay, introducing them to the latest amenities. Even the weighted training bags were crafted by Wang Yu from his own bone lineage, utilizing the densest bones as weights. Grateful for the kindness he received, Wang Yu sought to repay the father and son in every conceivable way, enhancing their lives and alleviating some of the discrimination Might Guy faced from the villagers. Upon returning home, Wang Yu was taken aback to find 2 figures seemingly waiting for him for quite some time. It was Kushina Izumaki and Mikoto Uchiha. As time passed, despite their daily encounters, their concern for Wang Yu grew heavier, prompting them to seek him out after hearing good news. Particularly, Mikoto, as a wielder of the Sharingan, had come to understand the formidable power of the 3-tomo Sharingan, amplifying her worry significantly. Finally, upon spotting Wang Yu's return, Mikoto's tense expression relaxed momentarily. However, She immediately fixed her striking gaze upon him, urging him, "Wang Yu, you must listen to me this time." Approaching the two women, Wang Yu raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and asked, "What is it?" Mikoto took a deep breath and replied with utmost seriousness, "Kushina informs me that tomorrow there will be a practical ranking examination for the graduating class at the Ninja Academy. You must participate." This statement left Wang Yu slightly astonished and perplexed. A practical ranking examination for the graduating class? What on earth is that? I've watched so many episodes of Naruto and never heard of it. Before Wang Yu could ponder further, Mikoto grasped his hand and insisted, "I know you are strong, but this is your opportunity to prove yourself." The practical ranking examination is not merely a one-on-one duel. It involves a series of drawn matches that culminate in a comprehensive ranking. This assessment will be closely monitored by the third Hokage and the returning legendary Sannin. If you excel, you will earn rewards and recognition. Kushina, resting her arm around Wang Yu's shoulder, added, "You can seize this opportunity to learn from Lady Tsunade's incredible strength techniques and her summoning contracts." Wang Yu had indeed mentioned during their meals that those who summoned snakes often faced rejection from women, and that frogs were no different. However, the slugs of the wet-bone forest were an exception. Among the three legendary sanctuaries from the era of Kaguya, the contract with the white snake sage in the dragon cave was easily discernible by Orochimaru, while the great toad sage of Miyaboku Mountain remained shrouded in mystery. It had existed since the time of Kaguya and had once been a companion to the Sage of Six Paths, yet its origins remained unknown. Moreover, it possessed remarkably precise prophetic abilities, capable of intermittently glimpsing the future of others while in slumber. Wang Yu harbored numerous clandestine plans he wished to keep hidden. Thus he naturally distanced himself from Miyaboku Mountain. The slug sage, in contrast to the great toad sage, is unique in that it has no descendants. Within the entirety of the wet-bone forest, there exists solely the slug sage. And the slugs summoned by Tsunade and Sakura are merely fragments of the slug sage's being. Even Tsunade herself cannot fully summon the slug sage, underscoring its vastness. However, based on Wang Yu's observations, the existence of a successor to this legendary sanctuary has long been a mystery among Naruto fans. Yet the series has revealed subtle details indicating who is trained in the sage mode of the wet-bone forest. During the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, a particular sage mode was employed, characterized by distinct eye markings, which Wang Yu surmised to be the sage mode of the wet-bone forest. Wang Yu was confident that Tsunade had also entered into a contract with the wet-bone forest slugs. It is well known that few ninja dare to summon without a signed contract, with only the mischievous Jiraiya possessing such audacity. Thus, Tsunade's ability to summon beasts is likely a result of a contract scroll passed down through her family, and Hashirama, during his confrontation with Madara, carried a contract scroll comparable in size to that of Jiraiya's. The slug sage, unlike the great toad sage and the white snake sage, is not a combat-oriented summoning beast. Even summoning beasts such as Gamabunta and Manda display volatile temperaments, with Manda being known to devour its summoner if displeased. Their lack of respect for their summoners stems from their need to assess the ninja's combat prowess. Summoners lacking strength are summarily rejected. Conversely, the slug sage prioritizes medical expertise over combat ability, which is why it recognizes Tsunade, renowned for her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, including the legendary mitotic regeneration. The slug sage is not overly concerned with raw power, making it amiable, thus accepting Tsunade and Sakura as its summoners. However, what Wang Yu possesses is not merely an external advantage, but a mastery of cellular control acquired through a system lottery. Given that all known life forms, aside from viruses, are composed of cells, Wang Yu's claim of being the second most skilled in medical arts is indeed a testament to his capabilities. Especially since only the sage modes from the three legendary sanctuaries provide absolute advantages. The sage mode of Miyaboku Mountain merely enhances reflexes, defense, perception, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Wang Yu knows that only Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Naruto Uzumaki have successfully mastered it. The Dragon Cave's sage mode has also seen success with only two individuals, Kabuto Yakushi and Mitsuki, while Orochimaru has been unable to master it due to his soul transfer practices. The sage mode of the Dragon Cave can generate sage chakra, boasting power exceeding that of ordinary chakra by more than twice, making it the most potent among the three legendary sanctuaries. The sage mode of the wet-bone forest remains largely unexplored in the series, leaving Wang Yu in the dark. However, he speculates that the slug sage is among the most formidable summoning beasts, ideally suited for him. Why, you may ask? First and foremost, the slug cannot be killed. Its body can infinitely split, allowing the slug sage to disperse into countless smaller slugs when ensnared by Manda during the battle with the legendary three ninjas, only to reassemble at will. This unique trait renders the slug's clones immune to nearly all physical attacks, including toxins. While the beasts summoned by Jiraiya and Orochimaru are certainly remarkable, they lack the defensive capabilities possessed by the slug sage. Should the slug sage choose to engage Manda, it could easily frustrate the snake with its ability to split, even if it does not defeat it outright. This aligns seamlessly with Wang Yu's own bone lineage and the chaotic capabilities he wields, capable of inciting frustration and bewilderment in his enemies. Secondly, the slug sage's attacks are notoriously difficult to counter. Despite the gentle temperament of the slug sage, its offensive capabilities remain formidable. The slug sage possesses the ability to excrete a highly concentrated acid, the corrosive effects of which bear a striking resemblance to the dissolution technique of the water shadow. Madarumi. Moreover, the acid is secreted from within its being, independent of chakra, rendering it resistant to chakra absorption abilities such as those of the shark skin or the Rinnegan. This is akin to Wang Yu's internal power martial arts, where even the Rinnegan's attempts to absorb chakra are futile against Wang Yu's strength. Even the formidable Kaguya cannot withstand it. Thirdly, the slug sage's support capabilities can be deemed unparalleled among the summoning beasts of the ninja world. Its auxiliary powers are its most vital asset. Though the divided forms of the slug sage may be smaller in size, they retain the consciousness and abilities of the original. They can transmit Tsunade's healing chakra to any ninja through their bodies. With the slug sage's assistance, Tsunade successfully executed the remarkable feat of single-handedly providing medical support during the Fourth Great Ninja War, reminiscent of Sorika's ultimate ability. The slug sage can convey intelligence and provide medical aid, making its abilities the epitome of support on the battlefield. Wang Yu often yearned for a mobile phone, which would allow him to effortlessly communicate with his friends without relying solely on his legs to gather and relay information. By summoning a miniature version of the slug sage to serve as a relay station, placing it on Kimimaro, Mikoto, and Kushina, it could function perfectly as a mobile device. In summary, although the slug sage requires a significant amount of chakra for summoning and lacks in raw offensive power, its diverse functionalities surpass those of the other two major summoning beasts. Among all the summoning creatures that have appeared in Naruto, none can rival the slug's comprehensive support capabilities. The strength of the slug lies not solely in its attack power, but in its versatility. It can heal, convey intelligence, enter sage mode, and possesses an immortal form, making it the most suitable summoning beast for Wang Yu. After listening to Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto turned to Wang Yu, eager to reiterate her insistence that he participate in the practical assessment for their grade. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she observed the contemplative Wang Yu, she inexplicably softened. She feared that he would remain obstinate, and her breathing began to falter. In an instant, the determination etched upon her youthful face began to fade, replaced by uncertainty and anxiety. Wang Yu, please heed our words. If you participate in the practical assessment and secure first place, I will grant you access to my family's Genjutsu scroll. With your talent, even if you overexert your potential to achieve the three-tomo Sharingan, you will not be outmatched. Mikoto's concern for Wang Yu transcended her own family obligations, as she earnestly considered his well-being. Kushina, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, her eyes glimmering with anticipation for Wang Yu's participation in the practical assessment. After all, Wang Yu was one of Kushina's few friends and an unconventional family member. She didn't oppose. He wanted him to suffer defeat and lose his dignity. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Is this really the Kushina I know? The fiery-tempered girl? Mikoto, disregarding the Uchiha clan's prohibitions, displayed her Genjutsu scroll to me. With such a girlfriend, I am indeed fortunate and blessed. Both girls genuinely wished to preserve Wang Yu's dignity as a man, revealing a softer side in their concern for him. Wang Yu felt a gentle tug at his heartstrings, unable to resist embracing both of them, declaring, I promise you. Kushina was momentarily stunned, but soon couldn't oppose. He helped but turned to embrace Wang Yu as well, overwhelmed with joy. However, after a brief embrace, she quickly released him, her cheeks slightly flushed. With a playful punch, she warned, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time you take advantage of me, I shall unleash the Nine-Tails chakra and smash your head. Mikoto, not one to be easily jealous, also stepped away from Wang Yu's embrace, displaying a pout of indignation as she playfully punched his chest. You truly are a source of endless worry. I and Amp, Oppos, I'll beat you up, I swear. Wang Yu, unable to resist, grasped her tiny hands. Mikoto's face flushed, and despite her attempts to break free, she found herself resigned to his hold. Wang Yu gently stroked her delicate nose, saying, Don and Appos, be angry. Since I and Appos am participating, I shall aim for the first place in the history of the ninja school, just for you and Kushina. Humph, Kushina huffed, turning her head away. This historical reference naturally included Kushina's renowned Jonin boyfriend, Minato Namikaze. Mikoto also huffed in response, aware that Wang Yu was deliberately trying to make her smile. Although both girls recognized that Wang Yu was currently the second best in the ninja school, they believed he was already qualified for early graduation based on his abilities. However, Minato had long since developed the Rasengan and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, as well as the flying thunder god technique perfected by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, placed him at the level of a potential Hokage. While Wang Yu's talents were indeed remarkable, he still lagged behind Minato, who had graduated as a Chunin and was now a Jonin. The following day, having promised Mikoto and Kushina that he would participate, Wang Yu reflected on the opportunity to encounter the formidable Tsunade in the practical assessment, deeming it a worthwhile endeavor. Upon arriving at the ninja school, he found the atmosphere buzzing with excitement, akin to students attending online classes in his homeland. After Wang Yu and Appos' victory over Uchiha Shursui, no one dared to provoke him lightly. The disdainful glances had transformed into admiration and awe. Yet today, there was a notable shift in the atmosphere. Have you heard? Wang Yu is going to duel Uchiha Shursui's Jonin cousin for honor. One student exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. The child beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. Shursui's cousin, Uchiha Fuyuki, is bound to become a Jonin. Is Wang Yu really accepting the duel? Has he lost his mind? Shoo, keep your voice down. That duel is still far off. The most important thing today is the practical assessment. Who do you think will win? Without a doubt, it has to be Wang Yu. Of course, Kakashi is bound to come at first. A group of boys and girls began to passionately debate. Aside from Kakashi, who was from a prestigious family, Hinata also hailed from the renowned Hyuga clan, making her a formidable contender. Indeed, she has occasionally bested Uchiha Shursui. I wonder who is stronger, her or Wang Yu. It should be Hinata, considering that Wang Yu excels in martial arts while the Byakugan is known to counter such techniques. The students whispered among themselves. The entire ninja school was abuzz with discussions as they huddled in groups. When Wang Yu arrived, even his Chunin teacher, Kato Ino, was taken aback, as she had not anticipated his participation in the practical assessment. In her eyes, having already defeated Chunin, Wang Yu's presence felt somewhat out of place amidst the chaos of the school. The impending battle for dignity against Uchiha Shunin is nearing, yet you still attend school? You ought to request special training from Lord Orochimaru. However, if you come, you may seize the first place and bring glory to the class. After contemplating for a moment, Kato's voice added Wang Yu's name to the list. Wang Yu faced no obstacles and smoothly completed his registration. During this period, the ninja school differed significantly from its portrayal in later anime adaptations. In the original series, each grade was categorized by age, but during this time, the system was not yet fully developed. The ninja school classified students by their background or age, which explained the early graduation of prodigies like Kakashi Hitaki at the tender age of 5 and becoming a Chunin at 6. 4 practical ranking assessments. Securing a position within the top 10 allowed students to apply for early graduation. However, most students who had been enrolled for less than 3 years chose to forego participation in these practical evaluations. After all, geniuses like Kakashi were rare. The majority of students needed to adhere to a rigorous 6-year training regimen. Nonetheless, following the Second Great Ninja War, the number of students surged, resulting in a significant turnout for the ranking assessments. By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the united forces of ninja warriors totaled an astounding 80,000. If the ninja schools across various nations did not produce enough students, where would all these ninjas come from? Due to the high number of participants in the practical assessments, 5 venues were utilized simultaneously. Students were assigned numbers through a lottery to determine their opponents. And after a series of battles, winners faced off against winners and losers against losers. This continuous cycle of draw and combat ultimately established an overall ranking for all registered students. Initially, separate venues were used, and after several rounds, the final 20 victors were granted access to the 5th main venue for subsequent matches. In this ultimate arena, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would even preside over the proceedings in person. At present, the 3rd Hokage is in the prime of his life at the age of 47. wielding a staff capable of disrupting the roots of the divine tree and possessing mastery over a multitude of jutsu, earning him the esteemed title of Professor of the Ninja World among all ninja villages. Despite his busy schedule, Hiruzen made time to attend with his 3 beloved students, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to nurturing future ninjas. The opening ceremony for the practical ranking assessments was, of course, presided over by Hiruzen himself. Under the respectful gaze of numerous parents and ninjas, he donned the Hokage ceremonial robe and ascended to the podium. The moment he appeared, all the students erupted in enthusiastic cheers, creating an electrifying atmosphere at the ninja school. In Konoha, a ninja bestowed with the title of Hokage undoubtedly holds the highest status, unrivaled strength, and immense respect. Though Hiruzen stands at a modest height of less than 1.65 meters, not a single gaze bore contempt. Instead, they were filled with reverence. For he is the 3rd Hokage, the strongest ninja in the Land of Fire. Gazing upon the eager faces of the children in the ninja school, filled with admiration and excitement, Hiruzen radiated a warm, sunny smile. He raised his hand to silence the crowd, which fell into instant quietude. In the shinobi world, first came the Land of Fire, then Konoha Village. The future of our village lies in your hands. The will of fire shall be carried forth by you, the new sprouts of Konoha. So, children, strive onward. Together, we shall labor for the prosperity of Konoha and the legacy of the will of fire. Hiruzen's heartfelt words elevated the atmosphere to exhilarating heights. Among the crowd, students including Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi were swept up in the fervor. Wang Yu stood amongst them, his gaze reflecting a mix of admiration and contemplation as he absorbed Hiruzen's passionate rhetoric. The 3rd Hokage, the current god of the ninja world, the pillar of Konoha. The children of Konoha, including Minato Namikaze, undoubtedly strive toward Hiruzen as their guiding star. If Wang Yu were not a transmigrator familiar with the narrative, he might also have been inspired to pursue the title of Hokage. Yet, in Wang Yu's heart, while Hokage seemed distant, there existed even more formidable figures to aspire to. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Sage of the Six Paths, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Surpassing these legends constituted Wang Yu's most profound aspirations. Of course, such ambitions felt exceedingly remote. Wang Yu clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. No matter how far or arduous his future goals may be, he would never yield. To realize his dreams, he must seize the present moment. Following Hiruzen Sarutobi's impassioned words, the practical ranking assessments commenced. Registered students were guided to the 4 venues according to their lottery results, while Hiruzen, alongside the Sannin, awaited the victors from the 4 arenas. The low-tier battles in these venues hardly warranted Hiruzen's direct attention. After all, only the final 20 victors were deemed worthy of his consideration, representing the true backbone of Konoha's future. Wang Yu was assigned to the 3rd venue, where Kushina was also present. However, she was unconcerned with her own assessment. Having already become a Jinchuriki, her sole focus was on whether Wang Yu could achieve commendable results. In fact, she felt even more anxious than he did. Quietly, she cheered him on from the sidelines. Though Makoto was away on a mission, she too wished for Wang Yu to reach the finals and gain Lady Tsunade's recognition. The 3rd venue, while ostensibly formal, was essentially an open training ground, overseen by 2 main examiners and 4 jonin controlling the environment. Wang Yu's first opponent was a fellow classmate, who, upon realizing he had drawn Wang Yu as his adversary, wore an expression of despair. Among the ordinary students, the 4 most dreaded opponents were undoubtedly Hinata Hyuga, Shursui Uchiha, Wang Yu, and Kakashi. Except for Wang Yu, the other 3 consistently ranked 1st or 2nd in their respective classes, leaving many aspiring ninjas disheartened. Moreover, Wang Yu had previously demonstrated terrifying prowess in his battle against Shursui, instilling fear in countless students. I concede. Initially, the student intended to give it a shot. But upon seeing Wang Yu brandishing a white skeletal shuriken adorned with 2 red dots on his forehead, he instinctively recoiled like a turtle and raised his hand in surrender. The skeletal shuriken and the red dots symbolized the Shikotsumyaku, a bloodline limit that instilled dread in ordinary ninjas. The supervising examiner, taken aback, shook his head with resignation and declared Wang Yu the victor of his first match. Wang Yu, surprised by his opponent's immediate surrender without even a fight, found it understandable given the context. After all, this was a ninja school filled with novices, and facing someone like Wang Yu, who had already reached the silver tier as a chunin, left little room for resistance. It was only natural that he, like Minato Namikaze, who had already attained the gold level, would be beyond the reach of Wang Yu's silver. In the preceding battles, most of the opponents either surrendered outright or were swiftly defeated by Wang Yu with a single strike. Wang Yu did not even need to resort to any underhanded tactics. He effortlessly overwhelmed all his adversaries with sheer physical prowess. This prowess elicited widespread astonishment. He was undeniably formidable. Indeed, after awakening his bloodline limit, Wang Yu experienced a complete reversal in his overall capabilities. Many students who had once looked down upon him now gazed at him with expressions of profound envy, yearning to awaken a bloodline limit of their own and possess strength akin to his. However, acquiring such a bloodline limit was no simple feat. They could only watch wistfully and indulge in their fantasies. Even the examiners and elite ninjas present in the third arena exhibited expressions of intrigue and mild admiration for the power Wang Yu displayed. Kushina, her beautiful eyes sparkling, watched the scene with immense excitement and joy. Wang Yu's opponents either conceded or were dispatched within moments, and soon he found himself facing his sixth opponent. Once again, there were no surprises. Although the sixth opponent was slightly stronger, he was still no match for Wang Yu, who dispatched him with ease in a matter of seconds. Moments later, the examiner's voice reverberated throughout the arena, proclaiming, "Juchi Wang Yu, victorious in the sixth match." The instant these words spread, a profound silence fell over the crowd, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of cheers. "Wang Yu, you are so impressive. I want to bear your children," exclaimed a rough voice from the crowd. Wang Yu, invincible." The cheers from the girls were melodious and delightful. Amidst the accolades, Wang Yu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, while internally he reveled, thinking, "Not bad, it seems I've garnered some devoted fans." But that fellow proclaiming about children should just go away. He is more blinding than chili pepper juice. Kushina could not contain her excitement and leapt up to cheer, her face radiant with joy. This was fantastic news. Winning 6 consecutive matches meant direct qualification for the 5th arena, and thus an opportunity to enter the main stage. Wang Yu had secured this easily. All the students in the nearby arenas gazed at him with eyes filled with envy. The victors from the 4 arenas who entered the main stage would undoubtedly catch the attention of the 3rd Hokage. For these novice students, simply being noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was already a tremendous honor, far beyond the aspiration of merely placing in the top 10. As the cheers erupted in the 3rd arena, Wang Yu departed for the main stage. Kushina wished she could forego her own matches to accompany him, but as she had already registered, she was obliged to continue competing, even if it meant conceding every match until the end to determine a complete ranking. Thus, she watched him leave with hopeful eyes amidst the fervor of the crowd. The enthusiasm in the 3rd arena was so intense that it drew attention even from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th arenas, as well as the main stage. In the 1st arena, Kakashi, preparing for his own 4th match, cast a surprised glance toward the raucous 3rd arena. It appeared that someone had already achieved victory, and remarkably, even faster than he had. After a brief flicker of surprise, Kakashi shrugged it off with a smile, thinking it inconsequential. After all, once they reached the main stage, rankings would be determined by victory. He would not concede his position to anyone on this first day. His eyes gleamed with absolute pride and confidence. For as the son of the Konoha White Fang, Kakashi had ample reason to feel self-assured. During the Second Shinobi World War, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, executed a surprise attack against the 3rd Kazekage and the parents of Sasori on the battlefield commanded by the 3rd Hokage, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury. Tsukumo's ability to hold his own against 3 elite opponents was a feat that rivaled the achievements of the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. Subsequently, he was bestowed the title of Konoha White Fang and was considered a leading candidate for the next Hokage. Although Tsukumo tragically took his own life under the weight of humiliation, his reputation and strength were undeniable. Kakashi, as a descendant of such a hero, took great pride in his father's legacy. Meanwhile, the main arena was already prepared and seated, with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting on the platform. Upon hearing the commotion, he smiled faintly. It seemed that exceptional talent had emerged. Who could it be? Surely, it would be the son of the Konoha White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, as he was the only one with such prowess. Behind Hiruzen stood Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who had always recognized Kakashi as the undisputed genius of the Ninja Academy, often overwhelming the second best by a wide margin, even surpassing the likes of Orochimaru and Tsunade in their youth. Listening to Jiraiya, Hiruzen nodded, contemplating that it was likely Kakashi. However, at that moment, another figure approached from a different direction, Orochimaru, with a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, that may not be the case, he remarked. Jiraiya, sensing Orochimaru's skepticism, quipped, "What's the matter, Orochimaru? Are you feeling inadequate? You certainly weren't as outstanding at that age as Kakashi is now." Orochimaru, uninterested in elaborating to Jiraiya, merely shrugged, flicking his tongue like a serpent, and replied, "That is not my implication." "Then what do you mean?" Jiraiya asked, gesturing curiously. Orochimaru subtly pointed in a direction, prompting both Hiruzen and Jiraiya to glance over, their expression shifting to surprise as they beheld the first victor approaching the main stage. It was a slender boy with silver hair, adorned with 2 red markings above his brows, clearly not Kakashi, but Wang Yu. "Incredible! Someone has surpassed Kakashi," Jiraiya exclaimed incredulously, his voice rising in disbelief. The first champion was not Hatake Kakashi. Beside him, Orochimaru wore a slightly sinister expression, retracting his tongue, stating, "In the world of ninjas, anything is possible." Tsunade approached lazily from behind, her eyes glimmering with a unique light. "Interesting, I had thought there would be no second genius aside from Kakashi this year." After a pause, she added, "Isn't he the one who is set to duel Uchiha with life and death on the line?" "Indeed, that is him," Orochimaru confirmed with a nod. As the conversation shifted entirely to Wang Yu, Jiraiya's expression soured, clearly displeased. Even if he is here, he could never defeat Kakashi. Kakashi's talent, combined with his father Tsukumo's swordsmanship, makes him the most outstanding of this generation. "Humph," Orochimaru replied, maintaining his stance with a slightly wicked smile. His bloodline defense rivals that of Wood Release, and with his mastery of martial arts ninjutsu and stable mindset, I believe my disciple may surpass your student, Minato Namikaze, in 4 years. This statement left the gathered crowd in stunned silence. Although most people doubt that Wang Yu can truly surpass the prodigious talents of individuals like Minato Namikaze, the unwavering confidence reflected in Orochimaru's words certainly attests to the fact that Wang Yu's abilities should not be underestimated. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself momentarily pensive. As the leader of the village, he had undoubtedly reviewed some reports compiled by the Umbu regarding Wang Yu's achievements, defeating Uchiha Shursui and the Chunin Uchiha FK, and subsequently agreeing to a duel with Uchiha FK. However, the strength of the Shikotsumyaku lies in physical prowess, while Jinjutsu targets the mind. Thus, it seemed somewhat imprudent for this child to arrogantly accept a challenge from the Uchiha with the 3-tomo Sharingan after his victory. Yet, upon reflection, in such a situation, it is natural for a child to exhibit a competitive spirit. This child is merely 10 years old and possesses considerable potential. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused as he observed Wang Yu with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "As you are my disciple, if your talent is truly as Orochimaru claims, your status as an outsider can largely be overlooked. In that case, let us see how you perform next." Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectant gaze, Wang Yu finally approached the main stage, standing quietly below as he awaited his turn. While waiting, Wang Yu discreetly surveyed the venue for the practical ranking examination. The main stage was significantly more sophisticated and grand than the substages, situated within an arena reminiscent of the Chunin exams depicted in anime. At the highest point, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robes. Behind and beside him stood 3 familiar figures, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, standing harmoniously together. Wang Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. The Sannin appeared 20 years younger than in the original timeline, dressed casually in home attire. Witnessing the Sannin together in such a joyful manner stirred a ripple of emotion within Wang Yu. This is a scene of the Sannin's camaraderie that has never been witnessed by fans of the Hokage anime. Moreover, Tsunade's ominous aura is certainly substantial from afar. There is a saying, when you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Thus, as Wang Yu looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, they too were scrutinizing him. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, revealing much about a person. What Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others discerned in Wang Yu's gaze was a calmness that set him apart from the ordinary fervor or agitation. He exhibited a maturity reminiscent of Orochimaru's usual demeanor. After observing Wang Yu, Tsunade softly remarked that maintaining such composure in the presence of the Hokage and 3 elite jonin, having secured the leading position, was the true mindset of a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, despite Wang Yu's origins from an outside village. His status as a disciple now warranted disregard for that distinction. Jiraiya also slightly nodded, acknowledging his potential. His mindset is stable, and the Shikotsumyaku users are rare. He rivals the prophesied child Nagato. As the onlookers assessed Wang Yu, the second victor emerged. Without surprise, it was Kakashi Hitaki from the first substage. Upon entering the main stage, Kakashi wore a similarly composed expression. Jiraiya, who had initially seemed disinterested, became animated once more. Orochimaru, look. Kakashi's demeanor is equally unflappable. Wang Yu may be exceptional at just 10 years old, but he cannot surpass Kakashi. Well then, let us await the outcome. Orochimaru smirked slyly, leaning against the wall, his serpentine tongue flickering as he fell silent. The Second Shinobi World War had solidified the Sannin and Appo's renown following their battle against the demigod. After the war, Jiraiya encountered the 7-year-old Nagato in Konoha 35 years later, recognizing the Rinnegan as the mark of the prophesied child foretold by the sage of Mount Myaboku. He trained Nagato for 3 years before departing in Konoha 38. The timelines aligned perfectly. Kakashi, upon arriving at the main stage, noticed Wang Yu, who had arrived earlier. Slightly surprised, Kakashi nodded. It was understandable that Wang Yu, having triumphed over Uchiha Shursui, would be quicker. As Kakashi pondered whether to greet his opponent, the third and fourth victors, Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Niji, entered in quick succession. Concurrently, several interested Chunin, Jonin, and unregistered students gathered, taking their seats and eagerly watching the proceedings. The battles on the main stage promised to be far more thrilling than the monotonous matches in the 4 substages. The audience grew increasingly numerous. Eventually, all victors from the 4 substages assembled, including those who had experienced a defeat or 2. To be recognized as a victor, one must achieve 4 consecutive wins. A single loss disqualifies one from that title, regardless of subsequent victories. Those who had endured 1 or 2 defeats may have encountered counter techniques or misused their ninjutsu. Thus, 20 individuals graced the venue, yet only 4 remained undefeated, earning them the title of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Among these 20, the majority bore the marks of arduous battles. While the 4 Heavenly Kings entered the main stage unscathed and at ease, Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed as he regarded the 20 promising youths below. Everyone has arrived, I presume? These children are the true pillars of Konoha's future. A strong youth ensures a strong Konoha. Reporting to the 3rd Hokage, all individuals are present. A guard ninja appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivering the report. Hiruzen nodded, preparing to commence the battles. Just as life often presents unexpected turns, a sudden commotion arose in the main venue. A figure appeared at the entrance, one with a bandaged right eye and a scar tracing his chin. This individual walked steadily towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even before his arrival, a chair had been placed beside Hiruzen's seat. He was Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's advisor and the most formidable figure in the roots of Konoha. Danzo, I never expected you to carve out time from your busy schedule to join us. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his gaze flickering slightly. The future of these children is of utmost importance to Konoha. As an advisor to the Hokage, I must contribute my share. Danzo replied, taking a seat beside Hiruzen, his tone nonchalant. You old fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, immediately discerning Danzo's intentions. It was evident that Danzo had come to select exceptionally talented children for cultivation in the roots. As long as the matter did not escalate, Sarutobi Hiruzen typically turned a blind eye to Danzo's actions. Danzo cast a cursory glance at the 20 participants below, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized them closely. They were all too young and immature, requiring significant nurturing and refinement before they could be of great use. Even the most inept fledgling eagle possesses the potential to soar as a king. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly and responded to Danzo, then issued a few instructions to the nearby ninjas. The instructed ninja nodded and descended into the arena. You 20 have proven your talent and combat prowess by reaching this stage. At this moment, the esteemed 3rd Hokage is closely observing your every move. It is time to unveil your finest selves before the Hokage. The chief examiner of this venue is no longer a Nin instructor from the Ninja Academy, but rather a special Nin overseeing the proceedings. Thus, the practical ranking assessment of the 5th venue has officially commenced. The list of the 4 little kings and others has been randomly shuffled, and they will draw lots to determine their opponents. The chief examiner, glancing at the organized list in hand, raised his hand and announced, in the first match of the main stage, Wang Yu will face Hinata Ming. The first bout immediately captured the attention of all Nin and even Nin present, drawing the interest of Danzo himself. He had awakened a formidable bloodline limit and mused that he might as well change his surname to Kagaya. Wang Yu, the disciple of Lord Orochimaru, Is the child who faced Uchiha Fuyumi in battle? Intriguing indeed. It remains to be seen just how formidable he truly is. Observing Nin cast scrutinizing glances at Wang Yu, it was evident that they were pre-selecting their preferred students. Those who managed to secure the most victories in this main stage will likely be placed in different classes, as the 20 victors will probably be separated upon graduation to maintain balance. The first match is upon us, and I am eager to witness his abilities. I hope he possesses the qualifications to contend with Minato. High above, Jiraiya whimsically leapt onto the railing, showcasing a complete lack of the decorum expected of an elite Nin. Witnessing this, Tsunade and Appo's lips twitched in embarrassment, wishing to kick Jiraiya off the railing, though she realized that would only exacerbate the humiliation. Resigned, she chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained composed, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, his eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement as he surveyed the arena. On the main stage, Wang Yu and Hinata Ming stepped onto the arena. Kakashi and others gathered at the edges, observing tactics that could potentially be wielded against them. Hinata Ming regarded Wang Yu with a somewhat perplexed expression. He had certainly heard of Wang Yu, and as a member of the main branch of one of the 3 prominent clans, he was particularly attuned to various intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Ming remarked, "As Lord Orochimaru and Appo's disciple, you possess indeed considerable skill. However, against the Byakugan of the Hinata clan, your physical techniques will be rendered nearly irrelevant. Are you flaunting the prowess of the Hinata's eyes?" Wang Yu met Hinata Ming's gaze calmly. Hinata Ming shook his head slightly, stating, "No, I merely believe that even if you were to defeat the Uchiha clan using the Shikotsumyaku, regrettably, in this encounter, you are up against the Byakugan, which specializes in countering physical techniques. How audacious. Are you truly confident of your victory?" Wang Yu retorted, nearly losing his temper but ultimately maintaining his composure, knowing better than to engage in a quarrel with a mere 10-year-old child. Yet, he could not suppress a snide remark. "You believe you are assured of victory? Your reliance on physical techniques no one can surpass the Hinata's Byakugan." Hinata Ming spoke as if it were self-evident. Possessing the Byakugan, combined with the specialized gentle fist technique targeting chakra points, the Hinata clan indeed took immense pride in their prowess in both physical combat and sensory perception, confidence forged through the blood and sacrifice of past ninja world wars. And so the first match commenced. With both contenders ready, the chief examiner decisively declared the start. Hinata Ming immediately assumed the initial stance of the Hinata clan's gentle fist, casting a calm gaze at Wang Yu. The audience could not help but murmur among themselves, recognizing the distinctive physical technique of the esteemed Hinata clan. The rare Shikotsumyaku seemed ill-equipped to contend with the expertise of the Hinata, a realization particularly evident among the Nin, who knew full well that the gentle fist could seal chakra points and directly assault internal organs. Should one get too close, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Everyone was left pondering how Wang Yu, armed with the Shikotsumyaku, would choose to engage against the physically adept Hinata clan. To their astonishment, Wang Yu's approach to combat was remarkably straightforward. He employed no extraneous techniques or convoluted hand seals. He simply advanced with a determined step and unleashed a single, powerful punch. "I care not for your esteemed Hinata Byakugan or gentle fist. I need only one fist to shatter them all. The Byakugan is meant for delicate souls like Hinata Hanabi. The rest are heretics, destined for obliteration." Pfft, what a weakling. Wang Yu's heart roared with fury, and in the instant he clenched his fist. A halo of blue light radiated from it, crashing down before Hinata Akira. Boom. In a heartbeat, the air vibrated violently, as if his punch approached the speed of sound. A terrifying surge of chakra, amplified by the national martial arts style, enveloped Hinata Akira entirely. Just moments before, Hinata had maintained an expression of calm, but his countenance transformed drastically, revealing a look of shock and disbelief. How can chakra be so powerful? Just days ago, wasn't he merely a low-ranking ninja? The chakra of a middle-ranking ninja, combined with the amplification of national martial arts, nearly pinned him to the ground. He could hardly raise an arm to perform any gentle fist technique, let alone make any significant movement. In his astonishment, Hinata swiftly channeled the chakra within him, releasing it from his arms and palms, while his Byakugan sought out the weakest points in the chakra to counter Wang Yu's amplified blow. As Hinata's chakra surged forth, the reciprocal nature of force did indeed slightly hinder the amplification. However, in the next instant, it was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly crushed. The amplification power of the national martial arts was nearly unstoppable, Even with all his might, Hinata could not withstand it. Had he not been a member of the Hyuga clan, targeting the most vulnerable points with his palm to release chakra, he might have found his bones shattered by Wang Yu's punch. Wang Yu, endowed with the bloodline limit of the corpse bone pulse and the national martial arts style derived from his homeland, was practically the nemesis of the Hyuga and Appo's specialized gentle fist techniques. What could the Byakugan achieve? How could the gentle fist counter the raw might of the national martial arts? To the centuries-old tradition of national martial arts, it was merely a weak child, a fledgling. Techniques like the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the 80 God air strike, devoid of chakra amplification, paled in comparison to the painstakingly refined legacies of countless martial arts masters. Within the realm of physical techniques, Wang Yu's application of national martial arts was unequivocally supreme. Moreover, even if Hinata attempted to use a counter technique, he was a low-ranking ninja, inferior to Wang Yu's substantial chakra reserves as a middle-ranking ninja. A single punch from Wang Yu, augmented by chakra, could very well obliterate him. With a resounding crash, Hinata could no longer withstand the force and was sent flying, mist erupting around him as he coughed up blood, crashing to the ground in the distance. The arena fell into an instant silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In this tranquility, every face bore a look of incredulity, as if caught in a dream. How is this possible? Throughout it all, Wang Yu had only used a single punch to reduce the so-called strongest practitioner of the gentle fist, Hinata's Byakugan, to mere rubble. Concepts like dragon battles, heavenly king confrontations, and needle points against ears were rendered non-existent. If a mere student had been annihilated by Wang Yu's punch, it would have been one thing, yet Hinata, renowned as the strongest in physical techniques, had been felled in an instant. The shock and disbelief were monumental. As Wang Yu calmly withdrew his fist and stood in the center of the arena, he seemed entirely unfazed by the outcome. The atmosphere erupted like a shaken soda can, the students' incredulous voices intertwining in a cacophony reminiscent of a fangirl encountering her favorite star, their excitement reaching ear-splitting levels. Not only the students, but even some middle and upper-ranking ninjas were left awestruck. Wang Yu's punch had transformed the battle into a spectacle of overwhelming dominance. Even the chief examiner spoke with a hint of astonishment, declaring Wang Yu the victor. How could one possess such strength? Lord Tobarama, this young man is astonishingly formidable. A child from the Hyuga clan had been utterly defeated by a single blow. The more composed upper ninjas and elite upper ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, while even the most stoic of them, Sarutobi, Hizashi, and Danzo, showed flickers of surprise. At such a young age, the fusion of the corpse bone pulse and national martial arts was as fearsome as Tsunade's monstrous strength. Danzo's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he commented. Sarutobi nodded earnestly, acknowledging that this combination seemed to not only counter gentle fist techniques, but was also quite formidable against all physical skills. At that moment, Sarutobi's attention genuinely focused on Wang Yu, whose displayed talent left him in awe. On the other side, Jiraiya lounged against the railing, his expression betraying a palpable embarrassment. Wang Yu had effortlessly dispatched Hinata Akira, a scion of one of the 3 great clans, leaving Jiraiya at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only mumble a half-hearted remark, suggesting that Minato or Kakashi could have easily triumphed as well. In the background, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, his eyelids flickering slightly, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Tsunade, elegantly resting against the railing, revealed a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Wang Yu's stunning punch had profoundly impacted her, for his style mirrored her own. Her signature technique involved enhancing her strength through chakra, smashing through all adversarial attacks with sheer force. Wang Yu? Unable to resist, Tsunade murmured. Her gaze filled with admiration as she mused. This approach truly resonates with me. Orochimaru, how about having your apprentice become my student? In an unspoken exchange, their years of tacit understanding allowed for a silent conversation. Tsunade, I give you the finger. Orochimaru, I raise you too. In the audience, the uproar persisted long after the initial shock. Eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment remained fixated on Wang Yu. In the face of such scrutiny, he descended from the arena with an air of tranquility. Deep within, Wang Yu mused, and Appo's, is it impressive? Just lacking a fitting soundtrack to transform into a legend, and Appo's, on the ground. Including Kakashi, the other students regarded him with astonishment, pondering how they would fare had they faced Wang Yu's punch. Undoubtedly, should they falter even slightly, their fate would not be much better than Hinata's. This was a perilous individual. The gazes directed at Wang Yu were laden with profound trepidation. Even Kakashi, filled with astonishment, could not help but approach Wang Yu, stating, "You are incredibly strong now. You've placed a significant amount of pressure on me. Have you already reached the level of a middle-ranking ninja?" His words carried a weight of seriousness, clearly indicating that Kakashi now regarded Wang Yu as a formidable rival deserving of utmost respect. Upon hearing Kakashi, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile. Is that all? Just a considerable amount of pressure. If Kakashi knew that Wang Yu had unleashed less than half of his power in that punch, what would his expression be? Before opening the first gate of the 8 gates, Wang Yu had sent the middle-ranking Uchiha Fuma flying with a single blow. Once he activated the first gate, even the Hyuga clan's ability to release chakra through their bodies would prove insufficient to withstand Wang Yu's punch. Just a moment ago, had Wang Yu fully harnessed the power of the corpse vein and the mastery of cells, he could have effortlessly dispatched Hinata Ming with a single blow. However, such an outcome was entirely unnecessary. Thus, Wang Yu opted to wield only a fraction of his strength, merely allowing Hinata Ming to perform a comedic dance in midair. Similarly, during several decisive strikes in the arena, the force Wang Yu employed amounted to scarcely 1/3 of his potential. The concern that his opponent might not withstand the augmentation of traditional martial arts, leading him to temper his strength, left Wang Yu feeling somewhat exasperated. After the battle between Wang Yu and Hinata Akira concluded, the proctor announced the members of the second round of duels, with Kakashi coincidentally among them. Once on stage, although Kakashi did not achieve the sheer dominance of a single punch knockout like Wang Yu, he nonetheless resolved the conflict with remarkable efficiency. Utilizing a simple substitution technique coupled with a C-rank wind release jutsu, he secured a swift victory. Kakashi's adept application of ninjutsu elicited a hint of admiration from Wang Yu. Moreover, it was evident that Kakashi's chakra reserves were far beyond that of a mere genin, as he appeared entirely unfazed after employing a C-rank technique. Later on, his chakra levels, which were significantly influenced by Obito's Sharingan, would be revealed to be extraordinary. At this moment, while Kakashi may not have reached the level of a Chunin, he was undoubtedly on the cusp. It was no surprise that Kakashi Hatake, a prodigy who became a Chunin at the tender age of 6, was a standout among his peers. In the subsequent matches, the members of the Aburame clan effortlessly triumphed using their insects. Following them, the Uchiha clan and Appo's genius, Shursui, handily overwhelmed his opponent. Before long, all 5 matches of the 20-10 elimination round concluded. The dynamics of the main arena battles diverged significantly from that of the sub-arena. While the latter tested not only combat ability but also endurance and strategic decision-making, necessitating 6 consecutive victories for supremacy, the main arena focused solely on raw talent and strength. Each bout in the main arena was followed by an extended rest period to allow competitors to regain their peak condition. Should injuries occur, Tsunade, the finest medical ninja in Konoha, could swiftly provide treatment, even if it involved breaking bones. After 1 round of battles, the 10 defeated competitors, including Hinata Akira, retreated to recover, while those with 2 losses awaited the conclusion of the victors' matches to re-enter the fray. The proctor allotted everyone a 2-hour lunch break, allowing ample time for recuperation, even as some from the sub-arena had completed all their battles. By chance, Wang Yu was once again matched against Uchiha Shursui, who was swiftly defeated once more. After several confrontations, the remaining 9 competitors in the top 10 included Kakashi, Aburame Shuryen, Akimichi Dingyong, Senju Nasu, Shursui, Hinata Akira, Narashikaru, Inazuka Kiba, and Kushina. At this point, the Senju clan had not yet fallen to the dire state it would later encounter. With Tsunade still standing as one of the legendary Sannin, among Wang Yu's contemporaries, there were several exceptionally talented individuals, including Senju Yasuko, a distant cousin of Senju Ropetree, who coincidentally shared a name with the notorious Happy Wind guy, much to Wang Yu and Appo's dismay. In the match between Kakashi and Senju Yasuko, Kakashi found it less straightforward to defeat a member of the Senju clan. However, he skillfully employed shadow clones and substitution techniques to gain the upper hand, ultimately winning with a Doton technique that decapitated his opponent in spirit. The rhythm of the battle was entirely controlled by Kakashi, who maintained an air of calm throughout, as if he had foreseen the outcome and knew precisely how to approach and win this fight. This demeanor drew admiration from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who observed Kakashi's exceptional mental acuity and combat talent at such a young age, hinting at his limitless potential for future growth. Jiraiya, increasingly impressed by Kakashi, anticipated the day he would graduate from the Ninja Academy to become his apprentice. However, his thoughts were momentarily interrupted by the serialization of the tale of the gutsy ninja. leading him to consider assigning his disciple Minato to mentor Kakashi, thinking to himself, how clever of me. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had been scrutinizing Kakashi, calmly remarked, this child, along with Wang Yu, displays a maturity suited for AMBU work. I believe they should be developed under my root division. This assertion ignited Jiraiya's ire. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and admonished, Jiraiya, step back. He then turned to Danzo, stating coolly, two such children, both possessing potential to become candidates for Hokage, should not be treated as mere emotionless root ninjas. Hiruzen's words caused a shift in the atmosphere. As the term Hokage candidate undoubtedly referred to the highest position in the village, a title Danzo desired fervently. This remark irked Danzo, who had lost the opportunity to become the third Hokage due to his hesitance during the Second Shinobi World War. Frustrated, Danzo slammed his teacup onto the table. His voice darkened as he retorted, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you not know that outsiders cannot become Hokage candidates? Not even if that outsider is Orochimaru's disciple. The criteria for Hokage candidates were straightforward. Any student of a Hokage or their successor could qualify. Orochimaru, listening quietly, appeared indifferent, his thoughts concealed from all. He is already a Konoha citizen, and moreover, he is my disciple. He too can inherit the title of Hokage. But I am not old enough to make such decisions yet, he mused. Sarutobi Hiruzen's response was measured, yet laced with a hint of warning. You, Danzo, should keep your ambitions to yourself. The underlying message was clear. Hiruzen was the Hokage, at the pinnacle of his power. The battles for the top 5 concluded swiftly, with Kakashi overcoming Shinji Yasuko and Aburame Shurien besting Nara Shikamaru. Wang Yu cast a curious glance at Aburame Shurien, recalling that he was likely the obscure uncle of Aburame Shino, one of the famed Konoha 12. It seemed that in the future, he would become the vice head of the Aburame clan. The 4 competitors with the most victories were undoubtedly Wang Yu, Kakashi, Shursui, and Aburame Shurien. Hinata Akira, having been decisively defeated by Wang Yu, faltered in his subsequent matches, resulting in 2 additional losses and placing 5th. After another 2-hour intermission, the battles in the sub-arena, which had a much shorter break of merely 10 minutes, concluded. Many students, having rested briefly, ventured into the main arena out of curiosity, increasing the crowd present. The main arena welcomed all spectators, and no one obstructed the entry of those from the sub-arena. In the duels among the top 10, Wang Yu was not surprised to see Kushina, utilizing her sealing techniques and vast chakra reserves, secure a place in the top 10 before opting to concede, presumably to avoid embarrassing Minato and to witness Wang Yu's battles up close, providing her with reassurance. I have made it into the top 4. This is truly wonderful. After Kushina's defeat by Uchiha Shursui, she realized that only Wang Yu, Kakashi, Yamanaka Shiryong, and Shursui remained as the most victorious contenders. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, and without regard for the astonished gazes of the crowd, she leaped into Wang Yu's arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The faint scent of youthful femininity wafted into his embrace, stirring a gentle ripple within Wang Yu's heart. Thoughts of his lost connections with Naruto and Itachi's mother faded, leaving him with no desire to pursue Kushina further. That tomboy is indeed a tomboy, utterly unconcerned with her image. Fortunately, I am still young, and Minato is aware of our close relationship. Otherwise, he would surely be jealous. Stay calm, stay calm. Minato is already quite pitiful. Let us not add to his woes. Minato's emergence as the chosen candidate among many was attributed to various factors. He hailed from humble beginnings, a hero of the Third Great Ninja War, possessing noble character, sound judgment, immense courage, selflessness, and exceptional talent. He was the finest young man in the Naruto world, wise beyond his years, perceptive, composed. While his peers were lost in childish antics, he grasped profound life philosophies. Had he not fallen victim to Kishimoto's plot twists, he might have emerged as another son of destiny. Returning to the main topic, although Minato bore the title of Jiraiya's direct disciple, which posed no issue in terms of mentorship, his lineage still constituted a significant obstacle to his ambition of becoming Hokage. Thus, he needed to marry Uzumaki Kushina. As the Uzumaki clan held a prestigious standing in Konoha, and Kushina had been chosen by Uzumaki Mido to be the future Jinchuriki. As a girl brought from the land of whirlpools, she was eligible yet not suitable to inherit the throne. Minato's marriage into her clan would enable him to truly ascend to the position of Hokage. Kushina arrived in Konoha as a political pawn. Yet despite the efforts of the elder to provide her with a joyful childhood, the essence of her role as a political bargaining chip remained unchanged. It can only be said that she was fortunate. Minato and Kushina's mutual affection blossomed naturally. After all, Kishimoto's shonen manga primarily revolves around passionate themes, reflecting an older mindset where marriages are orchestrated by adults. Therefore, it was essential that Minato and Kushina genuinely loved one another, and indeed, their love was sincere. Their bond was solidified as Minato demonstrated his worth. While other boys mocked the transfer student from a foreign village, giving Kushina unflattering nicknames and engaging in scuffles, Minato stood out by showing concern for her, defending her, and showering her with kind words. Naruto inherited Minato and Appo's charisma, becoming adept at charming the ladies, having saved Hinata Hyuga in his early years, thus winning her heart. Good deeds yield good outcomes. Minato, too, was a man of virtue. At the tender age of 6, Kushina began to understand her esteemed status, which prompted her to declare her aspiration to become Hokage upon her arrival. The actions of the elder Mito instilled in Kushina a sense of closeness to the future Hokage. As time passed, Kushina surely realized that, as an outsider, she could not aspire to be Hokage herself, yet the Hokage could become her partner. Thus, she scrutinized Minato, who aimed to become Hokage. In her eyes, aspiring to such greatness implied that he could potentially be chosen as her betrothed by the elders. This explains her initial unfavorable impression of Minato, whom she deemed overly sensitive. In truth, Kushina, as the designated partner of the Hokage and the most formidable Jinchuriki, wielded considerable indirect influence over the selection of the Hokage. When Kushina was in peril, Minato and Appo's heroic intervention dispelled any traces of her previous demeanor, leading her to choose her future Hokage partner. With Kushina and Appo's unwavering support, Minato swiftly ascended, surpassing the legendary Sannin at a young age, gaining direct access to the power core of Konoha, and becoming a candidate for Hokage, solely because he was Kushina's closest friend and future spouse. Had Minato's other virtues remained intact, yet he had not particularly cared for Kushina, or if he had participated in teasing her alongside their classmates, he would have never had the opportunity to become Hokage. To draw a parallel with the characters from Jin Young's novels, Minato embodies the striking visage of Yang Kong, the charm of Yang Gua, the integrity of Guojing, the intelligence of Huang Rong, the decisive action of Zhao Min, and the prowess of Zhang Wuji. While other ignorant youths bullied the red-haired transfer student, Minato silently protected Kushina. At the age of 12, he rescued her from numerous cloud ninja, thereby winning Kushina's heart entirely. Afterward, where did Minato and Kushina play? They frolicked at the feet of the first Hokage, the founder of Konoha, and the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito. Consider this. The legendary Sannin of Konoha were initially oblivious to who the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was. This illustrates that, aside from Minato, other candidates for Hokage were no longer under consideration. By this point, the position of fourth Hokage was already Minato's. It was merely a matter of time and opportunity, such as achieving extraordinary feats in the future Third Great Ninja War. Their love was steeped in political necessity, tragic and unrelenting, yet both Kushina and Mito understood this reality. Fortunately, their relationships with their husbands transcended mere political alliances, rooted in profound affection. Thus, Mito's words resonate. We were brought here as vessels for tailed beasts. But before that, we must find love to fill it. Even as Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, they could attain happiness. Moreover, the decision regarding the Hokage's successor ultimately lay with Kushina and the third Hokage. Therefore, even if their child inherited Minato's golden hair, they would still carry the Uzumaki surname. The significance of surnames reveals everything. Minato's marriage into the Uzumaki clan solidified his position within the Hokage lineage. After all, throughout history, many sons-in-law have inherited family legacies, a concept that Kishimoto likely drew upon for his narrative. Subsequently, Tsunade is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, Kakashi is Minato's disciple, and Naruto is Minato's son. The identities of these three Hokage require no further elaboration. They all belong to the Hokage lineage. Thus, it becomes evident that the position of Hokage in Konoha is not one that outsiders can easily attain. Kushina suddenly embraced Wang Yu, and only after this gesture did she realize that, despite her boisterous nature and her nickname Fire Red Chili Pepper, she could not suppress a hint of blush. This was, after all, in front of a multitude. Aware of the peculiar stares directed at her from behind, Kushina initially felt bashful, but soon her expression shifted to one of indignation as she clenched her fist and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? What is so fascinating about me hugging my family in celebration?" Keep staring, and I'll poke your eyes out. The crowd fell silent, most of whom respected and admired Kushina's esteemed boyfriend. Minato quickly averted their gaze, pretending to have seen nothing. Meanwhile, from a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others couldn't help but twitch their lips in amusement. It is known that among the Leaf Village ninjas, no more than 20 are aware that Kushina is the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even the legendary Sannin only learned this after Kushina was abducted by the Cloud Village ninja and subsequently rescued by Minato. However, Danzo, as one of the key figures behind the scenes, was undoubtedly aware of this. Observing the scene, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is that Wang Yu becoming too close to Kushina? After all, her boyfriend, Minato, has long been a designated candidate." Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "Though Kushina has a fiery temperament, she is sensible enough to understand boundaries. Since she regards him as family, we should refrain from meddling." However, he paused, his tone becoming firm. "Do you not trust the judgment of Lady Hashirama's wife? Would you dare to question Lord Mito's decisions?" Danzo, with a cold snort, chose to remain silent, yet his expression grew increasingly tumultuous. Meanwhile, despite Hiruzen maintaining a calm exterior, he felt a sense of unease. He considered that if Wang Yu were indeed as exceptional as he seemed, he might eventually join the Umbu, ultimately becoming a protector of Kushina, the Jinchuriki. Wang Yu, being an outsider, could easily be a candidate for Hokage, yet achieving the position was, as Danzo suspected, utterly impossible. While there were no issues regarding his identity, the Hokage position must be filled by someone born and raised in the Leaf Village. Hiruzen was also mulling over the matter of Wang Yu's duel with Uchiha Fuyuki regarding dignity, a situation that left him feeling somewhat helpless. By the rules, as Hokage, he could not interfere in a duel agreed upon by both parties. However, rules are often broken, depending on whether the situation warranted it. If Hiruzen were to pressure the Uchiha clan, he could indeed prevent the duel from occurring. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, such a duel could serve as a valuable trial for Wang Yu's future. As the first draw for the top 4 commenced, Wang Yu found himself pitted against Yamanaka Shiryang. To the astonishment of many, upon taking the stage, Yamanaka Shiryang immediately chose to forfeit without waiting for the match to begin. Mimicking Yamanaka Shino's earlier surrender against Gaara, this sudden decision left the crowd bewildered. Wang Yu, too, was taken aback. He lacked the lethal ferocity of a tailed beast to compel Yamanaka Shiryang to concede so readily. "Your ninjutsu style poses a significant threat to my precious insects. My companions warn me of your danger. They refuse to contemplate entering your vicinity," Yamanaka Shiryang calmly explained to Wang Yu. "Moreover, I have calculated that no method would allow me to defeat you. Your chakra undoubtedly meets the Nin standard, if I am not mistaken. Your ninjutsu style is akin to Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength, capable of erupting from any part of your body." His composed rationale left the audience in a state of realization. Most students comprehended the implications, their astonishment directed at Wang Yu. They had not expected him to be so formidable that a participant already in the top 4 would concede without a fight. However, among the seasoned Nin and Nin spectators, many regarded Yamanaka Shiryang with admiration, recognizing his remarkable foresight in assessing the battle as dynamics before it even commenced. Jisue, too, acknowledged his inability to contend with Wang Yu and chose to forfeit against Kakashi, hoping to glean more information about Wang Yu in the process. At this point, only Wang Yu and Kakashi remained in the arena, the distinction for first and second place lying solely between them. Kushina had not anticipated Wang Yu reaching such heights. She had merely hoped for him to secure a place among the top 5, yet now he seemed poised to vie for the championship. She couldn't help but cheer him on. Although she believed the match between Wang Yu and Kakashi to be evenly matched, she shared a sentiment similar to Mikoto's, wishing for Wang Yu to attain first place and gain renown in the Leaf, ultimately becoming Tsunade's disciple. With the previous matches ending without conflict, there was no need for a break. The next bout commenced immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed intently, taking a sip of tea, his eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. He yearned for a spectacular display of combat, eager to witness the true prowess of both Kakashi and Wang Yu. While Kakashi had demonstrated considerable skill in prior matches, he had not sustained even a hair's breadth of injury. Throughout, Kakashi had effortlessly navigated each challenge. Meanwhile, regarding the rare Shikotsumyaku bloodline limit, Hiruzen had never encountered a wielder from the Takakurai clan. He had seen some materials submitted by Orochimaru concerning Wang Yu's newly developed ninjutsu style, but lacked full understanding. This was a prime opportunity for thorough observation. Finally, it is time for the last duel. Kakashi is certainly the favorite to win, Jiraiya exclaimed as he leapt onto the railing, gesticulating animatedly, as if Kakashi were already his disciple. Not necessarily. There's still Tsunade began, her tone elegant yet firm. Jiraiya, you better get down from there, she commanded, her authority palpable. In front of so many students and Jainin, Jiraiya seemed undeterred by the embarrassment of his antics. Yet Tsunade found it mortifying. Seeing Tsunade's irritation, Jiraiya awkwardly jumped down but muttered, in any case, no matter how strong that kid's bloodline limit is, Kakashi will handle it with ease. Tsunade scoffed. Is that so? Of course. That kid merely knows how to throw a punch, Jiraiya retorted. Yet in the next moment, a chill washed over him, raising the hairs on his neck. Tsunade, smiling sweetly, casually flexed her fingers, producing a cracking sound. Indeed, like me, he merely knows how to throw a punch. Would you like to experience the power of a punch, Jiraiya? Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's forehead. Yet he couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Let us just talk it out. You support Wang Yu, and I'll back Kakashi. We'll see who emerges victorious. Tsunade grunted, retracting her fist, allowing Jiraiya a modicum of dignity in front of the audience. The battle between two prodigies would inevitably yield a result. Let us await the outcome. Orochimaru chuckled, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. One was the unparalleled son of the Leaf's White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, while the other was Wang Yu, who had awakened a special bloodline limit and developed a novel ninjutsu style. Orochimaru's interest in both contenders was palpable. In the final arena, the stage was set for the confrontation. Hatake Kakashi versus Takakura Wang Yu. The proctor raised his hand, announcing the final match. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena reached its zenith. Under the collective gaze and anticipation of the crowd, Kakashi Hatake approached the stage, standing before Wang Yu. Kakashi, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, displayed a semblance of a smile as he spoke in his characteristic deadpan manner. As I anticipated, the finals have brought us face to face. I have long awaited the opportunity to engage with you. Kakashi's expression and words compelled Kushina, who was observing from the sidelines, to smirk, recalling the nickname Wang Yu had bestowed upon Kakashi, the emotionless man. Kushina understood the reasons behind Kakashi's demeanor, stemming from the tragic suicide of Konoha's White Fang, which had transformed him into a reserved and taciturn individual. It is indeed an honor, Wang Yu replied with a subtle smile, nodding in acknowledgement towards Kakashi. Kakashi's smile widened, as he self-deprecatingly remarked, honor seems a bit excessive. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yu's reference to honor pertained to the future, where Kakashi would be known as the formidable Kakashi of the 5-5 draw. The prospect of clashing with the future 6th Hokage was undeniably thrilling for Wang Yu. Moreover, Kakashi's current prowess made him a formidable opponent. In the future, he would be evenly matched with Zabuza Momochi and even Kaguya Otsutsuki, akin to Captain America. Thus, Wang Yu was fully alert and utterly serious. The finals commence. With a sudden wave of the chief examiner's hand, the battle to determine the greatest prodigy of the Ninja Academy began. In that instant, Wang Yu showed no hint of restraint, unleashing his full speed as he charged towards Kakashi, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. To underestimate a genius like Kakashi would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Wang Yu did not approach this with the intent to obliterate, but rather to showcase his true capabilities. As Wang Yu accelerated, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This was the first time since the practical assessments began that Wang Yu had revealed his speed. In previous encounters, he had relied solely on brute force to vanquish his opponents. Now, to the students of the Ninja Academy, Wang Yu's speed appeared boundless. His form seemed to blur into an afterimage, eluding their perception entirely. Goodness, how fast! The students marveled. Not only is he incredibly strong, but his speed surpasses us all. Even the Jonin displayed expressions of incredulity. Such speed was akin to that of an elite chunin. At that moment, they remained unaware that Wang Yu was still carrying weight. Nevertheless, his speed was comparable to that of a weightless Rock Lee, as Wang Yu had opened the first gate of the 8 gates. With 10 control over his cells to enhance muscle fibers, Wang Yu's velocity was exponentially greater than that of the legendary sprinter Usain Bolt. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Facing the oncoming Wang Yu, he quickly formed hand seals. By the time Wang Yu's punch loomed over him, Kakashi had already completed his seals. With a thunderous roar, Kakashi's body exploded into splinters, only to morph into a life-sized wooden replica. Wang Yu, unfazed by Kakashi's substitution technique, did not look back. Hearing the commotion behind him, He tightened his other fist and struck out. Behind him, a barrage of shurikens hurled by Kakashi approached. However, under the explosive force of Wang Yu's martial arts chakra, they were instantaneously frozen in midair. With a resonating hum, all the shurikens shattered, utterly incapable of contesting Wang Yu's augmented strength. Indeed, quite troublesome. Kakashi thought as he observed from a short distance, his expression now grave. Kakashi's reflexes were second only to the yellow flash, a testament to his mastery of the Chidori, a technique that required acute visual acuity. Therefore, he could swiftly respond to Wang Yu's speed. Yet, he felt a headache brewing. If strength were his only concern, he had numerous strategies to counter it, but the combination of overwhelming speed made this an exceptionally challenging opponent. The most formidable adversary, more troublesome than any other. That punch, coupled with the yet-to-appear bone pulse, cannot be met head-on. Otherwise, defeat is assured. Whispering to himself, Kakashi retrieved 3 shurikens. Wang Yu turned calmly to face Kakashi. Regardless of Kakashi's plans, if he could close the distance and land a punch, victory would be within his grasp. Even Chunin would struggle to withstand Wang Yu's martial arts-enhanced strength. Although Kakashi was formidable, he still fell short of true Chunin caliber. In the next instant, Kakashi launched the shurikens towards Wang Yu while simultaneously forming seals. Ugly dog dragon rat dog pig snake tiger. As 3 shurikens flew through the air, they suddenly flickered, transforming into 6 afterimages. Soon, they multiplied to 12, then 24. In the blink of an eye, a storm of shurikens rained down upon Wang Yu, resembling a metallic tempest. The spectacle elicited awe. This was the A-rank ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique, of the 3rd Hokage. Did he learn this by himself? Such talent at such a young age is truly terrifying. Both students and jonin alike were astonished, exclaiming, Kakashi is indeed formidable. However, in the face of the onslaught of shurikens, Wang Yu remained expressionless, simply tightening his fist and launching a punch. No matter your myriad attacks or strategies, I possess the means to counter every shuriken. All your shadow clones shall shatter beneath my fist. With a tremendous crash, Wang Yu and Appo's augmented strength erupted, freezing the shuriken rain in midair, one by one disintegrating into nothingness. The scene was astonishing. Hard to believe that it was the result of 2 children yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Yet, this was merely a diversion in Kakashi's battle plan. Amidst the deluge of shurikens, 3 of them suddenly revealed a hidden surprise. With a swift motion, the shurikens were revealed to bear explosive tags. Wang Yu and Appo's expression remained calm as he regarded this twist. No matter how many tricks you possess, I will always resolve them with my martial arts combined with the bone pulse. It is my first time pairing these 2 styles. The bone pulse controlled osteogenic cells, rapidly enveloping his body, while Wang Yu and Appo's martial arts chakra surged explosively, shrouding the space directly ahead. The explosive tags detonated with a resounding blast, but were met with Wang Yu's martial arts chakra solidly blocking their advance. However, the explosion created a cloud of smoke and dust, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. As the smoke began to dissipate, a fierce wind suddenly roared through, sweeping everything away. This B-rank ninjutsu, wind release, pressure damage, was Kakashi's opportunity. Unleashed while Wang Yu was preoccupied with the shurikens and explosive tags. By the time Wang Yu noticed the wind release, pressure damage, it was already upon him. Wang Yu found himself unable to evade, confronted by a B-rank ninjutsu. At that moment, he reflected, indeed, Kakashi without the Sharingan is formidable beyond comprehension. With 5 elemental chakra types and an extraordinary aptitude for learning, he rightfully stands as the foremost genius of our time. Kakashi unleashed a flurry of attacks, dazzling all observers and stirring their emotions. Though simplistic in the eyes of shadow-level figures, it was remarkable that at Kakashi's age, he could devise a strategy incorporating A-rank shuriken shadow clones, explosive tags, and culminating in the B-rank wind release, pressure damage, a feat of explosive prowess. Even Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo Kuden and Appo's helped but express admiration, their applause involuntary. Kakashi was destined for victory. The timing of his move was impeccable, leaving no room for evasion. To withstand a B-rank ninjutsu head-on was impossible. Even if one could endure it through the bone manipulation, severe injury was inevitable, foreshadowing a grim outcome in subsequent battles. The elite shinobi exchanged opinions amongst themselves. In the arena, Kakashi lowered his hands from the hand seals, yet his expression remained grave and focused. Wind release, pressure damage could unleash a compressed, high-density tornado that, upon striking its target, would obliterate all objects with extreme wind pressure. If wielded by a ninja who had perfected the wind nature transformation, the resulting vortex would cause widespread devastation to both the target and its surroundings. As Wang Yu beheld the roaring, high-density tornado approaching, a flicker of unusual color appeared in his eyes. One could not deny that Kakashi and Appo's timing was impeccable, coinciding precisely with the completion of Wang Yu's amplification of power, rendering him unable to evade. His fist had just been thrust forward, propelling his entire body into a forward motion, making it difficult to reverse and perform evasive maneuvers. Had it been anyone else, they would have certainly met defeat, unable to dodge and lacking the time to form hand seals. However, it was unfortunate for Kakashi that he faced me. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Wang Yu's mind. In the face of the approaching B-rank ninjutsu, he exhibited not a trace of panic, but rather an extraordinary calmness. If evasion was futile, why bother to evade? What significance did a B-rank ninjutsu hold? The bone manipulation could govern the density of bones. The Mohs hardness of human bones ranges between 3 and 4. And similarly for the skull, while the enamel and dentin forming the outer layer of the crown possess a hardness of 6 to 7. However, through the control of calcium concentration via bone manipulation, in conjunction with cellular manipulation at 10 and chakra feedback, Wang Yu had already achieved a bone density equivalent to the Mohs hardness of diamond, rated at 10. In the next moment, with a mere thought, Wang Yu commanded the defensive layer of bone cells enveloping his body to rapidly increase in thickness. Kakashi's B-rank ninjutsu, wind release, pressure damage, collided violently against the white bones, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The sound of tearing resonated as the high-density tornado swept over the bones, producing an excruciatingly piercing sound before spreading throughout the area. This marked a direct confrontation between Wang Yu's bone manipulation and Kakashi's wind release, pressure damage. My goodness, an A-rank and a B-rank ninjutsu were actually neutralized in direct confrontation? Wang Yu's bloodline limit is astonishingly powerful. Even a B-rank ninjutsu could be withstood directly, suggesting that Wang Yu's strength was nearing that of an elite chunin. Many students involuntarily gasped, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Even the elite shinobi were taken aback, never anticipating that bone manipulation could withstand a B-rank ninjutsu to such an extent. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had thought victory was within reach, found himself gasping in astonishment. How could he be so strong? At that moment, Kakashi's heart sank, his expression turning gravely serious. The likelihood of defeating Wang Yu appeared to be diminishing. The unfolding situation suggested that defeat was not out of the question. On the other hand, fragments of bone created by bone manipulation began to morph into the shape of a Dao sword under cellular control. Truly, bone manipulation deserves its title as the strongest defense. When enhanced by 10 cellular control, its cost-effectiveness was remarkable, expending less chakra than a B-rank ninjutsu. Wang Yu mused, having nearly assessed the efficacy of his modified bone manipulation defense. A hint of satisfaction crossed his face as his gaze returned to Kakashi. In a flash, Wang Yu surged forward once more towards Kakashi. Observing Wang Yu's advance, Kakashi instinctively retreated without hesitation. Faced with Wang Yu and Appo's martial arts and the Dao sword formed from his bones, Kakashi had no desire for a close-quarters confrontation. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While his sword techniques might suffice against classmates, engaging Wang Yu's martial arts in close combat would surely lead to his own demise. It seems I must create an opening and utilize the remaining chakra to bypass Wang Yu's bone manipulation defense if I hope to secure victory. Yet, even as Kakashi retreated with remarkable speed, he still fell short of Wang Yu's pace. Despite Kakashi's rapid nerve responses, he lacked Obito's 3-tomo Sharingan, making it impossible for his body to match Wang Yu's velocity. After a few fleeting moments, Wang Yu caught up, realizing that a blade wound could prove fatal. He unleashed a powerful punch with his left hand. At the critical moment, Kakashi's hand-seal speed elicited gasps of astonishment as he executed a near-instantaneous body replacement technique, narrowly avoiding Wang Yu's strike. The wooden post of the body replacement technique shattered into countless fragments under the force of Wang Yu's blow. Meanwhile, Kakashi appeared a short distance away, beads of sweat on his forehead as he gasped for breath. That annoying body replacement technique. But it should be nearing its end. Retracting his fist, Wang Yu turned to face the evading Kakashi, speaking calmly. Kakashi, unable to match the stamina of Wang Yu, who had activated the first gate of the 8 gates, knew that this pursuit would inevitably lead to his defeat. Indeed, the conclusion was drawing near. After a deep breath, Kakashi's gaze flickered, and a hint of confidence emerged on his otherwise stoic face. Or rather, it seemed as though he could already glimpse victory. In the next instant, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Z, In, Su, Cho, Mao, In. Another C-rank ninjutsu. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The release of this ninjutsu drew countless puzzled expressions, even causing Wang Yu to momentarily pause in confusion at Kakashi's intent. His martial arts and bone manipulation could directly withstand the B-rank ninjutsu of ordinary chunin, making Kakashi's use of a C-rank ninjutsu seem like a waste of precious chakra. As Wang Yu pondered this, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, glancing over his shoulder. Behind him, another Kakashi had inexplicably appeared. A shadow clone technique? All observers wore expressions of uncertainty. Although they were unsure when Kakashi had employed the shadow clone technique, they questioned its effectiveness. A clone merely served to distract, lacking offensive capability. Yet this clone technique seemed rather perfect. No. This was not a mere shadow clone. The expressions of astonishment transformed into shock as they witnessed the Kakashi behind Wang Yu, who also formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The sound of thunder echoed amidst the howling winds. The dual forces of wind and fire ninjutsu launched a simultaneous assault. Two C-rank techniques abruptly ensnared Wang Yu, creating an inescapable stranglehold. Wang Yu, your remaining techniques are merely singular defenses, either forward or backward. With my strikes from both fronts, let us see how you evade. At that moment, the audience was awash with expressions of sheer astonishment. While two C-rank techniques may not seem formidable, what truly astounded the seasoned ninjas was the clone capable of wielding ninjutsu. Unlike ordinary clones, which are mere chakra illusions devoid of substance and offensive capability, Kakashi Hitaki's clone evidently possessed the ability to unleash ninjutsu. Clearly, it was a tangible and more advanced B-rank technique, shadow clone technique. How did he learn this art? Did he teach himself? When did he conjure the shadow clone? Without anyone noticing the hand seals? The CH-Nin and J-Nin spectators could not suppress their gasps of disbelief. Such a B-rank technique could not be learned in the Ninja Academy. Kakashi Hitaki, had he truly self-taught the shadow clone technique? What an extraordinary talent. Faced with this sudden dual assault, Wang Yu found himself seemingly trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, in the stands, Kushina Uzumaki gazed intently at the scene on the arena, her small fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. Wang Yu, a hint of reluctance flickered in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, Kakashi Hitaki lives up to the title of the greatest genius in the history of the Ninja Academy. Is it inevitable that Wang Yu cannot defeat him? At this moment, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, displayed a look of admiration. The other J-Nin also praised Kakashi's impeccable timing, believing that Wang Yu's defeat was all but assured. In the arena, Wang Yu stood composed, facing the C-rank fire release, Phoenix fire technique head-on, and the C-rank wind release. Great breakthrough from behind. He was caught in an almost inescapable predicament. The examination venue was spacious, yet Kakashi's timing with the two C-rank techniques was impeccable, leaving Wang Yu with little room for evasion. The chief examiner was already preparing to clean up the aftermath. However, at that moment, as Wang Yu faced the dual onslaught of C-rank ninjutsu, his body suddenly trembled slightly. This quiver seemed inconsequential, more like a frightened reflex to evade, but Wang Yu's next move left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. He raised his hand, facing the ninjutsu from both sides, clenched his fist, then spread it open. Could it be? No way. As this gesture manifested, a vivid image of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shikaku, in battle surged into everyone's minds, prompting a collective gasp of horror. Yet, in the next instant, all sounds ceased. The expressions of the spectators transformed from shock and disbelief to sheer astonishment. Boom! The great breakthrough's wind and the massive fireball shaped like a phoenix surged toward Wang Yu, who appeared somewhat slender. Yet, in the next moment, skeletal structures that Wang Yu conjured abruptly expanded within a 1-meter radius, forming a bone wall. The space on either side of Wang Yu instantly became impenetrable. The two fire and wind techniques collided violently against the bone wall. The howling winds and raging flames were perilously close, yet before that thin bone barrier, they were rendered as powerless as if confronting an insurmountable chasm. Despite the ferocious winds and flames, they could not breach Wang Yu's bone wall, which possessed a formidable hardness of 10. In the subsequent moment, both the wind and fire techniques returned to no avail. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Yet, within the minds of all present, it felt as if thunder was roaring, an overwhelming shock reverberating through them. Only after the scorching heat dissipated did the atmosphere return to calm, and the audience erupted into a frenzy. Is this even possible? Wang Yu controlled his bones with the same finesse as the one-tailed Jinchuriki Shikaku controlled sand during the Second Shinobi War. Such a bloodline limit, such a defensive strategy, was seemingly flawless. At that moment, even the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura nearly crushed their teacups in astonishment. The power of Wang Yu's Shikotsumyaku bloodline limit left them both awestruck. Nearly perfect. If this bloodline user were to grow further into a J-nin, or even a Kage-level ninja, what would become of him? Hiruzen found it hard to fathom. Even Danzo, sitting beside him, could no longer remain composed. His eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke solemnly. Hiruzen, that child is mine to mentor. He hails from a foreign village, and I can cultivate him to a level of absolute trust. Absolutely not. Hiruzen replied without hesitation. Danzo's expression faltered. A flicker of anger crossing his face, even he struggled to contain himself. You denied me Minato, you denied me Kakashi, and now you refuse Wang Yu as well. What do you want, Hiruzen? I will not relinquish any of them, Hiruzen replied coldly, his tone resolute. You damn monkey. You are the Hokage. And you hold the authority, Danzo retorted, rising in anger. He cast one last glance at Hiruzen before turning his back on the unfolding battle, leaving the arena. Hiruzen observed Danzo's departure with a discerning eye. He was fully aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. The Root organization, although a division of the Umbu, had become a faction where the ninja were brainwashed or manipulated, swearing loyalty solely to Danzo, effectively severing ties with the Umbu. If children like Kakashi Hatake and Wang Yu were to mature, the prospect of them falling into Danzo's hands posed a grave threat to Hiruzen's principles and foundation. Hiruzen would never yield when it came to exceptionally gifted individuals. After all, he was the backbone of Konoha. True geniuses must remain under the purview of the Umbu, never to be allowed en route. At that moment on the arena, Kakashi Hatake stood in a state of shock. His shadow clone had vanished, having exhausted its chakra. The shadow clone technique evenly distributed the user's chakra, and upon its disappearance, the fatigue returned to the original body, leaving Kakashi utterly depleted. Long before Wang Yu trembled and raised his fist, Kakashi's heart had skipped a beat, an instinctive foreboding warning him that the outcome was dire. Yet, in that moment, he lacked the chakra to initiate any further ninjutsu, helplessly witnessing Wang Yu's fist unfurl, shattering his meticulously laid plans for the two C-rank techniques. At that instant, he was basing his deductions on the intelligence he had gathered, speculating that Wang Yu's rare Shikotsumyaku could not protect him entirely. However, the reality was, he had miscalculated. A single mistake led to a cascade of errors. The combination of that bloodline limit with traditional martial arts was simply too perfect. A bitter smile crept onto Kakashi's face. In his prime, Kakashi would have been evenly matched against a CH-nin or even a mediocre J-nin, asserting that they were on equal footing. It was not that Wang Yu was definitively stronger than a J-nin or elite J-nin, but rather that his myriad abilities rendered him nearly invincible at the level of a Ninja Academy student or a genin. Though Wang Yu could withstand B-rank or even A-rank techniques with his martial prowess or Shikotsumyaku, that did not imply he could effortlessly defeat J-nin or elite J-nin who lacked A-rank techniques. In the realm of ninjas, particularly among those of CH-nin rank or higher, it is commonplace for individuals to master not only illusion techniques, but also various secret arts. The presence of Kekkei Genkai, or bloodline limits, permeates the ninja world, rendering all possibilities conceivable. However, on a more objective note, the enhancements provided by such abilities yield remarkable results, especially for those below the rank of Kage, who can often excel against peers or even those of superior ranks. The ice release of Mizuki-bai, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the Byakugan of the High-Ga clan, and the wood release of Senju Hashirama exemplify this strength. Possessing a formidable bloodline limit allows them to stand as elites amongst their contemporaries or even those of a higher tier. Wang Yu's Kekkei Genkai, the Shikotsumyaku, combined with the principles of traditional martial arts, further augmented by cellular control or the 8 gates, showcases a potent synergy of abilities, rivaling the prowess of the Sharingan and potentially surpassing it in the future. At present, within the ranks of genin or CH-nin, conventional physical and ninjutsu techniques are rendered ineffective. To defeat Wang Yu, one might only resort to illusionary techniques or forbidden arts. You have won. Kakashi's voice bore a tinge of bitterness as he acknowledged his defeat, fully aware of his limitations. His physical stamina and chakra reserves were nearly depleted, confirming the outcome. Kakashi gazed deeply at Wang Yu, a flicker of reluctance lingering in his heart, for he was a man of fierce pride. Wang Yu, I am glad to have faced you in battle. This time, I concede. In the future, I shall continue to challenge you. As long as I am here, I shall always be ready. Wang Yu, observing Kakashi's stoic demeanor, nodded gently. With Kakashi's admission of defeat, the list of top performers in the ninja school's practical ranking assessment was finally unveiled. The chief examiner inhaled deeply before raising his hand to announce. In the practical ranking assessment, the first place goes to Takeuchi Wang Yu. The atmosphere of the venue erupted with jubilation once more. Wang Yu, having secured the top spot in the practical assessment, emerged as a new prodigy, surpassing Kakashi. Countless students of the ninja school were astonished by Wang Yu's ascent. Just weeks prior, he had been a struggling student, barely mastering the fundamental techniques as one of Orochimaru's disciples. Yet, following the awakening of his Shikotsumyaku, he underwent a stunning transformation. His recent experiences could be likened to a rags-to-riches tale, a triumphant comeback. In this moment, all spectators etched the name Wang Yu into their memories, along with his bloodline limit, Shikotsumyaku, and his mastery of traditional martial arts. Some envisioned Wang Yu wielding a bone blade, poised to shake the very foundations of the ninja world. Ignoring the envious and astonished gazes of the audience, Wang Yu gracefully leapt onto the platform, approaching Kushina Uzumaki. I have fulfilled my promise to you and Mikoto. I am now the first genius in the history of the ninja school. He playfully wiggled a finger in front of Kushina, who remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the turn of events. At that moment, she had believed Wang Yu was destined to lose, yet life proved to be capricious. Wang Yu emerged victorious, and remarkably, without a single tear in his attire. Kakashi had left no mark upon him. Kushina bit her lip, tears of joy shimmering in her eyes. She was elated for her family's achievements, relieved for their safety and health. While outsiders had never sincerely cared for Wang Yu, she and Mikoto had always been concerned. She recognized the immense effort Wang Yu had exerted. Every day at 4:30 a.m., he trained tirelessly in the solitude of the woods, even under the cover of night. In Kushina's eyes, Wang Yu's accomplishments were not mere strokes of fortune but rightful rewards for his relentless dedication. Why are you crying? If Minato sees you like this, he will surely come looking for me, especially Mikoto. I can already hear her incessant chatter, Wang Yu chuckled, reaching out to gently wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye. You know very well that Mikoto may appear gentle, but her gaze and that petite mouth can indeed be formidable. It was only then that Kushina realized her cheeks were flushed with a delightful hue, and she glared at Wang Yu, pouting slightly. That is not true. Minato is not at all like you say. Haha, I heard you speak ill of Mikoto. That s 10 barbecues and 10 lavish meals I will pretend I didn't tea here. The playful exchange left Wang Yu slightly vexed. I only tease Mikoto to make you smile. If Minato knew you were crying, he might reward me with a sweet treat. I amuse you, and yet I still have to toil in the kitchen preparing barbecues. But truly, there is no problem that 10 barbecues can't solve. If there is, let us have 10 more. Wang Yu responded, you glutton. Just 10 barbecues and a feast? Very well, let us make plans to enjoy them together. Upon hearing Wang Yu refer to her as a glutton, Kushina realized the implications of her words. Oh no, everyone knows Minato's girlfriend is a big eater. I'm trying to maintain my image as a lady. Kushina felt the peculiar expressions from those around her, and despite her tomboyish demeanor, she could not face the situation and promptly fled from the scene, disappearing from view. Wang Yu, bemused, chuckled heartily, pondering. Perhaps this is what is meant by the bonds of friendship or family spoken of in Naruto. Kakashi is actually lost. On the platform, Jiraiya tumbled over the railing, landing clumsily on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. The observing Jonin were left in a state of shock, their mouths twitching. Tsunade, beside him, suppressed the urge to punch Jiraiya for his foolishness and instead turned her gaze to Wang Yu, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Wang Yu's bold fighting style resonated with her, yet it was unfortunate that Orochimaru had already claimed him as a disciple. Tsunade mused. It seems I must devise a plan to snatch him away from that snake. Ah, what an exhilarating battle. Truly, talent and bloodlines reign supreme. Orochimaru remarked with an enigmatic smile, pondering how far their growth might extend in a ninja world perpetually devoid of peace. His words caused Tsunade's expression to shift slightly, her brows furrowing as she glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, after Danzo's departure, wore a contemplative expression, merely lifting his gaze before returning to his thoughts. Following the departures of Danzo and Orochimaru, the tournament continued to determine the other rankings. In the practical ranking assessment at the ninja school, Wang Yu overwhelmingly defeated Kakashi, seizing the first place. The name of this prodigy spread throughout the village of Konoha within a single day. Many were utterly astonished by this news. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly arrogant, unschooled child, who had not even graduated from the ninja academy, would dare to challenge the formidable Uchiha Fuyu, let alone achieve such a remarkable feat. It was precisely because Wang Yu had triumphed over Hitaki Kakashi, securing first place in the combat ranking assessment, that he became renowned as a prodigy in Konoha. Consequently, public perception of Wang Yu's acceptance of Uchiha Fuyu's challenge underwent a significant transformation. Initially regarded as a naive and brash youth, a mere disciple of the notorious Orochimaru, he was now redefined as a talented young man brimming with vigor. After all, it is only natural for someone with such extraordinary gifts to possess a modicum of pride. However, despite this newfound admiration, the majority still doubted Wang Yu's ability to prevail against Uchiha Fuyu, who was a seasoned chunin of the Uchiha clan, possessing strength that surpassed that of ordinary chunin, marking him as an elite among his peers. Once his eyes evolved into the Sharingan's three-tomo form, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. The disparity between a seasoned jonin with a three-tomo Sharingan and a child who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy could be likened to that of a half-pound of scrap iron versus a pound of gold. Wang Yu had recently awakened his bloodline limit, transitioning from the bottom of the class to a genius. While this leap was significant, it remained comprehensible. Yet, to expect him to undergo another transformation in just 3 months, ascending to Jonin status, was nothing short of an impossible dream. In the conference room of the Uchiha clan and Appo's headquarters, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the space. Not far from the conference room, in a separate chamber, Uchiha Fuyu knelt on the tatami mat, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Standing before him, gazing out the window with hands clasped behind his back, was the Uchiha clan leader, the captain of Konoha's police force, Uchiha Fugaku. Fool. The clan leader's voice was icy as he turned to face Fuyu, his gaze penetrating. You lost to a mere 10-year-old child, a rookie, and then had the audacity to challenge him again, creating such a commotion. Do you realize that even Sarutobi Hiruzen has personally taken an interest in this matter? Fuyu, feeling the weight of Fugaku's reprimand, remained silent, consumed by regret and frustration. He lamented his impulsiveness in challenging a mere child from a foreign village, stirring up a storm of gossip that placed the Uchiha clan at the center of scrutiny. The anger he felt towards Wang Yu's audacity was palpable, yet no one seemed to understand the motivations behind his rash actions, deepening his sense of despair. If I had known it would come to this, I would have simply eliminated him then and there. How I wish there were a pill for regret. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation, as Wang Yu had become a celebrated genius throughout Konoha, and everyone was aware of his acceptance of the challenge. In less than 3 months, there would be a duel to determine whose bloodline limit was superior, should anything untoward happen to Wang Yu. Even if the Uchiha were entirely blameless, the ensuing fallout would inevitably tarnish their reputation. As for the dignity of Wang Yu and Fuyu, Uchiha Fugaku remained indifferent. Despite the third Hokage's involvement, whether or not he intervened in his disciples' affairs was irrelevant. What mattered was that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could not afford to lose to the Shikotsumyaku. If you fail to defeat Wang Yu after your advancement to 3-tomo, our clan will forever be unable to hold our heads high within the ninja world, and I shall have no face to present before the ancestors of the Uchiha. His words carried a chill that could freeze the air. I understand, Fuyu stammered, trembling. Seeing this, Fugaku sighed, turning away to resume his contemplative stance. You may leave. I do not wish to witness any incidents that could tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation during the upcoming duel. Yes, Fuyu replied resolutely, his eyes betraying a fierce determination. Even though Wang Yu had awakened the Shikotsumyaku and possessed a unique martial art, he perceived all of it as trivial compared to the might of the 3-tomo Sharingan. To think that Wang Yu could defeat him upon his ascension to 3-tomo was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Shortly after Fuyu exited the meeting room, he was promptly escorted by representatives of the Elder Council and his parents to separate rooms for discussions. The details of these conversations and decisions remain a mystery to all but those directly involved. In a secluded grove, the wind rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. Amidst this tranquility, the rhythmic sound of pounding resonated. Wang Yu stood before a tree stump, thick enough for an adult to embrace, treated through 49 specialized processes. relentlessly striking it with punches and kicks. The stump bore deep indentations, stained with traces of blood, a testament to the toll his body had endured. Despite the enhancement of his cells, the relentless assault, repeated countless times, would eventually lead to superficial injuries and bloodshed. Wang Yu maintained a unique rhythm, simultaneously counting in his mind until he reached the 10-0-85th strike. With the sound of his cells protesting, he unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! That blow, fueled purely by his physical strength, struck deep into the previously dented stump, shattering it entirely. Damn, this thing is utterly ineffective, despite the 49 specialized treatments. Is it possible that the tools from the Ninja Tool Master's shop and the mundane world are simply riddled with inferior products? Surely not. While both shops were notorious for their high prices, the quality was generally reliable if one paid adequately. Perhaps it was time to consider a metal stump instead? Gazing at the wreckage of the stump he had just destroyed, Wang Yu felt a twinge of regret, accompanied by a hint of resignation. Acquiring a metal training tool would not come cheap. However, an idea struck him. Rather than spending exorbitantly on a metal stump, he could craft one from his own bones. The hardness of my bones, even without undergoing 49 processes, would far exceed that of these treated wooden stumps. Yet, he mused, using a bone stump would undoubtedly result in pain akin to the lyrics of a certain song. Just that flavor, bio, incredibly satisfying. In pursuit of developing the robust physique required to unlock the third gate, all suffering would be worthwhile. He resolved to supplement his energy intake and endure the trials ahead. As he pondered, determination shone in his eyes. It had been less than 2 days since Wang Yu had defeated Kakashi and claimed the title of the top performer in the combat ranking assessment, gaining fame throughout Konoha. Wang Yu did not take a moment's respite. As soon as the practical ranking assessment concluded, he summoned Zhou Xianai, Mei Gong, and Shui Min for a barbecue, only to immerse himself once again in rigorous training. Fame and reputation were mere illusions. Only the strength inherent within oneself held true substance. Not to mention the imminent battle concerning dignity, the approaching Third Great Ninja War would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Without formidable power, one would merely become cannon fodder. Their life hanging by a thread. After a brief interlude, Wang Yu prepared to recommence his training, proceeding to repeat the national martial arts form. Just as he approached a dilapidated wooden post, a figure adorned with an animal mask flashed before him. Zukuri Wang Yu, Lord Hokage requests your presence. The masked Umbu spoke calmly to Wang Yu. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's face, but he nodded in acknowledgement. As a mere ninja from the Leaf Village, he had neither the standing nor the audacity to decline the summons of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, his astonishment stemmed from the fact that Hiruzen should have summoned him long ago. Logically, after the practical ranking assessment concluded, someone should have come for him. Yet, it was only now that the call had come. During this interval, Wang Yu even entertained doubts, wondering if Hiruzen had forgotten him entirely, though upon reflection, such a notion seemed implausible. Very well, he replied and followed the Umbu into the village. As they departed, the Umbu couldn't help but glance back at the mangled wooden post, and then at the bloodstains on Wang Yu's hands. A hint of intrigue flickered in the Umbu's eyes as he scrutinized Wang Yu. If Wang Yu were merely a prodigious talent, the Umbu would not have paid him much mind. Yet, Wang Yu was not only gifted but also demonstrated an almost fervent dedication to his training, pushing himself beyond the limits. Such relentless effort could not help but draw his attention. It is not fearsome to possess great talent, geniuses abound. However, when a genius works harder than the average person, it becomes a source of dread. With both diligence and talent, Wang Yu, as long as he does not perish on his path of growth, is destined for an illustrious future. In the land of fire, within the Hokage building beneath Hokage Rock, Wang Yu followed the Umbu and soon arrived. Entering the Hokage building without obstruction, he ascended to the highest office, where countless matters concerning the myriad ninjas of the Leaf were addressed, forming the apex of power and influence within the village. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat with a slight frown upon his brow, contemplating while taking a drag from his cigarette. The Uchiha clan had insisted on a duel, which was understandable, as matters of ninja family honor could not be easily dismissed. Since the Uchiha were so obstinate, it presented an opportunity for me to gauge Wang Yu's temperament under the gaze of the Sharingan. Muttering to himself, Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring in the shape of the Leaf Village's emblem, a smile creeping onto his face. Regardless of whether the Uchiha clan complied with the Hokage's orders, they would certainly be utilized to assess Wang Yu's capabilities, effectively serving a dual purpose. Knock, knock, knock. A ninja at the door interrupted Hiruzen's musings, respectfully announcing, "Third Hokage, Wang Yu has arrived." "Let him in," Hiruzen replied, his smile widening at the mention of Wang Yu's name. He took a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it in the ashtray. As Wang Yu entered the office, he allowed his gaze to briefly scan the surroundings before proceeding directly to Hiruzen's desk, where he bowed slightly in greeting. "Greetings, Third Hokage." "No need for such formalities," Hiruzen replied with a gentle smile. "How have you found your time in the Leaf?" "Quite well," Wang Yu responded. Though he silently wished to add, "It has been a rather colorful experience," but restrained himself. "Ultimately," he remarked, "I believe you are already well aware of my circumstances." "Indeed." Hiruzen nodded slightly, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. He had previously summoned Minato Namikaze and more recently, Kakashi Hatake. The simplicity of Wang Yu's words revealed a maturity akin to that of Minato and Kakashi, despite their youth. This allowed Hiruzen to communicate with Wang Yu without resorting to childlike simplicity. "You must understand, coming from the Mist Village, tensions and conflicts often arise between the Leaf, the leading of the 5 great nations, and all hidden villages, particularly in recent years. As someone from the formidable warrior clan of Zakuri and a disciple of Orochimaru, it is natural that you would face various difficulties and pressures. I am aware of the grievances you have suffered in the Leaf." Hiruzen regarded Wang Yu with kindness and warmth. "Rest assured, such occurrences will not be repeated." Listening to Hiruzen's words, Wang Yu understood this was a subtle attempt to cultivate his allegiance. Essentially, Hiruzen was conveying, "Wang Yu, you need not dwell on the past. From now on, you are part of the Leaf, and as the leader of the Leaf, I will look after you, my pupil with awakened bloodline limits. Thank you for your care." "Lord Hokage," Wang Yu replied softly, a practiced smile gracing his face. Hiruzen chuckled warmly, rising from his chair to stand beside Wang Yu. "While you have endured many grievances in the Leaf, you will never be imprisoned here." "Indeed," Wang Yu nodded slightly. Compared to the oppressive confinement in the Mist Village, life in the Leaf was vastly superior. Freedom without being regarded as a monster, surrounded by friends, family, companions, and even love. Patting Wang Yu on the shoulder, Hiruzen smiled kindly. "Let the past be swept away by the winds. We must focus on the present and look towards the future. Your performance the other day was commendable, showcasing the strength of your martial arts and bloodline limits. Your talent and combat prowess are impressive. In truth, you could graduate at any time. And your participation in the Chunin exams does not overshadow your current strength." At this point, Hiruzen paused momentarily, his tone shifting slightly as he continued. "However, regardless of how exceptional your talent may be, a growth process is essential. You are still quite young, and your future holds immense promise. I hope that in the time ahead, you will continue to train, accumulate experience, for the future of the ninja world undoubtedly belongs to your generation of prodigies." Hiruzen's words carried an odd undertone, as if he were alluding to something deeper. For Wang Yu, it was unmistakably a direct message. "Child, your future is bright. But for now, you must be cautious and endure." However, the question arises, what comfort or environment allows him to continue lurking in cowardice? Wang Yu, who has traversed into this realm, is acutely aware of why the Hidden Leaf Village is always embroiled in the great ninja wars. From the anime's narrative, it can be inferred that the attacks from all sides on Konoha suggest an imbalance in the political and economic development among the 5 great nations. Given the third Hokage's historically amicable diplomatic demeanor, it is evident that Konoha's predicament is merely a consequence of being a prominent tree attracting the winds. Upon contemplation, Wang Yu discerned the intentions of Hiruzen Sarutobi and inquired, "Are you suggesting, Hokage-sama, that I remain within the village indefinitely?" A flicker of admiration briefly shone in Sarutobi's eyes. Though his words were somewhat veiled, Wang Yu grasped their essence swiftly. "Indeed, that is my intention. Your talent surpasses that of Kakashi, and your future is bright. As your mentor Orochimaru has stated, there is no enduring peace in the ninja world. Only when you ascend to the rank of Jonin will the ninja realm become the sky in which you, an eagle, can soar. In Konoha, you will find many peers of equal caliber with whom to spar, including members of the Uchiha clan, who could serve as worthy opponents. As the third Hokage, I can facilitate your entry into the Umbu and protect you as a Jinchuriki, ensuring your safety during confrontations with the Uchiha. What do you say? As a member of the Uzumaki clan, would you be willing to join the Umbu?" Just as Sarutobi was becoming animated in his discourse, his words were abruptly interrupted by another voice. "Hiruzen, the matter of the Jinchuriki is a secret, Even as Hokage, you must not disclose it. Moreover, being from an outer village is more suited for the root organization. The voice bore a calm yet indifferent tone. At the entrance of the Hokage's office stood Danzo Shimura, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light as he entered with a composed demeanor. Upon seeing Danzo approach, Saratobi's heart sank, and his brow furrowed. Wang Yu is my disciple and a potential candidate for Hokage. Moreover, he is a member of the Uzumaki clan. As I mentioned earlier, he is no longer merely an outsider but a distinguished citizen of Konoha. Hiruzen, I am aware that rules are immutable. It is exceedingly difficult for him, as an outsider, to become a Hokage candidate. Joining the root is his best option. Danzo regarded Saratobi with an unwavering expression, dismissing Wang Yu's potential. Indeed, Wang Yu possesses immense potential, yet he is still an inexperienced fledgling. As long as Saratobi consents, Danzo believes he possesses numerous methods to manipulate or indoctrinate Wang Yu. Rules are established by people. As the third Hokage, I possess the authority and capability to propose a Hokage candidate, Saratobi retorted with a snort. As the stalwart of Konoha, it was implausible for Saratobi, who had managed to suppress Danzo until his demise in the original narrative, not to discern Danzo's ulterior motives. He swiftly understood that Danzo intended to expose the subtle rules overtly, coercing Saratobi to send Wang Yu to the root. Danzo stood there indifferently, stating, I will not agree. The confirmation of Hokage candidates must receive unanimous consent from the Elder Council. I believe it is not just I. Even Mito and Koharu would oppose your hasty decision to designate an outsider as a Hokage candidate. Upon hearing Danzo's thinly veiled threat, Saratobi's expression darkened considerably. Though the Hokage holds considerable power, Konoha has institutions capable of counterbalancing that authority, such as the Elder Council, also known as the Administrative Department. Its role is to assist the Hokage in managing village affairs, with the highest officials being the former advisors of the third Hokage, Mito Gate and Kohara Udatane, who hold status akin to that of village elders. The Administrative Department serves as one of Konoha's legislative bodies, providing the Hokage with sound advice. Acting as a bridge between the Land of Fire and Konoha, conveying information from the daimyo, overseeing the funding allocated to the village, and reporting on the village's conditions and circumstances. Their powers include opposing certain orders from the Hokage and collectively pressuring the Hokage in instances of policy missteps. In this world, every true ninja is stained with blood. Life can sometimes be weighed directly on the scales of existence. Just as in the original narrative, the death of Hyuga Hayashi was tacitly accepted by Konoha as higher-ups, who deemed it necessary for a member of the Hyuga clan to perish as an explanation to the Cloud Village, ultimately leading to Hayashi South's sacrifice in place of Hisashi. Although the Hokage wields significant power, altering the established customs passed down from the previous generation and affirming the legitimate identity of a Hokage candidate indeed requires the unanimous approval of the Elder Council, including the advisors Koharu and Mito, and the leader of the root, Danzo. The atmosphere fell into an uncomfortable silence. Saratobi and Danzo exchanged glances, despite Saratobi's fierce demeanor. Danzo remained calm, effortlessly maintaining the upper hand. After a moment, Saratobi took a deep breath and addressed Wang Yu. You may leave for now. Understood, Hokage-sama. Once Wang Yu departed, Saratobi abandoned his pretense and glared furiously at Danzo. Danzo, are you attempting to force Wang Yu into the root for your own selfish desires? Hiruzen, you must watch your words. I merely wish to prevent you, as the third Hokage, from making careless mistakes. As your advisor, I have the obligation and responsibility to guide you towards the right choices, Danzo replied, standing there with an air of indifference. At that moment, Saratobi felt a strong urge to slam his fist on the table and confront Danzo, yet he refrained, knowing that giving Danzo any leverage would be detrimental. Danzo has relentlessly coveted the position of Hokage. The second great ninja war has only recently come to a close. What do you intend to do? I can allow you to pursue other matters, but you must not tamper with the very foundation of Konoha. Wang Yu is merely a child from the Mist Village. What right does he have to become the foundation of Konoha? Danzo scoffed, displaying no trust for Wang Yu, an outsider. Even those around him, Danzo would not fully trust. The various control techniques of the root were the foundation of his confidence in the root ninjas. Upon hearing Danzo mention Wang Yu's outsider status again, Saratobi's voice faltered. Observing Saratobi's reaction, Danzo smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. Rest assured, Hiruzen, perhaps this talented youth, Wang Yu, could directly defeat Uchiha Fuyumi, resulting in a win-win situation that not only showcases his talent, but also significantly suppresses the Uchiha clan's arrogance. Sarutobi nearly lost his composure at Danzo's sardonic remarks. Defeating Uchiha Fuyumi? What nonsense! Even among Chunin, Uchiha Fuyumi is elite. The Uchiha clan pushes their vitality and potential to the limit, awakening their abilities to ascend to the level of the three-tomo Sharingan. For Wang Yu, no matter how gifted, to triumph over a regular Jonin within 3 months would already be an incredible feat. To claim he could defeat an elite Jonin is sheer folly. Elite Jonin are those who have reached the pinnacle of their ninja level across all aspects, just beneath the rank of Kage-level ninjas. In prominent clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, when a member ascends to Chunin, their mastery of the Byakugan or Sharingan firmly establishes them as elite Jonin, ordinary ninjas. Upon reaching Jonin-level proficiency across the board, can be recognized as official Jonin by the Hokage. Those who achieve top-tier Jonin-level proficiency in all areas, or even master certain forbidden techniques, are deemed elite Jonin. Elite Jonin, under specific circumstances, can pose a direct threat to a Kage, due to the common teammate, Uchiha Kagami. Both Danzo Shimura and Sarutobi Hiruzen possess a profound understanding of the Uchiha clan's three-tomo Sharingan. Aware of Uchiha FK's ascension to the three-tomo Sharingan, they predict that Wang Yu would undoubtedly fall short as a competitor. As Wang Yu ambles through the streets of Konoha, muttering the names of the two individuals, a peculiar glimmer dances in his eyes. How strange, he muses. Danzo, who has always adhered to the will of the second Hokage, Shinjitobarama, harbors a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan, one that is rooted in his understanding and envy of them. He employs various tactics to suppress the Uchiha, and this time, he adopts a stance that seemingly aligns with them, opposing the Hokage and leveraging Wang Yu's candidacy for Hokage to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen into a misstep. This revelation starkly renews Wang Yu's perception of the dark power dynamics within Konoha, although he appears to be a crucial link between the two. His presence is ultimately inconsequential. The essence of the situation has morphed into a power struggle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, two formidable forces. For Wang Yu, both factions loom like insurmountable mountains. Even the Uchiha clan, now thoroughly targeted by the Elder Council and Danzo through the Konoha police force, remains a formidable entity, with their Sharingan Genjutsu posing a significant threat to Wang Yu. In the eyes of keyboard warriors, the authority of the Uchiha clan within the police force is formidable, second only to that of the Emperor. Some keyboard warriors speculate that Shinjitobarama's trust in the Uchiha allowed them to assume control of the police department, to which Wang Yu can only respond with a derisive chuckle. Have these keyboard warriors never watched historical dramas? Do they lack access to television or the internet? The Konoha police force is, at most, a mere bureaucratic entity, and Uchiha Fugaku is but a small-time official, akin to a county magistrate. The Konoha ninja force equates to an ancient army, the Umbu to the secret police of old, and the Root to the Eastern Factory, with Danzo as its overseer. The police force functions similarly to a modern street-level constabulary. The keyboard warriors proclaim the Uchiha police to be mighty. The crux of the matter remains power. Wang Yu clenches his fist and murmurs to himself. In the ninja world, the only path to seizing one's destiny is through the enhancement of one's strength. Striving to become the strongest in the realm. Taking a deep breath, he endeavors to calm his racing thoughts. His current ambition is to swiftly unlock the third gate. Once the third gate is opened, his chakra will surge, providing him with the strength to face Uchiha FK's three-tomo Sharingan Genjutsu without trepidation. Having encountered no obstacles along the way, Wang Yu returns home and resumes his training. He engages in an unrelenting series of push-ups and squats, sweat cascading from his body until he feels the energy depletion within his cells. Only then does he retire to wash up and sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Wang Yu contemplates his training regimen. The wooden post he had used for practice is now damaged and requires replacement. However, even a new one would not take long to make. Even without deliberately employing the amplification force of his martial arts, the continuous punches he throws, especially when his arms feel numb or instinctively, will still exude that amplifying energy. The specially treated wooden post easily succumbs to his attacks. Wang Yu has already devised a preliminary plan for creating a skeletal post. This idea draws inspiration from non-Newtonian fluids utilized in speed bumps, soft when encountered gently, yet hard when met with force. Wang Yu believes he should not need to suppress the amplification power of his martial arts during training. Rather, he should aim to imbue every punch with that force. The continual use of the martial arts amplification force may burden his body, but such pressure could also serve as a form of training. Constantly enduring the chakra consumption from his martial arts will put his body through a rigorous trial, undoubtedly enhancing his training progress. Wang Yu leaves a note for the potential visitor, Mikoto, explaining his circumstances, before stepping out of the courtyard at 4:30 in the morning. As he gazes ahead, the streets of Konoha lie in tranquil silence. Following the path toward Hokage Rock, Wang Yu recalls that in the original story, the battle between the Sharingan and the forgiving hero Naruto took place in a hilly area. After a brief trek, he discovers an ideal training location, a hillside bordered by trees and rocks, with a clear stream flowing nearby. Perfect, he exclaims. Setting aside the food scroll, Wang Yu begins running, all the while pondering the properties of Newtonian and non-Newtonian fluids. Newtonian fluids are defined as low-viscosity fluids that deform easily under stress, with shear stress directly proportional to the rate of deformation. Any fluid not fitting this description is classified as a non-Newtonian fluid. Most pure liquids, like water and alcohol, as well as light oils and low-molecular solutions, are Newtonian fluids. Conversely, concentrated solutions of polymers and suspensions typically fall under the non-Newtonian category. Without a doubt, the skeletal post constructed from bone cells constitutes a non-Newtonian fluid. When one submerges their hand in water, it will envelop the hand, a simple fact understood by anyone with sufficient intellect. Similarly, one can slowly immerse their hand into a non-Newtonian fluid. However, should someone find the fluid displeasing and strike it forcefully, they may be astonished to discover that it remains unbroken, seemingly impervious to their blows. Realizing that under extreme stress, non-Newtonian fluids can behave as if they possess the hardness of diamond. Wang Yu acknowledges that speed bumps made from such fluids withstand impacts from vehicles traveling at 280 km/h and weighing 10 tons without budging an inch. Thus, they could easily replace specially treated wooden posts. The creation of the skeletal post is straightforward. Mix water with bone cells in equal proportions to produce an excellent non-Newtonian fluid. Then pour this mixture into a mold designed for the skeletal structure. After completing a 10-kilometer weighted run, Wang Yu crafts a skeletal post and stretches his limbs, suddenly unleashing a punch. Although he does not intentionally employ the amplification force of his martial arts, it instinctively surges with a strike. The skeletal post absorbs his punch. But as Wang Yu does not exert his full strength, the post's surface may crack, while its interior remains as resilient as diamond. Perfect. Onward. Wang Yu nods in satisfaction, disregarding the pain, and continues to alternate his punches against the rocky surface, producing a cacophony of thunderous echoes. While Wang Yu's fist could easily utilize air as a target, air lacks the characteristic of a defined object. The presence or absence of a target creates fundamentally different sensations, much like the contrast between a single person and those in a relationship. Wang Yu persistently strikes the skeletal post, as the reciprocal force and chakra from his martial arts continuously refine his body, first his skin, then his muscles, blood, meridians, and ultimately his bones. His entire being remains entrenched in this relentless amplification, forging him into a stronger warrior. This marked the first time Wang Yu continuously harnessed the amplification power of national martial arts. As every cell in his body began to strengthen, an exquisite sense of comfort enveloped him, akin to the exhilarating applause for love. This was indeed Wang Yu's first experience of such bliss during his training. He savored the exhilarating sensation coursing through his entire being, juxtaposed with the pain relayed by his nerve fibers. The two feelings were as disparate as ice and fire. Had he known that one could swiftly enhance their prowess through a blend of pain and pleasure, he would have commenced his training in this manner from the very beginning. Wang Yu mused silently, then dedicated himself even more earnestly to his practice. His bones and flesh were undergoing augmentation, which further refined his blood, meridians, and skeletal structure. With each punch and kick he delivered to the skeletal post, his heart began to beat with fierce intensity, and the blood surged through his body. Energized by the amplification power, the results surpassed Wang Yu's expectations. Upon activating the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the interplay between his mental limitations and the chakra from the first gate mutually enhanced one another, creating a feedback loop that invigorated his blood. Even during sleep, his physique continued to incrementally improve. Should he engage in further training, the experience would be exhilarating, with visible advancements to behold. In terms of physical prowess, under the influence of national martial arts and cellular control, a month of his training would equate to what others might achieve in half a year. Now, Wang Yu was astonished to discover that not only did the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia accelerate his training speed, But the amplification power of national martial arts itself also facilitated his progress. When combined, his physical capabilities advanced as if propelled by leaps. Initially, he had anticipated that 2 months of training would barely suffice to meet the physical standards required to unlock the second and third gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. However, it now appeared that with just a month, or even merely 15 days, he could easily surpass those benchmarks. Nevertheless, Wang Yu did not allow himself to become complacent. The 8 gates of Duanjia, being a shortcut through enhanced cellular control, necessitated continuous strengthening and foundational solidity with each gate unlocked. Furthermore, as he opened more gates, the time required for stabilization and the strength needed for the next gate would only increase. It was akin to a pure-hearted boy pursuing a girl. Each step forward became increasingly challenging, demanding relentless perseverance. With a final, forceful punch, Wang Yu shattered a segment of the skeletal post, subsequently controlling it to restore its original form before preparing to rest. At that moment, his body was consumed by a profound fatigue. All his cells were clamoring. I can endure. I can withstand the icy fire. I want more. Yet, his body retorted, no, you cannot continue. I am out of energy and can no longer afford the cost. Overcome by exhaustion, Wang Yu collapsed onto the ground. The sweat mingled with the earth, instantly rendering his clothes a disheveled mess. Yet, he paid little heed to his appearance, lying there with a contented expression. The amplification power of national martial arts traversed through his body, leaving him with a delightful sensation far superior to the arduous experiences of push-ups and weighted runs. After resting for several minutes, Wang Yu retrieved food from the scroll on the ground and consumed it, feeling his body gradually rejuvenate. He could distinctly sense a tangible enhancement in his strength. This was nearly an extraordinary occurrence. Wang Yu realized that the intensity of the amplification was particularly pronounced during his initial training session, as it expelled impurities from his body, reminiscent of a boy's first offering. Consequently, the subsequent training sessions yielded less dramatic surges, yet they remained remarkably efficient. A day swiftly passed, and Wang Yu returned home, utterly fatigued, collapsing into a deep slumber. The next day, he resumed his training in the mountains, bringing provisions along. Although training in this secluded area, away from the village, posed safety concerns, it was unlikely that anyone would intrude. Moreover, despite being distanced, the location was not excessively far from the village. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and visible muscle definition began to emerge on Wang Yu's frame. Though he appeared somewhat frail, he radiated strength. An incredible feat for a boy barely approaching 11 years of age. In this month, Wang Yu's physical capabilities had accelerated at a staggering rate, particularly during the initial week. He experienced remarkable growth daily, followed by a gradual plateau. With a resounding punch, the air crackled and ruptured, causing a myriad of fissures to appear on the surface of the skeletal post before it violently erupted, releasing a non-Newtonian fluid. Now, with the weighted resistance, his strength had reached the level of an elite chunin. He surveyed the destruction wrought by his full-force punch with satisfaction, nodding, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. This power surpassed that of the ninjutsu utilized by Uchiha Kazuki on that fateful day. Once he unlocked the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he would undoubtedly be able to engage a chunin or even a standard jounin with B-level ninjutsu, bolstered by the amplification of national martial arts. At this juncture, only a month remained until his fateful duel with Uchiha Kazuki. Throughout Wang Yu's training, the village remained eerily tranquil. No, it was more accurate to assert that matters concerning him were entirely uneventful. It was unclear whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and the enigmatic Danzo were at odds or otherwise preoccupied, but no one came to disrupt him, as if he had been entirely overlooked. Yet, Wang Yu understood that this was not neglect. Rather, the two were engaged in a subtle power struggle, caught in a state of tension. Additionally, another reason for Wang Yu's gradual obscurity was the premature graduation of Kakashi Hitaki, a local resident of Kanahagakure, who became the youngest genin in the village's history. Despite the villagers' claims of camaraderie, they found it challenging to regard Wang Yu, an outsider, as one of their own. Much like the prejudices seen in various societies, where individuals from one group might disdain those from another, the villagers of Konoha, too, unconsciously sidelined Wang Yu. Amidst this month, Wang Yu had also sequentially drawn from the lottery he had yet to utilize and claimed 4 rewards. Wang Yu has now been in the world of Naruto for over 200 days. As he has experienced an increasing number of lottery draws, his knowledge has become more profound, leading him to formulate some bold hypotheses regarding the outcomes of these draws. First, the deities of the eastern homeland far surpass their western counterparts, rendering the gods of Japan, along with the six paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki, utterly insignificant. For instance, beseeching the gods of Japan yields unpredictable results. One might draw a divine boon or a demonic curse. The divine gifts often translate to mere wealth, while the cursed offerings resemble a grotesque version of a relative. To this day, Wang Yu remains perplexed by the correct usage of this cursed relative. After all, it would be utterly foolish to affix a large bandage to an enemy's wound. Second, the gods of hardness present a capricious nature. At times, one might receive a charming suit, while at others, an ethereal being as if defying the laws of probability. Third, in the absence of any deity to petition, one's luck remains remarkably stable, a sure sign of fortune. These deductions encapsulate Wang Yu's observations about the potential outcomes of invoking various deities, reflecting a close approximation to reality with a high degree of likelihood. Of course, this is merely idle speculation on Wang Yu's part. The lottery system operates with an air of randomness. Previously, a plethora of options flashed before him, but now, the interface appears stripped of all embellishments. Wang Yu suspects the system's creator has cut costs by eliminating special effects. After invoking the gods in his mind, he confirmed the lottery draw, and the results appeared in a simplistic manner, devoid of even the most rudimentary visual effects. Goodness, is the system conserving energy? Where are the effects? Here's a middle finger for you, little system. Upon reviewing the lottery results, he noted the snacks package from the food god, which contained provisions for 5, including spicy chicken essence, goat meat, instant noodles, and a delightful assortment of snacks. The deity of hardness offered a background music package that, when activated, would surround any individual within a kilometer with an array of melodies, enhancing one's abilities by 10%. However, the caveat warned of potential side effects. One would be compelled to dance regardless of the activity at hand. From the 2 draws associated with the gods of Japan, he received a 164G USB drive filled with various entertainment and magazines from that land, along with a monetary prize of 120,000 yen, with the note that for a certain big shot, money is merely a conduit to power. In his final draw, having invoked all the Eastern deities, he received a remarkable item, a spatial ring once worn by the goddess of fate. This ring, capable of containing 100 cubic meters of space, was a boon indeed, especially considering its previous owner had traded it for a larger version upon marrying an Eastern deity. Wang Yu felt a deep satisfaction with the Eastern gods. While he found it challenging to voice his grievances about the gods of Japan, the dancing aspect was tolerable, particularly as it accompanied a boost in strength. The food goddess offerings were delightful, as he could share these earthly delights with Mikoto or Kushina. However, the USB drive puzzled him. While computers exist in the ninja world, its utility seemed questionable. He did not need assistance from any fictional lady. The Eastern deities had proven their worth, after all. The goddess of luck had discarded a ring that was a timely blessing for him. Despite his reluctance to complain, he felt the need to express his discontent to alleviate his feelings. This spacious ring was perfect for storing his experimental equipment, allowing him to avoid the prying eyes of Orochimaru while conducting his research. With the lotteries completed and no way to reclaim the items, Wang Yu accepted them all, knowing that rewards from the system could be stored indefinitely. Who knows when these items might prove useful? Having something is better than nothing, after all. After suppressing various thoughts, he indulged in snacks and a pre-prepared dish before resuming his training. After several days of alternating between ice and fire exercises, he felt ready to attempt opening the second and third gates of the 8 gates. Given that the second gate's function was to forcibly restore physical stamina, which overlapped with his cellular control abilities, Wang Yu resolved to breach both the second and third gates simultaneously. The third gate, known as the life gate, was crucial as it served as a pivotal connection point. This gate marked the final barrier of safety, situated between the left and right ventricles, linking the heart with the limbs. Wang Yu, having thoroughly warmed up, sat cross-legged and began to enhance his cells in preparation for opening the second and third gates. His nearly month-long training bore results comparable to a year of rigorous training for others. His physical strength had exponentially increased since he first opened the initial gate. With ample preparation, Wang Yu surged forward to breach the second gate, achieving success on his first attempt. Utilizing his chakra for the initial push, he shattered the constraints of the rest gate. The cells at the meridian node began to shift, enhancing the density and stability of the newly opened channels. As the second gate opened in symmetry with the first, Wang Yu felt his stamina and endurance significantly increase, even without employing his cellular control. He estimated he could withstand light exertion for 12 hours without difficulty. The areas surrounding the gates appeared to ignite with an invisible flame, akin to chakra, replenishing the energy expended in the first gate. Feeling invigorated, Wang Yu seized the moment and, in conjunction with his cellular control, effortlessly broke through the threshold of the third gate. In that instant, the life gate ignited as well. This invisible flame, in truth, was the unique essence of the Naruto world, chakra. At that moment, a connection was established between the life gate in his heart and the gates in his brain. Upon breaching the third gate, a second surge of chakra emerged, surpassing the initial amount present in his brain. Soon, however, this chakra balanced out, integrating harmoniously with the existing energy. Thus, the chakra from his heart and brain formed a simple equilibrium, elevating Wang Yu's chakra reserves beyond the threshold of an elite chunin, rivaling even some ordinary jounin. This marked a monumental leap in his abilities, one that many would spend a lifetime striving for, only to remain at the level of a mere chunin, much like Iruka, who was among the first to recognize Naruto and Appos as potential. Moreover, the gateway near the left and right ventricles of the heart forms a holistic circulatory system with the opening and resting gateways of the brain. Originally, the chakra merely facilitated reciprocal nourishment throughout the body from the cerebral region, yet now, the chakras within the three cores have established a dynamic triangular connection, allowing for mutual transference. During this transference, it is inevitable that a portion of the chakra diffuses into the flesh, bones, and sinews, thereby nourishing them. This stable triangular cycle engenders comprehensive enhancement. Could the chakra quantity nearly rival that of an ordinary J-nin? Thus, certain ninja techniques could potentially be developed. Wang Yu, attuned to the chakra within his body, could not suppress a smile. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the rapid and intense surge of chakra left him with an uncontainable sense of joy. Common techniques, such as fire style and water style, bore little significance for Wang Yu. Indeed, any technique requiring hand seals held minimal value for one possessing a combination of traditional martial arts, cellular control, a formidable physique, extraordinary speed, supernatural abilities, and the corpse bone path. Therefore, the techniques Wang Yu sought to develop would be those tailored specifically for his use, potentially even merging with the corpse bone path or traditional martial arts. His body had already begun its transformative enhancement. Besides the increase in chakra, Wang Yu could feel his physical form rapidly evolving, thanks to the 8 gates, which could be activated at will and permanently. The effects were not akin to the sudden bursts typical of ordinary 8 gates, but rather a gradual progression. Once initiated, this process would not be prolonged. After opening the first gate in his brain, Wang Yu adapted completely within a few hours, and he anticipated that the third gate in the left and right ventricles would require little time as well. Indeed, after merely half a day, Wang Yu's body fully completed this transformative process. Following this metamorphosis, his speed was now comparable to that of an elite J-nin. And unless an ordinary J-nin excelled in physical techniques, they could not match Wang Yu. Furthermore, his prowess in traditional martial arts experienced another transformation, amplifying its power nearly 5-fold. Now, with a single punch, Wang Yu could achieve a 5-fold enhancement of chakra. Should any fool dare to engage him in close combat, they would surely question their existence if they survived the encounter. As this enhancement reached a new level, the range of his power expanded significantly. Initially, his striking range in traditional martial arts, when unencumbered, could only extend to about 30 centimeters. It now reached 1 meter. Within this 1-meter radius, the power remained undiminished, capable of shattering B-rank techniques of similarly ranked ninjas. While extending to 1 to 2 meters, it could still obliterate C-rank techniques. This striking range had evolved from close range to mid-close range, vastly improving Wang Yu's previously inadequate offensive distance. C-rank techniques are commonly utilized by mid-level ninjas, while B-rank techniques are typically employed by J-nin. A-rank techniques, including forbidden techniques, are often beyond the grasp of many J-nin, as those at the pinnacle of the mid-level ninja realm find it challenging to progress further until they master chakra nature transformation, which, when combined with B-rank techniques, yields significant power. Most J-nin dedicate their training time not to the more difficult A-rank techniques, but to enhancing the potency of B-rank techniques through chakra nature transformation. In essence, Wang Yu can now sweep aside mid-level ninjas without any enhancement, and even unencumbered J-nin would struggle against him. Moreover, once his chakra quantity reached that of an ordinary J-nin, many techniques of the corpse bone path became accessible for use. These techniques required no development on Wang Yu's part. He merely needed to learn from the original text featuring Kagaya Kimimaro. For instance, techniques such as the 10-finger piercing bullet, which can be utilized upon awakening, the dance of the willows, accessible after becoming familiar with the corpse bone path, and the camellia dance, usable by low-level ninjas with sufficient chakra, along with the larch dance for mid-level ninjas and the iron wire flower dance for Jainin. However, there remained a critical point that Wang Yu had been deliberately attentive to. Among the three mainstream combat styles in the ninja world, alongside physical techniques and ninjutsu, there exists the realm of jinjutsu. Calming his excited heart, Wang Yu lowered his head in contemplation. Previously, he had been mindful of jinjutsu, as lower-ranked ninjas could at most dispel basic illusions, while casting jinjutsu was considerably more challenging. Yet, upon reaching the mid-level ninja tier, jinjutsu became a commonly employed offensive method. The opening of the gates offers immunity to ordinary jinjutsu from mid-level and even Jainin, while the rest gate restores physical stamina irrespective of jinjutsu. With the opening of the life gate, he believed he would undoubtedly gain immunity to jinjutsu enhanced by the 3-tomo Sharingan. In other words, he could temporarily disregard the 3-tomo of Uchiha Fugaku, and even though Uchiha Shursui possessed formidable jinjutsu capabilities, he was far from activating his 3-tomo. The Uchiha clan, once a daunting presence in Wang Yu's mind, no longer instilled fear. After reflecting on these thoughts, Wang Yu resolved, "Uchiha brats, should you come seeking trouble again, I shall ensure you question your very existence. To all Uchiha who have troubled me, I assure you, I will make you kneel and sing my praises. And only upon completion shall you be permitted to leave unscathed." Wang Yu's assertion stems from his undeniable immunity to the illusions cast by ordinary Jonin and even the standard 3-tomo Sharingan. Due to Wang Yu's mastery of the 8 gates, particularly the opening, rest, and life gates, the cells at these chakra node points continuously obstruct portions of chakra flow, resulting in erratic fluctuations. The prerequisite for launching an illusion is for the caster to mimic Wang Yu's chakra patterns to successfully influence him. However, certain illusions do not fall into this category, such as the Manjiki Sharingan's Tsukuyami and Jiraiya's Sage Art, Frog Song. As the 8-Tails Jinch Riki Killer be once remarked, he found it difficult to fall prey to illusions due to the presence of the 8-Tails within him, creating a dual consciousness that aids in stabilizing chakra flow. This led Wang Yu to a moment of surprise. Could it be that he was entirely immune to ordinary illusions? He recalled the character guy from the anime, who seemingly never succumbed to illusions, even when he later unleashed the 8 gates to combat Madara without Madara resorting to illusions against him. Given that Madara, having lived for 80 years and accumulated vast combat experience, would have exploited any weakness, it was likely that illusions had little effect on Might Guy. Particularly, during the 8 gates activation, his chakra would surge, making it even harder for illusions to take hold, especially considering the immense pain accompanying the 8 gates opening. Moreover, even if illusions could influence the chakra within him, they would not affect his internal martial energy. With a mere burst of internal energy, Wang Yu murmured, as he willed a thread of internal power to flow independently within him, causing his chakra to fluctuate erratically in response. He could dispel illusions without even forming hand seals. Presently, he believed that apart from the likes of Itachi's Tsukuyami and Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, as well as Jiraiya's Sage Art, typical illusions, whether they aimed to control the senses or restrain the mind and body, were utterly ineffective against him, allowing for instantaneous counteraction. With this realization, Wang Yu's expression lightened considerably. The long-standing concern regarding the 3-tomo Sharingan was unfounded. He understood that from the very beginning, not only were techniques of equal rank ineffective against him, but even ordinary illusions posed no threat. The martial energy of his homeland could effortlessly counter various conventional illusions with a simple activation, enabling him to disrupt his chakra and evade mental assaults. Though confident in his immunity to standard illusions, Wang Yu felt compelled to test his abilities further. However, he faced a dilemma. He had few acquaintances in Konohagakure, and Might Guy was certainly not skilled in illusions. Kakashi had just graduated, while Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fy held Wang Yu in low regard due to his outsider status. His friend, Minato, was occupied with his duties as a jonin. Ultimately, Wang Yu decided to seek assistance from Uchiha Makoto, who helped him find an elite shunin, Waihai Kurenai, who was 5 years older than him. After a couple of straightforward attempts, Kurenai stared at him in utter disbelief. Typically, one would need to perform hand seals to dispel an illusion. halting their chakra flow or forcibly breaking through the interference. Yet Wang Yu, astonishingly, did not require any hand seals. It seemed as though he was directly immune. Kurenai was utterly perplexed, her gaze toward him akin to that of a member of the Teiktorai clan regarding kin and oppos, Eamon, viewing Wang Yu as an anomaly. After several trials, Wang Yu became fully convinced that unless faced with top-tier illusions like Tsukuyami or Kodoamatsukami, all other illusions were rendered ineffective against him. He speculated that as his cellular control improved and he continued to master the 8 gates, he could extend his chakra into the mental realm, potentially allowing him to directly confront even the most formidable illusions. With the certainty that ordinary illusions held no sway over him, Wang Yu felt a profound sense of relief. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto was filled with immense joy upon witnessing Wang Yu's immunity to the Chunin's illusions. The stronger Wang Yu became, the happier she felt. Previously, she had not anticipated that he could defeat Kakashi in the practical ranking assessment, let alone become Konoha's top genius. Now, while others doubted his ability to overcome the impending 3-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Fy, Mikoto found her faith in Wang Yu growing inexplicably. After spending an hour in affectionate conversation, Mikoto encouraged Wang Yu before stepping back to allow him to continue his training. In reality, particularly within the realm of television dramas, some young women are quite overwhelming. They seem desperate to cling to their boyfriends, and if the boys converse with other attractive girls, these unaware girls often resort to tears and tantrums. They lack the grace and understanding exhibited by Uchiha Mikoto. Grateful for having such a supportive girlfriend, Wang Yu resumed his training for another hour before returning to Orochimaru's compound. His purpose for returning was straightforward, having acquired a spatial ring for living quarters. It was time to formally commence his research on cellular walls. Previously, he had been cautious about revealing his intentions to Orochimaru, conducting secret experiments on adorable rabbits. However, now he felt no such apprehension. The 100 cubic meter space was ample for him to conduct his experiments without fear, and he could even utilize the rabbits for sustenance afterward, ensuring that no one would be the wiser. Note: Kurenai's father is named Waihai Akihiko, and Kurenai's cousin is Waihai Kurenai, which follows a logical naming convention. Regarding Shursue's Kodoamatsukami, one wonders why it was never used directly against Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather against fellow Uchiha. If Itachi preserved Shursue's eyes, why not employ them against Nagato or the third Hokage? Kodoamatsukami combined with Hashirama's cells could yield infinite Kodoamatsukami. Under such circumstances, the Uchiha clan need not face extinction. They could employ infinite Kodoamatsukami to resolve any issues. I suspect the reason is rather simple. Kodoamatsukami may not affect those stronger than Shursui. Thus begins the lesson on cellular walls. As the focus shifts to cellular walls, it is essential to clarify certain concepts to avoid any confusion among readers. The primary distinction between animals and plants lies in the fact that animals cannot possess both chloroplasts and cell walls simultaneously. Biological classification has evolved significantly as scientists enhance their understanding of living organisms, leading to continual changes. For instance, around 2010, blue-green algae were reclassified as cyanobacteria, and termites were recognized as a form of cockroach. While the two primary classifications of animals and plants have not faced severe scrutiny, the realm of classification still harbors some clouds of doubt. To avoid a tempest, taxonomists have opted to manually erase these clouds. Plant taxonomists have acted swiftly, expelling any organisms that do not fit within their classification framework. While their exclusion of prokaryotes and fungi may resonate with some, their decision to exclude certain algae appears rather peculiar. Why do botanists expel certain algae from the plant registry? This is due to the fact that some of these algae exhibit characteristics akin to those of animals. For instance, the naked algae, also known as the eyeworm, is a unicellular organism devoid of a cell wall, possessing chlorophyll, which allows it to engage in autotrophy. Additionally, it is equipped with flagella that enable it to move freely. Quite the conundrum. It challenges the common perception that a cell wall is a definitive trait distinguishing plants from animals. How then do we explain the eyeworm? Another species has also posed a challenge to the notion that animals lack cell walls. It is classified as a dinoflagellate, a term evidently rooted in plant nomenclature. Due to its flagellar structure that allows for swimming, it was once categorized as an animal. The dinoflagellate, a unicellular organism, is also referred to as a biflagellate. Most possess a cell wall akin to armor, containing chlorophyll and various carotenoids, thus initially classified as plants. However, dinoflagellates possess 1 to 3 flagella, typically 2, one long flagellum extending backwards and another known as the lateral flagellum. The flagella emerge from the flagellar pores of the cell's outer wall. The lateral flagellum, with its spiraling motion, provides most of the propulsion, while the long flagellum serves primarily as a rudder, contributing little to movement. In 1997, the scientific community published a research report that documented a dinoflagellate's predatory behavior, detailing 4 key points. 1. The Berlin dinoflagellate approached an injured nematode. 2. It was capable of releasing capture threats. 3. Utilizing a feeding tube, it sucked nutrients, causing deformation of the upper part of the cell due to pressure. 4. It departed from the consumed nematode, leaving remnants of the capture threats. In 2000, scientists discovered another heterotrophic method employed by dinoflagellates, where they utilized a cage-like structure for predation. Remarkably, dinoflagellates can create local water currents using their flagella to capture bacteria. All of this underscores the animal-like characteristics of dinoflagellates, the ability for independent movement. Thus, dear readers, it becomes evident that the assertion that animals lack cell walls stems from taxonomists expelling those animal-like organisms with cell walls. Biological classification has been influenced by both social culture and the inadequacies of its own discipline, causing confusion not only within academic circles but also among the public. For instance, in 2018 or 2019, there was much ado about kelp not being classified as a plant. Yet they hesitated to openly acknowledge that the classification of the animal kingdom had already expelled the paramecium back in 2005. From the perspectives of biological physiology and evolution, certain algae may represent a common ancestor of both animals and plants. Those algae that retained their cell walls eventually evolved into various forms of plants. Some primitive algae formed symbiotic relationships with marine bacteria, ultimately losing their cell walls, which allowed for greater evolutionary potential in animal cells, leading to the emergence of animals. The flagellated algae described earlier may indeed validate this hypothesis. However, the reality is that their unique physiological mechanisms render their taxonomic standing quite awkward, distorting the classification of other known species. It is a humorous conundrum indeed. Not all organisms possessing chloroplasts can be classified as plants, as seen in the case of the Aletia chlorotica or the green leaf sea beetle. Nevertheless, I shall remain a mere spectator to the unfolding drama. My stance is that those with chloroplasts and cell walls can indeed be termed plants. 3 days later, at 4 a.m., Wang Yu awoke from his slumber. After a sufficient rest, he enjoyed breakfast with Junmaru, and once Orochimaru and Junmaru had departed, he concealed himself within a spatial ring. In a stroke of fortune, Wang Yu began to modify an unrecognizable rabbit within the spatial ring and commenced documenting his findings. September 8th, for 15 a.m., Rabbit 36. A half-finished product of cell wall modification. The appearance of 36 had transformed, its muscles capable of exerting tenfold strength, yet its DNA had mutated. Nutritional input must continue, and further observation is required. After noting this, Wang Yu meandered around the vicinity of 100 rabbits, occasionally checking the records on the skeletal cage, and at times extracting specimens from the experimental rabbits to compare with records from 3 days prior. Observing the seemingly immortal rabbits numbered 3, 6, and 9. Wang Yu employed a tin control over their cells for observation before commencing further documentation. Rabbit 3 had completed modifications to its cell wall and chloroplast, showing no changes in appearance or DNA, yet exhibiting signs of lethargy, likely due to insufficient sunlight. Rabbit 6 had undergone similar modifications and displayed the same condition as Rabbit 3. Rabbit 9 exhibited similar attributes, yet demonstrated increased strength, enlarged bones, and noticeable fluctuations in soil and water attribute chakra. In the realm of genetic engineering, the absence of wall-less capabilities renders success akin to achieving a Mediterranean outcome. After assessing the mere 6 surviving experimental subjects, Wang Yu absent-mindedly brushed his thinning hair, reflecting on the fact that hair is a unique structure formed from the keratinization of epidermal cells. Hair and fur are composed of cells, albeit dead ones. As the human body undergoes continuous metabolic processes, leading to the growth and eventual death of cells, with the deceased cells ultimately manifesting as hair. Ultimately, hair growth remains under Wang Yu's control, ensuring he would not suffer from premature baldness. As the adage goes, to be bald signifies one's prowess. At that moment, Wang Yu was not bald, yet he was on the cusp of becoming even more formidable. It seemed that observing Rabbit 9 for a while longer would enable him to apply the modifications to himself. On September 15th, upon confirming the potential for flawless modification, Wang Yu resolutely commenced the obliteration of evidence. With 6 seals inscribed within 1 second, Wang Yu swiftly completed the sequence. Following the incantation of a cartoonish phrase, he concentrated chakra in his throat and exhaled a torrent of flames, akin to a fireball hurtling towards the remaining captive rabbits. The temperature near the attacked skeletal cage escalated rapidly: 400, 800, 1000, 1200. Within seconds, the surviving rabbits were reduced to ash, while the skeletal cage, despite turning red, remained largely intact. After reorganizing the contents of the spatial ring, Wang Yu began to fabricate a cell wall within himself, incorporating the plant's chloroplast into his being. He soon observed that chlorophyll integrated seamlessly with his cellular structure, prompting gradual alterations in many cells. As no adverse reactions manifested, Wang Yu exhaled a breath of relief, his previously tense demeanor easing after 10 minutes. Now, with the cell walls and chloroplast characteristic of plants, he pondered his identity. Speaking to himself, Wang Yu, with his hands adorned with 6 seals, reached through his close-fitting attire and touched his comrade. Indeed, his companion remained, a treasure not possessed by plants. It appeared he was still very much human. Time flowed swiftly, and after Wang Yu fully adapted to possessing cell walls and chloroplasts, the moment for his duel with Uchiha Fuyuki had finally arrived. Over the course of the past month, aided by fortune, he had drawn 6 times, each yielding minor rewards. Among these, 5 draws yielded monetary gains amounting to 500,000 RMB, equivalent to 6 million yen. Thus allowing Wang Yu to transform into Captain America for a duration of 50 minutes using the character transformation card he had acquired. In his final draw, he obtained demonic wings. Henceforth, Wang Yu had liberated himself from the limitations of a bamboo dragonfly that required an hour of charging for a mere 5 minutes of flight, avoiding the terrifying consequence of the dragonfly's explosion after prolonged use. Dear esteemed readers, are you familiar with the meaning behind the cartoonish incantation? In the novel, the exchange rate is 1 renminbi 12 RY, with this year's latest rate being 17. The location for the duel of dignity between the two was in the depths of Konoha. Their clash not only pertained to their honor, but also revolved around the supremacy of the Sharingan versus the Shikotsumyaku, 2 forms of bloodline limits. Such matters concerning the bloodline limits are, of course, not laid out plainly for all to see. Under the guidance of a member of the Umbu, Wang Yu traversed several layers of scrutiny until he arrived at an expansive yet blood-soaked arena. This place served not only as a battleground for the dignity of 2 individuals, but also as the cruel interrogation chamber of Konoha, the very seat of its penal system. The hidden darkness of the Land of Fire, particularly within Konoha, converged here. Even the root base of Shimura Danzo lay just a few kilometers underground. Daily, Umbu ninjas embarked on missions from this location, with some assassination tasks requiring the presentation of severed heads. Additionally, spies from enemy villages or traders from Konoha, upon capture, would also be transported here to endure special and brutal methods of torture to extract information. In summary, this was the epicenter of Konoha's darkest secrets, permeated by an eerie and sanguine atmosphere. The ninjas present either donned animal masks as members of the Umbu or passed through with an air of cold detachment. Following the Umbu ninja, Wang Yu navigated several corridors and finally reached his destination. His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. This was his first encounter with such a foreboding atmosphere since arriving in this world. Before him stood several members of the Uchiha clan, among them Uchiha Fuyuki, whose eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of murderous intent upon noticing Wang Yu's arrival. Now, I can only reclaim my honor and that of the Uchiha clan by eliminating you. As for Uchiha Meichin, who possesses but a single tomo, I swear upon my 3 tomo Sharingan that I will pressure her through my parents to marry the clan leader, thus ingratiating myself with him. At this moment, Wang Yu and Uchiha Fuyuki exchanged glances. Despite the palpable threat emanating from Fuyuki, Wang Yu remained composed, his gaze unwavering. Simultaneously, he surveyed his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. Above him lay a 3-tiered corridor, yet few stood upon it. Only 3 Umbu ninjas and 5 Uchiha ninjas, including Fuyuki, were present, creating a stark contrast to the anticipated presence of more reinforcements. A flicker of confusion crossed Wang Yu's face. Logically, given his unique lineage, the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru would not overlook a duel between him and Uchiha Fuyuki. Even if they chose not to attend personally, they should have dispatched additional Umbu. The scant presence of only 3 Umbu, fewer than the 5 Uchiha, left Wang Yu with a feeling akin to that of an abandoned nobleman. It seemed that Konoha had undergone unforeseen changes due to his mere presence. Wang Yu mused quietly. yet a glint of determination sparked in his eyes. It appeared that this confrontation had evolved from a mere battle of honor to a life-and-death struggle. Victory meant survival, while defeat meant demise. As the members of the Uchiha clan leapt to the upper corridor, their frigid gazes fixated downward. Uchiha Fengyu stepped forward with measured intent, halting at a distance to confront Wang Yu. The three Umbu exchanged cold glances, nodded, and ascended to the upper tier to observe the unfolding scene. In this moment, no excessive words were exchanged between Wang Yu and Uchiha Fengyu. This was neither an assessment nor a competition, but rather a decisive battle where life hung in the balance. Without a word, the two opponents prepared for combat, and in an instant, the clash erupted violently. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, a fervent argument unfolded in the Hokage's office. Why didn't you prevent this duel? This is nothing but Uchiha Fengyu's unreasonable provocation. Tsunade glared incredulously at her grandfather's disciple, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly leaping onto the table to confront him. Tsunade's character was such that once she set her sights on someone, she would not easily relent. Despite having never formally met Wang Yu, her intentions to take him as her apprentice had solidified following the practical assessment. Over the past month, Tsunade had not idled. She sought out the niece of her deceased lover, Shizune, preparing to mentor her once she graduated. She had employed both gentle persuasion and firm insistence to secure Wang Yu's simultaneous apprenticeship under herself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a seasoned smoker, remained silent for a moment before taking a draw from his cigarette, not directly answering Tsunade's inquiry. Instead, he spoke solemnly. Uchiha Fugaku has pledged part of his genjutsu to assist Yuhi Kurenai, and when war arrives, he will lead the charge with 10 elite jonin and 20 elite shunin. And for this, you forsake that boy. Tsunade's incredulity mounted as she confronted Orochimaru's self-serving nature. But what of Wang Yu? He is your grandson, endowed with exceptional talent. And you would trade him to the Uchiha? The absurdity of such a transaction was unfathomable to her. Even having endured the Second Shinobi World War, she could not fathom Sarutobi Hiruzen's treatment of a fellow villager in such a manner. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Hiruzen sighed, I have not abandoned him. Danzo will assuredly dispatch someone to rescue Wang Yu if he falls. In that case, Wang Yu would be as good as dead in Danzo's hands. Tsunade's face twisted in a mixture of anger and alarm. If Wang Yu were to be rescued in a critically injured state by Danzo's rude operatives, the outcome was predictable. Danzo would employ every means necessary to transform Wang Yu into a loyal, emotionless instrument of death. Take Kagaya Wang Yu. If he possesses sufficient talent, perhaps he could prevail. Hiruzen's tone bore a hint of reassurance, for Danzo had made promises to him as well. Should Danzo accept any of Kakashi, Minato, or Wang Yu into root, the remaining two would, with Danzo's backing, soon become legitimate candidates for Hokage. Weighing the pros and cons, the ever-accommodating Hiruzen had naturally chosen to allow the non-Konoha Wang Yu to enter Danzo's route. However, even Hiruzen did not believe his own words. The likelihood of Wang Yu defeating Uchiha Fengyu was practically non-existent. Lord Third, the duel has begun. Just as Tsunade prepared to erupt, an Umbu member appeared beside them, delivering the news to Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of deepening fury and shock. What? It has already commenced? Has no one intervened? With gritted teeth, Tsunade whirled and stormed out of the Hokage's office. As her figure disappeared, her voice echoed in the air. Hiruzen, if you won't act, then I shall. Hiruzen watched in astonishment as Tsunade forcefully dismantled the door, a faint smile of resignation crossing his lips. After a bitter smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly displayed a peculiar expression. Tsunade, representing the Senju clan, one of the founding families of Konoha, commands a certain respect due to her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. In Konoha, even figures like Danzo Shimura, one of Tobirama's disciples, must concede to her status. If Tsunade could rescue Wang Yu, perhaps there could still be a turnaround. The Senju clan would never cower before the Uchiha clan, which harbors an irreconcilable enmity towards them. Furthermore, Danzo would never dare to threaten Tsunade. Her surname is Senju, and she is known as Tsunade Haim in Konoha, with Haim denoting princess, a title that is unmistakably clear. Tsunade burst out of the Hokage's office, smashing the door, yet no Umbu guards dared to obstruct her. She raced down to the underground area. But just as she approached the duel arena, she was halted by an individual. Get out of my way. Tsunade glared at Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha, showing no fear but rather a fierce reprimand. Uchiha Fugaku stood calmly, his eyes revealing 3 spinning tomo, the Sharingan. Don't be so hasty. Would you mind waiting here? Once the matter over there concludes, I will not impede you. The first clan leader, Uchiha Madara, fell to my grandfather, and his brother, Izuna, was defeated by my great-grandfather. Tobarama Senju. You foolish and ignorant one, try to stop me. Tsunade, filled with rage, felt unrestrained. Her fiery temperament meant that she would not hesitate to confront the leader of the Uchiha clan directly. After the Uchiha clan's extermination in the 48th year of Konoha, Danzo possessed 10 Sharingan and had conducted numerous experiments on them. This indicated that the Uchiha clan had at least 20 individuals with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Yet, what granted Uchiha Fugaku the title of clan leader among these 20? The answer is simple as the second Uchiha clan leader. Fugaku was undoubtedly the strongest among those with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, displaying the highest talent and acute political acumen. With his formidable combat prowess and the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Fugaku firmly blocked Tsunade. No matter how she attempted to break through, she could not surpass Fugaku's defense. Anger and anxiety surged within her, if this continued. Wang Yu might genuinely fall into Danzo's grasp and never be retrieved. Although Tsunade was hailed as one of the legendary 3, possessing strength on par with the Kage, she could not unleash her full power for fear of injuring the elite shinobi Fugaku and triggering her hemophobia. During the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade's beloved, Dankato, was gravely injured and bled profusely. At that time, her medical ninjutsu was far less potent than it is now. Her attempts to staunch the bleeding were futile. As he lay dying, Kato repeatedly insisted that he could not perish. To provide him with psychological support, Tsunade lied, claiming that the bleeding had ceased. Yet, ultimately, he succumbed to blood loss. After his death, Tsunade stared at her blood-stained hands, overwhelmed by terror. She blamed herself for failing to save him, leading to her acute hemophobia. Despite her affliction, she diligently honed her medical ninjutsu, and even with her fear, she learned to hypnotize herself or use genjutsu to perceive blood as a different color, thus becoming the most formidable medical ninja. The condition of hemophobia is difficult to reconcile, as a woman who bleeds monthly for 7 days. How did she cope during her travels after the war when relatives visited? And what of the bloodshed she would inevitably encounter in her journeys? Particularly in the tumultuous times she lived in? One could speculate that when facing ordinary individuals or average genin, her focus would not linger on blood, or she might employ genjutsu to alter her perception of it. However, when confronted with powerful opponents or elite genin, her concentration would shift to her adversary, making her acutely aware of any bloodshed. If she were to face Uchiha Fugaku, her attempts at using genjutsu might easily be detected, revealing her debilitating weakness. Should her hemophobia become known, it would bring disgrace upon the illustrious Senju clan, as the Princess Tsunade would be seen as a coward afflicted by an ailment more commonly associated with the weak. The narrative conflict extends beyond this. Summoning contracts for summoning beasts invariably require blood. Without blood, how could Tsunade summon the Slug Sage? How could she teach Shizune the summoning technique? Would she not notice blood when healing others? Only a true fan of Naruto, deeply enamored with the series, would grasp such intricate details and critique its inconsistencies. For love inspires scrutiny. Not far from the battleground where Uchiha Fugaku and Tsunade clashed, Wang Yu and Uchiha Fuyumi were locked in a life-and-death duel, fiercely contesting their honor. At this moment, their battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Anticipating their clash, Wang Yu had removed his weights, and upon the commencement of hostilities, he surged forth with lightning speed towards Uchiha Fuyumi. Having opened the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, Wang Yu's velocity was astonishing. Even the drifting emperor, Keiichi Tsuchiya, in his AE-86, would merely watch the tail lights of Wang Yu's vehicle. In a flash, Wang Yu's form transformed into a mere afterimage in the eyes of the observing Umbu shinobi, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Uchiha Fuyumi, having previously underestimated Wang Yu, was now cautious. He activated his Sharingan, revealing the blood-red and black 3-tomo pattern. While not in the state of the more potent Manjiki Sharingan, it was sufficient to clearly perceive Wang Yu's movements. As Wang Yu approached Fuyumi's side, preparing to deliver a punch, Fuyumi swiftly performed hand seals, Omi, in, Cho Shaku, Shin, and instantly substituted himself with a wooden dummy stored in a scroll. The substitution technique. As Fuyumi evaded Wang Yu's strike, he reappeared behind him, drawing a kunai aimed at Wang Yu's neck. In response, Wang Yu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he activated his enhanced abilities and unleashed a powerful technique, striking at Uchiha Fuyumi without turning. Foolish child, your arm and kunai together barely reach 1.5 meters, while my technique encompasses a 2-meter radius. Moreover, The invisible air under Wang Yu's chakra reverberated, creating visible ripples. The kunai halted mid-attack, mere centimeters from Wang Yu's fist, unable to advance further, an insurmountable distance. Akin to a chasm. In the next moment, accompanied by the frenzied eruption of the national art flow's quintuple chakra amplification, Uchiha Fengyu, wielding a ninja blade, suddenly spat blood. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. When did that happen? A slight furrow appeared on Wang Yu's brow as he scanned for Uchiha Fengyu's true form. Just then, Uchiha Fengyu's silhouette abruptly materialized before Wang Yu, his hands forming a series of seals. Simultaneously, the three tomo in his eyes began to whirl furiously. This is an illusion. Wang Yu and Uchiha Fengyu locked eyes. In the following instant, a look of daze crossed Wang Yu's face, as if he had been frozen in place. Could it be that Wang Yu was truly game over? When Uchiha Fengyu initiated the encounter, fully aware of Wang Yu and Appo's S-bone pulse and the formidable nature of his national art flow, why did he still venture into such peril? The answer is simple. Uchiha Fengyu believed that in close combat, the efficacy of close-range illusions would be far superior. It has come to an end. Although Fengyu had thoroughly exhausted his potential by using forbidden techniques, the three tomo remained as they were, under the enhanced illusions of the Sharingan. It was certain that the young boy had fallen victim. The four members of the Uchiha clan above in the corridor exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. Why did the Uchiha clan gain such renown during the early days of Konohagakure, and even throughout the First and Second Shinobi Wars? The reason was simple. The three tomo Sharingan, with its ability to perceive, replicate ordinary jutsu, and amplify illusions, rendered it nearly invincible against ordinary ninjas and those weaker than shadow-level shinobi. On the opposite side of the three-tiered corridor, three Ambu ninjas, each masked, bore expressions devoid of emotion. Yet, a faint glimmer of pity flickered in their eyes. What a pity, indeed. This child possessed a powerful and rare Kekkei Genkai, but lacked the opportunity to mature. With the gaze of his clan members and the Anbu shinobi upon him, Uchiha Fengyu stood proudly, looking down on Wang Yu with a trace of disdain. Even if you activated the bone pulse in my presence, you remain merely a young boy with the strength of a Ni. Moreover, when it comes to Kekkei Genkai, our Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the strongest. After mocking him, Uchiha Fengyu casually drew a ninja blade from his scroll and hurled it forcefully towards Wang Yu's chest. Laughing maniacally, Uchiha Fengyu envisioned the moment of Wang Yu being pierced through the chest. But in the next instant, the unexpected occurred. Boom! A fist enveloped in deep blue chakra surged through the air. Activated by the power of the three-wave technique, Wang Yu vibrated his chakra at high speed, generating a resonating force that roared outward. The ninja blade thrown by Uchiha Fengyu seemed to sink into a quagmire, inching forward until it halted before Wang Yu's fist, unable to advance any further. Then, the blade emitted a horrifying cracking sound, ultimately shattering into fragments. Oh, my ancestors of the Uchiha clan, what is this I see? How is this possible? Uchiha Fengyu gazed at Wang Yu, who had calmly retracted his fist, disbelief etched across his face. Wang Yu had actually broken free from the enhanced illusion cast by his three tomo Sharingan. This is utterly impossible. In that fleeting moment, not only Uchiha Fengyu, but also the Uchiha clan members in the three-tiered corridor and the three Anbu ninjas could not help but express their astonishment. How could he break the illusion without forming the seals to dispel it? To single-handedly break an illusion requires an irregular flow of chakra within the body. Could it be that his national art flow ninjutsu allows for such unpredictable fluctuations? One of the Anbu ninjas muttered to himself, while the other witnesses displayed expressions of sheer shock. If that is the case, does it mean Wang Yu can become immune to or dispel all ordinary illusions? This is simply ludicrous. How could such a flawless ninjutsu exist in the shinobi world? How could there be such an impeccable ninja in the face of the bone pulse? While Wang Yu possessed defensive capabilities through it, he also wielded offensive prowess through the national art flow. But now, he could effortlessly break through illusions as well. If the ninjas of Konohagakure had witnessed this, they would surely exclaim, "Wow, Wang Yu is truly remarkable, terrifying indeed." Uchiha's illusions are nothing more than this. Wang Yu regarded Uchiha Fengyu with a hint of mockery, for he hadn't even used the means to dispel the illusion. It had simply been rendered ineffective. He possessed so many methods to nullify ordinary illusions within him that even without using the national art's inner power and cellular control, the 8 gates technique, which comprises 3 cores located between the left and right ventricles and 2 in the left and right brain, is vastly different from that of ordinary ninjas. For ninjas of equal rank, attempting to disrupt Wang Yu's chakra flow and cast illusions upon him is an arduous task. Moreover, Wang Yu's chakra far exceeds that of the three Tomo Sharingan. In the next moment, Wang Yu's figure surged forward, charging directly at Uchiha Fengyu. He arrived above Uchiha Fengyu's head and unleashed a national art flow technique, the 8 trigrams palm, his palm shimmering with deep blue chakra. As Wang Yu struck the air, the power of the national art erupted, enveloping the entire area beneath him in a devastating explosion. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Fengyu's expression changed drastically. Because Wang Yu had completely disregarded the illusion, Uchiha Fengyu, momentarily stunned in shock, found himself in close quarters with Wang Yu. In that instant, Uchiha Fengyu's situation plunged into a life-and-death crisis. In this dire moment, Uchiha Fengyu reacted swiftly, bracing himself against the impact of the national art's 8 trigrams palm. Hands forming seals. It was clear that evading Wang Yu's attack was unrealistic, as the 2-meter radius surrounding him was entirely sealed off. Earth release, rock concealment technique. As Uchiha Fengyu endured excruciating pain, his flesh nearly tearing apart, he managed to complete the seals for the earth release technique at the last moment. In the next instant, he vanished into the rocky ground. Yet even so, bloodstains marred the surface of the earth. Crack. The solid ground, under Wang Yu's strike, fractured like a spider's web, spreading in all directions. With a final thunderous roar, the entire ground erupted, collapsing into a 2-meter-wide pit. Wang Yu landed back on the ground, his gaze flickering slightly. To utilize earth release with such proficiency, even amidst the agony of torn flesh, he still managed to perform the technique resolutely. At that moment, Wang Yu found himself reminiscing about the plot of an anime. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's reputation is well-deserved. There are no weaklings among them. It seems that Konohagakure's determination to eliminate the Uchiha clan stems from the overwhelming number of shadow-level shinobi. As even though Uchiha Itachi and Shursui possess the Manjiki Sharingan, both are mere pawns. In the land of fire, specifically within the village of Konoha, it is commonly accepted that 9 out of 10 individuals possess chakra of the fire element. In the ninja world, each person typically harbors 2 or more chakra affinities. For instance, Wang Yu embodies the elements of wind, water, and earth. However, there are exceptions to this norm. In the final official volume of Naruto, known as the Book of the User, it is revealed that Naruto possesses 6 chakra attributes, encompassing all but the Yin element, while Sasuke similarly holds 6, excluding the Yang element. Moreover, within the illustrious Uchiha clan, renowned for their prowess, it is a given that they possess fire chakra alongside other affinities. At this moment, Wang Yu observes the ninjutsu of Uchiha Fengyu and speculates that Fengyu must possess earth chakra as well. The earth release, rock hiding technique is executed quite well. But I am merely an amateur. I have also witnessed the death knell of Kimimaro in the later stages. Wang Yu muses, do you think hiding like a turtle underground will suffice? As he notices Uchiha Fengyu's delayed appearance, Wang Yu surmises that Fengyu has sustained considerable injuries from the earlier 8 trigrams palm and is likely affected by the pain inflicted upon his shadow clone. You are undoubtedly taking this opportunity to recuperate, preparing to ambush me from below. With a wry smile curling upon his lips, Wang Yu crouches down, pressing his hands against the earth. His movements mirror that of the Sand Emperor Gaara when he executed the Sand Waterfall funeral. In an instant, countless minuscule white bone cells erupted from Wang Yu's position, transforming the ground beneath him into a skeletal structure within a 10-meter radius. This sudden emergence of white bones amidst the black rock caused the earth to tremble violently. The vibrations were felt not only in the arena but also by the spectators on the 3rd-level corridor, and even by Tsunade and Uchiha Fugaku, who were engaged in battle outside. This seismic disturbance was undeniably the result of ninjutsu. Damn it! Tsunade gritted her teeth, shattering one of Uchiha Fugaku's fire release techniques with a swift kick, her eyes reflecting urgency. Wang Yu's prowess lies not only in his national martial arts but also in his recently awakened bone pulse technique. Such ground-shaking movements can only be attributed to an unknown ninjutsu from Uchiha Fengyu. Uchiha Fugaku, casting a fleeting glance behind him, remarked, such commotion suggests that this confrontation will soon reach its conclusion. However, as an elite J-nin of the Uchiha clan, his slow pace in resolving this matter is a tremendous waste of talent. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Uchiha Fugaku and Appo's gaze. In his estimation, once Uchiha Fengyu activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan, he should have been able to swiftly eliminate Wang Yu, yet he was now resorting to unknown techniques. Nonetheless, the outcome of using such a trump card should be evident. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku refocused his attention on Tsunade, steadfastly blocking her furious advances. On the third-level corridor of the duel arena, the 4 Uchiha ninjas and 3 Umbu members displayed expressions of astonishment. The magnitude of the rock-s vibrations could only affect ordinary individuals. Naturally, it posed no challenge to elite J-nin like themselves, who stood firm with ease. What truly astonished them was that Wang Yu's bone pulse technique bore a striking resemblance to the Sand Village's Sand Waterfall Funeral, enabling him to effortlessly alter the terrain at such a young age. This technique surpassed Gaara's Sand Waterfall Funeral in power, as one relied on sand while the other wielded bones with diamond-like density. The battleground quaked violently, fissures resembling a spider web radiating outward from Wang Yu's position. Uchiha Fengyu, resting 8 meters beneath Wang Yu, while seeking an opportunity, felt a surge of murderous intent in his Sharingan. Upon witnessing the ground tremble, his expression shifted drastically. In a heartbeat, he was forcefully compressed by the diamond-like bone cells. Already injured from Wang Yu's 8 trigrams palm and suffering intensely from the demise of his shadow clone, Uchiha Fengyu found himself utterly devastated by Wang Yu's simplified version of the Sand Waterfall Funeral. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Fengyu's ribs succumbed to the pressure, unmistakably indicating that at least 2 of his ribs had fractured instantly. Harnessing the chakra of an elite J-nin, he barely managed to claw his way out from the skeletal ground, returning to the safety of the non-skeletal terrain. Though now drenched in blood, upon reaching the surface, he immediately expelled a mouthful of blood, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. A look of incredulity washed over Uchiha Fengyu's face. How could I, a man of the 3-tomo Sharingan, be so thoroughly bested by this weak child, Wang Yu? He had initially perceived this battle as a father-son clash, only to realize the roles had reversed. Wang Yu was the father, and he was the son. Now, he found himself on the brink of defeat, battered and bloodied. The 4 Uchiha ninjas on the third-level corridor, along with the Umbu across from them, collectively inhaled sharply. Goodness gracious, it seems this child Wang Yu may actually survive this battle. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Uchiha Fengyu, who had become a ch-nin years ago and had faced numerous B and even A-ranked missions, was now viewed as a mere amateur in the eyes of the 4 Uchiha clan members and 3 Umbu shinobi. Yet, in his duel against Wang Yu, he was being treated like a child by an adult, now left severely injured. Damn it, had I known this would happen, I should have unleashed my trump card from the outset, catching him off guard. I am a J-nin while he is merely a ch-nin. He cannot outlast me. Uchiha Fengyu cursed inwardly, contemplating the use of his last resort. Gritting his teeth, he recklessly consumed a special pill designed to tap into his latent potential. This extraordinary pill would allow him to unleash a tremendous amount of chakra, albeit at a severe cost. Consuming 3 would deplete his life force, leading to certain death. After swallowing the pill, Uchiha Fengyu's chakra surged back to its peak, and even increased further. As Wang Yu charged toward him, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. In that instant, Wang Yu, who was mere moments away from being engulfed by the liquid earth, hesitated for just a fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of earth surged toward him, intent on sweeping him away in an unexpected rush. Uchiha Fengyu forced himself to remain calm, executing his plan and amplifying the output of the earth flow river. Wang Yu, inspired by Kimimaro's strongest technique, the spiral bone drill, devised his own maneuver, bone pulse, surfboard technique. Observing the surfboard materialize beneath his feet, Uchiha Fengyu's previously composed demeanor threatened to unravel. Damn it. My B-rank ninjutsu is not a toy for you to play with. Just because you hail from the Mist Village doesn't mean you can surf. With a mindset on the brink of explosion, Uchiha Fengyu bit his tongue, utilizing the sharp pain to divert his attention. Seizing the moment as Wang Yu attempted to evade the earth flow river unscathed, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, heavenly falling clay. As Uchiha Fengyu's incantation resonated, an otherworldly portal opened above Wang Yu, from which a deluge of red clay descended, threatening to engulf him. Wang Yu had no desire to be ensnared by this repulsive clay, reminiscent of a used sanitary napkin. However, the range of Uchiha Fengyu's jutsu extended 50 meters in diameter, completely enveloping the duel arena, leaving Wang Yu with no means of escape. He could only encase himself in a 1-meter diameter shield of bone. Witnessing the earth flow river's effect dissipate, the clay bound Wang Yu, effectively immobilizing him as a large sphere. Uchiha Fengyu felt a surge of triumph. Die, you little brat. He bellowed, releasing his pin-up rage, while his hands moved with a speed surpassing that of Kato's, executing 7 seals in a mere second. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. This B-rank fire jutsu, once wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the anime, unleashed a formidable fireball capable of evaporating a pond's water within moments. The Great Dragon Fire Technique surged towards the highly flammable red clay surrounding Wang Yu, who, confined within his 1-meter bone sphere, found himself utterly cornered. Uchiha Yu, expending every ounce of chakra in accordance with his strategy, finally exhausted the effects of a special pill, collapsing to the ground. Even in defeat, he struggled to rise, determined to witness Wang Yu's incineration. Above in the 3-layer corridor, the Uchiha clan members, previously unsettled by Uchiha Yu's disadvantage, now felt a sense of calm as they anticipated Wang Yu's demise. As spectators, they understood Uchiha Yu's plan. First, to distance the nearly invincible Wang Yu with the Earth Flow River. Next, to immobilize him with heavenly falling clay. And finally, to annihilate him with the most potent B-rank fire jutsu, the Great Dragon Fire Technique, in conjunction with the clay. Meanwhile, 3 Umbu members observed the unfolding scene, their expressions tinged with regret. Victory was within reach, yet it seemed to slip away. What a pity! Who could have predicted that Uchiha Yu had consumed a special pill? Everyone knew the Uchiha clan's fire techniques were renowned for their strength. Indeed, it was merely a stroke of bad luck for him. Had it not been for the many lost techniques from the legendary Uchiha Madara, the clan would have been even more formidable, and Wang Yu's fate would have been far graver. The 3 Umbu could not help but lament the cruel twist of fate. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions froze in disbelief. The 4 Uchiha clan members opposite them wore similarly blank faces. Most notably, Uchiha Yu sat helplessly on the ground, utterly drained. Corpse Bone Pulse National Martial Arts Taijiquan, all 3 gates of 8 doors opened 3-wave ability. Wang Yu silently recited this unnamed jutsu in his mind. This technique allowed him to withstand the explosive force of the Great Dragon Fire Technique by harnessing the rotating power of Taijiquan. Using the chakra from the 3 open gates to forcibly break the clay's adhesive grip and redirect the burning clay back towards his assailant. Under the overwhelming power of Taijiquan, the red clay that ensnared Wang Yu fragmented violently, igniting and scattering throughout the entire 3-layer corridor and duel arena. As the burning clay splattered across the space, the watching Umbu and Uchiha clansmen were jolted back to reality, compelled to unleash their own jutsu to shield themselves from the fiery onslaught. Uchiha Yu, unable to defend against or evade the inferno, succumbed to the flames, meeting his end swiftly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu emerged unscathed. In his final moments, Uchiha Yu uttered no cries of anguish, only incredulous whispers. Wang Yu faintly heard his words. This is impossible. This cannot be. Uchiha Yu's trump card comprised 2 B-rank jutsu and 1 A-rank technique unleashed by an elite genin. Yet, despite their combined might, Wang Yu's bloodline limit shattered them effortlessly. This left the 7 witnesses and the fallen Uchiha Yu in a state of disbelief. Wang Yu had proven himself so formidable that he could withstand and even rebound elite genin's B and A-rank techniques. There is nothing impossible. Wang Yu approached the dying Uchiha Yu, step by step, addressing his final doubts. His intention was to feign a finishing blow. Using the corpse bone pulse to obscure the view of the audience, witnesses of the duel, seizing the opportunity to obtain the 3-tomo Sharingan, and ultimately utilizing a fire technique to return Uchiha Yu to the earth. In the corridor, several Uchiha clan members watched as Wang Yu drew near Uchiha Yu, their fists clenched in anticipation. Until the duel's conclusion, no one was permitted to intervene, a stipulation agreed upon by Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen. One clan member attempted to rush forward, but ultimately restrained himself, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The young Wang Yu, astonishingly, has triumphed over the elite jonin Uchiha Kazuki. In the brief span of merely 4 months since his arrival in Konohagakure, he has evolved from a mere transfer student in the ninja academy to this remarkable level. Such innate talent can only be described as terrifying. If one were to encapsulate Wang Yu's transformation since coming to Konoha in a single phrase, it would be, a golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Upon reaching Konoha, it transforms into a dragon. The 3 Umbu members present were left utterly dumbfounded. Wang Yu has genuinely defeated Uchiha Kazuki. The orders given to the 3 Umbu did not include the protection of Wang Yu. They were merely there to observe and bear witness to this duel of dignity in life. It can be inferred that when Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched them, they were already aware that Wang Yu had been forsaken by him. This was because Wang Yu and Appo's existence was exchanged for the Uchiha clan and Appo's reputation and honor, a price paid by certain members of the Uchiha for reasons unknown to them. Yet, this forsaken child has now turned the tables. The onlookers were left in awe, exclaiming how formidable he truly is. Meanwhile, for members of the Uchiha clan secretly resolved, this child possesses boundless potential. He must not be allowed to remain. Not far from the duel site, another battlefield raged on between Uchiha Fugaku and Tsunade. Tsunade had no desire to engage in a prolonged battle with Uchiha Fugaku. Her only aim was to break through his blockade. However, Uchiha Fugaku, utilizing the insight granted by his Sharingan and his own reflexes, staunchly obstructed her. If you continue to stand in my way, I shall end you. Tsunade's fury had reached a boiling point, enough to boil a lake. Uchiha Fugaku's expression remained cold. Rather than yielding to Tsunade's words, a flicker of anger ignited within him. How dare you speak to me that way? It is called the Sharingan, not red-eye disease. Do you take me for a mere plaything? Despite Tsunade being the princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as a ninja of significant prowess, he was the head of the Uchiha clan, equally renowned, a ninja of near Kaga-level strength. However, sensing the fierce fluctuations of fire and earth techniques from the battlefield nearby, Uchiha Fugaku speculated that Wang Yu had already reached a state of blissful peace. Suppressing his own anger, casting a sidelong glance with his Sharingan, he noticed the battlefield had seemingly calmed. Wang Yu, or rather, Kagaya Wang Yu, should be completely dead now. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku finally ceased his entanglement with Tsunade. Very well, if you wish to pass, then let us proceed together. With that, he stepped aside, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Tsunade, however, paid no heed to Fugaku's words. At that instant, she dashed forward. Damn that red-eye disease. If that child has perished, you shall all remember this. Should he require surgery, I shall not be responsible for any mishaps. Tsunade and Appo's heart was ablaze with rage. As the founder of Konoha's medical corps, she wielded enough authority and capability to threaten Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, her tone bore a hint of unwillingness. Uchiha Fugaku had obstructed her for several minutes, and Wang Yu's battle must surely have concluded by now. Time was of the essence. A sense of helpless sorrow gripped Tsunade as she gritted her teeth and propelled herself at full speed towards the duel site between Wang Yu and Kazuki. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Tsunade unleashed an angry roar. Everyone, cease this at once. But in the next moment, her expression froze in shock. What she beheld left her utterly flabbergasted. The three-story corridor was ablaze with burning clay, and the dueling arena was strewn with deep pits, mud, and flames. Clear evidence of a fierce battle. A charred humanoid figure lay on the ground, its identity unrecognizable. This was the result of Wang Yu employing a bone wall to shield the audience's view while using a great fireball technique to obliterate the evidence of his victory over Kazuki. Overjoyed at acquiring the Sharingan, Wang Yu turned in surprise at the sound of Tsunade's furious shout. Their eyes met, and Wang Yu was taken aback. What was she doing here? His expression was one of sheer astonishment, realizing she had likely come to halt the duel. Meanwhile, Tsunade's thoughts echoed the sentiment of Jolin Tsai's song Incredible Madrid. Wang Yu was still alive. Surveying the scene, Tsunade confirmed that this was indeed the site of a life-and-death duel. Standing in the arena was a lively Wang Yu, while the charred remains belonged to Uchiha Kazuki. Her shock transformed into sheer disbelief. Was it possible that Wang Yu had defeated Uchiha Kazuki? Although Tsunade had never witnessed Kazuki and Appo's strength firsthand, the Senju clan, as rivals to the Uchiha, were well aware of the prowess of the Sharingan, especially the three-tomo variant, which signified elite Jonin level. Yet, here lay the elite Jonin Kazuki, defeated by Wang Yu's fire techniques. It was evident that the victor of this life-and-death contest was Wang Yu. Even more astonishing to Tsunade was the fact that Wang Yu bore no injuries. Not even his clothing showed signs of damage. What did this signify? It indicated that Wang Yu had utterly dominated Kazuki in a display of overwhelming superiority. Even a typical Jonin would have perished against a newly awakened three-tomo Sharingan. Wang Yu's triumph over Uchiha Kazuki was nothing short of incredible. Just as Tsunade remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the situation, Uchiha Fugaku closed his Sharingan and ambled over as if casually strolling. Is it over? Humph. Kazuki, you have wasted so much time. You have dishonored the clan. However, Uchiha Fugaku's expression abruptly shifted to one of disbelief as he processed the scene before him. What is happening? This cannot be. Upon reactivating his Sharingan to confirm he was not under a Genjutsu, he turned to the four Uchiha clan members opposite him, unable to contain his disbelief. What transpired here? One of the Uchiha ninjas, trembling, stammered in response, "Leader, Uchiha Kazuki has lost. He has become charred remains." Uchiha Fugaku disregarded the ambiguous title, still unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he soon shed his psychological turmoil and turned to regard the lively Wang Yu in the arena, a surge of boundless killing intent igniting in his blood-red three-tomo eyes. "You damned little brat. You actually reversed your fate amidst multiple B-level and even A-level fire and earth techniques." Wang Yu, too, had recognized Uchiha Fugaku in that instant. This man was the second head of the Uchiha clan following the establishment of Konoha, and he was also the future husband of Uchiha Mikoto in the anime. Uchiha Mikoto is not your wife yet, but you may yet hold her fate in your hands. As he contemplated this, a surge of murderous intent erupted in Wang Yu's eyes, a reflection of the countless battles he had endured on Earth. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was also fixated on Wang Yu, and his Sharingan with three tomo instantly unleashed an illusion, striking towards Wang Yu. The clash of killing intent neutralized each other. However, Uchiha Fugaku was not the most formidable illusionist like Uchiha Shisui, and his Sharingan was still within Wang Yu's immunity range. Just then, sensing the fluctuations of the illusion, Tsunade reacted sharply, her expression changing as she sternly reprimanded Uchiha Fugaku. "You red-eyed fool, do you intend to bully the weak? Do you think I can be disregarded?" While mocking Uchiha Fugaku, she also feigned the derisive smile he wore when he yielded to her earlier. But this child, Wang Yu, under the deadly jutsu, has managed to turn the tables. How astonishing! Her admiration for Wang Yu grew as she recalled how Uchiha Fugaku had previously obstructed him. Only for the roles to be reversed now. Tsunade's face bore a hint of playful mockery as she gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression was as if he had just ingested something vile, utterly mortified. Upon realizing that the illusion had failed, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze remained locked on Wang Yu, his murderous intent unabated. He yearned to eradicate Wang Yu at this stage of his growth with the power of a quasi-shadow. Wang Yu's talent presented a profound threat to him. However, Tsunade was right beside Wang Yu, her vigilant stare fixed on Uchiha Fugaku. Should he make a move, her temperament and disdain for the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly thwart him, just as he had previously impeded her. Uchiha Fugaku's frustration reached its peak. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply. Regaining his youthful composure, his expression once again devoid of emotion. "We leave," he commanded, turning to depart. The Uchiha clan ninjas on the three-tiered corridor inhaled deeply, striving to regain their composure as they followed Uchiha Fugaku away. Wang Yu, infuriated, shouted, "Hey, little Fugaku, are you abandoning your charcoal? If not, I shall use it for gardening." Uchiha Fugaku paused, his fist clenched, suppressing his fury with the patience and control akin to facing a formidable opponent in a game. Managing to quell his anger that felt as if he were being forcibly fed excrement. Gritting his teeth, he addressed his clansmen. "Forget about the remains that turned to charcoal. And ignore this brat. We will discuss it later." Emphasizing the last four words, Uchiha Fugaku turned away, his back to them, as the four red-eyed clan members followed suit. Cousin, Dragon Knight, Wang Yu, with ulterior motives, exchanged glances with the three Umbu ninjas sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and after a moment of wide-eyed silence, they all nodded in unison before vanishing. Only Wang Yu and Tsunade remained, along with the abandoned charcoal that Uchiha Fugaku had left behind. The atmosphere grew slightly peculiar. Wang Yu first gazed at Tsunade's face. "Ahem, you truly embody the essence of eternal youth." Then, feigning nonchalance, he cast a glance at her ample bosom. "Goodness, up close. It's indeed as majestic as Mount Everest." There was no denying that Tsunade's grandeur was exceedingly captivating. However, Wang Yu's gaze quickly retreated. Wang Yu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Tsunade for arriving at such a critical moment, proving to be more uplifting than the informed Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Moreover, had Tsunade not been present, Uchiha Fugaku might have genuinely sought to eliminate him. Tsunade-sensei, thank you." Tsunade casually nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she replied. "Am I truly that old, for you to call me sensei? Did you not notice my eternally youthful visage?" Wang Yu nodded, acknowledging that although Tsunade was the same age as Orochimaru, she appeared to be a mere 24 years, yet undeniably, she possessed the allure of perpetual youth. Wang Yu was fully aware that Tsunade's beauty was preserved through her techniques, as in the anime. When Naruto was 12, Tsunade was 18. When Naruto reached 20, she was still 18, and even when he became 80, she remained eternally 18. Tsunade maintained her youth through the In seal and the healing jutsu, while Wang Yu could achieve eternal youth through his cellular control. The thought of them as a couple was undeniably exhilarating. The dreaded ellipsis. So, how shall I address you? Wang Yu asked, slightly awkward. Simultaneously, he noticed the evident signs of battle on Tsunade, sparking a peculiar thought within him. Tsunade is so concerned about my affairs that she even confronted Uchiha Fugaku. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? The mere thought is quite intriguing. Wait, I must dismiss this notion. Wang Yu cleared his mind of such fantasies. Perhaps she is merely interested in my exceptional abilities and wants to take me as her apprentice. Aside from that possibility, there should be no other reason for Tsunade to stand up for me. As for how to address her, Wang Yu had an inkling of Tsunade's intentions. Yet she seemed troubled by the form of address. Wang Yu was still considered a student of the Ninja Academy, not having officially graduated to a genin. Moreover, even if he became a genin, he would still have to wait until the current cohort graduated before class divisions occurred. Although Tsunade had already persuaded Orochimaru to accept them both as Wang Yu's mentors, calling her sensei or teacher at this moment felt somewhat inappropriate, especially since she was unaware of Wang Yu and Appo's as thoughts. After all, you are my teacher Orochimaru and Appo's as junior. If I don and Appo's, to call you sensei, perhaps aunt would suffice. The most crucial point is that I am only 10 years old, while you are eternally 18. I feel that, given your youth, I should address you as sister. Upon hearing Wang Yu's compliment, Tsunade couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. You have quite the sweet tongue and a handsome visage. No wonder you managed to win over the beautiful Uchiha. When we first met, you spoke so charmingly, drawing our relationship closer. Arin and Appo's. Are you afraid of making Mikoto jealous? Wang Yu, with utmost seriousness, replied, I speak only the truth. Sister, you are indeed very beautiful. So youthful, a true 18-year-old maiden. In such moments, Wang Yu believed that feigning innocence and shamelessness was the best course of action. Tsunade was charmed by Wang Yu's flattery, her laughter ringing out. Had she not known that Wang Yu's reasoning was already quite mature, she might have mistaken him for an adorable little boy. Tsunade gazed at Wang Yu with delight. Her admiration for him had significantly increased following his stunning victory over Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, she bore no resentment towards Wang Yu's antics, finding him rather endearing. You little rascal. It seems you are not only extraordinarily gifted but also shamelessly charming. You will undoubtedly thrive in the true ninja world. Hee hee. Wang Yu responded with a silly grin, inwardly thinking that the term big-breasted, brainless could not apply to Tsunade. Suddenly, Tsunade looked at Wang Yu with a smile, saying, Well, whether you call me sister or aunt, it matters not. Upon hearing Tsunade's acceptance, Wang Yu's inner thoughts were, Thank goodness you have not seen the return of the Condor heroes. Otherwise, you would surely discern my heartfelt intentions. However, even if my hand were severed, it could regenerate. With Tsunade's capabilities and wisdom, she could swiftly discern and defeat a dragon knight. But Tsunade's hemophobia is indeed a troublesome matter, should she truly become mine in the future. Perhaps inducing her to develop colorblindness could serve as a temporary remedy. As Wang Yu stood there lost in various fantasies, Tsunade gracefully approached him and suddenly extended her pristine, delicate hand, curling her fingers. With a resounding pop, her fingertips struck Wang Yu's forehead, jolting him from his reverie. That hurts, Wang Yu exclaimed, caught off guard by Tsunade's unexpected action. His eyes widened in exaggerated innocence as he struggled to suppress the pain, his tear ducts instinctively reacting to the discomfort, making him appear pitifully teary-eyed before Tsunade. Is it shameful to act cute? The crying child gets the milk, he thought to himself in that moment. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glare and warned, Hey, if you keep pretending to be foolish, I'll give you a few more flicks until you stop. Must you really be so harsh, aunt? Wang Yu replied awkwardly, pouting in resignation. This affectionate term of endearment pleased Tsunade, as her dear brother had only one child, Senju Rope Tree. Reflecting on familial ties, Tsunade recalled how Rope Tree had been at the bottom of his class during his time in ninja school, while Wang Yu had fluctuated from genius to failure and back to genius. After today, even the term genius might not suffice to describe him. Defeating an elite Genin at the tender age of 10 was nothing short of prodigious, akin to the legendary second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in his mastery of ninjutsu. Enough of the pretense. If you continue, I shall. Tsunade threatened, mimicking the flick gesture once more. Wang Yu shrugged and responded, All right, but aunt, are you here to stand up for me? Indeed, but I also wish to take you on as my apprentice. We are among the rare breed of strong-willed ninja. Tsunade affirmed, appreciating Wang Yu's insight while firmly patting his shoulder. In an instant, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. "Aunt, could you refrain from using your immense strength on me? I merely wanted to check on your condition," Tsunade explained, her chakra swirling through Wang Yu's meridians, revealing a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. "Your physique is truly astonishing. Your cells are entirely distinct from an ordinary person's, capable of expanding and contracting freely, reminiscent of my granduncle's would release. Moreover, at such a young age, your chakra has already reached the level of an elite sage nin," she continued. Many believed that during the first valley of the end battle, Madara, wielding the Nine Tails, was pitted against Hashirama in a 2-on-1 scenario. Failing to recognize a crucial fact, Senju Hashirama possessed dual Kekkei Genkai. It was Hashirama's sage body, in addition to wood release, that allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with Madara. The vast chakra pool and remarkable regenerative abilities stemmed from his sage body, which enabled him to learn sage techniques, none of which were tied to wood release. Wood release is merely an ordinary Kekkei Genkai, akin to ice and lava release, but even inferior to the standard ones. The notion that wood release originates from the divine tree is mere fantasy, with no basis in the manga. Just because they are both wood-related does not imply a connection. By that logic, since both Sasuke and Sai share the character SS in their names and are quite handsome, could I not claim they are relatives? Wood release is a standard Kekkei Genkai, where its combination formula consists of water and earth. The primary source of Hashirama's strength lies in his sage body, not wood release. Observing that Hashirama could easily defeat the Nine Tails with wood release may lead one to believe in its superiority, but if Hashirama had mastered water release instead, he would have achieved the same outcome. The difference is merely in the technique, whether transformed through wood release or water release. In the end, both would yield similar results. As the sage body possesses 1,000 hands, what difference does it make to use a few more or a few less? If Hashirama had mastered dust release instead of wood release, the result would not be a simple defeat of the Nine Tails, but a swift annihilation. A single strike of dust release would reduce the Nine Tails to ash, awaiting rebirth. Uchiha Obito and Kagaya's 10 Tails also utilized wood release. However, they could not match Hashirama's peak strength. In summary, there is little merit in glorifying wood release. The true admiration lies with the sage body. The sage body and Sharingan are truly formidable. While classified as Kekkei Genkai, they possess greater potential than ordinary bloodlines, representing a growth-oriented lineage. Regarding the Sharingan, the transition from 1 to 3 tomo signifies a Kekkei Genkai, while the Manjiki Sharingan equals a superior bloodline. And the eternal Manjiki surpasses it, but is still below the Rinnegan. Although the sage body lacks as clear a hierarchy as the Sharingan, it is similarly progressive. Hashirama's sage body is not on par with Tsunade's Byakug, sealing techniques, or sage body, which clearly differ in caliber. Tsunade's sage body is approximately equivalent to the Manjiki Sharingan, while Hashirama's sage body aligns more with the eternal Manjiki level. Other growth-oriented bloodlines include the Byakugan and Shikotsumyaku, although the Byakugan's power escalates dramatically rather than incrementally, whereas Shikotsumyaku also experiences a steep increase, culminating in the ability to manipulate bones into formidable weapons, shooting sharp bones from the palms that disintegrate anyone struck within seconds, reducing them to ash, impervious even to the Sage of Six Paths Yin-Yang release healing. The ordinary Byakugan roughly equates to the progression from 1 to 3 tomo Sharingan, while the rebirth I directly corresponds with the Rinnegan, reaching the same level as the Shikotsumyaku. Is the sage body a Kekkei Genkai? Let and Appos count the prominent members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans in the Naruto series. Aside from a few inconsequential side characters like Senju Rope Tree and Hashirama and Appos, father, who among them does not possess an overwhelming chakra reserve? Senju Hashirama. No need for elaboration, he is renowned as the strongest, having defeated Madara once. Senju Tobirama, the inventor of forbidden techniques, capable of creating multiple shadow clones, flying thunder god, and impure world reincarnation. Can you guess his chakra level? Uzumaki Mido, possessing chakra potent enough to suppress the Nine Tails and proficient in various sealing techniques. How much chakra do you suppose she has? Tsunade, capable of sustaining the entire Konoha army single-handedly. Do you think her chakra is lacking? Nagato, resurrecting thousands in Konoha at once. How much chakra do you think he possesses? Uzumaki Kushina, like Mido, she has chakra capable of containing the Nine Tails. Do you think it's scarce? Kushina's mother, sustaining the entire village hidden in grass for many years single-handedly. Do you think her chakra is lacking? Sarada, inheriting her mother's legacy. Similarly sustaining the village hidden in grass for several years, later capable of overwhelming the low-tier version of the Thousand Hands, which left an army of 80,000 ninja helpless. Do you think she lacks chakra? Naruto, before communicating with the Nine Tails, he could produce nearly 1,000 shadow clones upon first mastering the technique. Do you think he has insufficient chakra? Without exception, every member of the Senju and Uzumaki clans featured in the anime or manga possesses an overwhelming chakra reserve. So, is the sage body a Kekkei Genkai? Many argue that Madara considered Hashirama formidable primarily because he was nearly indestructible. This statement is inherently flawed. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara merely commented on Tsunade's recovery ability, noting that Hashirama could recover without hand signs. This does not imply that Hashirama's recovery prowess is the key to his superiority over Madara. The strength of Hashirama lies in his remarkable ability to vanquish the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan without entering Sage Mode, and upon activating Sage Mode, he effortlessly overpowers both Madara and the Nine Tails. However, one must ponder whether Hashirama's exceptional recovery capabilities can be forcibly linked to the reincarnation of Ashura. Yet, I wish to inquire, can the Uzumaki clan not achieve a similar invincibility as Hashirama? After all, Uzumaki Kurui, despite suffering grave injuries inflicted by the controlled wooden being, managed to endure and dismantle a towering construct. Likewise, Uzumaki Kushina, even after being stripped of the Nine Tails, could still restrain it effectively with iron chains. Many netizens' claims about Hashirama being indestructible seem rather fallacious. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama was left in a lamentable state. Later, during the tumultuous events surrounding the birth of Naruto, when the Nine Tails went on a rampage, Hashirama was left utterly ravaged in his attempts to subdue it. In the manga, Hashirama's depiction post-battle is hardly superior to Sasuke's after his confrontation with Danzo, with blood still staining his visage. How much stronger is his recovery capability compared to that of the Uzumaki clan? Thus, it appears that the authors themselves are contradicting their established premises, vacillating between portraying strength and weakness. This is indeed a case of plot-induced demise. As a reincarnation of Ashura, Naruto's recovery prowess is reliant on the Nine Tails, not Ashura's chakra. Why is it that Naruto, this reincarnated entity, lacks such recovery abilities, while Hashirama's prowess is attributed to the chakra of Ashura's reincarnation? In the manga, the Sage of Six Paths once remarked that Ashura began as a weakling, only attaining strength through arduous training. Furthermore, the power Ashura acquired through his trials likely pales in comparison to Indra's. The reason the manga depicts Ashura and Indra perishing together is, on one hand, due to the Sage of Six Paths bias, and on the other, Ashura's alliance with the Nine Tails, a detail elucidated in the sage's recounting of his two sons. Reincarnation is indeed formidable. Yet not all of its merits stem solely from this phenomenon. In summary, Hashirama's prowess is attributed to his own efforts and the awakening of Sage Mode. Wood Release is merely one of his offensive techniques. Even without it, he could develop Dust Release, Lava Release, and others. In fact, neither the manga nor the anime has explicitly addressed the reasons behind the Senju clan's disappearance. This decline was not an abrupt event, but rather a gradual process spanning from the era of Tobirama Senju to that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, in the original TV storyline, particularly in episode 571 of Kakashi Zanbu arc, a narrative was presented that, while containing many implausible elements, holds a modicum of truth. Hashirama once suppressed the Nine Tails using Wood Release, thus establishing the village's Jinchuriki system. However, following Hashirama's demise, there were no successors to Wood Release. This implies that the only remaining method for Konoha to subdue tailed beasts was through the Mangekyou Sharingan. It is crucial to note that this was merely suppression, whereas the Uzumaki clan employed sealing techniques. For a time, Konoha devoted its resources to researching Hashirama's cells in hopes of producing another Wood Release user. Yet this endeavor ultimately failed, resulting in the demise of all involved except for Danzo and the obscure Tenzo. In the storyline, we observe that after the third Hokage assumed office, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was far from harmonious. Unlike the second Hokage, who harbored animosity towards the Uchiha, the third was more of a benevolent figure, easily swayed by others, accompanied by decision-makers such as Danzo and Mito, both of whom were distrustful of the Uchiha. It became evident that relying solely on the Sharingan for tailed beast suppression was untenable. Consequently, research into Hashirama's cells and Wood Release was imperative. The most suitable test subjects for this research would likely be Hashirama's kin, as their genetic affinity to his cells would enhance the likelihood of awakening similar abilities. Hence, I surmise that a significant number of the Senju clan and Appo's most promising individuals perished in these experiments. Furthermore, wars played a pivotal role during the Third Hokage and Appo's tenure. As the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars unfolded, during which even Hashirama's grandchildren, such as Nawaki and Tsunade, participated, with Nawaki tragically falling in battle at the tender age of 12. Additionally, I have encountered assertions from netizens claiming that the Senju clan renounced their legacy to assimilate into the common populace. Putting aside the fact that the manga does not address this, one can engage in simple reasoning. As a significant clan meant to counter the Uchiha, the Senju must have comprised at least a few hundred individuals. Assuming these hundreds intermarried with outsiders and commoners, their surname could not have vanished so swiftly. From the establishment of Konoha until the Third Hokage's era, a mere span of about 60 years elapsed, even accounting for the average lifespan during the Warring States period. This period would encompass at most 2 or 3 generations. It is implausible that the Senju clan produced only daughters during a time of peace. Furthermore, had their bloodline persisted, their legacy would not have faded entirely. Within the 60 years of Konoha's existence, during the Nin exams, numerous spectators anticipated Sasuke's performance solely due to his Uchiha surname, yet no mention of the Senju surfaced. By the time of Shippuden, Chiyo recounted methods to counter the Sharingan, indirectly reflecting the esteem in which the Uchiha were held by various nations. In contrast, the Senju remained largely unacknowledged for an extended period. Did they truly abandon their surname, forsaking their history and glory? Is it conceivable that as their surname faded, their renown dissipated as well? It is paramount to recognize that, regardless of lineage, families place immense value on their honor. For instance, samurai would resort to seppuku to preserve their dignity. Moreover, clan elders and leaders regard their family's reputation and heritage as more vital than their own lives. If, as many netizens assert, they relinquish their clan identity to become commoners, then during the Nin exams, when spectators discussed the Uchiha, they would undoubtedly have mentioned the Senju clan, the very family that countered the Uchiha. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan maintained a shrine for their various masks, while the Uchiha had a shrine to house ancestral tablets, evidence of their former prominence. Yet, what do we have for the Senju? Is there any shrine dedicated to them? Do they frequently come up in conversations or discussions among the townsfolk? Are there any such evidences? None. This clan was merely an addition to the storyline devised by Kishimoto. Why did they vanish? Perhaps Kishimoto forgot to fill in the gaps, or he had so many plot holes that he could no longer address them. Why delve into such extensive details? It is because I have mentioned Sage Mode, which grants exceptional recovery abilities and an abundance of chakra. What makes it formidable? The authors have not elucidated, so I shall supplement the lore. The cell walls are a crucial aspect of this narrative. These cell walls can open and close freely, facilitating the storage and release of one's chakra. This explains the extraordinary abundance and strength of chakra found in Sage Mode. When plant cell walls sustain damage, they can revert to their original form, which is the source of Sage Mode's remarkable recuperative powers. This also clarifies why, shortly after, during the tumultuous events surrounding the birth of Naruto, Hashirama was utterly ravaged in his efforts to suppress the Nine Tails. In his confrontation with the Nine Tails and Madara, Hashirama may have defeated Madara at that moment, but he exhausted the chakra of Sage Mode, leaving him considerably weakened. Thus, when Hashirama attempted to subdue the Nine Tails, his condition was hardly better than Sasuke's after his battle with Danzo. He bore blood on his face that had yet to be wiped away. Tsunade's slap on Naruto's shoulder, infused with considerable strength, was withstood by him without any visible sign of yielding. This innate fortitude and talent left her in awe. The strength of the body is fundamentally distinct from the training of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. To cultivate physical strength to such an extent necessitates enduring truly grueling, overbearing training. The art of physical technique is indeed exhausting and ungrateful. Wang Yu, at such a tender age, possesses an extraordinary physique. One can only surmise. Even Tsunade understands the immense effort and persistent dedication Wang Yu must have exerted to attain such formidable physical prowess. Alas, this little rascal has endured much. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just then, Wang Yu gazed at Tsunade with a feeble look, suddenly uttering a timid remark that shattered her train of thought. "Aunt, have you taken a liking to me? Despite being one of the legendary 3, you must understand that even if you possess my body, you cannot claim my heart." Uft. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment, nearly causing her to spit out blood. That sounds as if I have nefarious intentions. Those who pursued me in the past have traversed the shinobi world, yet none dared to confess their feelings. Tsunade, feigning anger, shot Wang Yu a glare. Behave yourself. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall sew your mouth shut with surgical thread. Remain still. I shall examine your constitution and see if your cellular structure resembles that of my grandfather, Hashirama. Wang Yu obediently stood up straight, thinking to himself, fine. You are formidable and justified. Whatever you say goes. After all, being thoroughly examined by you is not too dreadful. I only fear that Orochimaru might request another inspection. With this thought, Wang Yu, concerned about Orochimaru discovering his unique traits, resolved to revert to his original state when encountering him. Tsunade, genuinely intrigued by Wang Yu's constitution, placed her hand on his shoulder, infusing him with another dose of chakra. As a medical ninja and the granddaughter of Hashirama, her understanding of Hashirama's would-release cells and various cellular knowledge is unparalleled in the shinobi world. Effortlessly, she conducted a thorough examination of Wang Yu's internal condition, meticulously probing to ascertain the nature of his physique. Soon, Tsunade's expression fell into a state of incredulity. This is, sensing everything within Wang Yu. She was engulfed in a wave of disbelief. As a relative of Tobirama, she had studied the original 8 Gates forbidden technique and understood its intricate principles. In fact, many elite Genin in Konoha, unable to break through their limitations, would seek the current Hokage to learn about the 8 Gates forbidden technique to enhance their strength. Yet, they all hesitated even to attempt the first gate. Not to mention the need for prolonged, excessive training. The first gate's location in the brain makes it perilous. A single misstep with chakra could lead to incapacitation, deterring many from practicing it. After her observations, Tsunade discovered that while Wang Yu's training of the 8 gates involved opening gates, the pathways were significantly more complex. Likewise, she sensed 3 clusters of invisible chakra flames at the brain and Appo's S gate, the rest gate, in the entrance between the left and right ventricles. This was clearly a new version of the 8 gates, permanently activated. Even more astonishingly, Tsunade confirmed that Wang Yu's cellular structure indeed possessed cell walls. Finally, my great-uncle's would-release has a worthy successor. My second uncle's 8 Gates forbidden technique has also been innovatively refined by him. However, how could Wang Yu, whose true surname is Kagaya, possess cell walls? Well, anything can happen in the shinobi world. The likes of the Golden and Silver Horns, who killed my second uncle, managed to consume the Nine Tails chakra and survive, even wielding 5 of Sage of 6 Paths ninja tools. Thus, Wang Yu possessing cell walls, akin to my grandfather, is not overly astonishing. After much contemplation, Tsunade finally posed another question to Wang Yu. Have you uniquely innovated and developed a new, permanently activated 8 gates? Wang Yu initially shook his head, then nodded, only to shake it again. How should I put this? The new 8 gates innovator is Might Guy, the one who, for 10 years, remained a mere genin. I learned from him. However, my version of the 8 gates differs from both Might Guy's and the second Hokage's. I can maintain it permanently because my bloodline limit can indirectly influence the pathways and some cells involved in the 8 gates, allowing for a permanent activation. I call my version the cellular 8 gates. Wang Yu explained the principles of the cellular 8 gates to Tsunade, albeit with some embellishment. The cellular 8 gates can be successfully practiced by any ninja, including Tsunade, provided they receive Wang Yu's assistance and engage in excessive training for the first 3 gates. However, one must remember that a common person is innocent, but the wall may bear the blame. Wang Yu would never trust anyone outside his circle, except for Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Kagaya Kumahito. He would always exercise caution when speaking to others. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Tsunade, like Might Guy, is someone who has aided me today. I will always cherish those who treat me well. Wang Yu's principle is to repay even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude, much like how he treats Might Guy and his companion. On the other hand, even the smallest grievances from enemies must be avenged. Just as Uchiha Fuyuki once underestimated him and later sought to kill him, Wang Yu didn't hesitate to unleash his abilities to roast Fuyuki. In essence, Wang Yu is a person of clear sentiments, one who repays kindness and seeks revenge for grievances. The term gentleman is hardly applicable to him. Now Tsunade, rather dramatically, had become his aunt. Regardless of whether Tsunade was jesting or Wang Yu had ulterior motives, he remained grateful for her intervention on his behalf. After listening to Wang Yu's detailed explanation, Tsunade took a moment to regain her composure. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light as she stared at Wang Yu for a prolonged period, inhaling deeply to quell her excitement, and said, "You little rascal. You truly are a prodigy." Wang Yu grinned at Tsunade, saying, "Then you are the prodigious aunt and teacher." Tsunade snorted, retorting, "Do you really think it would be so easy to become a student recognized by me?" Wang Yu, somewhat helpless, gazed at Tsunade. "Aren't you the one who sought me out to be your student?" Tsunade's face broke into a playful smile as she clenched her fist, saying, "I am an 18-year-old young lady, and simultaneously, I am your teacher. Everything I say is correct. Do you understand?" To Tsunade and Appo's teasing threat, Wang Yu remained noncommittal. "I don't understand, but aunt, what must I do to become your recognized student?" Tsunade replied earnestly, "This young lady has not yet decided." At this, Wang Yu nearly spat out blood, realizing that Tsunade had been toying with him all along. "Fine, you are formidable and 18. You are justified." Tsunade raised her head slightly towards Wang Yu, stating, "In any case, from now on, continue to strive diligently to earn my recognition." With that, she elegantly turned and departed. Wang Yu's lips twitched slightly. Was she being tsundere? Just then, as Tsunade walked away, she paused, turning her back to Wang Yu. "Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, firmly believes in you. She says that as her family, you require a summoning beast. Furthermore, since I am also considered your teacher, I present you with these 2 scrolls as a greeting gift. Remember to return them after signing the contract." Tsunade, still facing away from Wang Yu, produced a scroll nearly half her height and a smaller scroll, placing them on the ground. "As one of the legendary 3, I advise you, as your teacher, to steer clear of the Uchiha clan. It is a place fraught with peril." Listening to Tsunade's words and gazing at the scrolls on the ground, Wang Yu was initially taken aback, casting a glance at the already vanished Tsunade on the battlefield. Wang Yu refrained from pursuing further inquiries, fully aware, as a devoted fan of Hokage from Earth, of Tsunade's underlying message. Her words implied that one day, when Wang Yu must choose between the Uchiha clan, specifically Uchiha Mikoto, and the Konoha faction, he ought to align himself with Konoha, distancing himself from both Mikoto and the Uchiha family. "TCH, only children make choices. I desire them all," he mused inwardly before stepping forward to unroll the scroll. Indeed, it contained what he sought. The assistance from Kushina was remarkable. Upon glimpsing the contents, a glimmer of surprise illuminated Wang Yu's face. The training method for monstrous strength and the summoning contract with the Slug Sage had been so casually bestowed upon him by Tsunade. Stowing the 2 scrolls, one large and one small, into a space ring, he cast a grateful glance in Tsunade's direction as she departed, softly murmuring, "I shall one day resurrect your brother with impure world reincarnation, but as for your boyfriend, I shall let that be." Regarding Konoha, he could only assert that if it did not betray him, he would not betray it. Should it fail him, he would grant it 2 chances. Considering Kushina and Tsunade's faces, Wang Yu was confident he could ascend to the rank of a shadow-level ninja, with various enhancements. He believed entering the top 10 of the ninja world was an absolute certainty. Thus, he felt justified in expressing such sentiments about Konoha. Several kilometers away, deep within a shadowy underground lair, a masked individual, a root ninja, appeared abruptly in a dimly lit room. The intricate patterns on his mask were more complex and ominous than those of the Umbu, unmistakably marking him as a member of Danzo's root. "Lord Danzo, the mission to recruit Wang Yu has failed." Danzo opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow, and inquired, "Was it a ninja from the Uchiha clan who impeded your efforts to save that boy?" He dismissed the failure with a wave. After all, countless prodigies had met untimely ends in the ninja world. Wang Yu and Appo's demise at the hands of the Uchiha would merely testify to his inadequacies. Besides, the Uchiha clan had already paid a hefty price. His death would still contribute to Konoha. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable to see such a promising tool wasted. As Danzo contemplated this loss, the root ninja reported monotonously, "Lord Danzo, the situation is not as you anticipated. Wang Yu and Appo's strength has exceeded all expectations. He is completely immune to the 3-tomo Sharingan Jinjutsu, and his mastery of the bone pulse and national martial arts is flawless." He ultimately turned the tables on Uchiha Fuyu. Root ninjas, bred or controlled by Danzo, were typically devoid of emotional fluctuations, and even as he conveyed such extraordinary news, the ninja maintained a calm demeanor. However, Danzo could not share in his tranquility. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" At that moment, Danzo was momentarily thrown off balance. "What nonsense! How could such an inconceivable outcome occur? Drawing from his extensive experience from the Second Ninja War, he had never envisioned Wang Yu could defeat Uchiha Fuyu. It was known that Uchiha Fuyu was already an elite Genin. In Danzo's mind, this duel could only have ended in Wang Yu's death, or with his own hidden root ninjas intervening to rescue the severely injured boy and bring him back for treatment, employing special techniques to control him. Yet, fate had contrived an unexpected third scenario. Wang Yu had triumphed over Uchiha Fuyu. This boy, who had only spent about 4 months in Konoha, had grown formidable enough to slay an elite Genin with 3 Tomo Sharingan. At that moment, Danzo was struck with a sense of horror. Wang Yu's talent was truly terrifying. Describing him as a genius fell short. He was nothing less than a monstrosity, comparable to the legendary prodigies of the first and second Hokage. Danzo took a deep breath, feeling the restrained would release cells in his right hand, gradually regaining his composure. Though his gaze flickered with uncertainty, no matter how exceptional his talent, without attaining shadow-level strength, it remains an illusion. Moreover, once I master would release, I will undoubtedly overshadow Sarutobi Hiruzen and ascend to the position of Hokage. At that time, all of Konoha's ninjas will be my subordinates, and the stronger they are, the better. In a secluded corner of Konoha, within a solitary research facility established by Orochimaru, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Has Wang Yu's body been delivered? Or has my student successfully turned the tables? Lord Orochimaru, your student has indeed reversed the situation and slain Uchiha Fuyu. The ninja reporting this displayed no emotional reaction, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor as they met Orochimaru's gaze. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, revealing a peculiar smile. As expected, whether it be Uchiha or Liu, both possessed the formidable bone pulse of the Kagaya clan. However, it seems my student has hidden cards far beyond mere expectations. To expose them outright would be rather dull. I relish the struggle of my prey, for only then does my life hold significance. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, revealing a genuine smile. Although Wang Yu had triumphed over an elite Genin at the tender age of 10, a feat that would astound countless ordinary ninjas, it remained within the realm of comprehension. Having witnessed the deaths of many prodigies and having personally eliminated several powerful elite Genin, Orochimaru had also witnessed the demise of the strongest first Hokage. Could the strength of the bone pulse surpass that of the sage body of the first Hokage? Could the national martial arts surpass the second Hokage's flying thunder god and impure world reincarnation? Could the martial arts of the national style surpass the 8 gates of the second Hokage or Tsunade's 100-fold or 1,000-fold enhancements? To those in power at the pinnacle of Konoha, Wang Yu was formidable but could never surpass the first and second Hokage. He was merely a useful tool, forever unable to escape their control. However, from Orochimaru's perspective, I pursue eternal life, an unending quest for knowledge. All unknown or known jutsu are my ultimate objectives. My disciple, I hope your hidden cards are plentiful, for I seek surprises that will make my pursuit of eternal knowledge all the more thrilling and meaningful. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building beneath Hokage Rock, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in his office, still reeling from the emotionally charged report delivered by the Umbu ninja. The incredulity remained etched in his gaze. This is simply unbelievable. A voice softly interjected, indeed, that child has indeed astonished everyone in the know. Beside Hiruzen stood Nara Shikaku, the newly appointed clan head of the Nara family and Hiruzen's trusted advisor. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen eventually found his composure. Shikaku, what should we do next? After a moment of contemplation, Shikaku responded calmly, I believe your grandson can be inducted into the Umbu, tasked with protecting the Jinchuriki. The less conspicuous Kushina's role as a Jinchuriki remains, the better, and everyone is aware of Wang Yu's unique familial connection to her. Moreover, considering the recently acquired intelligence, it appears that Wang Yu's skeletal defenses are remarkably robust. Surely, even in the event of the Nine Tails going berserk, he could withstand a blow or two. After Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, a slight frown creased his brow. He harbored no intention of concealing his thoughts from the loyal Nara clan. Following this incident, it was likely that the Uchiha clan would not remain complacent, especially since Uchiha Fugaku had discarded everything. Furthermore, that child, Wang Yu, possesses a mature mindset. He would undoubtedly suspect that I was the one who abandoned him. Lord Third, if I may speak candidly, there is no need to overthink this. Nara Shikaku remarked calmly as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is precisely because Wang Yu is perceptive that he may deduce the truth behind this situation. However, Even if he understands the implications, it matters little. He was brought to Konoha by Lord Orochimaru from the village hidden in the mist. Having left Konoha, he has no path to return. In other words, he is left with nowhere to go. Moreover, he now faces a grim reality, with Uchiha Fugaku and root leader Danzo both keeping a watchful eye on him. Thus, he is certainly aware that the best course before him is to become a member of the Hokage's Umbu directly. Shikaku's words struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a revelation. Indeed, Wang Yu has nowhere else to turn. Even if he realizes that I have forsaken him, he will still have no choice but to stand by my side. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated slightly, voicing his concern. I worry that, following this incident, his thoughts may you understand. It is of no concern, Shikaku replied calmly, his tone imbued with a profound pride and respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have inherited the title of the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi. While even Hanzo of the Salamander is merely a demigod in comparison, your unique summoning beast, the Monkey King, possesses an indestructible form, capable of transforming into a lengthening and shortening adamantine staff, and can independently perform ninjutsu. Furthermore, Shikaku smiled at this juncture. Tsunade, Minato, and Kushina have all formed deep bonds with Wang Yu. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, finally allowing a smile to grace his features. Tsunade is his disciple, Minato is his grandson, and Kushina is Minato's beloved. Presently, Tsunade and Orochimaru have also established a master-student relationship with Wang Yu, with such ties woven between them. Even if Wang Yu harbors discontent towards him because of this matter, it is bound to fade with the passage of time. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen articulated his decision. Then, let us proceed to make him a temporary member of the Umbu. Inform the Ninja Academy. It need not be overly publicized. Just a candidate for the Umbu? Although Shikaku understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, as an exemplary subordinate, he must adeptly hone the skill of support. Encouraged by Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen elaborated on his plans. While he indeed demonstrated formidable strength by defeating Uchiha Fu, he remains rather immature. Further cultivation is advisable. Additionally, having recently joined, it would be premature for him to assume Umbu duties and execute various missions, as it would hinder the development of his sense of belonging to Konoha. Nara Shikaka nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the sunlit window, gazing down at the tranquil scene of Konoha from the Hokage building. A complex expression of reflection and emotion crossed his face. As the Hokage, he bears the weight of the village's destiny, necessitating that many of his choices are made with a broader perspective. As long as the outcome benefits Konoha significantly more than it harms, then for him, that choice is deemed correct. This is the philosophy that guides Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions. For the collective welfare of Konoha, everything else is expendable. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen has chosen to turn a blind eye to Danzo's relentless power grabs. Even years later, when Danzo attempted to assassinate him, he forgave him. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen, a quintessential good-natured figure for the entirety of Konoha, as well as a remarkable shinobi. Navigating through several alleys, one arrives at a corner of the street where Orochimaru's lair resides, the very place where Wang Yu is situated. Wang Yu triumphed over Uchiha Fu in a battle of life and death, yet it did not stir any significant upheaval within Konoha. Only the upper echelons of Konoha are privy to the specific details and outcomes. The Uchiha clan, of course, would not deliberately publicize this event, as it would tarnish the reputation and dignity of the Uchiha Sharingan. They were likely scrambling to conceal it. At this moment, Wang Yu sat at home, contemplating several items laid out on the table before him. On the table rested a ninja headband, 2 documents, and 2 scrolls. The scrolls contained the training methods for the mighty strength and the summoning contract scroll for the Sage of Snails. The ninja headband symbolized the notice he had received from the Umbu, informing him that he had been recognized by the Ninja Academy for early graduation. His ninja identification number being 09721. This headband was not bestowed upon him by Sarutobi Hiruzen nor submitted by his nin instructor, Kato Yukimaro. It was personally delivered to him by an Umbu member. It was evident that this was a result of his victory over Uchiha Fu, directly commanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It would be absurd for him to remain a student of the Ninja Academy after defeating an elite jonin. His early graduation to become a genin required no application from Wang Yu. It was simply a notification delivered to him. Of course, the identity of a genin is more suited for the battlefield, and in this era of peace, it matters little to Wang Yu. What truly piqued his interest were the 2 documents that accompanied the headband, now resting on the table before him. The first document was a notification for his admission into the Konoha Umbu, specifically the Special Operations Unit for Assassination. The second document was a B-rank mission, which only CH Nin could undertake, tasking him to protect Uzumaki Kushina until her graduation in the capacity of a substitute teacher at the Ninja Academy. The second document was quite peculiar. Just a short while ago, he was a student, and now he receives a corresponding employment letter from the Ninja Academy, signifying that Wang Yu has become the youngest substitute teacher in the Academy's history. Furthermore, the ninja identification number revealed much information. Wang Yu was well aware that Kakashi Hitaki's identification number was 09720, indicating that no one had graduated early during the past 2 months. This suggests that the butterfly effect I instigated is not overly significant. I can still afford to be a bit carefree. However, the first document was of paramount importance. Wang Yu fully understood what the Umbu represented. It was a direct force under the Hokage's command. This indicated that the Uchiha clan and Danzo must temporarily cease their scheming until they devise a means to circumvent Sarutobi Hiruzen before they could take action against Wang Yu. This document required no input from Wang Yu. His information was already inscribed upon it, complete with his photograph, which was tantamount to a forced conscription. This was utterly unexpected for Wang Yu. Third Hokage, you have directly pulled me into the Umbu. Is this your way of offering me protection and support? Shaking his head, a cold smile crept across his face. Regrettably, Sarutobi Hiruzen had once abandoned him. Now, even if he sought to restore their previous rapport, it would not be as simple as merely reverting to the status quo. To abandon once implies the capability to abandon again. And such a Sarutobi Hiruzen was not someone Wang Yu could trust. Nevertheless, faced with this Umbu admission notification, Wang Yu found himself devoid of any valid reasons or qualifications to refuse. The Umbu. He had never anticipated that he would be thrust into this position. He had assumed that upon the graduation of this cohort from the Ninja Academy, he would accompany Tsunade to explore the world. After a whisper, Wang Yu picked up the document and meticulously reviewed it once more. It contained detailed information about himself, including his current combat strength, bloodline limit, proficiency in national martial arts, and his ability to shatter A-rank ninjutsu with a single punch, all of which classified him as an elite jonin. In the bottom right corner, his ninja identification number was formally recorded, accompanied by the words reserve member in small red letters. It was only upon his second reading that Wang Yu noticed these words, and a hint of astonishment crossed his face. A reserve member. Official members of the Umbu typically bore code names, often assigned to those without an established identity, such as the homeless or orphans, like A, B, C, or Psi, among others. Conversely, ninjas with established identities retained their names when joining the Umbu or root, such as Kakashi Hitaki of the Konoha Umbu, Zabuza Momochi of the Mist Umbu, or the likes of Yamanaka Inoichi, Yamado, and Orochimaru. At this moment, Wang Yu, being a reserve member, naturally had no code name. However, he felt an odd sense of discomfort, as the term reserve member inherently carried a connotation of being a backup. Nevertheless, he understood that even if he attained the strength of a jonin, he would likely remain a reserve member upon entering the Umbu. The Umbu required familiarity with numerous protocols, such as various codes and information exchanges. Every official member underwent a year of rigorous training before being deemed fit for Umbu duties. As the sharp blade in the hands of the current Hokage, tasked with assassination and intelligence gathering, official Umbu members were perpetually busy with clandestine operations. Wang Yu soon dismissed his peculiar feelings, realizing that, compared to official members, being a reserve member offered a significantly lighter burden. Moreover, there were numerous advantages to being a candidate for the Umbu, all of which were documented in the file. Firstly, training equipment, weaponry, and military rations would be provided free of charge. The Umbu, being directly under the command of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, represented the Hokage's private force. As Hokage, how could he not prioritize resources for his own, namely the Umbu? Even reserve members could enjoy access to any necessary tools, and even custom orders were possible. The second benefit was unrestricted access to Konoha's records pertaining to A-rank and below ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. In simpler terms, all A-rank and below techniques were open for all Umbu members to study at will. This single advantage, despite the Umbu's perilous and demanding duties, drew countless ninjas yearning to join. A and B-rank ninjutsu were typically the domain of elite jonin, requiring a lifetime to master. Furthermore, even among A and B-rank techniques, there existed a disparity in strength. The potency of a B-rank technique executed by an ordinary ninja would vastly differ from that of Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. In Wang Yu and Appo's Perspective. The power of B-rank techniques could be categorized into 3 tiers: low tier, mid-tier, and high tier. During his previous battle with Uchiha Kazuki, the B and A-rank techniques employed were merely low tier, which he could easily withstand. Conversely, in his encounter with Kakashi, the A-rank techniques, such as the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu performed by a lowly Jonin, were hardly noteworthy. However, if a seasoned Jonin, adept in B-rank techniques and possessing formidable chakra nature transformations, unleashed their B-rank techniques, they would undoubtedly be at least mid-tier. Presently, Wang Yu, without activating his 3 Wa abilities, might struggle to endure mid-tier B-rank techniques solely through physical prowess, yet he could likely defend against them using his Kagaya bloodline and national martial arts. As for high-tier techniques, such as those unleashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi at his peak or the shuriken thrown by Kakuzu from 800 miles away, the power exhibited was astonishingly formidable. The might of these techniques could rival that of S-rank ninjutsu. For instance, when Uchiha Madara unleashed his B-rank technique, Great Fire Annihilation, it required nearly 20 elite Jonin from the Ninja Coalition to barely counter it with Water Release, Water Barrier, showcasing its incredible potency. Currently, Wang Yu found it somewhat challenging to contend with high-tier B-rank techniques. However, with Tsunade's monstrous strength at his disposal, if he could successfully cultivate this strength and similarly amplify his national martial arts, or attain the chakra levels of an elite Jonin through his Kagaya bloodline, then even high-tier B-rank techniques would be within his grasp. At that point, he could truly sweep through all B-rank techniques and engage in a spar with Madara for several minutes. Regardless, he resolved to report to the Umbu as required, and afterward, he would focus on honing his monstrous strength and signing a contract with the Sage of Slugs. After finishing the document, Wang Yu muttered to himself. At the end of the file, it requested him to report to the Umbu that day. Even if it hadn't mandated his visit, he would have gone regardless. Although standard B-rank techniques held little value for him, he was eager to study those of water, lightning, and earth attributes. According to Tsunade, the cell wall formed the basis of Sage Body, suggesting that Wood Release could indeed be developed. Wang Yu understood that Wood Release was a bloodline limit formed from the fusion of water and earth chakra, requiring the acquisition of Hashirama and Appos, cells from Orochimaru, Tsunade, or Danzo. With thorough exploration, he envisioned a combination of Wood Release, Sage Body, 8 Gates, 3 Wa, Cell Manipulation, Kagaya Bloodline, the existing 3 Tomo Sharingan, and national martial arts, culminating in an unparalleled powerhouse. Surely, his combat strength would rival that of Madara. Shaking his head to dispel unrealistic fantasies, Wang Yu continued contemplating the advantages of the Umbu. Within the Umbu, he could learn various auxiliary techniques, such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which, once mastered through cell manipulation, would serve as an extraordinary training aid. As for S-rank and forbidden techniques, they were recorded in sealed tomes, accessible only to select individuals. However, it was not to say that Umbu members were entirely barred. With sufficient merit or proven talent in certain areas, they could apply to study such techniques. Nevertheless, the difficulty of mastering forbidden and S-rank techniques was exceptionally high, not easily attainable by the average ninja. Even some powerful Jonin might never learn S-rank techniques or forbidden arts throughout their entire lives. Having made his decision, Wang Yu left the courtyard and navigated his way to the Umbu and Appos dual venue. This location was connected to the Hokage building via passage, allowing Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders to be effortlessly communicated to the Umbu at any time. Although the Umbu's headquarters was situated underground, casting a dim and foreboding atmosphere, it exuded a palpable aura of lethality. All individuals here donned masks, and their hurried footsteps seemed indifferent to Wang Yu. Some ninjas cast curious glances at the young Wang Yu, while most paid him no mind and continued on their way. These individuals were all elite ninjas, forged through countless battles, and were singularly focused. Wang Yu humorously mused, "You all appear as if you're desperately holding back, fearful of an unfortunate accident." As he pondered this, he pressed further inside until he entered the central building of the Umbu. At that moment, a ninja abruptly approached him and inquired in a deep voice, "Wang Yu. Identification number 09721? Yes. Follow me." The masked member of the Umbu spoke with remarkable conciseness, leading Wang Yu through the Umbu's edifice. Over there lay the area for mission assignments and exchanges. Adjacent to it was the section for custom ninja tools and training equipment, all provided free of charge. There was also the storage room for various scrolls of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, accessible for perusal at will. Furthermore, there existed an arena for sparring and dueling. The UMBU member guided Wang Yu through the complex for nearly half an hour, succinctly introducing a few departments along the way. At that moment, Wang Yu finally grasped a comprehensive understanding of the UMBU. Although he had previously gleaned some knowledge from manga, this enigmatic division had never been thoroughly detailed. The UMBU operates directly under the Hokage, serving as the true elite force of Konoha. It represents the last line of defense for the Hokage and acts as their right hand in addressing any situation that may arise. Every formal member of the UMBU is, at the very least, a versatile chunin, with the exception of those who cannot bear children. The lowest tier consists of candidates like Wang Yu. Subsequently, formal members are organized into teams of 4, comprising 3 members and 1 captain. Typically, team leaders are elite chunin, while each group of 3 teams constitutes a squad, led by a squad leader who is at least a special jounin, or even a full jounin. Moreover, every 3 squads form a division, with only 3 divisions existing in total within the UMBU, each led by a division leader of elite jounin caliber, potentially possessing formidable forbidden techniques capable of threatening even shadow-level ninjas. Above the 3 division leaders, there is no overarching commander. The ultimate authority rests with the current Hokage. The entire structure is remarkably intricate, with a total of 120 formal UMBU members, each an elite in their own right. Despite Konoha being a vast village, the combined number of jounin and chunin does not exceed that of the UMBU. Nevertheless, the UMBU's presence is undeniably the most significant organization outside of the regular ninja forces. They may absorb members from Roots, the Uchiha clan, or the Senju clan, representing the fundamental strength through which the Hokage governs the village. Their responsibilities range from safeguarding the Hokage to patrolling and protecting Konoha and executing various assassination missions externally, while the regular ninja forces serve as the primary combatants in village wars. Wang Yu, having watched the anime from the first episode to the last, understood well that the prowess of UMBU members varied significantly across different eras, much like the strengths of successive Hokages. The UMBU, while directly subordinate to the Hokage, does not constitute the primary military force of the village. They operate as a covert unit, typically engaged in assassination and interrogation tasks. The pinnacle of their elite members does not necessarily imply overwhelming strength. The manga illustrates that the upper limit of UMBU ninja prowess is represented by Yamato, who was regarded as the strongest UMBU ninja during the 3rd Hokage's tenure. Yamato's abilities are evidently exceptional among jounin, comparable to Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma from the first part of the series. Although Yamato may not seem as formidable as the likes of Orochimaru, he excels in a well-rounded skill set, mastering tracking, disguise, assassination, and various techniques. The eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, revered as the Hokage's right-hand man, is essentially part of the UMBU's upper echelon. In the first part, when Kabuto encounters Kakashi, he remarks that he could defeat 10 ordinary UMBU chunin. However, facing 10 special jounin would pose a significant challenge, and even Orochimaru would hesitate against 10 jounin. Notable UMBU members, or squad leaders, may attain the rank of special or elite jounin. During the battle against Pain's invasion, Inoichi and the UMBU squad, Light, managed to confront the Animal Path Split Dogs and the Great Rhinoceros. The elite jounin level is scarcely populated within Konoha, with fewer than 100 surviving, and the UMBU contains only 3 to 5 such members, as the village's primary military force lies within the regular ninja ranks. Those from the Roots, such as Shino Aburame and F. Yamanaka, are essentially jounin level, albeit their talents are specialized and quite impressive. The UMBU and Appos' work is exceedingly demanding, with each ninja undergoing trials far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Ironically, candidates like Wang Yu enjoy a relatively leisurely existence, akin to retired elders, only needing to report occasionally and undergo assessments. After the masked ninja concluded his overview of the UMBU, he handed Wang Yu a cat-faced mask and a gray robe designated for reserve members before turning to leave. While these ninjas may not be as devoid of emotion as those from the Roots, the arduous and perilous nature of their long-term assignments has dulled their emotional responses. Even Wang Yu's early entry into the UMBU, a matter both thrilling and alarming, seemed to elicit little interest from the masked ninja, whose focus remained solely on the tasks assigned by the Hokage, nothing more. Upon receiving the mask and robe, Wang Yu noted that they were tailored to fit his physique. Displeased by the unattractive gray robe, he sighed and donned it, crafting a Hello Kitty mask from bones to replace the original. After adorning the UMBU attire, Wang Yu peered through the mask and observed the world anew, experiencing a strange sense of detachment, as though he had traversed into another realm. However, he quickly shook off the reverie and proceeded in a determined direction. Soon, he arrived at the area designated for customizing various ninja tools and collecting supplies. "I would like 20 explosive tags. This is my ninja number," he declared. The attendant, silent as ever, registered Wang Yu's request before entering the room and re-emerging without a word, handing him the 20 explosive tags. This exemplifies the UMBU's operational protocol: minimal inquiry and strict adherence to responsibilities. Having received the explosive tags, Wang Yu turned and made his way to the arena, a venue for practicing new ninjutsu techniques. However, due to the busy schedules of formal UMBU ninjas, it was rarely frequented. Why did Wang Yu prioritize acquiring explosive tags? The answer was simple: explosive tags are akin to divine artifacts. In the manga, Conan, a successful figure, utilized 6 billion explosive tags to obliterate one of Obito Uchiha's eyes. Assuming the cost of an explosive tag equates to 60 ryo, or approximately 5 yuan for a bowl of hot dry noodles, it is evident that the price of explosive tags far exceeds that of mere noodles. 600 billion multiplied by 60 liang equals 48 trillion liang of Hokage currency, which is equivalent to 600 billion multiplied by 5 renminbi, totaling 40 trillion renminbi. In 2002, the total assets of the Huajin Railroad Guerrilla Group amounted to 400 million renminbi. If the explosive tags were purchased by Kakuzu, then the families of the Morbihan, Rockefeller, and Rothschild are insignificant. Collectively, they would not even be worthy of tying Kakuzu's shoes. Furthermore, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the reincarnated Senju Tobarama utilized the mutual explosive tags technique, which had previously been employed by the second Hokage to obliterate numerous tailed beast clones, inflicting monumental damage on Obito Uchiha as well. As a forbidden technique, the mutual explosive tag undoubtedly possesses side effects that ordinary ninjas cannot manage. The technique requires the placement of a single explosive tag on a critical point of the enemy before it can be activated. Once an explosive tag is affixed, the target cannot escape. Once the tag begins to detonate, it can continuously summon more explosive tags at the same location, leading to a series of explosions. The attack range is vast, and its duration is nearly infinite. Once an opponent is struck, evasion becomes nearly impossible. However, the immense power of this technique is matched only by its unavoidable drawbacks, since it necessitates close-range casting and has an extensive explosion radius. Without the immortality granted by the Edo Tensei technique or the instantaneous teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique, the user faces certain demise. Nevertheless, Wang Yu believes that if he activates the Sanwa ability and masters the mutual explosive tags after entrapping Conan, then, a mere illusion. With 600 billion and the mutual explosive tags combined, Obito, wielding the Kamui, would be rendered powerless, likely only to be disregarded by Kagaya Otsutsuki and Madara Uchiha. Boom. After witnessing 3 consecutive explosive tags detonate without any black smoke, Wang Yu confirmed that the destructive radius of a standard single explosive tag is 2 meters. Indeed. Akin to the scenes in the Death of the Immortal Duo arc of the manga, Wang Yu's experiments and the narrative both clearly demonstrate the explosive power of the tags. The damage radius for a standard single explosive tag is confirmed to be 2 meters. After experimenting with the explosive tags, Wang Yu departed from the duel arena, which also served as the testing ground. Initially, he contemplated customizing a metal construct for training, but soon realized that the previous rocky terrain was more suitable for his non-Newtonian fluid skeletal training. There was no need to deliberately create specialized training tools. After a few minutes, Wang Yu arrived at the room designated for scroll storage. At the entrance stood a cold-eyed UMBU ninja. After glancing at Wang Yu and registering his identification number and related information, the ninja permitted him entry. It appeared that any masked and robed leaf ninja could gain access. However, in reality, the entire UMBU was shrouded in a special sensory barrier. Multiple Hyuga clan members with Byakugan or other sensory ninjas could potentially scrutinize every UMBU member within their territory at any moment. It is virtually impossible for an ordinary ninja to infiltrate without being detected. Upon entering the scroll storage room, Wang Yu surveyed the vast array of scrolls neatly organized across numerous filing cabinets, divided into 3 distinct sections, the first for ninjutsu, the second for taijutsu, and the third for genjutsu. The ninjutsu section contained the most scrolls, with the subsequent sections for taijutsu and genjutsu combined being less than a third of the ninjutsu collection. Within the ninjutsu category, there was also a detailed classification based on elemental attributes such as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. As Wang Yu had anticipated, there were no secret techniques pertaining to yin and yang attributes. However, among the many cabinets, he easily located the training scroll for the shadow clone technique. Subsequently, he briefly perused ninjutsu related to wind, water, and earth attributes, capturing photographs with his camera. Yet, there were no analyses or insights on the ninjutsu scrolls from J-Nin. Wang Yu surmised that such insights would likely be classified or reserved for the J-Nin's personal experiences, not readily available for public viewing. Indeed, one cannot expect to achieve great results instantly. These leaf ninjas are all cunning, waiting for results before revealing anything. However, Wang Yu felt no urgency. Understanding that overindulgence leads to inefficiency, he still needed to master his monstrous strength and finalize a summoning contract with the Slug Sage. He could establish the summoning contract after perfecting his monstrous strength, then contemplate other matters. Wang Yu approached the filing cabinet in the second section and casually browsed through several taijutsu scrolls. Initially believing that aside from the 8 gates, the remaining taijutsu would be trivial, he was pleasantly surprised to discover many techniques and details regarding chakra application in taijutsu that he had previously been unaware of, which proved beneficial for his mastery of the 8 gates. Taijutsu, however, continually fell short compared to the depth and application of his national martial arts. The taijutsu scrolls included not only offensive and defensive techniques, but also training methodologies. He swiftly scanned the offensive and defensive techniques, finding them unremarkable. His national martial arts, encompassing Tai Chi, Tongbei, Bagwazang, and Wing Chun, rendered these techniques mere trivialities, lacking any significant value. It was only the training methodologies that caught his attention. He found some details to be more balanced and perfected than those practiced by Might Guy. While Might Guy was indeed a formidable practitioner of the 8 gates, he remained a scorned and isolated chunin, forced to innovate independently. The development of taijutsu and the 8 gates was primarily his own endeavor, lacking the collective wisdom amassed by countless leaf ninjas. After thoroughly reviewing the training methodologies, Wang Yu felt he had grasped numerous intricacies regarding chakra application in taijutsu, leading him to believe that his training speed could increase by at least 10%. As Tsunade mentioned, Might Guy's forbidden technique, the 8 gates, is undoubtedly more complex than the second Hokage's version. Although the two paths may converge, the forbidden technique expert's 8 gates circulates more smoothly within the body, requiring less effort when striking the chakra points, highlighting the significance of detail. Finally, regarding the third section dedicated to genjutsu, Wang Yu had no desire to scrutinize it closely. He merely glanced over it before promptly turning to leave. Simple genjutsu is utterly useless. Formidable techniques like the dark travel technique are conspicuously absent. What a waste of time. For Wang Yu, a true man should engage in genuine combat. Ahem, that was a slip of the tongue. A true man must wield a fist the size of a cauldron, striking with full force. Nothing less is romantic. Ordinary genjutsu is merely for the weak. Yet, should techniques such as the dark travel technique, Tsukiyami, or Kodo Emetsukami be presented before Wang Yu, the outcome would undoubtedly be reminiscent of Wang Jingza and Appo's embodiment. Since scrolls were not permitted to leave the room, and there were no umbu present to oversee, Wang Yu utilized his camera to photograph all the scrolls he deemed useful. After capturing all the necessary images, he exited the umbu headquarters. Upon returning to the surface of the leaf village, Wang Yu immediately removed his robe and mask. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but exclaim in Chinese, "Damn, it is indeed stifling in there." Second only to the oppressive feeling I had before my reincarnation in that space. The atmosphere within the umbu was undeniably oppressive, with nearly everyone maintaining a stoic silence. The surface of the leaf village and the underground umbu headquarters were two entirely different worlds. Above ground, the environment was filled with light and lively chatter, where people congregated in groups, engaging in conversation. Conversely, underground, an air of darkness prevailed, with every individual remaining taciturn, exuding an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. However, at this moment, Wang Yu found himself harboring a certain admiration for the umbu ninjas. It was not the admiration for the contemporary Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen or the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, but rather a pure respect for these shadowy figures. For years on end, they had concealed themselves in the darkness, silently executing perilous missions, and safeguarding Konoha both overtly and covertly. They were akin to the valiant soldiers of the homeland. It is precisely because of their hidden presences in the shadows that a vibrant and peaceful society can flourish. Wherever peace exists, there are always those who bear the weight of responsibility. Peace, regardless of its location, is a hard-won treasure. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu reined in his emotions and clenched his fists. Far removed from his homeland on Earth, he had no desire to concern himself with Konoha's peace. His sole aspiration was to become the best version of himself, ensuring that those he cherished remained alive. Before Wang Yu lay a singular, straightforward goal, to live. And with an added qualifier, to live meaningfully. With less than 4 years remaining until the Third Great Ninja War, 43 years after Konoha's foundation, he possessed sufficient chakra to advance to the rank of Jonin. Tomorrow, he would begin to transform his life, stepping into the role of a substitute teacher. At 4:30 in the morning in Konoha, our paths would converge. Within the school, Kushina and occasionally the substitute teacher, Mikoto, awaited his return. In the early morning, the moon, home to the Otsutsuki clan, lingered on the horizon of the ninja world, while Konoha remained shrouded in darkness. Beneath a rocky outcrop, Wang Yu, endowed with night vision, had arrived early. Not hastening to begin his training in strength, he first undertook a 10-kilometer weighted run. After rehydrating, he commenced striking the bone post with fervor. Boom, boom. The chakra of his martial arts surged towards the bone post, and with each punch, his very cells were invigorated in a duality of fire and ice. Every sinew and every inch of skin seemed to tighten and perfect under the dual force of the rebound and the refinement of his martial arts chakra. It was only after he was drenched in sweat, with his body's energy nearly depleted under the cellular mastery, that he paused. After a brief respite, he retrieved the summoning scroll of the legendary snake, Manda, gifted to him by Kimimaro, along with Tsunade and Appo's slug sage summoning scroll. With a flourish, he activated the summoning technique. Wang Yu commanded his skin cells to rupture, allowing his blood to flow from his fingertips, and within a second, he swiftly formed the hand seals Inu, Tatsu, Tori, Sara, Yu. Countless tadpole-like characters emanated from his hands, accompanied by a burst of white smoke, revealing a long, menacing figure before him. Hiss! Orochimaru, you summoned me once again. I hope you have prepared at least 100 living sacrifices, or this conversation is over. Indeed, Manda, the legendary serpent, was as unique as his reputation suggested. He wasted no time in addressing Orochimaru. Wang Yu felt a surge of frustration at Manda's presumption. He could not fathom why the scientist Orochimaru would repeatedly tolerate such arrogance from Manda. Was it simply because Manda was the current leader of the snake summoning clan? Silence. Open your serpent eyes and see that I am not Orochimaru. Wang Yu shouted, irritated by Manda's relentless insistence. Manda's attention immediately snapped to Wang Yu. You little brat. Who are you to Orochimaru? Why would he entrust his summoning scroll to you? But I don't care who you are. If you haven't provided me with 100 sacrifices, I shall devour you. Manda, true to his nature, was astonished that someone as young as Wang Yu could summon him. Yet his haughty demeanor remained unchanged. Listen well, I am not Orochimaru. While I may not comprehend his tolerance towards you, I will make you aware that I am not he. I seek a compliant summoning beast, not one who barters and may betray me at any moment. Wang Yu showed no deference to Manda. He was not Orochimaru. He had two options, and it was evident that the slug sage was vastly superior to Manda, making the choice to summon him unnecessary. At this moment, summoning Manda was more about familiarizing himself with the summoning technique and gauging Manda's true strength, while also honoring Kimimaro's goodwill. Kimimaro often returned to the compound, watching Wang Yu with a demeanor that suggested he was keeping a close eye on him. As if to say that if Wang Yu did not want Manda's summoning scroll, Kimimaro would be ever vigilant. Damn it, arrogant little brat, you shall perish. Manda's fury boiled over. Years had passed since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Not even Orochimaru would be so bold. Yet here stood the young Wang Yu, who defiantly disregarded Manda's authority, inciting the serpent's wrath. Manda's tail slammed against the ground, and his elongated purple body unleashed a terrifying speed, opening his gaping maw to strike at Wang Yu. Humph! Corpse bone path, iron wire flower dance. Even before Manda reached him, a fierce gale swept towards Wang Yu, yet he showed no sign of fear or retreat. While Manda's colossal form and explosive power were formidable, he seldom employed ninjutsu. However, he possessed immense strength and speed that both Gamabunta and Katsuyu lacked. After all, during the Great Ninja War, Manda alone could rival the combined might of Gamabunta and the sage forms of Katsuyu. Wang Yu suddenly raised a spear-like bone weapon, akin to Zhao Yun's lance, and pushed off the ground with great force. He roared, "A flash of cold light precedes me, and then the lance strikes like a dragon. Little Manda, receive my E-skill." Fearless charge. The rebound combined with the explosive force of Wang Yu's body propelled him forward at an alarming speed, enhanced by the removal of his weights. After all, Wang Yu's strength lay within his physique. As an earthling, he was well aware of the adage that speed is the ultimate form of martial prowess. Thus, he had always engaged in weight training, continually increasing his bone density to achieve the effect of weighted training across his entire being, even within his internal organs. With external bone weights and internal cellular fortification, Wang Yu's speed was indeed terrifying. Moreover, his physical attributes were exceptionally robust. His body had undergone relentless cellular enhancement. Coupled with months of training in the duality of fire and ice, Wang Yu's remarkable control allowed him to unleash the full power of his muscles, rendering his strength formidable. What? Manda's serpent eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Wang Yu possessed the rare corpse bone path. Facing him head-on was something entirely unexpected. Had Wang Yu not wielded that fearsome bone spear, Manda would likely have remained unperturbed. Yet, the weapon's threat was palpable, evoking a primal instinct within Manda. Without a moment's hesitation, Manda struck the ground with his tail, unleashing a sudden force that propelled him backward, defying Newton's laws of inertia. His serpentine body demonstrated an astonishing flexibility, allowing him to evade an attack that would have been impossible for a human. Corpsebone Path? You possess the bloodline of the Corpsebone Path? The Take-Dorai clan awakens it only once in a millennium. How could it possibly manifest in you? Manda's massive jaws emitted a resounding voice, laced with incredulity. Though Manda seldom roamed the ninja world, he was well informed about its affairs, receiving intelligence from the Reaper clan and other serpents. You need not concern yourself with that. Prepare to face my radiant white sandhawk. Wang Yu silently recited the mantra of 10 fingers pierce the needle, extending his hands, his fingers splayed wide, each digit resembling a bullet shot forth. This could pose a problem, one she contemplated inwardly. Indeed, from the very beginning, he sensed Wang Yu's formidable power. After all, to summon him at such a young age without appearing to exhaust chakra was indicative of an exceptional strength. However, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Wang Yu's prowess. Having traversed the battlefields alongside Orochimaru and experienced the Second Great Ninja War, Wang Shi was well versed in combat, and in that fleeting moment of confrontation, he discerned Wang Yu's formidable physique. His speed and strength rivaled even his own. What truly instilled fear in Wang Shi was Wang Yu's Shikotsumyaku. Wang Shi understood that his battles had always relied on his massive form, fearsome biting power, speed, and the ability to ensnare his foes. Yet, all of these advantages seemed utterly futile against the terrifying manipulation of bones that Wang Yu commanded. It was as if Wang Yu was his natural nemesis. Shikotsumyaku, Dance of the Cherries. Wang Yu had never truly engaged in a prolonged battle at full strength. And after unleashing his abilities to scorch Uchiha Fuyuki, he had only experienced fleeting bursts of power. He had struggled to find a suitable opponent, facing Kimimaro. He was confronted by his own brother, and against Minato Namikaze, he feared revealing too much. As for Orochimaru, he needed no elaboration. For various reasons, Wang Yu had refrained from unleashing his full potential. However, in the face of the arrogant Wang Shi, Wang Yu prepared to conceal and control his cellular abilities and those of the third, striking with remarkable ferocity. Though his stature was diminutive compared to Wang Shi, the terrifying power he wielded through his bone spear, combined with the Tai Chi Tongbei stepping technique, embodied the essence of martial arts. The beauty of martial arts concealed a deadly intent, leaving Wang Shi with no option but to evade. Several times, his colossal form was caught off guard, resulting in Wang Yu piercing 2 meters of flesh, causing a torrent of blood to flow. This demonstrated just how alarmingly sharp Wang Yu and Appo's bone spear was, comparable to the density of diamond. It was noteworthy that during the Battle of the Three Sannin, Wang Shi had endured being pierced through the head by Tsunade and Appo's 40-meter-long blade without shedding a drop of blood. Yet now, Wang Yu's bone blade drew blood. This could lead to my defeat at the hands of this brat. The relentless pain from his wounds reminded Wang Shi of the sensation he had not felt in 3 years. His body was indeed robust, particularly the defense provided by his scales, which allowed him to withstand many ordinary ninjutsu without flinching. Yet now, his once prized might and size had become liabilities when faced with Wang Yu's formidable strength. As Wang Yu rolled over, he was ultimately ensnared by Wang Shi, who unleashed a surge of chakra to amplify his speed. Shikotsumiyaku, Dance of the Willows. Even while entangled, Wang Yu remained composed, employing the Dance of the Willows. His bones transformed into sharp blades, piercing through his flesh without harming his skin. Wang Shi understood that evading this way would only lead to his surrender, allowing the bones to penetrate his body. I must ensnare this brat and use my body to strangle him, or else I shall be bested by a mere child. The thought of Orochimaru's scorn is unbearable, Wang Shi mused, his determination evident. Wang Yu, perceiving Wang Shi's intentions, acknowledged inwardly, truly, a seasoned veteran, merciless to others and even more so to oneself. Yet, Wang Yu's limbs, elbows, and knees sprouted bones that pierced through Wang Shi's form. Even so, Wang Shi did not relent. Instead, he grunted in pain and summoned an even more fearsome wave of chakra and strength. As he activated the abilities of the third, Wang Yu felt a tremendous force coursing through him. Although his defenses remained intact, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated him. This is terrifying. Were it not for my extraordinary resilience, an average J-nin would surely be crushed under such force. After all, Wang Shi and Appo's massive body and the constricting power of serpents were formidable. Die, brat. A sinister glint flashed in Wang Shi's eyes as he roared, his serpentine form constricting with all his might, exerting every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet, deep down, Wang Shi was astonished by Wang Yu's endurance. This diminutive human possessed a terrifying capacity to withstand such pressure. Wang Yu, struggling to breathe, remained unperturbed. He still had air within his spatial ring, and he never forgot to communicate, using ventriloquism. If I summoned you, I surely came prepared. Witness who truly suffers and who shall meet their end, Shikotsumyaku, Dance of the Early Fern. The most frightening aspect of the Shikotsumyaku lay in its unpredictability. 38 years ago in Konoha, few knew the full extent of the Shikotsumyaku and Appo's powers beyond bone manipulation, and no one was aware of its true capabilities. The sudden and unknown assault could catch even those stronger than Wang Yu off guard, as was the case with Wang Shi. Despite being of near Kage-level strength, he found himself ensnared by Wang Yu, who wielded chakra akin to that of an elite J-nin. Though Wang Yu and Appo's actual combat prowess was on par with seasoned elite J-nin, he was still far from the caliber of a Kage-level ninja. Impossible. Wang Shi's serpentine eyes widened in alarm as Wang Yu's voice echoed, an instinctual sense of danger surging within him. Without hesitation, he retracted his constricting form, retreating hastily. But it was too late. The ground trembled violently, and the sharp sounds of piercing weapons echoed as the rocky terrain transformed into a bone domain within a 10-meter radius of Wang Yu. Bone shards, each measuring at least 2 meters in length, with some extending to 4 or even 8 meters, emerged from the earth like bone spears or blades under Wang Yu's command, piercing through layers of soil and coming into Wang Shi's view. At that moment, Wang Shi's once coiled body resembled skewers, and under Wang Yu's meticulous care, the bones penetrating him were of an oversized diameter. It could be said that Wang Shi had no choice but to retreat to the Ri-Gakubo to heal. In the ninja world, not all summoned beasts were obedient. Fumita was a notorious rebel, and Naruto had to offer reasons and sweet talk to summon him. The only instance Fumita helped Naruto without a fuss was during Pain's invasion. My Bokuzen sought a closer relationship with humanity, allowing a select few to enter and sign contracts, though not all toads were compliant. In contrast, Wang Shi was arrogant, demanding rewards from Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Aoda seemed to respect Sasuke, as depicted in the manga, where it was mentioned that Sasuke saved Aoda. The slug was a gentle summoning beast. As for the Monkey King, only the third could summon him. And after the third's demise, no one from the Sarutobi clan could connect with him again. The Monkey King wore the Konoha headband, indicating his deep respect for the third as a companion, even regarding himself as part of Konoha. Kakashi's 8 ninja dogs also bore the Konoha headband and were willing to sacrifice themselves for the village. Their only request being that Kakashi carve a dog and Appo's head when using earth release to build walls. Summoning beasts serve the ninjas in various scenarios. 1. You are merely my tool, assisting me in combat or absorbing damage. This is exemplified by Uchiha Madara and Appo's force control over the 9 tails, Pain and Appo's animal path, and Sasuke with his eagle and the great serpent. 2. The summoning beast expresses, I have watched you grow, so I shall assist you. This is represented by Jiraiya and Fukasaku, as well as Shima. 3. I implore you to help me. The opponent is easy to defeat. I beseech your assistance. This is illustrated by Naruto and Gamakichi. 4. You aid me in battle, and I shall reward you. It is a mutual gain. This is seen in the relationship between Orochimaru and the Great Serpent. 5. We are comrades. When I call for help in battle, you must respond. This is epitomized by Jiraiya, Naruto, and the Toads, Tsunade, and the Snails, as well as Hiruzen and Enma. 6. You are my subordinate. You must be at my beck and call, or face dire consequences. This can be seen in the complex relationship between the Mangekyou Sharingan Sasuke and the Green Snake, as well as Orochimaru and his other serpents. 7. Huang Xiao ambiguously states, "You are my angel and my baby. I have tamed you, so you must obey." This reflects Kakashi and his 8 Ninken, as well as Might Guy and his supportive tortoise. To be frank, I believe Gamakichi is the second most unfortunate. Just observe who he has faced. When called by Jiraiya, he immediately confronts the Great Serpent. When summoned by Minato, he encounters the 9 tails, and when Naruto calls, he faces the 1 tail, the water monster, and pain. Gamakichi laments, "Just because I smoke the most, I must fight the hardest." The most unfortunate, however, is the Great Serpent. During Sasuke's confrontation with Deidara, as Deidara attempts to self-destruct, they are to perish together, with the Great Serpent becoming a mere cushion. Sasuke utilizes his Mangekyou to control the Great Serpent, hiding within its body to evade disaster. The Great Serpent, having fought valiantly under Orochimaru's command, ultimately meets its demise in the explosion, likely ending up well cooked. If a culinary streamer were to witness this, they might exclaim, "Don't discard the overnight Great Serpent. Wrap it in some egg batter, sprinkle with breadcrumbs, and fry it until golden brown." Both the elderly and children relish this delicacy. Meanwhile, Bear Grylls would remark, "Look what I've discovered. Here lies a perfectly cooked Great Serpent. We can attempt to grill it." One Great Serpent can nourish thousands for several days, being rich in protein. Though a fully cooked one is rather large and challenging to prepare. Let us approach cautiously from behind and lift it. Aha! I've caught it. It's indeed deceased. We shall behead it, and the remaining parts can be consumed raw. Of course, if time permits, we could grill it first for enhanced flavor. The texture of the Great Serpent is delightfully crispy, its taste akin to chicken, and its chakra-rich flesh is 6 times more nutritious than beef. You may return, but I may summon you at any moment, and your condition will not be as light as it is now. Wang Yu harbors no concerns about the Great Serpent's injuries. Even the most ordinary snake can survive a severed tail, let alone the Great Serpent, which has endured countless years of cultivation and possesses chakra at the level of a quasi-shadow, demonstrating formidable vitality. What do you truly desire? After a lengthy pause, the Great Serpent finally queries, its once proud head now lowered. All living creatures fear death, and the Great Serpent is no exception. Thus, in the face of mortality, pride is insignificant, especially since it realizes Wang Yu does not wish to kill it. It's simple. I do not want you to display such arrogance when I summon you in battle in the future. I trust you will not refuse. Wang Yu brandishes a bone spear, gently grazing the Great Serpent's body, causing its scales to bristle in fear, its serpentine eyes narrowing. Very well, I agree. However, could you provide me with suitable offerings when you are satisfied or have the time? The Great Serpent hesitates, feeling the piercing pain of the spear, and quickly consents. Yet, it cannot help but mutter a remark, revealing its unchangeable nature. Agreed. As long as you perform to my satisfaction in battle, I shall grant you unimaginable rewards. I can be ruthless to my enemies, yet generous to my allies. Wang Yu understands the necessity of not overly coercing the Great Serpent, lest it retaliates, and especially considering its propensity for violence. Very well, I shall not hinder you. May I return now? Joy flickers in the Great Serpent's eyes, contemplating. Once I return to the dragon's lair, I shall master ninjutsu to avoid being targeted by the corpse bone pulse. Then, return. Wang Yu nods, indifferent to the Great Serpent's thoughts. In true combat, he perceives the Great Serpent more as a means of intimidation, given its massive size and inherent fear factor. The benefits Wang Yu promised have not been explicitly defined, but they certainly do not include human sacrifices. The advantages Wang Yu alludes to aim to enhance the Great Serpent using cell manipulation once he attains the chakra strength of AJ Nin, enabling him to confront Orochimaru confidently. The Great Serpent, with its enormous physique and remarkable vitality, serves as an excellent experimental subject. Upon witnessing Wang Yu's nod, the Great Serpent hastily returns to the summoning realm, yearning to sprout additional legs. It internally muses, "At last, I can escape this demon." Such vague promises are merely a cunning trap. When summoning the Great Serpent, Wang Yu's victory largely stems from the creature's reliance on its physical prowess in combat, which is countered by the corpse bone pulse, alongside Wang Yu's superior overall strength and understanding of the Great Serpent's tactics. Conversely, summoning the Sage of Snails is a different matter altogether. After demonstrating an alternative healing technique using his cell manipulation abilities, Wang Yu effortlessly enters into a contract with the Sage of Snails clone. Upon signing the contract, Wang Yu notes that only 3 names appear on it: Shinja Hashirama, Tsunade, and Wang Yu. The full names are inconsequential. What truly matters is the blood. In modern terms, this equates to Wang Yu binding his DNA information with the summoning beasts, thus linking their souls and forming a contract. Another method, akin to how Madara controlled the Ninetales with his Sharingan, involves coercion. The Ninetales was not inclined to submit willingly, having been captured by Madara. As for how these summoning beasts are compelled to sign contracts, it likely resembles the impure world reincarnation technique, possibly involving the embedding of talismans within the summoning beasts to enforce the contract. After forming the contract with the Sage of Snails clone, Wang Yu retrieves the strength training scroll Tsunade provided him and begins to study it meticulously. Monster strength is essentially a refined application of chakra, requiring exceptional control to unleash successfully. Chakra in the Naruto universe is a versatile power that can manifest as elemental attributes like wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, while also amplifying physical strength and enabling the release of genjutsu. Monster strength represents a sudden explosive augmentation of chakra during an offensive. In simpler terms, it can be likened to an instantaneous eruption of chakra, much like the force of a high-pressure fire hose. The greater the control over chakra, the more potent the output. Moreover, the quality and quantity of chakra directly correlate to its power. Having thoroughly studied the scroll, Wang Yu gains a solid understanding of monster strength. However, regarding the quality of chakra, such as that found in the Sage Art Chakra of the Wet Bone Forest, he acknowledges he is not yet qualified. However, when it comes to the quantity of chakra, Wang Yu currently possesses only enough to be classified as an elite chunin, just barely reaching the threshold required for cultivating superhuman strength. His chakra is entirely derived from the 8 gates release and the enhancement of cellular control. With the subsequent opening of the 8 gates or a 10 increase in cellular control, Wang Yu's chakra will experience a cumulative growth in a staggered manner. Therefore, he is not particularly concerned about a future shortage of chakra. Given this perspective, it appears that the most pressing aspect for Wang Yu to cultivate at present is his control over chakra. Let us see if I can achieve it directly, Wang Yu murmured, harboring a slight notion of self-doubt. Following the instructions on the scroll, he clenched his fist and activated the chakra within him not through traditional martial arts methods but via the ninja world as control techniques. Chakra swiftly extracted itself from the intangible flames within his left and right hemispheres and heart chambers, converging at his fist. He then unleashed a punch towards the skeletal dummy before him. The skeletal dummy remained unresponsive, and there were no further developments. Wang Yu's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the unyielding dummy, feeling a tinge of sorrow. Indeed, mastering superhuman strength was not as simple as he had hoped. The power he had generated was even less than the basic chakra he could wield through traditional martial arts. When the chakra for superhuman strength is applied to the fist without proper control, it easily dissipates. Once dispersed, the force cannot concentrate on a single direction or point, rendering it as ineffective as the punch of an ordinary ninja. Observing this, Wang Yu did not feel disheartened. He had never anticipated instant success. Cultivating superhuman strength requires both immense and meticulous control over chakra. Having watched various anime, Wang Yu was well aware of numerous methods to enhance chakra control: climbing trees, walking along walls, treading water, and using healing techniques. There was also Naruto and Appo's signature ramen technique from the original work. These exercises progressively improve chakra control. This time, rather than aiming too high, Wang Yu diligently began his training with the simplest task of climbing trees. At this moment, endowed with the chakra capacity of an elite chunin and bolstered by cellular control, his control was arguably comparable, if not superior, to Sakura's in the anime. Although he had initially failed in attempting to master superhuman strength directly, his chakra control was, in reality, quite robust. Within less than an hour, he had successfully completed the tasks of climbing trees and traversing slippery rocks, effortlessly standing on tree trunks and treading water. After descending, Wang Yu did not rush to practice superhuman strength again. Instead, he commenced training in taijutsu. While refining chakra control is undoubtedly significant, The foundation lies within the body. The sounds of various enhancements through martial arts reverberated as the skeletal dummy quaked under the impact of Wang Yu's fists and kicks. Due to the interplay of martial arts enhancements and force, even a simple punch from Wang Yu could yield a reaction, honing his entire body through the feedback. After a rigorous session that left him drenched in sweat, Wang Yu paused for a brief respite, retrieving a generously prepared bento from Mikoto. While enjoying his meal, an epiphany struck him. Next, I shall focus on mastering healing techniques. Wait, it seems I've forgotten something crucial. Unintentionally, he recalled the photographs of various ninjutsu scrolls stored within his spatial ring, one of which depicted the shadow clone technique. I almost overlooked that. In addition to superhuman strength and signing a summoning contract, I still need to refine the shadow clone technique. Shadow clones are not only practical in combat in various aspects, but also immensely beneficial for training. The insights gained from a shadow clone's experience are transmitted back to the original upon its dissolution. In the original work, Naruto relied heavily on the Nine Tails, multiple shadow clones, and ramen, with the latter being a powerful auxiliary ninjutsu. Since all experiences are transferred back to the original upon the clone's disappearance, Naruto adeptly utilized shadow clones for reconnaissance, assisting in ramen preparation, and even for leisure activities. While there are drawbacks, for those like Wang Yu and Naruto who can overlook or negate such consequences, it becomes a veritable training cheat. Once he finished his bento, Wang Yu stood up and began to study the enlarged images from his camera. The shadow clone technique, classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, was significantly simpler compared to mastering superhuman strength. Moreover, after climbing trees and treading water, his chakra control had improved considerably, making the task of learning the shadow clone technique a delightful endeavor. Shadow clone technique. With a soft pop, a figure identical to Wang Yu materialized beside him. It was effortlessly accomplished. A smile finally graced Wang Yu's calm visage. Curiosity had lingered in Wang Yu's mind. He wondered if shadow clones could utilize bloodline limits, and whether the abilities from the system's lottery or cellular control could be harnessed. In the next moment, he made a direct attempt. As the shadow clone endeavored to manipulate cellular control, its cells remained inert, akin to those of a corpse. When it attempted to activate the abilities from the system, it fizzled out upon contact. It was as he had anticipated. Thus, Wang Yu was not particularly disheartened. The abilities provided by the system were tailored for Wang Yu himself. Evidently excluding the clones from their scope, were his shadow clone to activate the abilities in conjunction with the forbidden art of multiple shadow clones. It would render his forces nearly invincible in the ninja world. Furthermore, the prospect of combining the shadow clone technique with the Eight Gates release shattered yet another one of his fanciful ideas. While his physical resilience could withstand the repercussions of opening the first 3 gates, the clones would not fare as well. Any chakra impact would lead to their immediate dissolution into smoke. Well, that's fine. The purpose of training shadow clones is to assist in honing my skills. Besides, as long as I succeed in even one of my many ideas, it would be a significant gain. A 99 failure rate is entirely normal. After silently comforting himself, Wang Yu divided into 2 more shadow clones. Unlike Naruto, who was extraordinarily gifted, while Wang Yu possessed the bloodline of Kagaya's relatives and had an elite Chunin's chakra volume, 2 shadow clones seemed to be the limit at this stage. He directed the 2 shadow clones to practice healing techniques to enhance their chakra control, while his original self continued his taijutsu training. With the assistance of shadow clones, the effectiveness of training was undoubtedly doubled. Before long, the shadow clone practicing healing techniques exhausted its chakra and dissipated, transferring all acquired experiences and memories back to the original. Wang Yu then summoned another shadow clone and repeated the process until he successfully mastered healing techniques, allowing him to seamlessly direct his chakra as if using his own limbs. Wang Yu realized that perfect control was insufficient. Meticulous attention to detail was paramount. Fortunately, with his 10 cellular control capability, he could deftly manage the meridians involved in superhuman strength, resulting in a successful attempt. Feeling somewhat inexperienced with superhuman strength, Wang Yu created 2 more shadow clones, combining their efforts with his own in the training regimen. However, this endeavor also consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Fortunately, Wang Yu's chakra recovery ability is significantly stronger than that of an average person. Although it cannot compare to Naruto's extraordinary enhancements derived from the reincarnation, the Nine Tails. In the Uzumaki clan, Wang Yu, with his mastery of the 3rd gate of the 8 gates and his cellular manipulation, does not fall far behind. This exemplifies the advantages of Wang Yu and Oppo's various enhancements, which often manifest in subtle details that can sometimes determine the outcome of a situation. With sufficient recovery capability, Wang Yu can continuously utilize shadow clones for training, all while his main body engages in physical conditioning. His training speed is astonishingly rapid. At 8 in the morning, just before classes at the Ninja Academy, Wang Yu stands at his usual spot in front of the skeletal post, his gaze flickering with intensity. Suddenly, he lets out a low growl, and a surge of chakra with the properties of immense strength courses through his veins. At the same time, a layer of blue light, representative of the martial art technique vibration force, envelopes his fist. With a sudden punch, a thunderous boom reverberates as the surface of the non-Newtonian fluid skeleton post before him appears to be struck by lightning, shattering dramatically. Countless cracks spread in all directions like a spider's web. More terrifyingly, rather than merely exploding, the surface of the skeletal post displays a state of collapse. An explosion suggests fragments splattering outward, while a collapse indicates that the diamond-like surface of the skeletal post is fracturing continuously, ultimately turning to dust. Eventually, the exterior of the skeletal post completely crumbles, disintegrating into small shards that scatter across the ground, while the non-Newtonian fluid within spills out. The effect is markedly different from a simple punch powered by brute strength or an isolated strike of the vibration force. Observing the devastation wrought by his own strike, a hint of delight graces Wang Yu's face. Indeed, the combination of brute strength and the martial art technique's enhancements can stack effectively. This punch, ignited by his immense strength and amplified by the martial art technique, yields a power far greater than that of merely employing the martial art technique alone. As Wang Yu had anticipated, the merging of brute strength and vibration force resulted in a single blow capable of contending with even high-level B-rank ninjutsu. It can be asserted that 99 of the living ninjas utilizing A-rank or lower ninjutsu could now easily be handled by Wang Yu. Furthermore, as both brute strength and the martial art technique are chakra-driven, given sufficient time to master the application of brute strength, achieving 100-fold or even 1,000-fold amplification of the martial art technique is not merely a dream. At that point, a condensed humanoid mecha could very well come into existence. Of course, if one were to insist on a downside to Wang Yu's simultaneous use of the martial art technique and brute strength, it would be that double the investment yields double the reward, or rather, it requires double the chakra. This is significantly more than simply relying on brute strength. His martial art technique amplifications require minimal chakra, only necessitating D-rank chakra to produce B-rank mid-tier output. However, the brute strength developed by Tsunade is fundamentally a method of utilizing chakra. Thus, when combined, despite the current doubling of potency, chakra consumption also escalates correspondingly. Consequently, should Wang Yu continually maintain such output, his chakra would deplete rapidly, leading to an unsustainable situation. Nevertheless, a few isolated attempts, 1, 2, or even 3, pose no problem. The combination of the 8 gates and cellular manipulation remains exceptionally formidable. Moreover, even without the amplification of brute strength and martial art techniques, Wang Yu can still execute the martial art technique with ease. As Wang Yu gazes at the spillage of non-Newtonian fluid across the ground, he mutters softly to himself. For him, the amalgamation of body techniques does not necessitate a designated name. Naming such techniques can be a mere afterthought, something fanciful and grandiose that sounds sophisticated at the moment of execution. With time nearing 8:15, Wang Yu prepares to take a shower as class time approaches. While showering, he reflects on how the power of brute strength bears resemblance to the 8 gates and cellular manipulation, as both represent a developmental potential. The destructive power and degree of amplification of brute strength will only grow alongside Wang Yu's increasing chakra volume, qualitative enhancement, and mastery over chakra control. As the amplification of brute strength rises, its potency when combined with the martial art technique will undoubtedly strengthen further. With more experience in applying brute strength, his understanding will deepen, and the martial art technique's amplification could achieve a 100-fold increase. This reciprocal enhancement is indeed a positive cycle. And all of this is firmly rooted in the foundations of the 8 gates and cellular manipulation. Undoubtedly, for Wang Yu, the synergy of the 8 gates and cellular manipulation has now become his fundamental strength. The skeletal pulse serves as a primary means of visible attack and defense, intricately linked to both. The enhancement of chakra amplification through the martial art technique is predicated on these two elements, as is the brute strength. However, Wang Yu perceives this as a fortunate development. At the very least, he has solidified his growth trajectory, as long as the 8 gates and cellular manipulation remain. His future growth path is exceedingly clear. Choosing a path of growth is of paramount importance. Consider Kakashi, who, in the original narrative, became a Jonin at the age of 5, a Chunin shortly thereafter, and an elite Jonin by 12. Yet, after attaining the rank of Jonin, he exhibited little growth until the onset of the original plot. Although he acquired a Sharingan from Obito and was indirectly involved in Rin's tragic demise, leading him to live more for Obito than himself, his non-Uchiha lineage and absence of Hashirama's cells resulted in a rapid depletion of chakra after obtaining the Sharingan. Consequently, his learning of numerous ninjutsu led to a disarray of skills lacking in precision. Throughout the 60 years in Konoha, he faced slightly notable adversaries with a mere 50-50 success rate. Kakashi's fate was thus entwined with the Sharingan, both his boon and his curse. As one reflects on the early days of the ninja world, it is evident that the pinnacle of ninja prowess was marked by distinct paths. Might Due and Might Guy thrived on the 8 gates of might. Minato Namikaze wielded the Flying Thunder God technique alongside his swift strikes. Orochimaru specialized in serpent techniques, scientific prowess, and ninjutsu. Tsunade excelled in brute strength coupled with medical support. Hiruzen Sarutobi mastered elemental ninjutsu and the Monkey King. Obito Uchiha relied on Kamui, while Itachi Uchiha combined Jinjutsu, Fire Release, and the Sharingan. Shisui Uchiha practiced Jinjutsu, Body Flicker, and the Sharingan. Currently, Wang Yu's trajectory centers around a refined version of the 8 gates of might and cellular manipulation, augmented by national martial arts, the corpse bone path, and brute strength, serving as his offensive and defensive measures. With the power of amplification, he boldly confronts all forms of ninjutsu. Wang Yu is confident that even if luck eludes him in future endeavors, steadfast dedication will ensure he surpasses others. Having perfected his brute strength and martial arts amplification, he does not cease his training. Instead, he creates a shadow clone to continue honing his raw strength while he prepares to serve as a substitute teacher at school. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, the clock strikes 8:30. Wang Yu, long time no see. And good morning. Yes, I've been in intense training. And it's indeed been a while. Good morning to you too. Wang Yu greets his peers with a gentle demeanor, soon to address them as students. However, internally, he grapples with frustration, as his current treatment mirrors that of the stoic Neji and Kakashi. With his adorable visage and the strength to defeat Nin, Wang Yu and Amp Oppo's popularity skyrocketed following Kakashi and Amp Oppo's early graduation. Is there a salary for those in the beauty association? He muses. Yet, he notes how, unlike their parents, the younger generation views him as an outsider, greeting him with smiles while harboring more complex feelings within. Upon entering the gates of the Konoha Ninja Academy, Wang Yu cannot help but reflect. I, Grey Wolf, have returned. Wang Yu, have you continued your youthful training today? Hey, Wang Yu. We haven't seen you since you defeated Shisui. What are you daydreaming about? Do you have confidence for the graduation exam in a month? Just as Wang Yu finds himself lost in thought, a familiar voice calls from behind. Without turning, he recognizes the speaker by tone alone, Might Guy, who, despite his dismal ninjutsu talent, is destined to become a master of taijutsu. Obito Uchiha, another perennial underachiever, claims to be the best in the ninja school. Yet his performance lags behind Guy's, especially after his best friend inadvertently caused the death of his beloved, spiraling him into madness as one of the ultimate antagonists. As for how Obito and Guy end up attending school together, it can be attributed to the butterfly effect of Wang Yu's influence. Once regarded as the Academy's top talent, Wang Yu also struggled with basic ninjutsu, often lagging behind. Guy greets Wang Yu warmly, and with Kakashi no longer by his side, Obito has naturally become friends with the newly transformed Guy. Well, I, like Kakashi, have already graduated. Here is my ninja headband. And now you shall address me as Teacher Wang. Also, it's already 8:30, and you're late. Wang Yu glances at the two with a sideways head tilt. Obito and Oppo's tardiness is understandable. After all, he was once a kind-hearted individual who frequently studied under Uncle Raijin. But what of Guy? Has he taken to following Obito and Oppo's example? As Wang Yu speaks, he showcases his ninja headband and documents verifying his role as a substitute teacher. Just as the two express admiration, a girl in Oppo's voice interjects. Wang Yu, long time no see. Before he can respond, Rin Noera continues, Obito, Guy, I've gathered information about the graduation exam content. At this moment, Rin approaches the trio, seemingly the only girl in their class unbothered by the duo's antics. Rin, what is the exam content? Both Abito and Guy inquire eagerly. Their lack of confidence in the upcoming graduation evident. I heard from the homeroom teacher that there has been a change this year. Previously, it was the transformation technique. But this year it's practical combat. The graduation exam will now hinge on practical performance, determining rankings based on combat skills, with teachers assessing whether each student qualifies based on their performance in battle. With bated breath, the duo awaits Rin's revelation. Wang Yu thinks, what on earth? Has there been a shift due to my presence in Kakashi and Appo's early graduation? As he ponders, he articulates, so, it means that performing well in combat, even if one loses, doesn't necessarily preclude graduation? Indeed, Rin affirms. At this moment, the two perennial underachievers spring to life with newfound hope. My guy is elated. Having struggled with the transformation technique, the shift to practical combat likely means he can pass. For Abito, it's straightforward. Practical assessments are far more favorable than written tests or transformation techniques. What do you mean by judging qualification based on combat performance? After a moment of excitement, Abito inquires, not wanting to overthink. Wang Yu clarifies, it implies that winning doesn't guarantee graduation and losing doesn't mean being retained at the academy. As long as one performs well in battle, they may still qualify. With this understanding, Wang Yu feels more aligned with the new evaluation criteria. Recognizing that some may struggle with ninjutsu, but excel in taijutsu. Attention, first class. Gather at training ground 8 immediately. A teacher from the academy calls out to their direction. And you, Wang Yu, your appointment as a substitute teacher has been communicated to the homeroom teachers of all 3 classes by the 3rd Hokage. You will be a substitute teacher for the 3 graduating classes, starting this week with Class 2. Ikeda Takaki, 40 years old. A teacher at the Ninja Academy in Ch Nin, has survived the Second Ninja World War without succumbing to the usual perils. A rarity akin to a 50-year-old woman giving birth naturally. He is essentially the homeroom teacher for Kakashi, Abito, Guy, Rin, and others, although Kakashi graduated over a month ago. Wang Yu, under the admiring gazes of Abito, Guy, and Rin, follows the teacher as the 4 head towards training ground 8. As expected, the daily curriculum revolves around practical combat. Soon, all 30 students from Class 2 gather at the training ground. Teacher Ikeda, amidst the students and Appo's grumbling, announces that the graduation exam will indeed focus on practical combat, ensuring that the upcoming month will consist of half a day of practical training in ninjutsu, and half a day dedicated to essential ninja knowledge. Complaints are inevitable, as for many. Practical combat is less appealing than demonstrating a few ninjutsu techniques or completing a written test. Professor Ikeda completely disregarded the students' opinions, announcing the battle roster for the first group without even allowing them time to prepare. Wang Yu observed the 2 12-year-old students from the Dragon-style class, silently nodding in approval of their decent skill level. The growth rate of ninjas varies significantly between wartime and peacetime, influenced by the education provided by ninja schools and their external environments. For instance, Abito Uchiha, before awakening his Sharingan, was undeniably at the bottom of his class. Yet he graduated from Konoha in the 38th year and became a chunin at the tender age of 10, while students from peaceful times often do not graduate until the age of 12. Wang Yu noted that 95 of students during peacetime complete their studies at 12, such as Iruka, Mizuki, Aoyama Yamashiro, and Tsukikage Kaze, along with numerous unnamed supporting ninjas. When it came time for the 5th group, Wang Yu's former homeroom teacher, Kato Na, arrived on the field with all the students from his class. Upon seeing his friend Kato, Ikeda quickly decided to have Wang Yu oversee the students to prevent injuries while he conferred with Kato. Shortly thereafter, they reached a conclusion. Students from the 1st and 2nd classes, please stay aside after your matches and observe your peers to learn from their strengths and weaknesses. The students from both classes will now stand in their usual formations for a friendly sparring session against our new substitute teacher, who was once your classmate, Takaguri Wang Yu. Ikeda announced, with Kato reiterating the information. Once the class quieted down, Kato proclaimed, "Now, we shall proceed with the 6th group. Takaguri Wang Yu versus Yuhi Kurenai." Wang Yu was taken aback, unable to decipher the intentions of the 2 instructors. Although the incident involving the barbecue with Jonin Fuyu had been buried mere days ago, the entire village of Konoha was aware of Wang Yu's triumph over elite Chunin Fuyu more than 3 months prior. On the surface, it seemed somewhat unfair to have Wang Yu, who appeared to be of Chunin strength, face off against students who had yet to graduate from ninja school. Wang Yu speculated that the instructors intended to establish his authority as a substitute teacher, especially since he was now a certified educator, a colleague of theirs. And this was a direct order from the third Hokage. Upon hearing his name, Kurenai stepped forward confidently into the training ground. Ordinary genjutsu is a form of mental assault that, through the wielder's powerful consciousness combined with chakra, can induce a state of mental disarray in the opponent using seemingly innocuous yet subtle movements, sounds, substances, or objects, leading them to experience various illusions. Wang Yu, having mastered the 8 gates, could easily disregard the illusions cast by a genjutsu specialist like Kurenai. What intrigued him was the opportunity to fulfill a previously stated intention, to defeat all those who had mocked him in the past. Lin, who do you think will win? Obito inquired, seemingly concerned for Wang Yu's well-being. His motives for approaching Lin were unclear, possibly stemming from the immature hormonal changes he was experiencing. Wang Yu is the top genius of the ninja school, and now he has graduated to become our substitute teacher, so he will definitely win, Lin confidently replied. Though she had an unspoken caveat, Lin believed that while the early stages would favor Wang Yu, he might ultimately exhaust too much chakra and be outmatched by one of his classmates in the later rounds. In her childhood, in the 39th year of Konoha, Lin harbored feelings for Kakashi, treating Obito like a younger brother. By the 42nd year, Lin openly expressed her admiration for Obito, saying that she had always been watching him, a sentiment that did not convey romantic interest. Furthermore, in the 44th year, Obito discovered that Lin had sewn a protective charm into a gift prepared for Kakashi, indicating a level of affection. However, it is unlikely that a 12-year-old girl would openly disclose to her crush that she had crafted such a personal item for him. The official Naruto guidebook states that a medical kit symbolizes the essence of love. Hence, it seems reasonable to accept Lin's affection for Kakashi. Later, in the 46th year, Obito was trapped under a boulder while Kakashi and Lin were fleeing from a large enemy force. At a moment of life and death, Kakashi urged Lin to escape while he stayed behind, leading to a poignant exchange between them. This moment, filled with ellipses, allowed ample room for interpretation, showcasing the cunning of the narrative. The love triangle between Kakashi, Lin, and Obito has been dubbed the Minato Triangle, characterized by a lack of clear depiction of their emotions, instead relying on ambiguous details to generate discussion and speculation among fans. The subsequent events, including the Three Tails incident, saw Lin harboring the beast within her, risking a rampage upon returning to the village. In that critical moment, she chose to confront Kakashi with her lightning technique, a painful decision that culminated in her last words being his name, an indication of her deepest affections. In the world of Naruto, it is common for individuals to think of their most significant loved ones in their final moments, such as the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya, who both thought of Naruto, while Kakashi and Appo's thoughts lingered on Obito and Lin. Lin and Appo's name echoed solely in her final moments, emphasizing her unwavering love for Kakashi. When Obito faced his demise during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Lin reappeared, taking both their hands and revealing, "I have waited for you at the threshold of life and death for many years." This narrative complexity reflects the confusion in romantic relationships throughout the series and the inevitable decline of the plot and Appo's coherence over time. The death of Neji led to Hinata and Naruto's immediate union, provoking a plethora of bewildered reactions from longtime fans. Following this, the Fourth Great Ninja War concluded with battles that seemed to insult the audience's intelligence, culminating in Sasuke's use of a familial technique on Sakura. If the manga had featured real-time commentary, that page would likely have been inundated with countless expressions of confusion. The main storyline rushed to its conclusion, leaving the intricate relationships of the characters, particularly that of the trio from Minato's class, feeling as chaotic as a convoluted soap opera. One wonders whether the creators intended to appease fans of Naruto and Sakura by introducing Obito and Lin, or if they sought to prolong the narrative through Obito's banter with Naruto. Ultimately, it is clear that the creators faced significant challenges in crafting a coherent storyline amidst the pressures of serialization, leading to a cascade of missteps and inconsistencies. The accumulation of minor details spiraled to a point where the creators resorted to hastily concluding the saga. In closing, it is merely a personal interpretation of the complexities of Kakashi's relationships. Kakashi does not love anyone as he loves life. Indeed, he does not seem to cherish life itself. Aside from the White Fang of Konoha, who vanished from the narrative shortly after the birth of his son, Kakashi has remained largely alone, serving as a steadfast guardian for those and the ideals he holds dear throughout his life. He will not self-destruct, nor will he seek revenge upon the world. for such a path is trodden only by those who belittle themselves. He is a man devoid of personal dreams. A zen-like youth who will continue to live until he becomes life itself. Observing Kakashi's life, he lives for Rin, for Obito, for Konoha, yet never for himself. Having expressed this sorrowful truth, it is time for mischief to ensue. Rin despises Obito, for he is her rival in affection. Even a fervent admirer like Sakura would not sneak outside Sasuke's home at midnight to spy on him. Yet, both Obito and Rin did just that, disregarding their homes to covertly watch Kakashi. That night, Kakashi invited the two to dinner, for it is said that to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. With a single dish of fish, Kakashi managed to do just that. That evening, Obito, intoxicated, spoke recklessly and resolved to win Rin's affection, ensuring no one would contest him for Kakashi's attention. Similarly, Rin was determined to attract Obito, hoping to sway her rival and thus be with Kakashi. And then, well, the rest is left to your imagination. Obito retorted, "That's impossible. I believe Kurenai can win. Her written exam scores and family jutsu surpass those of Wang Yu, who barely shows up to school. Why did he not side with the top genius, Wang Yu?" Quite simply, Rin speaking on Wang Yu's behalf likely irked him, perhaps even without his own realization that jealousy had taken root. Who can say? Wang Yu's taijutsu is indeed formidable, yet his resistance to genjutsu remains uncertain. It is no wonder that Rin feels such uncertainty. A significant number of students believe Wang Yu's strength lies in his bone manipulation, rendering him invincible in close combat. However, Wang Yu could hardly divulge to his ordinary classmates that he is immune to the genjutsu of average J-nin. Wang Yu's true friends are few. Kimimaro, family members like Kushina, girlfriend Mikoto, and the Might father-son duo, with Tsunade and Minato being half-friends. The rest are mere passers-by at this moment. Wang Yu cannot genuinely regard Obito or Rin as close friends. As the battle commenced, with the voice of the Nin instructor Ikeda Takaki ringing out, the gazes of students from both classes turned toward the arena. To the astonishment of Kurenai and all spectators, Wang Yu unexpectedly closed his eyes as the fight began. Confused about her opponent's intentions, Kurenai raised her voice, asking, "What is the meaning of this? Do you find me so ugly that you must shield your eyes?" "I do not find you ugly. I am merely preparing for battle. Closing my eyes is the first step," Wang Yu replied, preparing to elevate the difficulty for himself while simultaneously vexing his opponent. Kurenai, nearly infuriated, thought, "Is closing my eyes the first step? Has this guy grown arrogant after claiming the title of top genius?" She became exceedingly annoyed and demanded, "How do you intend to fight with your eyes closed?" At that moment, Wang Yu mused, "I cannot disclose that I have opened the 8 gates. I can ignore the genjutsu of ordinary J-nin, even those of simple Sharingan. Ah, why am I so powerful? How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it feels," Wang Yu contemplated. Wishing to play the theme song he had drawn from the lottery, yet his words remained sharp, with a tone that suggested, "Since you inquired so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you," he explained. "Oh, about that. Although the ninja textbooks advise against revealing information to opponents, I shall clarify. Your entire clan consists of genjutsu users, and I close my eyes to counter your techniques. Since genjutsu primarily affects the 5 senses, and 99 of them rely on sight, theoretically, by merely shutting my eyes, most genjutsu and 99 of Sharingan techniques shall be rendered ineffective." Might Guy, observing, exclaimed, "A path has opened to counter genjutsu users." Obito quipped, "Are you foolish, Guy? How can one fight with closed eyes? It's akin to lighting a toilet." After a moment of disdainful reflection, Obito relished the rare opportunity to look down on another underachiever. Had Kurenai known Wang Yu better, she would not have been so quick to anger. "Then stick to your own decision, but you shall regret it if you lose," she warned, before disregarding Wang Yu's preparedness and swiftly throwing 2 shurikens at him. Although she is indeed a genjutsu specialist, this does not mean her offensive capabilities are solely confined to illusion. She is quite adept with shurikens and basic ninjutsu. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and enhanced his hearing by 10. As he heard the whistling of the shurikens, he sensed that Kurenai was quite serious, as the 2 shurikens hurtled directly toward his chest. Nonetheless, for any famous ninja in the anime world, it is nearly unheard of to fall victim to shurikens. A skeletal barrier enveloped Wang Yu's body as he extended a finger to deftly block the attack. Clang! Clang! The sound echoed as Kurenai's shurikens fell harmlessly to the ground. "Can't you open your eyes? If you don't, I shall think you detest me, that you find me unattractive," Kurenai exclaimed. Noticing Wang Yu's refusal to open his eyes, unable to land her genjutsu, She attempted to deceive him into revealing his sight. Such banter during combat is generally overlooked by instructors, as it may serve as a psychological tactic. Wang Yu pondered, Kurenai's future seems rather bleak. I pity this future single mother. After all, the sparring sessions at the Ninja Academy merely enhance students' combat experience. While speaking, Kurenai attempted to distract Wang Yu again, producing 2 more shurikens from her tool pouch and hurling them at him once more. With 2 more clangs, Wang Yu effortlessly deflected Kurenai and Oppo's shurikens. Aren't you supposed to be fighting with your eyes closed? She scoffed as Wang Yu opened his eyes. Confucius once said, "It is difficult to nurture a relationship with petty individuals and women." How true that is. You are the one who forced me to open my eyes. Yet you mock me for doing so. This girl's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Wang Yu lamented the truth in Confucius's words. Then thought, fortunately, your future husband is a Suma, while my Mikoto is caring and gentle. I am truly fortunate. Nonetheless, Wang Yu, stung by the mockery, remained undeterred by whether his opponent was male or female, his mischievous spirit refusing to back down. Didn't I mention? Closing my eyes is to counter your jinjutsu. Did you employ a jinjutsu just now? Were those words I heard? I will think you detest me, that you find me unattractive, some auditory illusion? Wang Yu countered, wearing a bewildered expression and mimicking Kurenai's tone. Indeed, feeling thwarted in her attempts, Kurenai became even more irate. In an instant, she launched 3 shurikens toward Wang Yu once more. Wang Yu deflected them again and remarked, you might as well stop throwing shurikens at me. If you don't use jinjutsu, you will certainly lose, for my bloodline is not to be trifled with. Moreover, you know well that I also train in traditional martial arts. As Wang Yu spoke, the astute Hong Yui noticed 2 shurikens tracing a vast arc towards her. When had this occurred, she had not perceived any indication of an attack from Wang Yu. How could he have launched the shurikens without a hint of warning? In truth, this was merely a playful trick on Wang Yu's part. Given that his opponent was a classmate and not an enemy, his intention was to either provoke tears or instill a lasting impression. The shurikens were designed to traverse her blind spot before suddenly appearing. Coupled with the fact that Wang Yu had employed only a moderate amount of force, as the shurikens collided and reached Hong's line of sight, their impact was insufficient, prompting her to swiftly block with her kunai. The sound of their clash resonated, yet Wang Yu's assault seemed ineffective. Just as she contemplated mocking Wang Yu's throwing technique, she suddenly heard an anxious voice shout, Hong, be careful, it's the shuriken shadow clone technique. I saw him forming seals with one hand. What? The white skeletal shuriken Wang Yu had thrown was indeed singular, yet he was also capable of executing the shuriken shadow clone technique with one hand. With the seals completed, that single shuriken multiplied into 2, then 4. However, Bone Club would be a more fitting name, as Wang Yu feared unintentionally applying excessive force or that the shuriken might be too sharp, potentially causing severe harm to Hong. Thus, he had opted for a blunter weapon. The 4 bone clubs surged towards Hong in a wide arc, 2 from above and 2 from below, with the latter skimming merely 10 centimeters from the ground. As the shuriken approached within a meter of her, it suddenly soared upward, fiercely targeting her vital points. Upon receiving the warning, Hong swiftly recognized her predicament and clumsily attempted to evade. Nevertheless, 2 of the bone clubs struck her arms, leaving behind dark bruises. Had there been no warning, those 4 clubs would have rendered her vital points vulnerable. Asuma Sarutobi, this is a duel between 2 individuals, a formal sparring session. Any external interference is strictly prohibited. Should you disrupt the battle again, I will summon your father for a discussion. Teacher Ikeda Takaki immediately admonished Asuma Sarutobi. What is wrong with the 3rd Hokage? His child makes a mistake and still behaves obediently before me. My name, Ikeda Takaki, carries weight. Do you understand? The tone of this Jonin teacher was filled with ire, showing no regard for Asuma's status as the 3rd Hokage's son. This was a decisive moment that could have determined the outcome, but due to Asuma's interference, it resulted in merely a trivial injury. Yes, teacher, Asuma Sarutobi dutifully lowered his head in acknowledgement of his fault. He realized he had erred when he instinctively shouted out as Hong was about to be harmed. The move that should have determined victory had instead resulted in an inconsequential minor injury, and this was entirely Asuma's responsibility. Yet Wang Yu was well aware that this was merely the result of Asuma Sarutobi's youthful exuberance, failing to learn proper restraint at such a tender age. Just like Obito, both of them were eager to escape the single life. Obito and Asuma took pleasure in teasing the vast pool of single onlookers. Hong Yuhi assessed her injuries, They were merely bruises and not severe. The greater concern was that her right hand, which gripped the kunai, remained numb. In an instant, she deduced the nature of Wang Yu's attack. "You infused your shuriken with lightning chakra?" Hong queried, her expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. It was known that only a handful of prodigies among the students at ninja school could skillfully employ various ninjutsu. More crucially, she had not seen Wang Yu form seals since the battle began, whereas Asuma had executed a single-handed seal behind him. This raised the question, how had he utilized lightning release? Wang Yu shrugged, offering no answer to Hong's inquiry. "I know you held back. Your bone shuriken is not sharp. But how did you manage the collision with the shuriken shadow clone and alter its attack trajectory?" She pressed, her determination evident. This time, Wang Yu responded, "Because my spirit of the mantis shrimp is ablaze. I am not afflicted with the Uchiha clan's red eye condition, which grants exceptional dynamic vision, and cannot perform their shuriken manipulation techniques. However, I have studied the materials and seen the puppet techniques from the sand village of the Wind Country. Thus I am aware of the existence of chakra threads. Forming seals with one hand to manipulate chakra threads is not overly challenging. Being a genius is often such a lonely endeavor. Chakra threads? For Hong, Wang Yu's explanation was less than illuminating. The ninja school did not delve into advanced knowledge. Such insights were typically reserved for discussions with elite jonin during graduation. For instance, in the anime, Kakashi only discussed the intricacies of the ice release and the prowess of the single-handed seal after encountering Hai Rinmaru. Wang Yu concocted a rationale, once again placing the blame on Orochimaru. The chakra threads were a secret technique of the Sand Village. Yet the esteemed Tsukumo Hatake had once wounded the third Kazekage and 2 puppet masters, acquiring many puppet techniques that I learned from Uncle Snake. Resolving one question, Hong swiftly posed another. "And what about the lightning chakra you infused into your chakra?" Since you asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction and maintain peace, to uphold love and true evil, I, as the charming and adorable genius character, will divulge this. Chakra threads can be rendered intangible and concealed, making them nearly imperceptible to anyone outside of the Uchiha clan and Appos, as Sharingan and the Hai-Jie clan and Appos, as Byakugan. As chakra threads are composed of chakra, they can naturally undergo property changes. Hong. Oh. Teacher. Oh. Classmates. Oh. Regarding chakra threads, even though the Jonin teacher Ikeda Takaki had experienced the Second Great Ninja War, he understood little. However, the concept of chakra property changes was beyond the scope of the ninja school's curriculum, making him unqualified to comprehend it in detail. At that moment, everyone was internally exclaiming, "What on earth are you talking about? I can understand it when you break it down into individual words or phrases, but when combined, I am utterly lost." They began to observe the reactions of their peers beside them. Some nodded incessantly. Could it be that he understood? In a bid to avoid appearing too ignorant or foolish, they all seemingly adopted the demeanor of the courtiers from the story of the Emperor's New Clothes, beginning to nod along. Mike Guy was a straightforward child, wanting to inquire about his classmates and Appos' opinions. "Abido, do you understand Wang Yu and Appos' meaning?" "Huh? Me? Hiki. Of course, I understand. Do you need me to explain it in detail?" Although Mike Guy was not particularly sharp-witted and sometimes acted like a simpleton, his earnest disposition suggested he could be quite astute. After casting a deep glance at Abido, Mike Guy declared, "No, you don't need to explain. I think I understand." In the sparring arena, Hong Yuhi, after much effort, ultimately abandoned her quest to comprehend Wang Yu's words. "I do not know if what you say is true. However, it matters little. Since you are invincible in close combat with overwhelming physical prowess, I shall defeat you with my strongest genjutsu." Hong resolved to forego the shurikens, refraining from employing taijutsu or ninjutsu, for she recognized that these 2 avenues would yield no effect against Wang Yu before her. Thus, she resorted to her most adept illusion technique. Yui Kurenai swiftly began hand signs, invoking the genjutsu, tree-binding death. This was an A-rank illusion, the most advanced technique that Kurenai had mastered at present. In the official novel The New Chronicles of Konoha, The Secret Techniques of the Hidden Leaf, it is mentioned that this technique was created by the Yuhi clan during the era of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Initially, it was devised to deceive opponents into believing they were being manipulated by wood-release techniques, ensnaring them in an illusion that made them question whether they were truly battling the legendary Senju Hashirama or if he was among their ranks, instilling a profound fear. As the unparalleled wielder of wood release, The renowned first Hokage's fame spread throughout the ninja world, which inspired the Yuhi clan to develop this powerful illusion. As Kurenai executed the technique, her form vaporized into thin air, while a phantom tree silently materialized behind Wang Yu, its branches ensnaring his arms and legs. At that moment, Kurenai emerged from the tree, poised to deliver a lethal strike. This A-rank illusion was something that students at the Ninja Academy could never hope to counter. If executed flawlessly, even nin instructors like Ikeda Takaki or Kato Niji would find themselves overwhelmed. However, sensing the gravity of the situation, Aizawa-sensei realized too late that he could not intervene in time. The tree-binding death was indeed an impressive illusion, but who was its intended target? The underwhelming Wang Yu. As Kurenai cautiously approached Wang Yu's back and found him unresponsive, she believed her illusion had taken effect. Just as a victorious smile began to surface on her face, Wang Yu suddenly moved. To Wang Yu, an A-rank illusion was akin to an empty threat. If faced with future Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shisui utilizing their Meijiki Sharingan, only then might Wang Yu find himself in peril. Suddenly, an abundance of calcified bones erupted from his body, immobilizing Kurenai's limbs. With her arms bruised and pain surging through her, Kurenai and Appo's kunai clattered to the ground. Wang Yu, turning his back to Kurenai, enhanced his tactile sensitivity in his skeletal structure by 10, lowered his head slightly, and formed two spherical bone protrusions to collide with her eyes. After the impact, tears streaming down her face, Kurenai found herself freed from Wang Yu's grasp. Frustration and pain consumed her as she realized she had likely developed dark circles under her eyes. "Wang Yu, you heartless brute, destined to be alone for eternity," she cried, indignantly sprinting back to her classroom, disregarding the outcome of their sparring session. At that moment, Asuma Saratobi shot Wang Yu a fierce glare before following Kurenai's departure. For him, the prospect of combat had become a trivial matter. The consequences of skipping practical lessons and ignoring the teacher and Appo's directives were merely an invitation for a visit from the third Hokage, which he deemed inconsequential. In the end, Asuma would undoubtedly choose to protect his beloved Kurenai over facing the third Hokage's reprimand. Kurenai had showcased her prowess, while Wang Yu was well known for his nin's strength and role as a substitute teacher. It was only natural for Kurenai to lose. Prompting Ikeda Takaki to announce the evaluation loudly, the battle concludes. In this sparring session, Kurenai is rated as excellent. To be honest, when Kurenai had unleashed her B-rank illusion, he had expected Wang Yu to falter, yet he was astounded to see Wang Yu dismiss Kurenai's A-rank illusion entirely. As a nin instructor, he still could not comprehend how Wang Yu had withstood Kurenai's illusion. It is worth noting that even as a nin, he would find it nearly impossible to resist an A-rank illusion without assistance from teammates to break free. The first victory had come easily, and Wang Yu was elated, having turned Kurenai into a panda-eyed figure. With Kurenai and the second Hokage's Asuma Saratobi departing, the students continued to buzz with excitement, astonished by Wang Yu's single-handed hand signs that had rendered Kurenai's A-rank illusion ineffective. Moreover, Wang Yu had managed to reduce the esteemed Kurenai to tears with just a few strikes, seemingly achieving victory with ease. Following Kurenai's evaluation of excellence, Ikeda Takaki promptly announced the challengers for the next two matches, the infatuated Obito Uchiha and Orochimaru's other disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Uchiha Obito would challenge Wang Yu, and this match was expected to be devoid of intrigue. Unsurprisingly, Obito, lacking the power of the Meijiki Sharingan, would not endure more than 3 seconds against Wang Yu, swiftly succumbing to a blow from Wang Yu's bone club. This technique, shrouded in secrecy, was the Hidden Leaf's ultimate body technique, the 1,000-year kill. Although categorized as an E-rank technique, it required forming the tiger seal with both hands and targeting the weakest point in the enemy's chakra, an area best left untouched. The effects of this technique were undeniably formidable, inducing pain akin to 1,000 years of suffering, potentially leaving a lifelong scar. Fearing contact with such an unholy area, Wang Yu opted to use his bone club instead of his hands, discarding it after striking Obito. The third match saw Mitarashi Anko challenge Wang Yu, following in her friend Kurenai's footsteps and receiving a pair of panda eyes of her own. After Obito was escorted back to the medical room by the school nurse, Anko rushed back to the classroom, tears in her eyes, seeking solace among her classmates. With numerous lesser-known or currently weak characters stepping into the fray, Wang Yu finally awaited the entrance of another friend. Ikeda Takaki announced, "Now, for the 40th match, Might Guy challenges Wang Yu." "Wonderful. Wang Yu, this is fate. Let us settle our youthful rivalry." Upon hearing his name, Might Guy could hardly contain his excitement and dashed to the center of the sparring arena. Wang Yu felt a twinge of unease regarding this challenge. It wasn't that he feared losing to Guy. Rather, he was concerned about the consequences of emerging victorious. Though Wang Yu usually bore a weight tenfold that of Guy's during their rigorous training runs, he still outpaced him. Consequently, the ever-competitive Guy often trained secretly and on occasion. Wang Yu found himself nursing Guy's overexertion injuries. Now, if Wang Yu were to win, he could only imagine the potential for a double or even quadruple training session that awaited him later that evening. At present, Wang Yu contemplated how to subtly allow Guy a chance at victory, ideally resulting in a stalemate. However, asking the universally recognized undefeated close-quarters combat master to intentionally lose was akin to posing a complex riddle to an ordinary individual. A snail must climb to the top of a tree that stands 15 meters tall. It ascends 17 meters during the day, but slips back 17 meters at night. How many days will it take for the snail to reach the top? Moreover, Wang Yu harbored little anticipation for this battle. Although Guy's training was undoubtedly intense, Wang Yu's capabilities were tenfold greater, augmented by his bone release. At this moment, Might Guy was truly no match for him, regardless of whether he had unlocked the first gate of the 8 gates and reached a state of no residual effects. The battle commenced. Leaf Whirlwind. After teacher Ikeda announced the commencement of the battle, Might Guy launched a swift assault on Wang Yu. He leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful horizontal kick aimed at Wang Yu's head. However, without the advantage of speed and strength, Guy's airborne attack proved ill-timed, exposing vulnerabilities that could be easily exploited. Clearly, before Guy's kick could connect with Wang Yu, his ankle was firmly grasped by Wang Yu's single hand. At that moment, Wang Yu could hardly conceive a subtle way to let Guy off the hook, so he decided to go with the flow. With a twist of his waist and abdomen, Wang Yu executed a spin, effortlessly throwing Might Guy to the ground, despite the fact that the principles of Tai Chi he attempted to employ were in vain. As Might Guy fell, he disregarded his pain and shouted, "Youth requires training. This is merely the first round. Let us go again." He sprang to his feet and charged at Wang Yu once more. This time, however, Guy had learned from his previous experience, stabilizing his stance and launching a right hook aimed at Wang Yu's left cheek. Wang Yu effortlessly blocked the incoming fist with his palm and then hooked his right foot towards Guy's calf, causing him to stumble and nearly fall towards Wang Yu. Although Might Guy often exhibited a playful demeanor akin to that of Might Dai, it was his relentless effort and refusal to concede that earned Wang Yu's respect. Thus, Wang Yu resolved to unleash a fraction of his true strength to defeat him. "All right, no more holding back. You can double your training," he thought, knowing he would ultimately have to assist in treating any potential aftereffects. With this determination, Wang Yu executed a version of the 8 extremes technique, pressing mountain, without chakra, sending the falling Guy soaring into the air. This technique, seemingly powered by his shoulder, combined the twisting forces of his waist, abdomen, and hips. It channeled the strength of Wang Yu's upper body towards Might Guy, imparting tremendous force that sent him crashing to the ground. The impact felt akin to being struck by a speeding automobile. Guy's body involuntarily lifted off the ground, and, after a brief moment suspended in the air, he landed heavily on the ground. Lying there, Might Guy felt as though his internal organs had been jolted from their places. He attempted to rise but was met with protests from his body. The outcome of this confrontation was evident. Might Guy was knocked out. At that moment, Wang Yu noticed teacher Ikeda standing dumbfounded, prompting him to say, "Teacher Ikeda, it's time to announce the evaluation." Seeing Wang Yu utilize sheer physical strength to send a skilled Might Guy flying without unleashing chakra left Ikeda somewhat astonished. All right. Although Wang Yu had swiftly defeated Might Guy, the latter's speed and strength were displayed impressively, far surpassing that of an ordinary student. Yet, he was ultimately up against the stronger Wang Yu. Ikeda could certainly recognize Might Guy's prowess and declared the results. In this sparring challenge, Might Guy receives an excellent rating. After announcing the results, Ikeda admonished, "Take care, Takakuri. As a teacher, you must not employ such powerful techniques against students." Upon hearing the sound of Guy's landing, Ikeda expressed concern about the potential displacement of his internal organs. "Let us halt the match. I'll call for a medical ninja." "Okay, I'll be more careful next time. But there is no need to call anyone. My aunt is Tsunade, and she has taught me healing techniques." Wang Yu replied before heading over to treat Might Guy. The onlooker, Noera Rin, was astounded by Wang Yu's multifaceted abilities, her mouth agape in astonishment. If one were to observe Rin's reaction at that moment, Obito's jealousy would undoubtedly resurface. But why was Noera Rin so surprised? The answer was clear. She had recently begun formal training with medical ninjas, thus comprehending the significance of Wang Yu's ability to wield healing techniques. These techniques, employed by exceptional medical ninjas, allowed for remarkable recovery speeds from both internal and external injuries through the release of chakra. Even within Tsunade's medical class, few could master such skills, particularly the unique healing technique that could provide treatment from a meter away. In the 38th year of Konoha, this technique was initially used solely for emergency medical aid. But due to its high demands for chakra control, very few could employ it, only around 10 individuals besides Tsunade. Although Ikeda did not summon a medical ninja, Kato, who was observing the battlefield, promptly called for one upon noticing Might Guy's incapacitated state. As more spectators gathered, the arrival of knowledgeable ninjas transformed their initial curiosity into astonishment after explanations were provided. Obito, after being examined, was found to be relatively unharmed, as the boy's body techniques were primarily psychological in nature. One could recall how Kakashi had playfully used the 1,000 Years of Death technique on Naruto without causing any significant injury. Feeling apprehensive, Obito covered himself, worried that Rin might end up with panda eyes from Wang Yu's actions, and he quickly returned to the training grounds. Upon witnessing Wang Yu's successful treatment of Might Guy, Obito rushed over, demanding, "Wang Yu, how could you employ such a despicable technique?" Wang Yu merely responded by crafting a lifelike white chrysanthemum from bone. When Obito received no verbal reply, and instead a mocking insinuation, he felt an uncomfortable sensation. This is so despicable. You even injured Guy. Your methods are ruthless." Obito, frustrated by Wang Yu's silence regarding the so-called despicable techniques, retorted, "Well, it's only natural for the final strike to lack restraint. However, it is essential to respect Guy as an opponent by using my full strength." He added, "When I battled you, I used the corpse bone technique, and when facing Guy, I employed martial arts. Should I, as a substitute teacher, hold back even more in a match against you?" Uchiha Obito pondered momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Wang Yu's words were quite reasonable. After all, no one wished for the instructor overseeing the battles to be overly lenient. Everyone desired their teacher to take the match seriously, to recognize their shortcomings and achieve greater growth. Ikeda, not harboring any significant bias against the Uchiha child, urged, "Obito, return to your team quickly and don't disturb teacher Takakuri during his challenge." Seizing the opportunity to step down, Obito swiftly complied, responding, "Understood, Teacher Ikeda," before darting back to his spot with lightning speed. Concerned for his student's safety, Ikeda turned to the medical ninja conducting another examination, asking, "Might Guy is all right?" "Isn't?" The medical ninja reassured him. "Teacher Takakuri's healing technique is impressive. He is completely fine and can rejoin his team. However, it is indeed rare to see someone so thoroughly defeated in a spar." Awkward. Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly, mimicking a gesture reminiscent of Pan Pan. "I'm fine. Injuries are inevitable in sparring. He respects me enough to use greater strength to defeat me. If I cannot win, it merely reflects my lack of skill. I accept my defeat graciously. My strongest father once said, on the road of youth, setbacks and hardships are unavoidable. We must all strive, even if all our efforts seem futile. But that is the essence of youth." Upon finishing, Might Guy emulated his father's flamboyant gesture, raising his right hand and giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming with a radiant effect. The 40th battle concluded with Might Guy returning to his team. In the 42nd match, Wang Yu encountered a pair of everlasting companions, Shinue Izumi and Gongzi Tai. At this point, the two were still novices, lacking the synergy that would develop later, and they each challenged Wang Yu separately, ultimately falling victim to his whimsical wood-leaf fluid technique. In the 43rd match, Wang Yu faced Noera Rin. In the training ground, Rin admonished Wang Yu, reminding him not to forget what he had just told Obito. To engage in battle without holding back is a true mark of respect for one's opponent. If Wang Yu were to unleash his full strength as he did against Hong Do and Hong, one could only imagine that the love-stricken Uchiha Obito would evolve into a formidable steel Garurumon and rush to the fray. But alas, who is Wang Yu? A legendary hero? No, I misspoke. A legendary sword saint. Without hesitation, Wang Yu disregarded such concerns and delivered a striking blow to the evasive Noera Rin, leaving her with noticeable panda eyes. Rin felt the sting, suppressing her tears of grievance, and with red-rimmed eyes, she returned to her team without a backward glance after Ikeda Takaki announced her passing grade. As Uchiha Obito was preparing to evolve into Steel Garurumon, he realized that his beloved Rin needed comfort more than anything. Thus, Obito shot a fierce glare at Wang Yu before rushing to console Rin. In the 44th match, Uzumaki Kushina challenged Wang Yu. As Ikeda Takaki announced the list of challengers, Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. This is Tsukuyomi, Mikoto and Appo's close friend and my family. I can go all out against Kimimaro, but Kushina is a girl. What should I do? An idea struck Wang Yu, and he promptly raised his hand, addressing his fellow Chunin, Teacher Ikeda, Teacher Jingue. I have been using the palm healing technique on my guy, which has left me utterly fatigued. After enduring several matches, I find myself unable to continue. Ikeda Takaki appeared somewhat skeptical, yet acknowledged the possibility that Wang Yu's claim could be genuine. The palm healing technique demands precise chakra control and is indeed exhausting. Given Wang Yu's age, the number of individuals capable of wielding such techniques is minimal. Perhaps he truly was unable to persist. Very well, Ikeda conceded, after over 40 matches. Your abilities have been recognized, and your position as a substitute teacher is confirmed. He nodded at Wang Yu, granting him permission to rest. Then announced loudly, the 44th match is void. We shall now resume practical training among the students. In truth, Wang Yu was confident that regardless of whether he persisted until the end, his strength and status would be acknowledged. Moreover, if he were unable to restrain his mischievous heart, he might inadvertently reduce Kushina to a state of panda eyes as well. The outcome would be nothing short of disastrous. Thus, after exchanging silent glances with Kushina, and perceiving a hint of understanding in her eyes, Wang Yu swiftly departed the arena, seeking a clean space to relax. Was Wang Yu truly exhausted? Certainly not. He remained as vibrant as ever. If granted a mobile broadband connection to Earth, he could engage in his League of Legends account for an astonishing 49 days without a moment's pause. Each day, Wang Yu rose at dawn to train, fulfilled his duties as a substitute teacher in the morning, enjoyed a delightful lunch with Mikoto, and while students attended their knowledge classes in the afternoon, he would study medical ninjutsu under Tsunade and inquire about various strength-related matters. Evenings were spent training alongside the Might father and son. During holidays, he and Mikoto would spread affection throughout the village of Konoha. Alas, the only one suffering was Kushina, as Minato, being a Nin, frequently undertook B-rank or A-rank missions, often absent for 10 days to half a month, leaving Kushina overwhelmed with dog food. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it had been 28 days since Wang Yu began his tenure as a teacher at the ninja school. Soon the graduation exams would arrive. Unfortunately, these exams bore no relevance to Wang Yu, who had already ascended to the rank of Genin. By the rules, he should have qualified as a Chunin. For the minimum requirement for the Umbu is indeed Chunin rank. However, Wang Yu was a beneficiary of connections, such as life. Exceptional individuals possess an irresistible charm, irrespective of their circumstances. Allow me a moment to bask in my own pride. During this period, Wang Yu frequently left several classes students with panda eyes or blooming chrysanthemums. Most of the graduating classes witnessed a tremendous surge in practical combat abilities, albeit with a mix of pain and joy. Consequently, Wang Yu earned 2 nicknames, the Ruthless Flower Destroyer Panda Hero and the Heartless Chrysanthemum Hero. From these monikers, it was clear that he had become a figure of both fear and admiration among the male and female ninjas of this graduating class. Kushina, you seem particularly cheerful today, completely devoid of that previous frown, Wang Yu remarked to her. In truth, with the impending graduation of this year's ninja students, Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, was forcibly retained in the ninja ranks. Therefore, she had been irritable for several days, yet today her mood unexpectedly brightened, which was indeed peculiar. After all, nearly 5 months had passed since Wang Yu's return to Konoha with Orochimaru. Through this time spent together, even without watching the anime, Wang Yu had gleaned a considerable understanding of Kushina's character and disposition. Could it be that your graduation from ninja school is within reach? Wang Yu ventured. For the next few days, do not mention the word graduation in my presence. It was evident from Wang Yu's words that a particular keyword displeased Kushina. However, if it were not related to the graduation exams, what could possibly be the reason for Kushina's newfound joy? Oh, I see. It must be love. Is your dear little Minato coming back? Before Wang Yu could finish his thought, he received a sharp jab to the head. You, a mere child. Know far too much. And your tone is far too familiar. It's revolting. Was Kushina embarrassed? Indeed, for Wang Yu had correctly surmised that today Namake's Minato would return to Konoha. Wang Yu thought to himself, how absurd, you double-standard individual. It's truly unreasonable. I am the same age as you. Why must you create such fuss? Moreover, little Kushina, you have called me and Mikoto similar affectionate names before. Girls can be so tempestuous. Let me, Detective Wang, analyze the situation. The cause of your agitation can only stem from one thing. The truth is singular. Kushina, you have matured too early, and a relative is coming to visit. But enough jesting. Although Kushina occasionally delivered a solid punch to Wang Yu, he regarded her as family. Kushina, with her forthright personality, did not hold back with Wang Yu, indicating a deep-seated familial bond. Given your reaction, it seems Minato's mission has concluded, and he is returning soon. Correct? Wang Yu inquired, rubbing his slightly sore head. How did you know Minato was returning? Am I that obvious? Kushina responded, but he is on an A-rank mission, and today marks the agreed return date. Kushina was quite open with Wang Yu, often sharing her secrets with him. A few years ago, after Minato graduated, Kushina had not. Even a year prior, when 4-year-old Kakashi started school, Kushina, despite her sufficient strength, remained ungraduated. She had confided in Wang Yu the reasons behind her inability to graduate. Kushina, who has long been unable to graduate, walks through the streets with an aura that seems to proclaim, "Do not provoke me." Even the Uchiha clan, notorious for their Sharingan, would think twice before inciting her wrath, as she is more than capable of delivering a few well-placed punches. After all, she is a relative of the first Hokage's wife, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a secret known only to the upper echelons of Konoha. Her boyfriend, though yet to attain the legendary title of the Yellow Flash, possesses considerable prowess, having been taken under the wing of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and is regarded as a true genius among the common folk of the village. Had Kushina graduated early and embarked on missions as a genin, her jonin boyfriend, Minato Namikaze, along with the Umbu tasked with safeguarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, would have found their duties entirely centered around her protection. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, often chided Kushina in a manner reminiscent of a concerned matriarch, urging her to remain in the academy. Yet, Kushina yearned for the thrill of missions, refusing to become a mere cage bird. However, as a member of the Uzumaki clan and having spent years in Konoha, she had come to see it as her second home, reluctantly acquiescing to Hiruzen's directives and remaining at the academy. Thus, for many years, Kushina was obliged to endure her status as a forced non-graduate, with Hiruzen assigning her to classes. Consequently, from the moment Wang Yu, recognized by Kushina, entered the Umbu, he was destined to become her guardian ninja. This also signified that Kushina would finally graduate this year. A curious thought arises. Why was there not a single Uchiha who activated their Meijiki Sharingan during the clan's massacre? Let us not mention Fugaku, as that was a narrative invention of the films, distinct from the original works, akin to the Boruto series, which I shall critique later. Furthermore, Fugaku did not awaken his eyes during the massacre. Previous accounts have indicated the implausibility of his activation. With so many Uchiha wielding the three-tomo Sharingan, one would expect a lament. Brother, you have fallen. Sister, you too have perished. Father. Mother. Uncle. And why then was there not a single Meijiki Sharingan awakened amidst such tragedy? Moreover, I reflect on the conclusion of Naruto, which strikes me as rather tragic. Naruto fulfilled his dream of becoming Hokage and reuniting with his best friend, Sasuke. Sasuke, too, relinquished his thirst for vengeance and embraced a warmer disposition. Hinata married Naruto, while Sakura wed Sasuke. However, upon deeper contemplation, one realizes that the passionate boy, who once deemed hard work as paramount, ultimately found himself bestowed with extraordinary powers. Perhaps it is a natural occurrence for protagonists to gain such advantages, leading us to overlook this disparity. The definition of a ninja, as initially articulated by Jiraiya, emerged during his pursuit of the Sound Village's whereabouts, where he proclaimed that a true ninja is one who endures various hardships without yielding, embodying unwavering perseverance. Naruto epitomized this tenacity, overcoming all manner of suffering. Yet, the arrival of Uchiha Madara delivered a resounding slap to the faces of all who had toiled. Regardless of the efforts of the 5 Kage or others against Madara, their endeavors seemed futile. The essence of true ninjutsu may have vanished after Jiraiya's death, with Might Guy's 8 Gates transformation marking the end of an era. Even when saved by Naruto, Guy was rendered a shell of his former self. A bitter irony indeed. In the end, the emergence of Madara, who overshadowed the 5 Kage, negated the efforts of many. While this trope is understandable, where the formidable boss must be vanquished by the protagonist through either idealism or sheer power. The later narratives often render the diligent individuals as inconsequential. It is indeed disheartening, is it not? Now, I must voice my disdain for Boruto, which represents the most tragic conclusion, akin to a heap of refuse. A boy who aspired to become Hokage, Naruto, has achieved his dream, yet, with Shikamaru, the most intelligent of Konoha, at his side, he still finds no respite. In comparison to Tsunade and Kakashi, who shouldered the village's burdens single-handedly, Naruto's efforts seem woefully inadequate. A boy, once solitary and beset by pain, now overlooks the companionship his children require, unable to express the warmth he harbors. A seasoned ninja, who forged a new world, is derided by his own offspring as a failure. A man who nurtured both the 4th and 7th Hokages, as a direct disciple of the 3rd, and mentored 3 illustrious students, is, 2 decades hence, forgotten, with not a single ninja to pay their respects. Even a solitary attendant for a memorial is absent. A boy who became the strongest in the ninja world at 16 is portrayed in his 30s as lesser than a mere academy student. A man who believed that effort and perseverance defined a true ninja now sees his own child resorting to deceit. In a world of ninjas that disregards 99 of physical principles, the emergence of cyborgs is perplexing. Would the meticulous Orochimaru, a scientist and philosopher, truly seek to create his own offspring? Even as the latter chapters of Naruto devolved into chaos, they pale in comparison to the devastation wrought by Boruto. Boruto is indeed the ruin of Naruto, particularly the television adaptations, which tarnish the legacy I hold dear. Imagine if, one day, Orochimaru's experiments inadvertently resurrected Uchiha Madara. Upon awakening, Madara would shatter the confines of his coffin and roar, "Who dares to awaken me?" Orochimaru would cautiously explain, "My lord, it was an accident." At that moment, Madara would recall his final conversation with his dear friend Hashirama before his demise and inquire, "Orochimaru, what era is this? What has transpired?" Orochimaru would recount the events of Boruto in full detail. Madara would ponder, "It seems rather impressive. They appear quite adept." Just then, the writers of Boruto would pass by, casting a cold glance at Madara, who would sense an ominous foreboding and hastily retreat to his room. There, he would discover Orochimaru's computer, quickly learning its functions, and gleefully open the Boruto anime to witness the antics of Naruto and Sasuke. Upon encountering Boruto, Madara would find himself in fits of laughter. However, when he reached episode 65, a chill would run down his spine, realizing that these 2 comrades still possessed formidable strength. Amidst his raucous laughter, he would mutter, "That little Bratanoki is growing increasingly useless." Then, upon witnessing Sasuke execute the Uchiha technique, the embrace of love, Madara would lower his proud head, tears moistening the surface of the computer. He would come to understand that the era of ninjas has indeed transformed, grasping the significance of the earlier dispassionate gaze. We are left uncertain whether he weeps for the child resembling Izuna who is bullied, or for the Uchiha descendants who have proven themselves lacking. Or perhaps he foresees the tumult that awaits him upon his revival. The once arrogant Uchiha Madara would return to his coffin, once more relinquishing his reincarnation. "Hashirama," he would lament, "did you witness this? The future you entrusted to Naruto is but this. What a mockery it is." A day later, Orochimaru inadvertently resurrected Hashirama Senju. Hashirama, upon awakening and seeing Orochimaru, questioned, "Orochimaru, has Madara's younger brother revived again? Is he causing trouble once more?" Orochimaru, prostrate on the ground, cautiously reiterated, "First Hokage. It was truly an accident. I was merely experimenting and inadvertently summoned you." Hashirama responded, no matter, send me back then." But wait. How is Konoha faring these days? Orochimaru remained silent, fearing that the god of shinobi before him would vent his anger upon learning of the current state of affairs. "First Hokage, I have a computer in my room, and I've subscribed to Yuboku. Why don't you take a look?" Hashirama, with a beaming smile, entered the room, remarking, "That lad Naruto should be doing well. I see potential in him. And Sasuke should be obedient now, too." However, as Hashirama watched several episodes of Boruto, the smile gradually vanished from his face. "Damn it, Naruto, you incompetent fool. You can't even manage being Hokage properly. Learn from me. Even pacifying a chaotic world from scratch wasn't as exhausting as you. And Boruto, you little brat. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? You're squandering my expectations." A barrage of angry curses echoed incessantly, causing the entire courtyard's buildings to teeter precariously due to Hashirama's erupting chakra. "I'll endure. I'll keep enduring." I believe things will improve. At that moment, Hashirama clicked on episode 65 of Boruto. Oh, impressive. This coordinated teamwork is truly exquisite. I didn't expect you to be fighting so well. You Haven and Appos, T disappointed me. And Boruto should be more sensible now, too. A warm smile gradually reappeared on Hashirama and Appos' face. Alas, the respite was fleeting. Although Hashirama cherished the current peace, he found it difficult to tolerate the constant stream of traitors and imbeciles continually pushing the boundaries of his patience. It was until Hashirama witnessed Momoshiki Otsutsuki traveling back in time. Tsunade is just as I remember her. My dear granddaughter. Grandpa misses you. But then, in the blink of an eye, what in the world, Sasuke, what are you doing? Hashirama, with a murderous aura, stormed out of the room and addressed Orochimaru. Summon my brother and that little monkey, and don't forget the fourth Hokage. I'm going to give Naruto a proper scolding. And that Boruto, that traitorous wretch. I and Appos, LL show him what a true ninja is. And Appos, S said that the fourth Hokage, upon seeing Boruto, was so infuriated that he couldn't Appos, T sleep. Rumor has it that Kushina's red hair nearly flew to the sun. As for Jiraiya, he remains motionless at the bottom of the sea, with no one searching for him. Nagato, he had already sacrificed himself to save Konoha. And Niji Hyuga, he has been completely forgotten. In the realm of shonen manga, the greatest tragedy isn't the death of a pivotal character. The demise of the physical body may herald the passing of spiritual will. As seen in the deaths of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. In my view, the most poignant tragedy lies in the erosion of youthful ardor. As one ages and accumulates life experiences, one is gradually molded and smoothed by the world, losing the edges that once defined them. The youth who once stood alone against the crowd, shouting and running tirelessly in pursuit of ideals, now has a soul etched with wrinkles. The face that once laughed freely, that once bravely confronted Zabuza, Gaara, Nagato, the Akatsuki, and Kagaya, that once faced one formidable foe after another, now laments the fact that the spirited youth who stood high atop Gamabunta, enveloped in golden light, is now weighed down by work and pressure, unable to lift his head. What profound sorrow this is. To jest and jest, it is as if a little hero has been forced into an office. One who should be enjoying life in a peaceful and harmonious shinobi world has become a soulless automaton in an alternative society. Smiles can only be forced, barely managing to appear. Are you kidding me? Do you think I can and Appos, T tell you and Appos, Ria fake Makoto Uchiha? After a brief conversation with Goxin Nai, Wang Yu was soon joined by Mizuki, while Mei-chin had left to carry out a mission. To avoid the discomfort of witnessing romantic moments, Wang Yu unhesitatingly headed to his usual training spot. With the upcoming graduation exams, students were given a brief respite to prepare in optimal condition for the practical assessments, allowing Wang Yu ample time without the burden of being a challenger. In the familiar training grounds near the Valley of the End, he engaged in an intense regimen. Before long, noon arrived. Wang Yu approached the riverbank and casually rinsed off his sweat-soaked body, habitually replenishing his energy, preparing to enjoy a delightful rabbit in the bento left by Mei-chin. At that moment, a figure approached him. Wang Yu was taken aback, not immediately rushing to embrace Mei-chin. Mei-chin, how did you get here? Hee, of course. I stealthily followed you when you weren't paying attention. Goxin Nai grinned at Wang Yu, extending her hand and playfully waving it in the air. In her small hand was a bento of ordinary size. I was worried you wouldn't eat well, so I brought you a loving lunch. Upon seeing Uchiha Mei-chin's visage, Wang Yu instinctively broke into a warm smile, though a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Uchiha Mei-chin, with a playful smile, approached Wang Yu, carrying the bento. Wang Yu extended one hand to receive the bento while the other discreetly formed seals behind his back, preparing his own technique. In the instant Uchiha Mei-chin reached him with the bento box, it was suddenly flung open with a flash, revealing a menacing blade that pierced Wang Yu's body. Simultaneously, the figure of Uchiha Mei-chin transformed into a man, half of his face concealed by a mask, his eyes radiating a chilling glare. It appeared that the test assigned to him by the formidable Kakuzu, who managed to survive a confrontation with the true god of the ninja world, had been successfully completed. It was time to retreat swiftly. The Konoha Umbu would soon be upon him. Huang Shaoying shook his head coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Yu's lifeless form. Due to Konoha's reputation as the strongest village, Huang Shaoying had gone to great lengths to eliminate a mere child. And now he faced the impending pursuit of Konoha's renowned Umbu experts, a vexing predicament indeed. However, your life, little brat, will serve as a fitting tribute and task reward, ensuring my place as an S-rank rogue ninja under Lord Kakazu. Just as he prepared to turn and withdraw, intending to extract the katana that had pierced Wang Yu's body, Huang Xiao Enying was startled by an unusual sound, the sound of a substitute wooden stake being pulled free. Sure enough, the body that had been pierced transformed into a wooden stake inscribed with special runes. When had he formed the seals? Why had he not detected the casting of the substitution technique? In the next instant, the seasoned intuition of the Jonin, Huang Xiao Enying, warned him of imminent danger. A chilling sensation enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled away, employing the fastest and most potent defensive technique, Earth-style, hardening technique. Yet, a ferocious force surged forth, crashing into his hardened body, which was as tough as river stones. National martial arts, monstrous strength, tenfold amplification. After replacing the wooden stake with his own body from his spatial ring, Wang Yu leapt forth, delivering a devastating punch aimed at Huang Xiao Enying's spine, determined to incapacitate him and make him experience the ancient tortures. While facing the assassin, he had initially intended to toy with him, but the audacity of impersonating Mei Qin was intolerable. The genuine Mei Qin was well aware of Wang Yu's appetite, always consuming 10 large bento boxes or freshly prepared meals, never carrying an ordinary-sized bento. The real Mei Qin would never stalk Wang Yu. She preferred to run alongside him, holding his hand, waiting at the finish line to wipe his sweat when he tired. Thus, from the very beginning, Wang Yu had sensed that this Mei Qin was a counterfeit. However, are the Umbu ninjas and sensory ninjas of Konoha truly so inept? Can even an outsider assassin infiltrate so easily? With a resounding crash, Wang Yu unleashed a fierce counterattack against Huang Xiao Enying, who was sent hurtling away. After being propelled dozens of meters, he landed against a rock, which cracked and splintered like a spider and ant. Oppo's S-web. Huang Xiao Enying, possessing exceptional combat experience, had activated the Earth-style, hardening technique prior to the attack. Nevertheless, having been penetrated by the monstrous strength, he rose again, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, how did you see through my disguise? Huang Xiao Enying spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with hatred and confusion. Your aura, her habits, and the unmistakable differences in your skeletal structure. Wang Yu observed Huang Xiao Enying with a cruel intensity. No matter how convincingly you disguise yourself, she is my beloved. Her essence and daily habits are impossible to perfectly replicate. Furthermore, while I cannot control your bones, discerning gender through the differences in skeletal structure is trivial. The human skull comprises 29 bones, connected by sutures except for the mandible. These tiny gaps allow for minimal movement, yet I can sense the sizes of your sutures, enabling me to gauge your age. Is that so? Huang Xiao Enying inhaled deeply, a hint of regret flickering in his gaze. Had I known, I should have refrained from transforming and instead employed Earth-style, heart decapitation technique or rock concealment technique for a surprise attack. Neither moved, both locked in a cold, murderous stare. Wang Yu was unperturbed by the passage of time, more focused on deciphering the implications of the assassin's words. This was Konoha's territory, and any action taken by a rogue ninja would inevitably expose them. Konoha's sensory barriers and its numerous patrolling sensory ninjas were far from incompetent. At that moment, in all likelihood, the Umbu ninjas were already rushing toward them. What puzzled Wang Yu was how this assassin had managed to find such an opportunity to attempt his assassination. Despite the current era of peace, spies from various villages were pervasive, with Konoha infiltrated by countless spies from other villages. However, spies typically did not engage in assassination missions. Their role was simply to gather intelligence, making them adept at infiltrating without arousing suspicion. Yet, while Konoha, being the most resource-rich and strategically advantageous major ninja village, could harbor numerous spies undetected, it should not have been possible for an assassin to infiltrate to such an extent without Konoha's awareness. Undoubtedly, the issue extended beyond the assassin himself. There were problems within Konoha. Was it Danzo? Or perhaps Uchiha, who had facilitated the connection between Kakazu, who was hundreds of miles away, and the Jonin Huang Xiao Enying. As a seasoned and formidable S-rank rogue ninja, Kakazu found it exceedingly challenging to navigate his way into the Hidden Leaf Village. If he were to launch a surprise attack on Wang Yu, the latter remained uncertain whether the abilities of Sanwa could withstand such an ambush. These thoughts flickered through Wang Yu's mind, casting a colder shadow over his gaze. However, at this moment, such considerations were trivial. The most pressing concern was that Wang Yu was determined to torment this impostor masquerading as Mikoto. From the moment Huang Xiaoying's initial strike failed to land, to Wang Yu's ruthless counterattack, and finally to their brief exchange of words, time seemed to stretch infinitely, much like Naruto's battle against Pain, where a full episode lasted 24 minutes, yet only a few fleeting seconds had actually passed. Huang Xiaoying's heart grew cold. Had he succeeded in a swift assassination, he could have retreated quickly, confident in his ability to evade the pursuit of the Hidden Leaf's umbu. But now, executing a move in a village brimming with sensory barriers would not require much commotion. The mere act of striking would surely draw the attention of the sensory ninjas who patrolled the village. It was clear that he had already revealed himself. The umbu of the Hidden Leaf could very well be encircling him as they spoke. In light of this, his next move was to eliminate this young boy swiftly. Believing that a quick resolution might afford him a chance to escape, Huang Xiaoning fixed his gaze firmly on Wang Yu, expressing such intentions verbally. Yet, deep down, he understood that the mere delay he had caused meant that even if he successfully killed Wang Yu, he would not elude the umbu's relentless pursuit. Since it has come to this, to prove my worth, I shall take you down with me, young boy. In the next instant, Huang Xiaoning gripped tightly the katana he had so closely associated with. The blade, gleaming white, suddenly shimmered with a yellow-green hue, indicative of wind and water chakra. Huang Zhao's unique sword technique, Angel Baby's Kiss, was unleashed with a swift motion, transforming his blade into a flurry of afterimages. It was not that his body moved with extraordinary speed. Rather, it was as if his katana had morphed into countless thrusts, striking towards Wang Yu like a tempest. Angel Baby's Kiss was a treasured technique passed down through Huang Zhao's lineage, capable of amplifying chakra up to fivefold, rendering it a formidable technique. Wang Yu observed the scene unfold, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he inquired, "Are you a rogue ninja from a Wagakure or Kirigakure? Or perhaps a swordsman who has forsaken the way of the samurai?" In the grand tapestry of the Naruto universe, Wang Yu recognized that the Earth Release hardening technique was the domain of only the most skilled IWA ninjas, and exceptional swordsmanship was a rarity. Typically associated with the likes of the Hatake clan, the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, and the renowned Mifune. Die, little brat. The Grim Reaper in Hell will answer your questions. Huang Xiaoning spat, his face twisted with a frenzied murderous intent as chakra surged violently around him, morphing into countless yellow-green thrusts directed at Wang Yu. The area around the blade seemed to mirror an angel unfurling its wings, rushing toward Wang Yu. Yet the underlying menace resembled the kiss of death, poised to bring ruin. In Huang Xiaoying's eyes, Wang Yu appeared momentarily stunned before making no attempt to retreat, as if he were paralyzed by fear of the sword technique. In reality, Wang Yu's thoughts betrayed a hint of peculiarity. Is this all there is to it? Huang Xiaoying's technique was not nearly as powerful as Wang Yu had anticipated. Wang Yu's caution stemmed from his extensive knowledge of the ninja world. He often associated seemingly formidable characters with minor bosses of the shinobi realm. However, truly powerful beings would not personally attempt to assassinate him, even those of the caliber of Mifune or the 7 ninja swordsmen. Furthermore, the samurai faction, led by Mifune, had maintained a neutral stance, while Kirigakure was embroiled in internal strife, making it implausible for them to target Wang Yu, even if they attempted an assassination. Escaping the clutches of the Hidden Leaf's pursuit would be an insurmountable challenge. The notion of a powerful ninja sacrificing themselves to eliminate a lesser one, especially a genius, would only be justified if it were deemed worthwhile. In Wang Yu's profile among the other 4 great nations, he was merely a rare user of the Shikotsumyaku bloodline, possessing the strength of an elite chunin. The major nations would never expend the lives of their Kaga-level ninjas to secure Wang Yu's demise. The man before Wang Yu was at best an elite J-Ni, although Huang Xiaoying's technique appeared grand and intricate. And while it bore connections to Huang Zhao's lineage, it ultimately amounted to a high-level B-rank jutsu wielded by an elite J-Nin. Was there any need to evade such an attack? Evade? Nonsense, I shall confront him, Wang Yu resolved, clenching his fist. His blue chakra surged with remarkable speed, while the augmentation from his martial arts flowed through him like a torrent of power. Subsequently, he charged toward Huang Xiaoning, delivering a punch that was calm yet unwavering. Huang Xiaoning, witnessing Wang Yu halt his steps to meet the blade with his fist, could not suppress a cold smirk. Prior to his assassination attempt, he had gathered ample intelligence on Wang Yu's bloodline and abilities, understanding that Wang Yu's fist could unleash augmented power, rendering him nearly invincible in close combat against his peers. Yet, Huang Zhao's Angel Baby's Kiss was his ultimate technique. He had previously utilized it to eliminate a seasoned elite J-Nin of Quasi-Kage status. This young boy, recognized merely as a mid-tier ninja wielding the Shikotsumyaku, had achieved some acclaim but was foolishly overconfident, believing he could simply counter his signature move with martial arts. Did he assume Huang Xiaoning was an ordinary genin? At that moment, Huang Xiaoning and Appo's eyes glimmered with disdain and mockery, seemingly envisioning Wang Yu's head rolling at his feet in the next instant. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the air and his expression froze in silence. Not just Huang Xiaoning's expression in the air, but even the execution of his technique, Angel's Kiss. The whirlwind of yellow-green light, capable of shredding a person to pieces, came to a standstill, as if Huang Xiaoning's entire being had been captured in time. The reason for this stasis lay directly before him, a fist suspended in midair. Before the fist, cracks began to form, radiating outward from its center. These fissures were the manifestation of the martial arts amplification, causing ripples of destruction through the air. The sight was so terrifying that it appeared as though reality itself had begun to fracture. Wang Yu's chakra continued to spread, the air crackling ominously. Huang Xiaoning, hearing the commotion, was struck with horror. A grave situation had arisen. In the face of Wang Yu's overwhelming strike, Huang Xiaoning could only frantically channel all his chakra into his technique, Angel's Kiss. The two forces collided with cataclysmic intensity, entangling as they sought to annihilate one another. Yet, Huang Xiaoning's blade remained stubbornly halted 1 meter from Wang Yu's fist, unable to advance even a fraction. In the next moment, as Wang Yu's augmented power erupted, it eclipsed Huang Xiaoning's own. The chakra radiating from Huang Xiaoning's sword began to twist in a bizarre and terrifying manner. Although Angel Baby's Kiss was powerful and had a wide range, its attack potency was dispersed. The point-to-point strength of Angel Baby's Kiss could not rival mid-level A-rank jutsu, and its area attack was inferior to low-level A-rank techniques. At best, it was the potency of a high-level B-rank jutsu employed by an elite genin. The B-rank ninjutsu, even when amplified to a higher tier of power, could not withstand Wang Yu's formidable strength, which was enhanced tenfold. Ultimately, Huang Xiaoning's Angel Baby Kiss was obliterated by a single punch from Wang Yu, transforming it into a mere tuft of hair. Even his beloved blade, which had accompanied him through thick and thin, could not endure the force of the amplification and was shattered. The residual force of the amplification continued unabated, enveloping Huang Xiaoning entirely. Despite his attempts to retreat in the final moment, he could not evade the impact of the amplified power. This was the manifestation of Wang Yu's shadow clone technique, bolstered by 28 days of enhanced chakra control, unleashing a tenfold amplification of his monstrous strength. Even after shattering the Angel Baby Kiss, he still retained considerable residual power. Almost instantaneously, as the Angel Baby Kiss was demolished, Huang Xiaoning was sent soaring into the air by the shockwave. Blood erupted from his mouth, and this time, it was far more grievous than the first. Although Huang Xiaoning was primarily a defense-oriented Earth-style ninja, he was also a master assassin. His physical resilience exceeded that of even ordinary elite ninjas. Previously, he had evaded the main points of attack using his agile techniques and Earth-style hardening, but he had still sustained injuries. This time, however, he had been struck head-on. He was severely wounded. Though he had yet to succumb to death, he had utterly lost his ability to fight. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. As he struggled to suppress the excruciating pain radiating through his body, yearning to escape. Yet Wang Yu would not grant him that opportunity. Even if Huang Xiaoning, in his grievously wounded state, remained inactive, he could not escape the pursuit of the Konoha Umbu. However, this was a man who had once impersonated his beloved Mei Qin. For an enemy who had masqueraded as his cherished partner, Wang Yu would show no mercy. In an instant, he dashed after Huang Xiaoning. To facilitate his torment, Wang Yu refrained from employing the national martial arts amplification power and instead lifted his foot to stomp down upon Huang Xiaoning's knee. The severely injured Huang Xiaoning could not evade and was brutally struck. A sickening crack resonated from his knee as the bone snapped in two. Despite the immense pain, Huang Xiaoning did not lose consciousness. He embodied the essence of a ninja, enduring the agony of broken bones as he struggled to lift his head. Yet he could not manage it. Gritting his teeth, his eyes reflected disbelief and resentment. He had not anticipated Wang Yu's overwhelming strength, powerful enough to shatter his Angel Baby Kiss in a mere confrontation. Huang Xiaoning's heart seethed with hatred, not directed at Wang Yu, but rather at Kakuzu, who had provided him with the intelligence. He longed to twist off Kakuzu's head and demand, "Is your reputation as a fighter against the god of the ninja world truly deserved? The discrepancies in Kakuzu's intelligence were staggering. Kakuzu's intelligence network is nothing but a heap of nonsense. How could I have idolized you? The information he received bore no record of Wang Yu slaying Uchiha Kazuki, evidently. This event had been jointly concealed by Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Both Kakuzu's and his own investigations merely indicated that Wang Yu was a prodigy, possessing at most the strength of an elite chunin. At that moment, Huang Xiaoying wished to hurl the phrase elite chunin directly into Kakuzu and Appo's face. Wang Yu regarded Huang Xiaoying with a calm yet cold demeanor, choosing not to end his life immediately. Having a living witness for Konoha's interrogation would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, contrary to expectation, the slightly honorable Huang Xiaoying, aware of his impending doom, subtly shifted his jaw. A concealed poison pill, hidden within his back molars, was ejected and swallowed whole. For spies and assassins from outside the village, being captured often resulted in a fate worse than death. Witnessing this, Wang Yu shook his head slightly. Fool, in my presence, unless you choose to sever your own head or your time has run out, dying will be no easy feat. Wang Yu promptly activated one of the 4 chakra-based life and death talismans he had drawn the previous night and manipulated Huang Xiaoying's gastric cells to envelop the poison. Without hesitation, he triggered a reflex in Huang Xiaoying's stomach, inducing a violent vomiting reaction. At that moment, several masked Umbu ninjas finally appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching Wang Yu's side. Upon noticing the vomiting Huang Xiaoying, the Umbu ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment. A living, severely injured captive? The residual chakra signature resembled that of the rock village in the land of Earth, but the possibility of a frame-up by other ninja villages could not be dismissed. Caution was prudent. They decided to seal his chakra points and transport him back for detailed interrogation. The Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, briefly deliberating among themselves. During this exchange, they refrained from speaking to Wang Yu, but could not hide their astonishment as they glanced his way. The situation clearly indicated that a killer ninja proficient in Earth-style defensive techniques had infiltrated Konoha and successfully executed an assassination. A remarkable feat, indeed. Even more astonishing was that Wang Yu had emerged unscathed, capturing the assassin alive. The most incredible aspect was that Wang Yu appeared to have sustained no injuries whatsoever. Is this what it means to be a prodigious ninja, surpassing even the genius Kakashi? The Umbu ninjas pondered. If they had been in Wang Yu's position at such a young age, confronted by an assassin of at least elite chunin caliber, it would have been a guaranteed game over, let alone emerging unscathed or capturing the assailant. The Umbu ninjas exchanged knowing glances, and one of them finally addressed Wang Yu. Takeo Wang Yu, you need to accompany us to report the details. Understood. Wang Yu nodded, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Who, amidst this turmoil, was manipulating events alongside Kakuzu, allowing this assassin to successfully launch an attack? With insufficient information, even if he possessed the insight of Conan, Wang Yu, viewing from a godly perspective, could not unravel the truth. For this world ultimately revered strength, and the weak lacked the authority or qualification to question the powerful ninjas. Today, there are matters at hand, and I cannot update the main text. Sage art, spring water hanging technique. The teacher once uttered the most contradictory statement. Why do you read? Look at the blackboard. Why look at the blackboard? Look at me. Why look at me? Is there writing on my face? You think school is your home, where you can do as you please. Yet the school's motto is, school is our home. Cleaning relies on everyone. The second, why? Why must he kill me? My belly is swollen, and his blood flows within me. Why must he kill me? Doesn't his conscience ache? I sit alone on the bridge, cradling my head in despair. Mengpa, all right, stop crying, quickly drink the soup. And don't reincarnate as a mosquito next time. The third, the waiter asks, hello, would you like to order? Shattered entrails, congealed blood, entwined tentacles, twisted plants, withered limbs. A fractured brain, crimson fruit, rolling amidst the opposition of red and white, sinking into the fusion of yellow and brown. Clear this fog for me, that I may glimpse the truth. Waiter, your words are too profound. Could you simplify it? Money belly, blood tofu, squid tentacles, kelp knots, pickled pork, boiled brain matter, tomatoes. Spicy clear soup with yin yang hot pot, sour plum soup with lemon slices. My glasses have fogged up. Please hand me a tissue so I can wipe them. Thank you. Here. Aside from the latest 4 lottery draws, let me reiterate. Cell control, 10 control over 10 of the cells in one's body. With no restrictions on the target. If the target resists, it will not take effect. 3 child ability, derived from the gourd boy. Can be activated or deactivated at will. When in use, please be cautious of internal injuries and mental attacks. A friendly reminder, be wary of how 3-child met his demise in the myriad of humorous anecdotes. The host should heed this warning. Equipment, single-use teleportation scroll. In this world, you can travel to any corner of the city you can imagine. Usage, one time, enhanced relative towel, an item crafted by Amaterasu for Pashao Yi. Featuring 10,000 absorbent pillows that can instantaneously soak up half the blood of a female organism. 2 million yen, acquired from 10 lottery draws, valued at 126,354. 3,608 renminbi, usable in the ninja world. 2 sets of white suits, obtained from 2 lottery draws. Wearing it makes you a person of success. Increasing the goodwill of upright individuals towards you. 5 sets of women's clothing from the ninja world, acquired from 5 lottery draws. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a woman's attire before? This requires a note. Barret Aurora, a gaming item produced by the formidable Mahotung, valued at 888 yuan. Possessing it makes you a sharpshooter. Note, 1 bullet costs 10,000 yuan, and it possesses immense power. Only through investment can joy be created. Without money, you are out of luck. Bamboo Dragonfly, an item from the world of the blue fatty, charges for an hour, flies for 5 minutes. It will explode after 5 minutes but will not harm anyone. Note, you did not misread. This is an enhanced version of the Bamboo Dragonfly. Capable of reaching supersonic speeds. Exceeding 5 minutes will result in it behaving like a low-end smartphone. Proficient in English upon use. Your mother will no longer worry about your English grades. Note, you must understand that English is not merely a matter of vocabulary like gonna, thanks, or gotcha. One pass, with this, you acquire a home. You become a person with an identity, a legitimate resident of one of the 5 great hidden villages. Character card. 55 opening captain. Give me 3 minutes, and I can effortlessly become a woman. Note, if I misspeak, using it grants you a shield, allowing you to go toe-to-toe with anyone. 5 minutes of usage time. Renewal fee of 10,000 per minute. Only through investment. 10 cents of beans. Snacks gift pack from the god of food. Contains century-old snacks sufficient for 5 people. Includes explosive chicken seasoning, little goat, large knife meat, Jingbei instant noodles, 3 large squirrel sets, and more. BGM from the god of hardness, upon use. Music will resonate around any individual within 1,000 meters in a 720 surround sound. After using it, any of your abilities will experience a 10 enhancement. Note, products from the god of hardness come with side effects. Do not forget to dance while chatting, and don't forget to dance while fighting. Everything will remind you to dance. A 164 gigabytes USB drive, ahem. It contains the not-so-popular series of films from J Country, various Playboy magazines, and the latest trendy dance videos. Note, with this, you won't even need a girlfriend. Your hands will fulfill your dreams. 120,000 yen. Note, to Mahua Ting, your money is my money. You haven't used the Barret Aurora yet. Recharge. Only through investment can you become a sharpshooter. Space ring worn by the goddess of fate. Holding this ring can increase a modicum of luck, containing 100 cubic meters of space, suitable for habitation too. Note, the goddess of luck, after marrying an Eastern deity, exchanged for a space ring of ninja world size. This smaller version was placed by an unknown creator. The Eastern deity, on the system's roulette, waiting for the host's luck to burst forth. 500,000 yuan. Demon wings. In truth, all previously mentioned items, aside from clothing and currency, will have their own functions later on. As Wang Yu and the Umbu ninja proceeded to the Umbu base to report, their pace was slowed by an additional captive. Wang Yu took the time to reflect on the outcomes of the 4 lottery draws accumulated over the past 28 days. The first was the already utilized Life and Death Talisman Chakra Experience version. Note, the Life and Death Talisman from Demigods and Semi-Devils was modified by Kekkei, the founder of the Explosive Sky Gang, a legendary ancient power. This chakra version of the Life and Death Talisman is imbued with the ultimate law power of Kekkei. The saint-level figure, even the sage of 6 paths in the ninja world, would be compelled to kneel and submit. The experience version is free, but further use requires 1 trillion RMB. This chakra version of the Life and Death Talisman erupts according to the host's will, intensifying minute by minute with unbearable itching and pain for a total of 81 minutes, then gradually receding, only to increment again in an endless cycle. A novice with the Life and Death Talisman will experience an increasing itch on the surface, which delves deeper, causing discomfort even in the internal organs. Even those of Six Paths caliber would struggle to endure this excruciating torment, leading them to seek death as a release. The second was the Blue Fatty's Anywhere door. Can be experienced once for free. Further use requires 100 million renminbi. Any universe can be accessed if you possess the coordinates. You can go wherever you wish and return at will. Of course, random teleportation is also an option. 100 million is for a one-way ticket, with no limit on the number of travelers. This random lottery system guarantees quality. But remember, only hosts with wealth are considered lords. The impoverished will find no respite. The third was a permanent ability, the LOL teleportation technique. Note, teleport to the location of one's own minions or defensive towers. This was reformed by the powerful creators of the system. As long as the world has the host's unique essence, such as bones, teleportation can occur after 8 seconds. The fourth was an item card, special edition of laxative for the rear. This has excellent moisturizing effects on the skin, particularly useful as a skincare product in the cold, dry winter, effectively preventing skin from cracking. As for why it is a special edition? Host, you understand. With the reminiscence concluded, Wang Yu remained silent on his way to the Umbu base. Even though he had grown accustomed to the random lottery system's whims, he still wished to express his grievances, though he was uncertain where to begin. 3 hours later, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed solemnly at a document before him. This was information derived from the special Umbu ninja, who employed secret techniques to extract memories from Huang Xiaoying's brain, leading to certain conclusions. Simultaneously, some information was collected from the corpse of Huang Xiaoying, who had inexplicably committed suicide. Why, despite having successfully captured him, did the Umbu ninja from the Hyuga clan completely seal all of his chakra points, only for him to suddenly succumb to an uncontrollable itch that drove him to take his own life? Moreover, his targets were Wang Yu and Uzumaki Kushina, which presented a troubling dilemma. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flickering in his gaze. Could it be that the individual who issued the mission was employing some bizarre secret technique to control this assassin? Yet, even among our former allies, the ninjas of the Land of Whirlpools do not possess such techniques. Furthermore, the incident involving Wang Yu's slaying of Feng Yu was concealed from outsiders. Yet he had garnered the title of Tianjiao at the Ninja Academy, directly becoming a substitute teacher, which indeed warranted an assassination attempt. But Kushina, that was peculiar. The special Umbu ninja had extracted significant information from Huang Xiaoying's brain. Among this information was not only Huang Xiaoying's target, which included Wang Yu, but also another individual, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina. Could it be that other ninja villages or unknown forces had deduced Kushina and Appo's identity? It is possible. A voice responded nearby. The individual responding beside Sarutobi Hiruzen was none other than Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, who do you think possesses the capability or power to employ such secret techniques that could render an assassin unable to speak, even to the point of committing suicide by biting his own tongue? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired solemnly. I'm uncertain, but one must assume that such a perilous forbidden technique is not wielded by an insignificant figure, Nara Shikaku replied with a shake of his head. However, the forces behind the assignment, which targeted Kushina and Wang Yu yet refrained from taking direct action, suggest their actual strength is not formidable. Given that Uzumaki Kushina is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, very few in Konoha are privy to this information. Nevertheless, that does not guarantee that spies from other ninja villages have not made inferences based on certain intelligence. The two concluded that the forces behind this operation dared only to hire assassins while remaining concealed, akin to rats in the sewers. In an obscure corner of the hidden mist village, if the resurrected Uchiha Madara were to learn that he had been likened to a rat in the gutter, he would likely be driven to madness. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, "What of Wang Yu and Kakashi? Both are well." Nara Shikaku replied with a gentle smile. Kakashi has been training independently since his early graduation, and you have kept an eye on him through your telescope technique. So you are aware of his commendable progress. As for that boy Wang Yu, while you have paid him less attention, I imagine you know he possesses not only exceptional talent, but also a maturity and discipline akin to that of the current Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Do you believe Wang Yu is ready to become a formal member of the Umbu? That, I would suggest, warrants further consideration. Nara Shikaku hesitated slightly, explaining. Although he captured the assassin during this assassination attempt, the various standards for Umbu ninjas, such as intelligence gathering and concealing one and Appo's presence, indicate he is not yet qualified. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "We shall follow your advice and conduct another review. This training session for Umbu candidates will also serve to hone his various skills." Within the underground Umbu base of Konoha, Wang Yu provided a detailed account of the ninjutsu and sword techniques employed during the assassination of Huang Xiao and Ning, as well as other pertinent circumstances, before departing from the Umbu Intelligence Department. As one of the Umbu candidates, he merely needed to relay the specifics of the incident. If a regular ninja were to encounter an assassination within the village, they would have to wait for the Umbu to ascertain the details before receiving orders to leave. After exiting the Intelligence Department and preparing to depart the Umbu base, Wang Yu unexpectedly received a notification from a formal Umbu ninja. The message was straightforward. The semi-annual training session for candidate ninjas had commenced. Slightly taken aback, Wang Yu recalled that such an event was indeed mentioned in the documentation. The file specified that participation in the mandatory semi-annual training was compulsory and could not be declined. Upon receiving the notification, Wang Yu made his way to the designated assembly point for Umbu candidates as instructed by the Umbu ninja. Umbu candidates differ from formal Umbu ninjas. Since they are not required to undertake numerous missions, they often find themselves as idle as retired old men, hence the necessity for specific training sessions every 6 months.